transcending into a vast and magnificent realm of divine martial arts. One encounters terrifying existences capable of annihilating ancient stars in an instant, alongside ordinary people who struggle for survival like ants. Chu He devoted 5 centuries to honing his exceptional talents, attaining the realm of Tianren and founding the Tianren family, thus becoming the ancestral patriarch of a great clan. Initially believing that he possessed only top-tier talents without any extraordinary advantages, he was astonished to discover, after 500 years, the arrival of a simulator system capable of countless iterations. Each simulation corresponded to a lifetime, with power, memories, and talents being retained, thereby augmenting his strength. The first simulation enabled him to break through the coveted realm, and each subsequent iteration rendered him increasingly formidable. After 10,000 simulations, Chu He ultimately emerged as a forbidden existence across myriad realms. Under his leadership, the Chu family ascended to the status of a supreme race among countless realms, basking in endless glory. Chapter 1. The Tianren Chu Family, Ancestral Patriarch Chu He. In the Tianyun realm, within the eastern expanse of myriad nations, lies the Shuan Kingdom. Tian Chu City, one of the 3 major economic hubs of the Shuan Kingdom, is the 3rd most populous city, with a permanent resident count reaching several million. The daily influx of people is beyond counting, with countless powerful martial artists residing within its confines, armed and ready to kill. In this world, where the law of the jungle prevails, martial artists often clash over various interests or even due to a slight loss of face. Since the inception of the path of extraordinary martial arts, the ground has been littered with the remains of countless geniuses and powerful beings. Either they shine brilliantly throughout their lives on this path, or they become mere corpses. Curiously, however, within 100 miles of Tian Chu City, conflicts among martial practitioners have decreased by 99, with none occurring within the city itself. It seems that everyone is suppressing their emotions. Upon entering Tian Chu City, all gazes instinctively gravitate towards the city center, where the majestic architectural complexes, reminiscent of palaces, dominate the landscape, comprising 1/10 of the entire city's area. The Tianren Chu family. The Chu family, a Tianren lineage, has stood tall in the Shuan Kingdom for 5 centuries since its inception. After 500 years of growth and propagation, the Chu family has grown to a population of tens of thousands. This is largely due to the fact that as martial practitioners grow stronger, it becomes increasingly difficult for them to bear offspring. Otherwise, this number could easily be multiplied tenfold. Each individual among these tens of thousands, even a mere ordinary descendant from a branch family, holds immense power in the outside world, capable of determining the fates of countless lives. United, they wield control over 1/3 of the political landscape, 1/3 of the wealth, and 1/3 of the martial power within the Shuan Kingdom. If the Tianren Chu family ever harbored rebellious thoughts, countless individuals would respond immediately. Tian Chu City itself was constructed as the Chu family, overwhelmed by its burgeoning population, erected one residence after another, drawing in surrounding residents to build this vast city. To many, this is the domain of the Chu family, which is why no one dares to act violently here. Who would risk their life in a fit of rage, knowing that the Chu family could retaliate with devastating consequences? Even members of the Shuan Kingdom's royal family, the Tianren Chuan family, would find themselves dead in the streets if they dared to instigate violence. No one pays heed. Ordinary people, martial experts, the Chu family, and even the Tianren Chuan family remain indifferent. In the core territory of the Chu family lies a lake covering hundreds of acres, where a pavilion stands at its center, devoid of any paths or boats surrounding it. Within the pavilion, a middle-aged man, appearing around 40, sits cross-legged on a mat, his long hair, streaked with white, tied back with a cord. His face bears few wrinkles, his skin taut, and he dons a blue robe embroidered with golden threads depicting flowers, birds, and beasts. As the wind rustles through his hair, the man, Chu He, slightly opens his eyes, and a flash of golden light momentarily astonishes onlookers. Is reaching the pinnacle of Tianren truly my limit? He muses. I attained this peak over a century ago, yet here I remain, still at the pinnacle. Have my years of cultivation been in vain, trapped at this level? Sensing no trace of improvement in his strength, Chu He grumbles, momentarily shattering the formidable aura that once exuded from him. 500 years have passed since his arrival in this world. After half a millennium of cultivation and residing in high positions, his modern, quirky personality from Blue Star remains unchanged. At most, he maintains a semblance of seriousness in public settings while remaining true to himself in private. Indeed, Chu He is a time traveler. He was transported into the body of a fetus in this martial arts world, and upon reaching the age of 10, his parents became dual kings. Being born to dual kings aligns perfectly with his identity as a time traveler. A traveler without dual kings as parents is deemed unworthy. After a brief period of mourning for his parents' ascendance to kingship, Chu He, to safeguard his parents' legacy from covetous eyes, immediately utilized their entire inheritance to pay for a year's tuition at the local Pansher martial arts school. He understood from an early age that only by becoming a martial artist could he secure his place and livelihood in this world. Otherwise, he would end up like an ordinary weed, cut down repeatedly, relegated to the roadside. He refused to be merely a roadside weed. Fortunately, his extraordinary talents, likely a result of his time traveler status, set him apart. His aptitude was remarkable, particularly in the realm of physical cultivation, as if he were born to refine his body. Within just 1 year, he ascended from an ordinary individual to a practitioner at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm. And after 5 years, he achieved the innate stage, his combat prowess rivaling that of street-level experts. Over the course of 300 years, he successively broke through the postnatal and innate stages, becoming a master and grandmaster, ultimately establishing the Tian Chu family. In this realm, martial arts have ascended to an astonishingly formidable level, one that could be deemed as defying the heavens. If one were to categorize this world's martial arts using the wuxia novels previously perused by Chu He, the distinctions would be clear. It is far more terrifying than those so-called low-level or mid-level martial arts worlds, qualifying it as a high-level martial arts domain. Ordinary practitioners at the innate realm can live for 200 years, possessing the power to obliterate an entire street with a single strike, their speed surpassing that of sound. Masters can harness the forces of heaven and earth, extending their lifespans to 300 years. Grandmasters can reach 400 years. Those of the celestial realm can soar to great heights, their lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. A single strike can demolish a grand city, and battles of equal caliber can affect areas spanning hundreds of kilometers. It is due to his existence that the celestial Chu family can stand alongside the royal family of the Xianxia, the celestial Xuan family, and the other prominent family, the celestial Wang family, as the 3 great families. Otherwise, without the celestial Chu family wielding such immense power, rivaling even that of emperors, controlling 1/3 of the political landscape, 1/3 of the wealth, and 1/3 of the martial prowess, they would have long been annihilated by the celestial Xuan family. However, it is precisely because the Chu family boasts celestial beings, not merely one, but a total of 4, including Chu his son, grandson, and great-grandson, that they can maintain this extraordinary stature, a fact deemed entirely reasonable by all, including the celestial Xuan family. In the second chapter, the simulator system is acquired, and the existence of the Dharma realm becomes apparent. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of the celestial being stage, it seems that all of Chu He's innate potential has been fully realized, yet he finds himself unable to transcend into the next realm of martial Tao, the Yuan Dan stage, which grants a lifespan of 3,000 years. He remains trapped at the peak of the celestial being stage, unable to make the leap. Although breaking through such a significant boundary typically requires the aid of exceptional elixirs, rendering many individuals similarly ensnared, Chu He feels an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. As a transmigrator, to be so firmly confined within a single realm is nothing short of a disgrace for someone of his status. While other transmigrators effortlessly possess supreme systems or extraordinary abilities, facing no bottlenecks in their advancement, and are often gifted treasures to help them surpass any obstacles, he finds himself endowed solely with talent, lacking any other advantages. Although the celestial being stage is commendable, boasting a lifespan of a millennium, the ability to obliterate a grand city with a single strike, and standing atop a nation, beyond the celestial being lies the enchanting vista of Yuan Dan. The celestial being can dominate a single country, yet the Yuan Dan can traverse the expanse of myriad nations, ruling over hundreds of realms. The existence of a Yuan Shun in the martial Tao can reign supreme across the entire world, akin to the true sovereign of the myriad nations, such as the Xianxia sect, which owes its elevated status to the presence of a powerful Yuan Shun. This formidable entity simply receives tributes from thousands of nations without needing to engage in any other pursuits. Even within the vast eastern wilderness, those possessing the Yuan Shun realm are regarded as true masters, holding a prestigious position. Only those who transcend the Yuan Shun and attain the Dharma realm can wield the power to annihilate vast territories with a mere thought, or shatter ancient celestial bodies with a single strike, thereby overshadowing the Xianxia sect by a considerable margin. In the face of such beings, the celestial being stands on par with an ordinary person before a celestial being. One cannot help but wonder which great master brought him into this world. If he was to be transported, could he not have received a golden finger as well? Alas, it seems that such fantastical notions, golden fingers and systems, are mere figments of the imagination created by authors before transmigration. It is wiser to adopt a more pragmatic approach. After reaching this stage of cultivation and having meticulously examined himself countless times since becoming a celestial being, he has found no evidence of any existing system. It is high time to relinquish these illusions. After 5 centuries, having vented his frustrations, Chu He concludes that it is time to abandon the unattainable fantasies. Even if he cannot break through to the Yuandan realm, he still has the prospect of living for another 500 years, a span of time that, during his previous life as an ordinary person, he would never have dared to dream of, even without the breakthrough. He holds the esteemed title of celestial ancestor in this nation. Since transcendence is not an option, he shall embrace his identity as a celestial ancestor and savor the experience. After all, he has waited long enough to cultivate. It is indeed time to indulge oneself. With his emotions in check, Chu He rose, preparing to embrace the life of a fallen celestial ancestor that he had long yearned for. He intended to savor all that he had deprived himself of over the past 5 centuries, while his descendants basked in the pleasures of life under his protection, each succumbing to their own indulgences. It was only fitting that he, as their venerable ancestor, should partake in enjoyment and fall from grace as well. He could not allow his descendants to enjoy all the pleasures he had missed out on. However, at that moment, a voice that Chu He had yearned for throughout the last 500 years echoed suddenly in his mind. Ding! The millionfold simulated life system has been successfully bound to host Chu He. Shall we proceed with the first life simulation? A buzzing sensation enveloped Chu He's mind, abruptly halting his advance as a blue virtual panel materialized before him. The calm expression on his face transformed into a tapestry of emotions. Excitement, joy, bitterness, and speechlessness, all intertwining in complexity. 500 years. Even the time that the Monkey King was trapped beneath the 5-Finger Mountain lasted but 5 centuries. An ordinary person would need to live 6 or 7 lifetimes to reach such an age. After waiting for 500 years, he had finally encountered the so-called system. Which company had manufactured this system, and which courier had delivered it? Once he gained power, he would undoubtedly lodge a complaint against that delivery service. No, he ought to dismantle the entire company. No one could fathom Chu He's current emotions. After 5 centuries of yearning, the coveted item had finally appeared before him. Alongside his elation and excitement, the predominant feeling was one of rage. Were it not for the martial arts of this realm that extended life, and his own considerable talent, allowing him to reach 500 years of age, he might never have seen this system before his demise. Should he not feel anger towards the courier service that failed to deliver promptly? What kind of delivery speed was this? Had he waited until death for it to arrive? If a delivery service truly existed, once he gained strength, he would establish a competing courier company right beside it, leaving it in the dust. With such delivery speeds, he could easily outshine them by simply providing better service and quicker delivery, leading to their bankruptcy in no time. System, please elucidate your functions. Taking several deep breaths to temper his heightened emotions, Chu He requested the system to introduce its capabilities. He was eager to discover what this long-awaited system, which he had yearned for over 5 centuries, could offer, and whether it could empower him to confront the heavens, the earth, and the very air itself. Much like the protagonist in the novels, although he had surpassed the age for such confrontations and had become an exceedingly elderly man, even the elderly possessed their own fervor. Could you withstand the fervor of 5 centuries? You cannot. Ding! This system serves as a simulation of life, capable of conducting billions of iterations, primarily functioning from the perspective of the host within their respective world. The protagonist in this simulated existence is shaped by their own character and abilities. The simulation concludes upon the protagonist's demise, after which they are rewarded with options to choose from 3 distinct paths. One option pertains to the protagonist's power within the simulation, another to the memories acquired during this life, and the last to the talents developed therein. With each simulation, the system bestows a random talent upon the characters, ranging from beneficial to detrimental, categorized into levels of white, blue, green, black, purple, gold, rainbow, and chaos. As this is the initial binding, the host will automatically receive a talent of golden caliber upon their first life simulation. Furthermore, during this inaugural simulation, the host may select all 3 options, while subsequent simulations will only allow the choice of one. Each month, or with each opportunity for a life simulation, the host engages with the simulator system. Familiar and formidable. It is no surprise that I have awaited this for 5 centuries. Understanding the system's capabilities, and having been a light-hearted internet user before my reincarnation, I have perused various simulator systems and recognized that any protagonist who acquires such a system typically ascends within mere months, achieving unparalleled strength within a few years. Now, having obtained this system, it is finally my turn to soar. Among the ranks of transmigrators, extraordinary beings emerge, and it is time for me, Chu He, to claim my place among them. The system initiates the first life simulation without hesitation, confirming that what he witnessed was neither an illusion nor a mere mirage. Chu He eagerly commences his inaugural life simulation. Beep. Initiating the first life simulation. In the realm of Tian, spanning 56,532 billion years, you have acquired the life simulator. You experience a blend of joy and anger, but predominantly, elation prevails. On the first day of possessing the life simulator, you are endowed with a formidable golden talent known as Damage Reduction 99. As the name implies, this talent reduces the damage from any attack you endure by 99. You shall only suffer 1% of the inflicted harm. Those strikes that could have severed your neck now merely graze your skin. In the next moment, your formidable self-healing abilities will fully restore any damage incurred. This talent is extraordinarily advantageous for one with a naturally honed sacred physique such as yours. With this talent, you feel invincible. Moreover, the simulation emphasizes indulgence and extravagance. Since your true self remains unharmed, you cast aside any initial caution. You remain indifferent to whether your true self perceives this simulation and contemplates the absurdity of its existence. You believe that only when your true self disregards you does it truly become your essence. To you, if your true self shows no regard, is merely a passerby. On that very day, you sought out the ancestors of the celestial Xian family and the celestial Wang family, declaring war upon them. Both deemed your audacity excessive. How could one who had yet to transcend the Yuan Dan realm dare to provoke 2 esteemed families simultaneously? They intended to teach you a lesson, to impart the understanding that the world holds numerous wonders and that one should not court disaster. Yet after you allowed them a momentary advantage, you effortlessly subdued both. Throughout the battle, you disregarded their onslaught entirely, despite their relentless attacks, even summoning other celestials from their lineage to bombard you in a frenzied assault that devastated the surrounding 1,000-mile expanse. You remained unscathed, your primary cultivation method. The Xianxia golden body, rendering you impervious to harm. They could not help but feel astounded by your extraordinary prowess. The notion of being invincible at your level was a challenge to articulate. They recognized that your terrifying potential could lead you to achieve the Yuan Dan realm in the future. Acknowledging their inability to best you, these 2 illustrious individuals, ever pragmatic, promptly bowed before you, pledging their allegiance and thereby elevating the celestial Chu family to the status of the foremost among the 3 great families. Despite the significant tensions and conflicts arising from mutual interests over centuries, the 3 families had long engaged in intermarriage, fostering strong blood ties. Consequently, you spared the celestials of these 2 families, especially given their timely recognition of the situation, and instead accepted them as subservient allies. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, the contemporary emperor of the Shun nation, recognizing the defeat of the 2 families, swiftly declared nationwide that he was no longer part of the royal lineage, proclaiming the celestial Chu family as the new royal house. Thus, the current patriarch, Chu Tian, ascended as the emperor of Shun nation. Moreover, he transferred all treasures from the royal treasury to you, without retaining a single coin. The members of the Chu family were bewildered by their sudden elevation, having done nothing to earn such an honor, yet finding themselves as the new royalty, now in control of the entire Shun nation. Despite their confusion, the Chu family swiftly adapted to their new royal identity. Within a week, this vast entity assimilated the remnants of the former royal family's legacy, further encroaching upon the viability of the other 2 families, thereby commandeering the political, economic, and martial forces of the nation. Daily, an influx of martial artists sought to become esteemed guests of the Chu family. Among them, a wandering celestial who had become a distinguished patron of the family. This was unprecedented, all sparked by rumors of your potential breakthrough to the realm of Yuan Dan. With the resources left by the royal family of Shun, the Chu clan, comprising tens of thousands of members, experienced a significant enhancement in their cultivation resources, leading a multitude of clan members to ascend through various realms. Statistics reveal that within just a month, over 10,000 individuals from the Chu clan advanced to a minor realm, while most were of the acquired realm. Over 100 transcended from the acquired to the innate realm, becoming the bedrock of the family. A handful even reached the master realm, emerging as the backbone of the clan, with each master enjoying a lifespan of 300 years, making them rare powerhouses in the Shun realm. In a county, they could serve as county governors, and within a sect, they could establish a second-rate sect, dominating a territory. This exemplifies the clan's profound heritage. Regrettably, no one broke through to the Grand Master realm, nor did anyone ascend to the Celestial realm, as the treasures capable of aiding such breakthroughs in the land of Shun are exceedingly scarce. Observing the family's transformation over the month, you, the ancestral elder, felt a wave of satisfaction, believing that such extraordinary progress should indeed manifest. In merely a month, such remarkable changes occurred. Had you harnessed this power 500 years earlier, your clan might have already ascended to become the foremost lineage in this world, rather than enduring such hardships. Venturing into the secluded area, you retrieved a 5th-tier crimson mandala flower, a treasure corresponding to the celestial realm, renowned for its extreme toxicity. Even a commoner could detect its fragrance from 10 miles away, inadvertently succumbing to its lethal nature. Only those of the celestial realm could dare to harvest it, yet even they risked death with a single misstep. Typically utilized for crafting toxic elixirs to eliminate peers of equal cultivation, the mandala flower possesses an unknown effect to the uninitiated. When one succumbs to its poison, it simultaneously strengthens the internal organs and fortifies the physique. If one can withstand such potent toxicity, it is considered a supreme treasure for physical cultivation. In the past, you would have dismissed the mandala flower, well aware of your limitations. You had no desire to court death. However, now endowed with a golden talent that mitigates damage by 99, and having discovered this flower in the royal treasury, you felt it was your destiny to endure. You were skeptical of its lethal properties, believing that with your reduced toxicity and exceptional physical prowess, you could survive its effects. Without hesitation, you called out, "Let's do this, brothers," and consumed the entire flower in one bite. Indeed, you ingested the complete bloom. As soon as it touched your tongue, your body turned black due to the poison, and torrents of dark red blood poured from your pores as your liver was swiftly corroded by the toxin. The excruciating pain made you feel as though death was imminent. In a moment of exasperation, you chastised the system, deeming it a mere facade, endowing it with a counterfeit talent while rendering its harm negligible. How could something of the 5th tier possibly inflict damage upon you? You strongly suggested that the entity in question witness this segment, advocating for the immediate uninstallation of the system. This tirade persisted for several hours, during which you found yourself berating not only the system, but also the very essence of your being. For reasons that defy explanation, it simply flowed forth. Chu He 6. After a brief interlude of observing simulated lives, you initially felt indifferent. Was the moment of the first kill approaching? A misjudgment, indeed. However, upon witnessing this segment, you felt a sense of absurdity as your own essence seemed to be mirrored within the simulation. Your nose flushed with embarrassment as you recognized that, despite occupying the simulation, you had recklessly engaged in combat with members of 2 other families on the very first day. While such impulsivity was characteristic of your nature, the question remained, why such recklessness? Why not savor the experience, delicately consume a petal of the mandrake flower, rather than hastily devouring a whole? Now, on the brink of demise, you found yourself attributing blame to your own essence, adamantly refusing to acknowledge that the simulated figure was a reflection of yourself. The system had likely warped your reality. The moment of reckoning was imminent. As the jester of the simulation, you believed that your simulated counterpart was doomed, and instinctively recalled the trope of the first kill prevalent in simulation narratives. In tales you had perused prior to your traversal, protagonists faced grim fates during their inaugural simulations, often meeting their demise at the hands of others or by their own folly. You, too, could not evade this impending fate. Yet, contrary to your expectations, the jester, Chu He, survived the encounter with the mandrake flower. After enduring several hours of torment, you gradually discerned a reduction in your suffering. Astonishingly, you had emerged alive, having endured the full effects of a mandrake flower. You attributed your survival to the fortitude of your willpower overcoming the flower's toxicity. though you acknowledged a slight influence from the system's talents. Regret washed over you as you mentally apologized to the system, recognizing your earlier misjudgment. As for your essence, you withheld any words. The earlier reprimands had surely reached its awareness, and it was likely that it harbored grievances against you. You felt no inclination to engage in discourse with your own reflection, akin to conversing with a mere bystander. While your previous actions were undoubtedly foolish and absurd, you embraced your role as the jester. Your essence mirrored this sentiment. Whether it admitted it or not, you perceived it as equally foolish. But alas, the important matter was that you had survived. Now, hasten to transcend into the realm of the Yuan Dan. The jester, Chu He, embarks on this next chapter. Upon witnessing the unexpected outcome, Chu He displayed no signs of embarrassment on his visage. Rather, he felt a twinge of discomfort when the first clown referred to him as a jester. He perceived this as a slanderous affront to his esteemed reputation. How could he, a venerable celestial ancestor revered by countless individuals both outside and within his family, possibly be likened to a mere clown? After his revival, he discovered that his martial cultivation had achieved a remarkable breakthrough, advancing from the 6-zhang golden body to the 8-zhang golden body. The full name of his cultivation technique is indeed the 8-zhang golden body, where 1 zhang equals 333 meters. Thus, the transformation from 6 zhang, equivalent to 1998 meters, to 8 zhang, which is 2,664 meters, signified an impressive height increase of 8 meters. His defensive capabilities and strength have more than doubled, leading him to believe that he might be able to confront a Yuan Dan master, albeit this notion likely resides within the realm of fantasy. Nevertheless, enraptured by his own delusions, he felt an irresistible urge to test his newfound prowess. Fortunately, a modicum of self-awareness prevented him from acting upon this impulse. He contemplated breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm before seeking out formidable adversaries of equal standing. After all, as a practitioner of horizontal cultivation, he was inherently endowed with a warrior spirit. A day without battle left him feeling restless. With his strength significantly augmented, he was eager to transcend into the Yuan Dan realm. After a brief survey of his family to ascertain that they could function independently in his absence, he hesitated no longer. He promptly set his course toward the ominous, forbidden zone known as the Land of Heavenly Corpses, a place that instilled dread in the hearts of common folk across the myriad nations. The realm of 10,000 nations encompasses thousands of powerful kingdoms, with his own Shun kingdom merely a mid-tier entity amidst this vast tapestry, giving rise to countless celestial forces. Above him loomed the Xianxia sect, a prominent establishment presided over by a master of the Yuan spirit, while dozens of formidable families and sects possessed their own Yuan Dan masters. Yet, even as formidable as the Xianxia sect and its numerous Yuan Dan powers might be, they, too, are wary of trespassing into the 3 great forbidden zones, places that have long been shunned. Each of these sites has entombed one or more Yuan spirit beings, and the most terrifying among them even harbors the remains of a law avatar. It is precisely these illustrious figures that have bestowed the title of Forbidden Zone. The very name Forbidden Zone evokes a sense of peril. However, within this danger lies immense opportunity. The treasures of the deceased Yuan spirit entities and the riches gathered by intrepid explorers provide a wealth of prospects. Furthermore, these 3 forbidden zones are self-contained realms, their ambient energy exponentially denser than that of the outside world, birthing an abundance of rare materials. Should one acquire even a fraction of what lies within, the chances of achieving Yuan Dan status increase significantly, which explains why even the most potent Yuan Dan masters, often stymied at the threshold of celestial ascendance, are drawn to these perilous locales. Indeed, some of the pinnacle Yuan Dan entities venture into the 3 great forbidden zones, pursuing the audacious motto, to live is to strive, but to perish is to ascend. The Land of the Celestial Corpses exists among the 3 great forbidden zones, characterized by a moderate level of peril. Millions of years ago, this area was once a thriving and powerful nation, yet without warning, all life within it transformed into beings resembling zombies. This realm is perpetually shrouded in darkness, with countless corpses lying scattered across the landscape, while innumerable undead wander about, some of which possess the cultivation level of celestial beings. The corpses are classified into various categories: white zombies, black zombies, green zombies, leaping zombies, flying zombies, wandering corpses, and lying corpses. Among these, The flying zombies correspond to the celestial realm, each exuding a formidable toxicity that can annihilate all life within thousands of miles simply by their presence. Slaying these undead yields corpse pills, which are exquisite materials for crafting poisonous elixirs. For practitioners of martial arts, consuming them can bring significant benefits. Each zombie possesses a body whose hardness surpasses that of an equally ranked cultivator, making them formidable adversaries, with their corpse pills encapsulating their essence. Given their ability to amass toxicity, it follows that they can also accumulate physical strength. Your purpose in coming here is precisely this. The land of the celestial corpses has transformed into an enigmatic domain, featuring nearly 10 entrances, each guarded by several grandmaster celestial beings. Their hesitant demeanor, torn between desire and trepidation, evokes a sense of amusement. Although you have previously ventured here, you seem to have conveniently forgotten that experience. Adopting an air of audacity, you boldly chose one entrance and stepped through it without hesitation, much to the admiration of the celestial beings surrounding you, who regarded you as a valiant warrior. Behind you, whispers floated in the air, speculating whether this brave soul would emerge alive from the land of the celestial corpses. Your prowess is at the pinnacle of the celestial level. Should you merely traverse the outskirts, there exists a 50% chance of survival, but delving deeper into the inner sanctum reduces that likelihood to a mere 5%. Should you manage to return from the inner circle, another martial arts master would be added to the myriad realms. I secretly hope you do not return. The individual who just entered is someone I recognize, the ancestor of the Chu family from the Shun Nation. My own nation, you, borders Shun, and should he achieve the status of a martial arts master, the hundreds of nations surrounding you and Shun would likely become vassals to his family. As vassals, my family would only need to offer a modest tribute to the Xuanian Gong each year. However, at that time, we would be compelled to provide a substantial tribute to the Chu family. Consequently, the circumstances for my family and the powers of the hundreds of nations nearby would likely become exceedingly dire. Indeed, while many witness the splendor of the strong, few comprehend the bloodshed endured by warriors in their rise to power. Your words seem to imply that you are not among the strong. How is it that you have ascended to the realm of the celestial without ever shedding blood? You speak with such moral superiority. It appears you stand atop the pedestal of virtue, casting judgment upon others. Suddenly, the protagonist finds himself embarking on a quest, while bystanders chatter incessantly. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before, yet now he experiences it in this simulation. To his surprise, as he navigates the quest, he notices the presence of onlookers commenting on his endeavors. A sly smile creeps across Chu He's lips, as he realizes that his simulated self has already begun to draw attention. He feels reassured that his simulated self's breakthrough into the Yuan Dan realm is certain. After all, isn't that a stable outcome? If this were not a certainty, what else could be considered stable? He hopes fervently that his simulated self will achieve this breakthrough swiftly, so he may soon relish the power of the Yuan Dan realm. Indeed, you read correctly. His desire is for his simulated self to achieve success and then promptly fade away, allowing him to swiftly experience the might of the Yuan Dan realm. In contrast to others who wish for their simulated selves to endure as long as possible, gaining strength through longevity, his foremost thought is for his doppelganger to perish immediately after the breakthrough, solely to expedite his own experience of that power. While this notion may seem foolish, it is impossible for anyone to grasp the depth of obsession harbored by a man trapped in the celestial realm for 2 centuries, stagnant year after year. With no progress in sight, the desire for a breakthrough has nearly become a haunting obsession. Of course, human thoughts are ever-changing. Presently, he yearns for his simulated self to perish post-breakthrough, yet should that breakthrough indeed occur, his desire will likely shift towards wishing for his simulation to endure a few more years. Chapter 4. Breaking Through to the Martial Dao Yuan Dan. Lifespan of 3,000 years. Upon entering, you are immediately assaulted by the overwhelming corrosive energy of the corpse abyss. This noxious atmosphere, born from years of darkness, combined with toxic flora and an abundance of zombies, creates a uniquely hazardous environment. A typical master-level warrior, should they linger here for just a few days, would find themselves unable to withstand the corrosive energies, resulting in the decay of their internal organs. However, you stand at the pinnacle of the celestial realm and possess a talent that grants you 99 damage immunity, rendering you impervious to these corpse energies and the surrounding gloom. You begin to summon your spiritual awareness, searching for treasures of heaven and earth that might benefit you or your descendants within your clan. On the first day within the corpse abyss, you vanquished thousands of ordinary white zombies and several formidable, jumping zombies akin to grandmasters. Furthermore, you discovered 3 fourth-tier spiritual herbs, 2 of which were poisonous, while only one was the coveted celestial flower. Upon beholding the celestial spirit flower, a smile graced your face, and you could not help but exclaim, even if we were to venture out now, this trip would not be in vain. The celestial spirit flower is imbued with an abundance of ethereal essence and a trace of cosmic power. Consuming a whole could elevate a master to the rank of grandmaster. Furthermore, with the addition of several exceedingly rare auxiliary herbs, one could concoct the great celestial elixir. One single celestial spirit flower is capable of yielding 5 great celestial elixirs, each of which affords a master the potential to transcend into grandmaster status. Even if one were to create lesser celestial elixirs, one could produce hundreds, each possessing the ability to assist a congenital practitioner in breaking through to the master realm. In the outside world, the price of a single celestial spirit flower is so exorbitant that it cannot be quantified in mere gold or silver. It requires the rarest of elemental stones, typically sought after by those at the pinnacle of the congenital realm as currency. Prices often soar into the tens of thousands of elemental stones. Such wealth could sustain the Chu family's enterprises for decades, yet the market is scarce. Having the means does not guarantee acquisition, as one must wait for availability. Only within such a forbidden domain can one procure these treasures so effortlessly, free from the fray of competition. After wandering the outer realms for 3 days, you amassed over 100,000 corpse elixirs along with a plethora of rare materials, the result of your relentless slaying, which finally drew the attention of a flying corpse. This flying corpse, now endowed with its own intelligence, attempted a sneak attack, but to no avail. You withstood its full force strike without faltering. Instead, you manifested the stature of the golden body, towering at 26 meters as a colossal figure of gold. With a menacing grin directed at the flying corpse, you taunted, "Little darling, put in some more effort. I can take it." Following this, your fist, a meter in diameter, struck the creature's diminutive head with a resounding thud, obliterating it and splattering its greenish-white brain matter upon you, an occurrence that filled you with revulsion. Having dispatched a celestial-level zombie, you retrieved its corpse elixir, washed it briefly, and swallowed it whole, forcibly digesting the toxins within. Your physical prowess experienced a modest enhancement, approximately a 10% increase. This surge in strength enveloped you in euphoria, a stark contrast to the previous century of stagnation in cultivation. After a month spent in the periphery, having vanquished dozens of celestial-level flying corpses, your spatial storage rings brimmed with countless corpse elixirs and rare materials, occupying half of their capacity. It was only then that you ventured inward, seeking 6-tier materials in the hopes of breaking through to the martial Tao elemental Dan. Fortuitously, upon entering the inner sanctum, you encountered no formidable corpses, nor did your presence incite any disturbances, thus evading the attention of the elemental Dan-level wandering spirits. Simultaneously, as you have embarked on this quest for treasures, coupled with the fact that your capabilities do not grant you dominion over the inner realms, you are indeed a discerning talent of your time. Here, the prevailing strategy is one of survival. Days turned into weeks, and before long, a month had elapsed without you having vanquished a single zombie. Whenever you encountered even a mere 4th-tier jumping zombie, you would retreat at a distance, refraining from making the slightest noise. During this period, you crossed paths with another martial artist of peak celestial rank, an esteemed elder from a sect of Yuan Danrel practitioners. A fleeting glance exchanged between you two, yet neither chose to engage, allowing your gazes to part. Following this encounter, you did not see another formidable human practitioner for an entire year, during which you finally stumbled upon a 6th-tier heavenly material. This treasure, known as illusory heartgrass, possesses the ability to facilitate a soul's tempering, proving immensely beneficial to those whose resolve is wavering. Regrettably, your heart's resolve is steadfast, or at least that is your own conviction. You refrain from consuming it, intending instead to sell it in the future or grind it into powder to offer to the younger generation of your family, those whose determination is less firm, allowing them to gradually partake of it. This too could serve as a means of spiritual refinement. You regard your ancestral lineage as the finest in the world, often reflecting on the well-being of your descendants. Unlike certain forebears who, upon acquiring a demonic sex techniques. Contemplate blood sacrifices of their entire clan to enhance their own roots and strength. Years rolled by, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a decade elapsed in the desolate realm of heavenly corpses. Throughout these 10 years, you encountered no significant threats, the gravest peril being the proximity to a wandering corpse. It remains unclear which ancient companion provoked this being, leading it to obliterate the land for thousands of miles around, only to quell its fury thereafter. In these 10 years, apart from acquiring the aforementioned illusory heartgrass, you also obtained another 6-tier heavenly material a few years prior. Unfortunately, aside from a few exceptions, most high-tier heavenly materials reside within the layers of those powerful zombies, places you dare not venture. This 6th-tier heavenly material, a mineral metal known as starfall iron, originated from the remnants of an ancient celestial body that shattered, with core fragments descending upon this earth, resulting in a unique metal. Its sturdiness is unparalleled among its peers, and you have resolved to utilize this metal to forge a gauntlet-shaped artifact once you attain the Yuan Dan realm. However, the realization that you have only discovered 2 treasures over the span of a decade, neither of which significantly aids your advancement, has left you somewhat discontented. In a fit of frustration, you curse the essence outside the simulated world, that insignificant entity, merely a slothful victor. You have devoted countless hours and expended immense energy in search of the treasures that could lead to your breakthrough, all while remaining vigilant against the ever-looming dangers. How exhausting it must be. Yet what of the essence? It merely needs to obediently pursue treasures for its own advancement, while you, the one truly laboring, are burdened with the weight of countless considerations. The slothful victor only needs to observe its own simulation upon your demise. It shall inherit the strength painstakingly accumulated by you. Why must all the good fortune in this world be bestowed upon that essence? Why can't you embody that essence, allowing its lingering twilight to manifest within your simulation? Your outburst not only alleviated the anguish within your heart, but perhaps also dispelled your misfortune. Upon concluding your catharsis, you fortuitously stumbled upon a 6th-tier treasure, one that had eluded detection by others. This treasure is known as the Earth Sovereign Lotus. Within its depths, nurtured by the earth, lies an abundance of the very essence of terrestrial power. For those who specialize in physical cultivation, it is regarded as a premier treasure, capable of significantly enhancing your physical prowess. With this artifact in hand, your chances of successfully transcending to the martial Dao's Yuan Dan realm have risen to over 50%. Though this probability is already quite high, it pales in comparison to the near 98% success rates of certain protagonists who would consider a 50% chance akin to courting death. Indeed, it could be said that failure is virtually assured, yet you feel a newfound confidence in your ability to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Ah, the clown, no. 1. Your avatar, Chu He. How splendid you are! In light of your discovery of the Earth Sovereign Lotus, I have chosen to forgive your earlier transgressions against me. Your excitement is palpable as you gaze upon the interface, witnessing your avatar, Chu He, uncovering that coveted supreme treasure for physical refinement. You are truly exhilarated. In your quest for a breakthrough to the Yuan Dan realm, you have become somewhat obsessed, scouring for numerous treasures that could assist in your advancement, though most only yielded scant information. Among these, the Earth Sovereign Lotus, the sovereign of all Earth lotuses, is one of the supreme treasures you had previously gathered information on. Before acquiring the simulator, Chu He could only dream of such a treasure, knowing full well that it was beyond his reach. Yet now, the avatar within the simulator has attained this very artifact. It seems as though the heavens themselves conspire for your ascension to the martial Dao's Yuan Dan. To your astonishment, during your first simulation, you achieved a breakthrough after merely a decade, truly deserving of the golden opportunity you have awaited so long for. The simulator's value continues to rise. After a moment of exhilaration, Chu He managed to contain his excitement and continued observing the simulation of himself. Indeed, at this juncture, he finally acknowledged that the figure in the simulation was, without a doubt, himself. Without hesitation, you, brimming with enthusiasm upon acquiring the Earth Sovereign Lotus, promptly departed from the inner circle of the celestial corpse Forbidden Land. Having obtained what you desired, you exhibited no interest in lingering. You swiftly returned to the periphery and exited the realm of the celestial corpse. You casually sought a desolate wilderness. As you exited the entrance of the celestial corpse Forbidden Land, no formidable adversaries of your caliber followed you. Had you been merely an ordinary grandmaster or a practitioner at the early to mid stages of the celestial realm, it is likely that someone would have aimed to eliminate you, eager to discover what treasures you had unearthed in the forbidden territory. However, as a peak celestial being, you stood as the foremost powerhouse among those who entered, and in the absence of knowledge regarding the treasures you had found, none would dare pursue you. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. At your level, unless 4 or more individuals of the same realm coordinated an assault, it would be nearly impossible to eradicate a fellow practitioner of equivalent strength. Even if they could not best you, they could easily flee. Should you allow them to escape, they would become an unrelenting foe. Within a secluded cave, you regulated your breath, restoring your condition to its pinnacle before consuming the Earth's sovereign lotus. Furthermore, after centuries of leveraging your family's influence, you had discovered a dozen types of 5th-tier body-refining materials, which you also ingested in one go. Although these treasures might not significantly enhance your chances of breakthrough, they could still improve your odds by roughly 50%, which was quite commendable. At this moment, any slight augmentation was immensely valuable to you. As the vast array of resources filled your being, the natural energy of the surrounding terrain surged toward you at a terrifying velocity, forming a colossal vortex of energy that towered thousands of meters high. An endless stream of vitality flooded into your body. Unsurprisingly, as the sky was suffused with brilliant hues and the earth was adorned with ethereal purple chi. Captivating the attention of numerous martial artists, you achieved your breakthrough. You had attained the coveted realm of martial Dao Yuan Dan. No longer a mere passerby in the eastern desolation, you now belong to the ranks of true powerhouses, wherever you ventured, even among the great powers. You were treated as an esteemed guest and could ascend to the position of an intersect elder. Upon opening your eyes, a golden glimmer lingered in your gaze, refusing to dissipate. The imposing aura of the martial Dao Yuan Dan realm emanated from you, enveloping the surrounding land for thousands of miles, prompting many to speculate about the rare treasures and fortuitous opportunities that had emerged in this vicinity. The practitioners rushing towards your location were instantly overwhelmed by this formidable aura, pressing them firmly to the ground. They rubbed their faces against the earth repeatedly, feeling the pulsating energy within their dantians, a blood-red essence condensed to the size of a fist. A radiant smile graced their faces as they spoke. This is the martial Dao Yuan Dan. The most striking transformation between the martial Dao Yuan Dan and the celestial realm lies in the alterations of the dantian and the essence within. The essence within a practitioner of the celestial realm serves as a vessel for absorbing the world's energy, which is significantly more potent than that consumed by ordinary grandmasters. However, the energy absorbed by the martial Dao Yuan Dan undergoes further compression and purification upon entering the blood Dan, resulting in a quality that surpasses that of the celestial realm by several tens of times. A mere strand of essence released by the martial Dao Yuan Dan requires at least 100 strand from an ordinary celestial realm practitioner to counterbalance it. This disparity is even more exaggerated in terms of quantity, as the martial Dao Yuan Dan possesses over 100 times more energy than its celestial counterpart. The combination of both quality and quantity signifies the absolute dominance of the martial Dao Yuan Dan over the celestial realm. Throughout history, no celestial has ever triumphed over a martial Dao Yuan Dan, even if one were an extraordinary prodigy emerging once in a million years or wielding potent combat-enhancing techniques. A single use would inevitably lead to their demise. Even a wounded martial Dao Yuan Dan remains formidable. Previously, you were aware of its might. It is only upon genuinely breaking through to this realm that you comprehend its true terror. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of celestial realm practitioners stood before you, without utilizing innate talents, you could single-handedly suppress them all. It merely requires a matter of time. After sensing your newfound strength and contemplating your lifespan, you could not help but marvel. With a martial Dao Yuan Dan consumed, your fate is now dictated by your own will rather than that of the heavens. The martial Dao Yuan Dan grants a lifespan of 3,000 years, an eternity that nearly rivals the history of the ancient kingdom from which you traversed. In Chapter 5, the bloodline of the Yuan Dan reveals that the Chu family's collateral descendants are indeed of noble lineage, reigning in your overwhelming aura. You soared into the sky with a vigor that surpassed your previous self by dozens of times, transforming into a golden streak of light as you headed towards the location of the state of Shan. Returning home after acquiring wealth is akin to donning fine garments under the cover of night. During your time in the celestial realm, your status was not akin to a mere passerby, yet it was only marginally elevated above that. But now, you have ascended to the realm of martial Dao's Yuandan. It is time for your name to resonate throughout this land of myriad nations. As you draw nearer to Shun country, your arrogance has escalated, surpassing even the return of the Dragon King. Your demeanor has become audacious, as if your very presence emanates a formidable pressure that envelopes the surrounding area for thousands of miles. Like a mighty beast marking its territory in the wild, you declare to the surrounding powers that a sovereign force capable of ruling over them has emerged. This force is known as the Yuandan Chu family. Within the Chu family, your breakthrough remains unknown when the aura belonging to the Yuandan realm descends upon Tian Chu city. Your descendants mistakenly believe that some formidable entity has come to demand an explanation or to annihilate them. Just as despair begins to take root, you manifest in the skies above, your ancestral voice resonating with authority, echoing throughout Tian Chu city. I, Chu He, have today achieved the breakthrough to martial Dao's Yuandan. In celebration, you plan to impart teachings for 3 days henceforth, inviting the celestial powers from hundreds of nations surrounding Shun country to partake, hoping that within these 3 days, some may attain enlightenment. Furthermore, from this day forth, the Yuandan Chu family shall host a month-long banquet for all inhabitants of Tian Chu city. Upon hearing these proclamations and feeling the tremendous pressure, martial practitioners are left in a state of shock, as are your descendants. Ordinary people, however, remain unaware of the intricacies of martial realms and the significance of Yuandan. They merely marvel at the grandeur of the Chu family's ancestor and the considerable expense of a month-long banquet for millions. But those who practice the martial arts understand all too well what this realm signifies. A new reshuffling of power among the myriad forces of the surrounding hundreds of nations is imminent. Once this news spreads, the entire region, spanning millions of miles, will tremble. Each ordinary nation within this vast expanse spans tens of thousands of miles, and the cumulative territory of these hundreds of nations exceeds millions of miles, teeming with countless lives that can only be quantified in trillions. In an instant, as these martial experts contemplate these revelations, their gazes turn towards the heart of Tian Chu city, where the Chu family resides, their eyes filled with envy. If only they could be reborn, they would wish to be reborn into the Chu family. My father has actually achieved martial Dao's Yuandan. It turns out that for the past decade, he has been absent due to his breakthrough to Yuandan, and he has succeeded. It is truly astonishing and exhilarating beyond measure. Chu Zhongtian, your son could not contain his excitement and spoke up. Initially, it was thought that the old master had already reached the pinnacle of his power a decade ago, when he subdued the 2 prominent families. It seems this was merely the prelude to his true prowess. The current family head enjoys an unparalleled ease, as the family's strength escalates effortlessly without any need for development. The old master single-handedly propelled the entire Chu family to new heights. His strength is truly remarkable. The contemporary head of the Chu family, also the grandson of Chu He, Chu Tian, spontaneously burst into song. He sang a tune that the old master cherished in his youth. How lonely it is to be invincible. How hollow it is to be invincible. As a unique background music played, Chu Tian's arms swayed involuntarily. Chu He's eyes gleamed with approval. What exquisite taste. Haki-san, you and I share the same appreciation. Truly, you are my beloved grandson. This song captures my emotions perfectly in this moment. By the heavens, my ancestor is a Yuandan, and my family has ascended to the ranks of a Yuandan family. He exclaimed, I must ask, is there anyone bold enough to oppose me now? Recently, at the auction in the neighboring country of Yu, a direct descendant of the Tianren Shui family dared to ridicule me for being a side descendant. I shall promptly visit his home and have him submit to me as a mere dog. I will taunt him daily. What is he? A mere scion of a minor family? How dare he provoke me, a noble side descendant of the Yuandan family? Who gave him the audacity? Not even the ancestors of his family would dare speak to me in such a manner. He continued, moreover, the offerings from his family must exceed those of others by 50%. Though perhaps that is excessive, let us settle for 30%. He chuckled to himself. Who told me to be so generous? A certain unknown side descendant, realizing that his family's ancestor had become a martial arts Yuandan, couldn't he help but smile with a crooked grin reminiscent of a Dragon King. especially when recalling the encounter with the Tianren Chu family's direct descendant. This smile grew broader as he envisioned a bright future ahead. Ah, how delightful to discover that among my descendants, there exists one so akin to me, eager to subjugate those who work him. I know not this individual's name. The simulator disappointingly fails to reveal it. Otherwise, I would truly like to make his acquaintance. Observing the thoughts of a certain descendant in the simulator, Chu He stroked his chin, expressing a desire to know this descendant. Indeed, it's merely a wish for a simple introduction. Nothing more. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Regarding the flamboyant display of prowess by the first jester of the simulator, Chu He felt a pang of envy. He too yearned to showcase such grandeur before a crowd. Merely imagining it filled him with exhilaration. Fortunately, when the avatar within the simulator meets its demise, I too shall attain the realm of Yuan Dan. At that moment, I shall revel even more splendidly. No, I must ensure that my experience surpasses that of the simulated self. I could host a lavish banquet for several 100,000 people for 3 months. After all, I possess the means. Achieving Yuan Dan would allow my entire family to wield dominion over hundreds of nations, spanning millions of kilometers of vast land. Even if it were to extend beyond 3 months, I could afford to feast these guests for a lifetime. Merely contemplating this fills me with elation. No longer fixated on my current simulated self, I resumed my observation, eager to ascertain how long my avatar in the simulator might endure. Having already transcended to Yuan Dan, even if I were to perish at this moment, I would not feel any profound regret. The news of your breakthrough has left all members of the Chu family in a state of astonished joy. The despair they felt when the pressure first emerged has now transformed into overwhelming delight. Soon, through the promotions within the Chu family and other martial arts masters, every warrior in the Shun Kingdom has become aware of the Chu family's ancestors' ascension to the realm of Yuan Dan. Upon receiving this news, the ancestors of the Xian and Wang families initially found it hard to believe, well aware of the formidable challenges associated with breaking through to the Yuan Dan level. Across the realm of 10,000 nations, there exist hundreds of thousands of powers at the celestial level. It is crucial to note that these are merely powers, while the total number of celestial beings has already surpassed 1 million. Among these million, fewer than 200 are martial artists of Yuan Dan, and more than half of them reside within the Xianxia sect, a faction of martial arts Xianxia. In truth, fewer than 100 individuals have achieved their breakthroughs through their own efforts. A mere 1 in 10,000 chance exists. Xian Wuxing and Wang Tianming cannot fathom why their contemporary, Chu He, has succeeded in his breakthrough. They believe they are equally capable. Wang Tianming recalls a sparring session with Chu He over 20 years ago, where their victories were evenly matched, indicating a strength ratio of 4-6. As for Xian Wuxing, there is no need to elaborate. He was once the esteemed ancestor of the Shun royal family, and his prowess was undoubtedly the strongest among the trio. His strength had long reached the limits of the celestial realm, yet he remains at a loss regarding the breakthrough to Yuan Dan, with no signs of advancement in sight, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He may never achieve it in his lifetime. This leaves them feeling as though reality has become fantastical and devoid of logic, leading them to suspect they might be trapped in some illusion, where reality demands logic, but illusions do not. 10 years ago, despite having joined forces with several celestial beings to combat you, their defeat left them contemplating the possibility of your breakthrough. However, such a possibility is at most 30%, which is an overestimation on your part, and will not be realized for another 2 to 3 centuries. It cannot be achieved in a mere decade. Yet a breakthrough, once attained, is indeed a breakthrough. Achieving the martial Dao Yuan Dan signifies a true accomplishment in the realm of martial arts. Regardless of whether one comprehends this or not, the information is unequivocally accurate, having been confirmed multiple times. If it were not 100% verified, it would not have surfaced under the auspices of their ancestors. These venerable families, existing for centuries or even millennia, may indeed face some decaying issues, yet they are not prone to such grave errors. Suppressing the complex expressions on their faces, Xian Wuxing and Wang Tianming, these 2 old men, seem to have suddenly recalled something, and smiles unexpectedly graced their visages. They were undoubtedly envious of your advancement, yet considering their enduring kinship, intertwined for hundreds of years, they found solace in the thought that your ascension, although without them, still honored their shared lineage. The mere affiliation with the martial Dao Yuan Dan family is sufficient for them to enjoy a lifetime of prestige, bestowing this honor upon their own legacy. It is crucial to understand that unless it pertains to a newly ascended martial Dao Yuan-Dan family, ancient Yuan-Dan lineages would never consider forming alliances with those from the celestial families. Such unions typically occur among descendants of similarly ranked powers. The exalted Yuan-Dan families believe that an alliance with the celestial families would tarnish their noble bloodlines. Do not inquire why they perceive this as a desecration of their esteemed lineage. It is because they genuinely possess a unique bloodline. Martial Dao Yuan-Dan practitioners can serve as the source of their bloodline, crafting exclusive Yuan-Dan bloodlines for their families through rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. These Yuan-Dan bloodlines, once inherited, endow subsequent generations with extraordinary cultivation talents, alongside unique bloodline gifts that may manifest celestial phenomena upon birth. These bloodlines can be transmitted across dozens of generations, maintaining their potency for over 100 generations. However, if during this lineage, the Yuan-Dan bloodline intermingles with those devoid of such lineage, the talents of the descendants born thereafter may be adversely affected, transforming potential prodigies into mere ordinary talents. This elucidates why the martial Dao Yuan-Dan families are averse to forming unions with ordinary celestial families. There are no benefits, only an array of detrimental consequences. In the first instance, both families remained astutely aware of the times, much like they did a decade ago. Under the directives of the ancestors of both clans, they swiftly partitioned their territories, relinquishing all to the Chu family. Initially, their combined holdings amounted to merely 1/3 of the territory of the Shun Kingdom, along with 1/3 of its wealth and political influence. Now, they find themselves devoid of political power, retaining only 1/5 of their wealth and territory. In this scenario, the cultivation resources of the two prominent families have significantly diminished. However, none of the cultivators from these families harbor any resentment, only anticipation. They eagerly await the moment when the Chu family, recognizing their compliance and kinship, will enable their ancestral patriarch to forge the bloodline of Yuan-Dan, thereby benefiting the entire clan. They look forward to a final union with the Chu family, willing to offer their most exceptional talents, those capable of achieving the celestial realm. The sons of the family patriarch, the true heirs of their lineage, as prospective spouses. All that is required is the marriage to an ordinary collateral descendant of the Chu family. Appearance and cultivation aptitude are inconsequential, and even a substantial bride price poses no issue. All conditions will be unconditionally fulfilled. Previously, while the collateral descendants of the Chu family held a noble status, it was not to such an extent. Yet, with the advent of the bloodline of Yuan-Dan, these collateral descendants have truly become paragon branches of the golden tree. Once wed, even the ancestral status of their family would be eclipsed by the bride, a daughter from a lineage capable of bestowing fortune upon countless generations. As the days swiftly passed, news of this development spread across hundreds of nations, and streaks of light occasionally crossed the skies above the kingdom of Shun. It goes without saying that those who soar through the heavens are formidable beings of the celestial realm. The collective number of celestials from the surrounding nations has already surpassed 2,000. Upon learning of Shun's emergence as a Yuan-Dan family, they rushed to the scene. Albeit the vast expanse slowed the dissemination of news, otherwise they might have arrived in Tian Chu city on the very same day. Congratulations to the Chu family on achieving the status of a Yuan-Dan family. With the arrival of each individual, the throngs from the surrounding nations gathered, with no one absent and no melodramatic occurrences. Each celestial being arriving in Tian Chu city wore a facade of smiles, though these were mere masks of pretense. How could one maintain good spirits when, in their own home, a towering mountain suddenly appeared overhead, pressing down upon them, rendering them unable to lift their heads, and leaving them no recourse? Could they truly smile? No one genuinely believed that the ancestral patriarch of the Chu family summoned them for benevolence. Instead, it was merely to feast upon their resources and deliberate on the tributes they would owe, treating them as mere pets. Yet, even if one cannot genuinely smile, they must feign joy. Displaying a mournful visage would be tantamount to self-incrimination, suggesting dissent against the ancestral patriarch of the Chu family. To harbor such dissent is to invite doom. In the martial realm, it is indeed a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. How audacious for a mere celestial family to oppose a Yuan-Dan family. They must possess the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. It seems they are truly longing for a taste of the egg drop soup. The preaching conference unfolded seamlessly, with each attendee presenting a precious gift, the least of which was a 4th-tier celestial material. Additionally, several forces from the Yuan Dan realm contributed dozens of fifth-tier celestial treasures as congratulatory offerings, significantly enhancing the Chu family's foundation. With these resources, coupled with the territorial assets across hundreds of nations, the family boasted numerous small-scale Yuan stone mines, thousands of medicinal mountains spanning several dozen kilometers, and vast quantities of silver and gold mines. As Chu He gazed at the simulator's words, he could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Yuan stone mines. Until now, the Chu family had not acquired a single one, while the Xian family across from them possessed only one or three, shared with two other royal families from neighboring medium-sized nations. To his surprise, barely after his recent breakthrough, he had access to dozens of these mines. Furthermore, there were thousands of medicinal mountains capable of nurturing first to third-tier celestial materials, each towering over 1,000 feet. Such a medicinal mountain could be considered the lifeblood of a family, the very foundation upon which their legacy could thrive for generations. These mountains were not commodities to be sold, as each housed a vein of celestial energy essential for cultivating spiritual herbs on a significant scale. Otherwise, such herbs would only sporadically grow in the wild. As the Chu family began to assimilate these resources, they officially embarked on their ascent. In the first year, all those previously confined to the Grand Master realm within the family broke through to the celestial human realm. The number of celestial human masters surged from 3 to 30, augmented by 50 recently inducted celestial human offerings, culminating in a total of 80 masters at this level. The family boasted nearly 300 Grand Masters and over 2,000 masters, rendering it commonplace to encounter a master capable of commanding a region among every 20 individuals. Masters proliferated like weeds, while grandmasters seemed to abound. In the second year, substantial investments in celestial materials resulted in the creation of a unique Yuan Dan bloodline for the family, utilizing a sixth-tier treasure, a beast core from the Thunderbird. From this core, Chu He extracted the Thunderbird's innate divine ability, the Thunder Sacred Body, which significantly amplified the power of its lightning-based attacks and doubled the creature's physical resilience. This was a premier divine ability, which he inscribed within his Yuan Dan bloodline. Henceforth, as the source, all future descendants of the family would carry a trace of thunderous power within their veins. Those fortunate enough to share his bloodline would potentially master the formidable Thunder Sacred Body ability. The combat prowess of individuals has suddenly surged to several times its former strength, with each person's cultivation talent elevated to a higher echelon. Ordinary individuals have transformed into budding geniuses into prodigies, and prodigies into extraordinary talents. Some who previously exhibited no signs of breakthrough have seized this opportunity to leap forward, with fortunate souls transcending an entire realm in an instant. This is the formidable power of the Yuan Dan bloodline, which elucidates the elevated status of the Yuan Dan clan. Their innate starting point fundamentally distinguishes them from ordinary individuals. While others are merely at the starting line, they're already halfway down the track or have even reached the finish line. In any competition, they are virtually unbeatable. Furthermore, with the ability to bestow bloodline power upon family members, one can freely determine who possesses the Yuan Dan bloodline. Even descendants born from individuals of the other two clans can inherit this bloodline. However, the bloodline power they possess in their current generation will be sealed for the next, unless granted permission, thereby preventing them from producing offspring with the Yuan Dan bloodline. Though these descendants may carry a fragment of your bloodline, having grown up within the two prominent families, they have long identified themselves as members of those clans. As they mature, their contributions will predominantly benefit the two families, offering little aid to the Chu clan. Thus, permitting them to possess bloodline power in their generation is already a significant concession. The two prominent families are well aware of this dynamic. Hence, in the third year, at the behest of the other two families in Shun country, and with your consent, the head of the Chu family, Chu Tian, arranged for two ordinary collateral descendants to marry the most talented heirs from the Tianren Xian family and the Tianren Wang family. To demonstrate their utmost sincerity, upon the weddings, the two families proclaimed a grand banquet open to hundreds of thousands for 3 months, laying down a crimson carpet spanning 100 miles, with thousands adorned in red riding alongside, showering petals as an escort. Moreover, the ancestors of the two families, possessing celestial realms, altered the very fabric of reality, casting a divine red light upon the land, enveloping the occasion in jubilance. The spectacle reached unparalleled heights. with the expenditures of gold, silver, and jewels described as vast beyond measure. These expenses have significantly reduced the resources needed for the cultivation of the descendants of the two families. Yet despite this, everyone involved still felt they had gained a considerable advantage. The resources allocated for the current generation's cultivation, exchanged for the potential of hundreds of future generations possessing the Yuan Dan bloodline, is indeed a tremendously profitable venture. Chu He mused. Those two old codgers have truly profited. In the simulator, they have gained, and in reality, they will marry into my family-esque collateral line. As I enhance my own strength to the realm of Yuan Shun, or even the law manifestation realm, the bloodline power will become increasingly formidable. They will find themselves in an even more lucrative position. In the future, perhaps our clan may even give rise to a Yuan Dan. As the years passed, marking the 30th year of achieving the Yuan Dan realm, you found yourself unable to bear the stagnation of your cultivation within the confines of your family. In pursuit of a more formidable level of power, you ventured into the abyss of heavenly corpses, remaining there for 3 decades. During this time, you vanquished 5 Yuan Dan realm wandering corpses and collected over 20 specimens of 6th-tier celestial materials and earthly treasures, consuming their corpse Dan and the precious resources. Your strength ascended to the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Although you yearned to delve deeper into the core area for exploration, you sensed an inexplicable danger lurking within. Fearing the overwhelming terror that awaited, you refrained from entering and ceased the carnage. Upon leaving the abyss of heavenly corpses, you briefly revealed your existence in other realms, asserting that you were still alive. Presently, you found yourself in another realm of countless nations, one that was equally terrifying, the abyss of bitter seas. True to its name, the abyss of bitter seas is an expansive ocean that appears boundless. However, the waters are not salty but bitter, capable of invoking profound emotional suffering within those who partake. A mere drop can compel an ordinary person to relive the most painful moments of their life, ensnaring them in a perpetual cycle of anguish. Despair leads to death. Within this abyss, a multitude of oceanic beasts and unique celestial materials exclusive to this domain thrive. Upon entering the abyss of bitter seas, you had anticipated a journey as smooth as that of the abyss of heavenly corpses, emboldened by a peculiar confidence in your fortune. Yet, the abyss of bitter seas swiftly delivered a harsh awakening. As you descended into the unfathomable depths, a colossal bitter sea whale, spanning several dozen miles and possessing peak Yuan Dan prowess, sets gaze upon you. Due to its innate limitations, its strength did not exceed yours by 100-fold, preventing it from inflicting fatal harm. However, your own power proved equally ineffective against it. Thus, a stalemate ensued. In the endless, shadowy depths, you faced the creature as it unleashed a deep-sea breath upon you, enveloping you in a massive energy beam, leaving you with no escape. As the energy engulfed you, torrents of power surged into your being, seeking to dismantle your form. This assault persisted for several minutes, yet your physique remained unchanged. Though the attack was formidable, its potency had been diminished by 99, rendering it almost trivial when it finally manifested upon you. Fortunately, your unique talent granted you immunity to 99 of the damage. Were it not for this boon, the initial onslaught from this beast would have likely spelled your demise. Reflecting on this extraordinary talent, you felt a sense of relief. Yet perhaps it was premature. Within the realm of primordial Dan, each breakthrough into a new minor stage bestows a power that is at least thrice that of the preceding stage. The strength attained in the mid-stage surpasses that of the early stage by a factor of 3. The abyssal whale, formidable and robust, possesses power that is 2 minor stages above you, creating a staggering disparity of 10-fold between your strengths. Even if one were to mitigate 99 of the damage inflicted, each assault from the opponent equates to that of a weakened primordial Dan cultivator, diminished by a factor of 3. Should you endure a continuous barrage of their attacks, your recovery rate will invariably lag behind the speed of their onslaught. Thus, your demise becomes imminent. Faced with this dire predicament, you instinctively fled. However, with a 10-fold disparity in strength, escape is futile, particularly in the depths of the ocean, where you are at the mercy of your adversary's domain. No matter where you attempt to flee, they relentlessly pursue you, rendering any escape impossible. You are left to rely solely on your defenses, repelling their strikes while occasionally retaliating. This desperate flight persisted for 5 long years, leading you to become disoriented in the endless, abyssal depths. For 5 years, the abyssal whale has relentlessly pursued you, traversing an unfathomable distance. Possessing an intellect akin to that of humans, the whale initially roamed the deep waters, taken aback by your audacity as a mere primordial Dan cultivator to intrude upon its territory. It merely sought to consume you to replenish its strength, harboring no grander ambitions. Yet, over the span of 5 years, it has launched hundreds of thousands of attacks against you, employing its formidable abilities repeatedly, yet despite the extensive duration, it has failed to extinguish your life, merely leaving you gravely wounded. This prolonged engagement has piqued its interest further, as it suspects you harbor a significant secret. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage primordial Dan cultivator could withstand only a handful of assaults before succumbing to grievous injury. To endure hundreds of thousands of strikes, exponentially beyond the norm, is indeed extraordinary. Should it uncover your secret, the whale believes it may ascend to a new realm of power, possibly achieving the revered state of a beast sovereign within the abyss. Contemplating this, the abyssal whale unleashed another wave of azure energy, launching it towards you with ferocity, sending you crashing to the ocean floor once again. This attack carved a deeper chasm in the seabed for thousands of miles. An unfathomable volume of the bitter sea was instantaneously vaporized, resulting in a colossal whirlpool that engulfed the surrounding waters. As you attempt to rise, your grievously wounded body betrays you, rendering you unable to stand, let alone flee. Despair envelopes you, and in that moment, you succumb to your fate. You have perished. You perished at the hands of the colossal whale in the sea of suffering. Had you foreseen such a fate, you would undoubtedly have refrained from entering the treacherous depths of the sea of suffering and remained within the realm of the celestial corpse. It must be said that the 3 forbidden lands indeed live up to their ominous reputation. Even those of the Yuan Dan realm face a significant risk of demise, particularly in the sea of suffering, a domain that has once entombed formidable beings of the Dharma form. In your final moments, there was a message you wished to impart to your corporeal self. Do not venture into the sea of suffering until you have attained the Dharma form. This is not a realm suited for your current self. Furthermore, there is another remark. Dear self, you truly are a fortunate wretch, the most ignoble among the ignoble. As one approaches the end of life, their words often resonate with wisdom. Ah, you, the first clone of Chu He, even as you face death, offered me counsel. In light of your words, I shall forgive your final insult. Upon encountering the first clone of Chu He, silence ensued. Chu He paused for a few moments, refraining from referring to the first clone as a jester. A notification chimed. Ding. First simulation complete. Do you accept the rewards? As this is the inaugural simulation, you may select all available rewards. Reward 1. Mid-stage martial Dao Yuan Dan strength. Reward 2. Talent to negate 99 damage. Reward 3. Memories of Chu He's decades of experiences. Acceptance. The silence was but fleeting. As the system's electronic prompt resonated, Chu He's focus shifted towards it. Without hesitation, a smile graced his lips as he accepted all the rewards. As his words faded, a torrent of memories from decades within the simulation surged into Chu He's consciousness. Since these were his own memories, their integration was seamless, with no disharmony arising. These recollections provided Chu He insights into significant future events and the locations of rare treasures, such as the Earth Emperor's Lotus. When the second simulation occurs next month, his second clone of Chu He can once again gather what remains unharvested in reality. Naturally, it can be sought anew in the subsequent simulation. As long as no one consumes these treasures, they can be refreshed indefinitely. A testament to the power of the simulation system. Through repeated simulations, the same treasure can be utilized dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times, with the effects manifesting in reality post-simulation. Therefore, while the memory option may seem less appealing among the 3 rewards, should the simulated self uncover a supreme treasure, selecting this option becomes imperative. Thus, upon the completion of memory integration, the journey continues. In the midst of the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm, the power of the 99 damage immunity talent has successfully fused at the same time. However, Chu He has yet to experience the potency of this talent, as it necessitates an external attack for its effects to manifest. Nevertheless, he immediately sensed the formidable strength of his own capabilities. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura emanated from the Chu family, enveloping an expanse of tens of thousands of miles in an instant. It was as if the heavens and earth were on the verge of collapse. Mountains were being upturned, and the world was teetering on the brink of destruction. This scene unfolded above the firmament, where fissures of black and purple space appeared, alongside the manifestation of the divine power of heavenly thunder. Millions upon millions of purple lightning bolts crackled and roared into existence. The once blue and white clouds were abruptly cleared away, vanishing without a trace. The sun, which radiated its brilliance upon the world, dimmed in that moment. In Tian Chu city, and throughout the vast expanse of Shun country, ordinary people, formidable martial artists, and the esteemed ancestors of the two prominent families, Xian Wuxing and Wang Tianming, whether they were in secluded cultivation, out on adventures, or engaged in the cycle of life, all felt this overwhelming presence. Upon witnessing the ominous scenes in the sky, they were left in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding calamity. How could the world, once so tranquil, suddenly be on the brink of annihilation? What could possibly have transpired? Was it said that good deeds would be rewarded? After performing so many virtuous acts, why was the reward absent, while the end of the world was imminent? Which martial artist had emerged to bring forth such devastation? Was the world truly coming to an end? Oh no, I have not yet lived enough. I am but a child, barely 200 months old. How can the world be ending now? I have only just begun to enjoy the privileges of being a scion of a master family, and my aspirations remain unfulfilled. Heaven, I have just accomplished my first 100 kills. The world is ending? Has this forsaken realm finally met its demise? From the moment I was born into this world, I have known no peace, always yearning for its obliteration. Now, it seems that heaven has finally heard my cries. How splendid, O benevolent deity! Though I do not seek your protection through my daily offerings, I implore you not to forsake me in this manner. At this moment, every ordinary individual and martial practitioner has succumbed to despair. In the face of such apocalyptic calamity, there is little distinction between ordinary cultivators and common folk. Even those grandmasters, when confronted with this world-ending disaster, find themselves with only one path: death. Only those powerful martial artists who have reached the celestial realm may possess the strength to escape and survive. Do not be alarmed. This is neither a natural disaster nor the end of the world. This phenomenon is the result of a powerful elder, a warrior at the level of a Yuan Dan or above, releasing their aura. The imperial city of Shun, one of the three major economic hubs of the nation, is in turmoil. A figure clad in a crimson robe, with flowing silver hair and a countenance that suggests middle age, emanates the formidable aura of a peak celestial being. This is Xian Wuxing, an esteemed ancestor of the Shun royal family. As he observes the spectacle unfolding in the heavens, his consciousness sweeps over the members of his clan, noting their expressions of panic and disarray. Disappointment flickers in his gaze. Although he too feels a hint of anxiety in the face of such a scene, it does not paralyze him. Rather, it manifests as a slight perspiration upon his brow. With a cold snort echoing throughout the palace, he addresses the royal offspring, urging them to regain their composure. Upon hearing the words of their esteemed ancestor, the members of the royal family begin to calm, some rising from their prostration. As they gaze upon the apocalyptic scene in the sky, they cannot help but reflect on Xian Wuxing's assertion that this is not the end of the world. Surely, if he believes it to be true, it must be so. Their ancestor, a being of peak celestial power, is unlikely to misinterpret such a phenomenon. Yet, if this is not an apocalyptic event, but rather the manifestation of a powerful presence, one must ponder the extent of the strength that could evoke such a terrifying aura. The mere eruption of this aura has conjured a scene of dread over vast distances. Some among them have witnessed celestial beings in action. Yet they ponder if even those of immense power could create such a disturbance. They are left to wonder from whence this Yuan Dan-level warrior has come to Shun, unleashing such an overwhelming force. It is evident that someone has provoked this individual, and they fervently hope that this formidable elder is not here to trouble them. As Xian Wuxing ascends to a height of 1,000 feet above the palace, he silently prays for the powerful presence to depart swiftly, wishing to avoid any conflict in this vicinity. For if a battle were to ensue between such a being, the entirety of Shun would be reduced to scorched earth, leaving no life, himself included, unscathed. Such beings are akin to colossal natural disasters that roam the earth, true deities among mortals. He himself is but a minor calamity in comparison. During his prayers, a frown involuntarily creases Xian Wuxing's brow, a flicker of confusion lingering in his eyes. Do not inquire why. It is simply that he has suddenly recognized an aura in the air that feels strangely familiar, reminiscent of an ancient being. Indeed, this old specter refers to none other than the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu He, standing across from him. He and Chu He had never engaged in a life-and-death battle, yet they had amicably sparred dozens of times, thus becoming rather familiar with one another. During their encounters, Xian Wuxing had long since memorized the essence of Chu He. He could not mistake such a presence. The more he pondered, the more that essence resonated within him. It was not merely reminiscent, but unmistakably the aura of the Chu family's venerable ancestor, Chu He. How could this be? Surely it was a fallacy. How could that essence belong to Chu He? How could Chu He have transcended to the Yuandan realm? Yet, the direction seemed to align with that of the Chu family. Confronted with this unsettling possibility, Xian Wuxing's initial reaction was disbelief, convinced he was mistaken. However, a bittersweet smile soon graced his lips, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Still, the truth remained. He could not misremember such an essence. He had not grown so muddled in his old age. Simultaneously, on the other side, Wang Tianming, the venerable ancestor of the Tianren Wang family, sensed that familiar essence pervading the air, leaving him incredulous. While Xian Wuxing might require several seconds to affirm that the essence belonged to Chu He, Wang Tianming needed not a moment's hesitation to recognize it. He had engaged in over 100 sparring sessions with Chu He and had fought Xian Wuxing a few times. But due to the vast disparity in their strengths, he had invariably lost. Such lopsided contests held little allure for him, which is why he often sought battles with those of comparable prowess, where victories and defeats brought excitement. Being utterly dominated was not to his taste. Consequently, through their frequent exchanges, he could identify that essence with absolute certainty. Unless someone trained in precisely the same martial arts as Chu He, such an essence would be impossible to replicate. As far as he understood, Chu He had cultivated numerous martial techniques to forge his unique 8-zhang golden body. No one else could have trained in an identical manner, much less surpass the original in speed to achieve the realm of martial Yuandan. It appeared that from this day forth, in the land of Xianxia, there would no longer be 3 prominent families, but rather a singular family, the Yuandan Chu family. Wang Tianming accepted the reality of Chu He's ascension to the Yuandan realm with greater ease than Xian Wuxing. Despite his initial reluctance to believe, he swiftly reconciled with the truth. Xian Wuxing found it difficult to accept, as he had always believed his strength surpassed that of Chu He, and that he should have been the first to break through. How could one of lesser strength ascend before him? It defied logic, at least his own logic. Yet for Wang Tianming, believing that someone stronger than himself could achieve a breakthrough seemed entirely reasonable. If one found such reasoning unsatisfactory, they might as well confront the esteemed Chu He and see if he would not dispatch them with a mere wave of his hand. Communicating with the storage ring nestled within his finger through his mind, Wang Tianming rummaged through its contents and retrieved a 5th-tier supreme-grade celestial treasure, the heavenly Xian herb. For a grand master aiming to transcend into the exalted realm of the celestial, achieving the esteemed status of a celestial powerhouse, there lies a formidable challenge: the comprehension of the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. This endeavor, if pursued without the support of formidable allies, relying solely on one's own enlightenment and breakthrough, sees only a solitary grandmaster among hundreds succeed. However, with the heavenly Xian herb, one could significantly enhance the probability of breakthrough by 50%, akin to the miraculous heavenly spirit flower and the earthly emperor lotus previously discovered by Chu He. Its value is immensely substantial. Originally, Wang Tianming intended to bestow it upon his descendants, assessing who might seize the opportunity for advancement. Alternatively, he contemplated auctioning it at a nearby powerful nation's market to procure necessary cultivation resources. Yet now, it is undoubtedly destined as a tribute to the Chu family, marking the Wang family's inaugural offering to a superior power. Would the heavenly Xian herb satisfy the Yuandan Chu family? If not, he would have to delve into the family treasury for additional 5th-tier celestial treasures to appease them. Should the Yuandan Chu family be pleased, it might pave the way for a future where a direct descendant of the Wang family could wed a branch member of the Chu family, bestowing blessings upon their lineage for generations. Unconsciously aligning his perspective, Wang Tianming regarded the Chu family as a formidable power while contemplating the heavenly Xian herb. He could not help but indulge in daydreams, envisioning the glory of a Yuandan bloodline enriching his family through such a union. He yearned for any opportunity even at the cost of depleting the Wang family's resources and forsaking cultivation altogether to gather the necessary dowry. In the Wang family, while the ancestors of the Xin clan felt the world's unreality upon Chu He's breakthrough, ordinary folk remained oblivious, believing the world was crumbling. A resonant voice, imbued with authority, joy, and unyielding dominance, reverberated across the vast expanse of Shun Kingdom, its clarity reaching even the distant borders of neighboring nations. I, Chu He, today transcend into the realm of martial Dao Yuan Dan, destined to enjoy a lifespan of 3,000 years. I gaze upon the heavens and rejoice in life. From this day forth, Tian Chu City shall host a year-long banquet, welcoming all to partake in the feast. 3 days hence, I shall expound upon the path of the Celestials in the central square of Tian Chu City for 3 days. All Celestials from Shun Kingdom and surrounding nations are invited to come and listen. As these declarations echoed, the apocalyptic scenes across the vast lands of Shun Kingdom gradually faded into oblivion. However, the recent scene, along with the sounds that resonated, lingered in the minds of all the sentient beings in Shunhua, rendering them unable to forget. They were momentarily entranced, unable to regain their composure. Unbeknownst to them, the cataclysmic event they had just witnessed was, in fact, the result of the breakthrough attained by the venerable ancestor of the Chu family, Chu He. Ordinary individuals and those newly initiated into the martial arts realm found it nearly inconceivable that the prowess of martial artists could reach such staggering heights. It was almost beyond the realm of humanity. No wonder, since the Tianren Xian family took control of Shunhua, and countless formidable figures had previously ventured to establish dominions within this land. As long as the family wielding authority over the entire nation faced no significant challenges, widespread rebellions had never arisen within a realm. Regardless of the calamities that ensued, they were minimal, swiftly quelled before they could even endure a day. With the strength of martial artists so formidable, who would dare to rebel as long as the peak power remained unscathed? Who could possibly succeed in insurrection? Without the backing of the esteemed clans, could one rely on the common folk? Such notions are preposterous. At this moment, the Chu family lay shrouded in silence. Tian Chu City, too, was enveloped in quietude, as millions of lives lifted their gazes towards the heart of the city, where the ornate palaces stood. Countless descendants of the Chu family, whether engaged in cultivation or other activities, emerged from their dwellings, their eyes scanning the familiar faces of their kin, both elders and peers alike. Their expressions were filled with bewilderment and ignorance. As some attempted to voice their thoughts, they discovered that their words had inexplicably abandoned them, leaving them speechless. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, the countenance of one Chu descendant finally shifted. Ecstasy, sheer ecstasy. Nothing but exhilaration. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Did you hear? Our ancestor has attained the Yuan Dan realm. From this day forth, we, the Chu family, shall no longer be merely a Tianren family, but rather an exalted Yuan Dan family. Chu Qing Shun, the 26th generation descendant of Yuan Dan Chu Jiang, could not contain his excitement. As a venerable family that had stood firm in this realm for 5 centuries, the Chu family possessed its own lineage and generational names. Qi, Sheng, Li Zhao, Xia, Zhen, Yia, Sheng, Pi Montak, She, Xian, Ming, Cu, Heng, Ci, King, Xian, Yuan, Kai, Yan, Hong, Ji, Shan, Zhao, Fen, King, Xuan, Ying, Qi, Yan, encompassing a total of 30 generational names. I never expected to witness my family ascend to the status of a Yuan Dan family within my lifetime. The 2 Tianren families that stand alongside us in Shunhua shall henceforth be akin to mere road debris before us. Do they even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as us? After Chu Qing Shun spoke, another family descendant nearby finally regained his senses, his face illuminating with an expression of unabashed arrogance. Gazing upwards with an air of arrogance, one could sense a profound disregard for those around. Chu Qing Shu, refrain from such discourse. Regardless of your current standing as a scion of the illustrious Yuan Dan family, your words should not carry such disdain. Moreover, if I recall correctly, your mother hails from the Wang family, does she not? Be cautious, for should she learn of your words, the consequences may be dire. Indeed, I am grateful for your reminder. Let us treat my previous remarks as if they were never uttered in the presence of our fellow kin. The other 2 prominent families of Shunhua are not to be dismissed as mere roadside entities, unlike the myriad celestial families scattered across hundreds of nations. It is the Yuan Dan family that I speak of. Not long ago, I professed my affections to a young lady of the Wang family, only to be met with rejection. She deemed me unworthy, a mere branch of the family, and criticized my lack of exceptional cultivation talent, likening me to a frog yearning for swan meat. Yet here I stand, still a distant relative, albeit of the Yuandan family. I wonder, if I were to express my affections once more, would she still rebuff me? Perhaps not. A scion of the Chu family, belonging to the 26th generation, displayed a flicker of uncertainty and self-doubt upon his visage. Dear brother, are you aware of your current status? Do you comprehend the magnificence associated with being a descendant of the Yuandan family? With but a mere gesture, that young lady from the Wang family would hasten to your doorstep. In the words of our esteemed ancestor, your actions can be described as that of sycophant. Are you familiar with the term sycophant? If you truly wish to embrace such a role, I implore you to distance yourself from our lineage, for our family cannot afford to bear such a disgrace. Observing this aspiring sycophant was Chu Yun, clad in a blue robe and wielding a gold-edged ancient paper fan. His face a canvas of disdain. He held a deep contempt for such behavior. Even as a member of the Yuandan family, one still harbors aspirations of being a sycophant, revealing the truly fantastical nature of such beings. Regardless of status or position, one's character and aspirations remain immutable. It would be wise to maintain a distance from this individual, lest one be tainted by his sycophantic tendencies. In the core domain of the Chu family, Chu Tian and Chu Zhongtian had arrived. The former, a grandson of Chu He, currently serves as the head of the contemporary Chu family and is a formidable being at the celestial realm. Adorned in a sky-blue robe intricately embroidered with motifs of mountains and rivers in gold thread, he appeared to be in his 30s. Possessing a physique slightly more robust than the average man, and his eyes occasionally sparkled with shrewdness. The latter, the son of Chu He and the current patriarch of the family, also holds power at the celestial realm. His visage bore the marks of age, approximately 35 years, and he stood as a stalwart figure, akin to an ancient pine tree, exuding a vibrant vitality. Such an aura is a testament to his mastery of the eternal vitality technique, a cultivation method procured specifically for him by Chu He. As ordinary individuals who reach the celestial realm can expect only a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, those who cultivate this technique possess a total of 500, which is 500 more than the average person. Traditionally, regardless of the magnitude of the events they encountered, these two individuals maintained only serene and solemn expressions, rarely displaying any other emotions. It is understandable, for one has lived for over 400 years and the other for 300, both occupying high positions, and their long-standing environment has undoubtedly shaped their characters. Yet now, upon arriving in the core area of the Chu family, they beheld a middle-aged figure clad in a blue embroidered robe at the center of the lake, and their faces lit up with excitement. In the 9th chapter, the housing prices from before the time travel still haunt me at 30 million stones. With a gentle tap of his toes on the water's surface, he traversed several hundred meters in a single step, reaching the center of the lake. The two wished to speak, but found themselves at a loss for words after several seconds of silence. Chu He, feeling anxious, cast a wordless glance at them and remarked, "Is it truly necessary to be so exhilarated merely for breaking through to the Yuandan realm? Where's the calmness I usually teach you? If a minor Yuandan causes such a stir, what will happen when I inadvertently break through to the Yuan Shun or even the Fa Xiang? You would likely be overwhelmed with excitement." At this point, Chu He had entirely forgotten his earlier display of enthusiasm, his body having trembled with excitement. "Father, you are indeed correct." Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian exchanged glances, suppressing their own emotions, taking a deep breath to regain their composure, and nodded in agreement. They were well aware of their father's and grandfather's temperament, having been raised by him since childhood. How could they not understand? The demeanor he presented before his descendants was not reflective of his true self. They suspected that, deep down, the elder was already brimming with excitement, merely feigning calmness. "Very well, this is how my son and grandson should behave. One must remain unflustered in the face of any situation, maintaining a tranquil heart. For this is the only way to traverse further along the path of martial arts. My expectations for you are not merely to attain the Yuandan realm, but to reach even greater heights in the Yuanshun realm. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask." A satisfied expression graced Chu He's face. "Father, our family has now achieved the status of a Yuandan family, and it is likely that the surrounding hundreds of nations will fall under our dominion. As you mentioned earlier, those celestial beings from the hundreds of nations who are to arrive in 3 days, it should not only be to impart teachings. The true purpose is for the inhabitants of these nations to come and pay their respects, to present us with treasures, and to allocate the benefits they will bestow upon the Chu family. Pray tell, how much benefit can we expect to receive from this? Could you provide some insight beforehand, so that we may prepare ourselves? They rubbed their fingers together in anticipation. Chu Zhongtian articulated thoughts that resonated with those of the family patriarch, Chu Qingtian, which would have been inappropriate for others to voice. His words subtly hinted at the intricate schemes of the enigmatic Chu River. Yet, as the eldest son of the Chu family, his delivery was most fitting. It is crucial to ensure that the benefits extracted are not excessively harsh. Too severe a demand may provoke ulterior motives among certain individuals, although I could effortlessly quell any such schemes with a mere flick of my hand, leading to their downfall. While we suffer only minor losses, such measures are unnecessary. Thus, my general standard is to extract 30% of their annual profits. Given that a celestial force typically earns between 3,000 to 4,000 essence stones annually and an immeasurable quantity of gold and silver, we would collect 1,000 essence stones from each of the 3 forces below the celestial tier and 1,200 from the 5 celestial forces. While 30% may seem modest, the Zhuangdian Gong also takes a similar portion from each celestial force, effectively summing to a total of 60% from these factions. This is somewhat excessive, so we shall allow them to retain 40%. Once they arrive, we shall commence our collection over a span of 30 years. Chu River articulated his thoughts. Having just conceived this standard, 30% is just right, neither too much nor too little. However, what truly occupies his mind is not this arrangement. With the life simulation system as his golden ticket, allowing him to simulate a life each month, he finds himself less concerned with such trivial gains. If he collects annually, that equates to 12 simulations a year, each advancing him to mid-stage essence transformation. Should he spend a year simulating life 12 times, he could hardly fathom the extent of his power. How could he possibly still worry about such meager profits? By that time, it is conceivable that all forces within the Tianyan realm would be subordinate to the Chu family, elevating them to the foremost clan in the realm. What truly matters to him is the notion of collecting these benefits for 30 years, at a rate of 1,000 essence stones per year. With hundreds of nations surrounding them, there are at least 1,000 celestial forces. This aggregates to 1 million essence stones annually, culminating in 30 million over 30 years, a sum that would require the Chu family to toil for 4,000 to 5,000 years without expenditure to amass. With such a fortune, during his next simulation, the Chu River would find himself in a position of considerable means, no longer regarded as destitute among his peers. Upon concluding the discussion on profit collection, the two engaged further with Chu River, deliberating on the overarching trajectory of the family as it transitions towards becoming a clan of essence transformation. They pondered whether to alter family traditions and how such changes might be enacted. It is an inevitable truth that as a large family expands, the emergence of wayward descendants becomes a reality. One cannot expect that within an expansive family consisting of tens of thousands, every individual is virtuous, devoid of any malefactor. Such an occurrence is improbable even among the most ordinary of crowds. Moreover, considering the Chus, born with proverbial silver spoons, who step beyond the threshold of their home each day, basking in the adulation of countless admirers and witnessing the splendor of the world, it becomes exceedingly challenging to nurture genuine goodness in such an environment. Consequently, upon observing the emergence of wayward youth, neither Chu He nor the esteemed members of the Chu family contemplated any changes. In light of this immutable reality, the only recourse was to seek transformation through alternative means. By means of gradual guidance, the younger generations of the Chu clan were instructed that bullying the powerless commoners, in the absence of any vested interests, is devoid of significance and merely a manifestation of their own cowardice. Thus, an atmosphere was cultivated within the family whereby any instance of mistreatment towards ordinary individuals, once brought to light, would evoke ridicule from fellow kin. The duality of being perceived as weak and facing derision from one's own kin would be sufficient to dissuade the average member of the Chu family from deriving amusement from such behavior. Instead, they would find sport in confronting those endowed with power, particularly the offspring of other prominent families. If there is no pleasure in tormenting the common folk, then let it be those who possess the means to resist who become the targets. This conduct would not be curtailed by the family. as the individuals endowed with such resistance are predominantly masters of formidable influence, whose affairs intertwine with the family's interests. The cultivation of numerous such members of the Chu lineage would, in fact, facilitate a significant augmentation of the family's advantages. This embodies the ethos of the Chu family, a legacy that has birthed numerous wayward youths and some nefarious characters. However, these individuals tend to disregard the common folk, showing a distinct interest instead in those of masterful stature. They strike with genuine force against factions embroiled in disputes over interests. Occasionally, the Chu family would allow some wayward youths to engage, utilizing only a fraction of their family's power against forces of comparable strength, thereby enabling them to contend with those factions. In the course of these encounters, the wayward youths, particularly those inclined toward malevolence, would evolve from their frivolous ways, becoming shrewd, introspective, and calculative. Such practical experience serves as one of the most effective methods for nurturing the family's descendants. While this approach carries inherent risks, it proves remarkably efficacious. Beyond the family ethos, other matters were resolved through the discourse among the three. Once Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian had articulated all their uncertainties, they departed the pavilion without hesitation, preparing for the upcoming year's banquet and the impending sermon 3 days hence. Although Chu He's sermon was intended to yield benefits, it would be somewhat unbecoming to merely pursue profit without imparting any substantial teachings. Such an outcome could tarnish the family's reputation. Therefore, while seeking profit, it is imperative to convey meaningful discourse. Time flows inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have swiftly passed. During this brief interlude, the Chu family and the entirety of Tian Chu city have undergone significant transformations, largely due to the actions of Chu He. It has become evident to all that the number of sycophants surrounding them has multiplied exponentially. Each day, a multitude of individuals presents an array of gifts, precious treasures, and rare resources, as if they were of no cost. Those who had previously offended the Chu family have sought various means to atone, including a certain master-level cultivator who had clashed with a collateral descendant of the Chu family. At that time, the master faced no repercussions. For while the Chu family is indeed a lineage of celestial beings, they would not annihilate or punish a master-level cultivator over a mere altercation involving a collateral descendant. The Chu family is not so tyrannical, and after all, they possess tens of thousands of such collateral descendants. If they were to intervene in every dispute, it would be an insurmountable task, and neglecting it would only breed discontent among others. However, the situation has now shifted. The wrongdoers have come forth to seek forgiveness of their own accord, readily accepting any form of punishment, even offering to become the servants of these collateral descendants. Remarkably, the aforementioned master-level cultivator has developed a certain inclination towards this collateral descendant, opting to serve him voluntarily, as he perceives it as a profitable arrangement. Each day, throngs of people flock to this grand city, drawn by the allure of the legendary Yuan Dan family, with many aspiring to establish their residence there. With the Yuan Dan powerhouse safeguarding the area, no one dares to instigate trouble. Tian Chu city is incomparably safer than other locales. In a world where the strong dominate and the weak are devoured, the importance of a secure haven cannot be overstated. The influx of so many individuals, coupled with the assistance of masters skilled in earth-based cultivation techniques, has resulted in the rapid construction of numerous edifices, expanding outward in concentric circles. What was once a city capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands has transformed into a place that could house tens of millions. Yet it still falls short of meeting the burgeoning demand. This has consequently led to a staggering surge in property prices, soaring tenfold and beyond. It is evident to all that Tian Chu city is destined to become the developmental and economic epicenter among the surrounding hundreds of nations, the safest haven imaginable. And no one would hesitate to invest in a residence here. Previously, Tian Chu city boasted the highest property prices in the Shang kingdom, with 100 square meter dwelling valued in the thousands of taels. Now, those prices have escalated to tens of thousands of taels, especially in prime locations, where transactions are conducted exclusively in yuan stones, eschewing gold and silver. The real estate dealings have also provided the Chu family with a modest profit. Regarding the issue of soaring property prices, Chu He can only express his incredulity, remarking that, indeed, regardless of location, real estate remains one of the most lucrative industries. Before the journey across realms, life was thus. Now, Having arrived in this foreign world, the scenario remains unchanged, perhaps even more ruthless. In the past, the capital's housing prices could be managed with the combined efforts of 3 to 4 generations. Yet here, a single dwelling commands tens of thousands of taels, rendering it unattainable even for ordinary folk pooling their resources across countless generations. It is only within a few hundred vast nations, spanning millions of miles, that an endless multitude of commoners sustains the livelihood of innumerable affluent individuals, thereby supporting the emergence of such exorbitant property prices. Fortunately, it is he who now reaps the rewards. In the 10th chapter, after 3 days of discourse, his vanity has been immensely gratified. The central square of Tian Chu City, a space deliberately preserved by Chu He during the city's conception, spans tens of thousands of acres. It stands as the most grandiose structure in Tian Chu City, second only to the colossal palace complex of the Chu family. 3 days prior, access for ordinary citizens was strictly prohibited. Only those who have attained the celestial realm from the surrounding hundreds of nations were permitted entry. Upon their arrival, each individual was required to pay their respects to the family patriarch of the Chu clan and present a carefully prepared gift. Subsequently, they would sit quietly upon their own meditation mats, cultivating their spirits. All participants exhibited remarkable self-discipline. Most gifts presented were 1 or 2 fifth-tier treasures, each valued at no less than several tens of thousands of stone. Although these treasures may not rival the 4th-tier heavenly spirit flower discovered by Chu He in his previous simulations, an item that aids others in achieving breakthroughs and whose worth far exceeds its rank. Normal 4th-tier treasures are priced around 500 to 1. 500 stone, whereas 5th-tier treasures range from 20,000 to 100,000 stone. A few tens of thousands of stone, considering an annual yield of 3,000 stone for celestial power, equates to the earnings of an ordinary celestial force over a decade. Thus, offering a decade's worth of profit as a gift is indeed commendable. Therefore, Chu Tian, who had initially prepared a small black notebook, found it unnecessary. While he may not recall the identity of those who presented high-valued gifts, he would certainly remember those who offered meager gifts or none at all. With or without the notebook, he had intended to choose 1 or 2 individuals from among those who offered lesser gifts as a means of demonstration. However, these individuals offered him no opportunity to act, which was profoundly disappointing. As the appointed time arrived, the celestial elders took their places. They rose to greet the patriarch of the Chu family, the celestial extremity true man, with the resounding chimes of a deep-toned bell and accompanying jubilant sounds. The gathering consisted of no fewer than 2,000 celestial realm experts, including the likes of Xian Wuxing and Wang Tianming, both esteemed ancestors of their respective clans. Immediately rising, his face transformed as if it were a canvas for joy and excitement, a smile blossoming at the corners of his lips. His gaze was fixed upon the elevated platform ahead, where Chu He had taken his seat unbeknownst to him, his eyes brimming with admiration akin to the relentless flow of the mighty Xianxia River, unending and overwhelming like the floods of the Yellow River. "Welcome, celestial master of the heavenly extremes." A chorus of voices echoed as the 2,000 venerable ancestors of the celestial realm bent in respect, their voices resonating loudly, making every soul in Tian Chu City feel as if they had heard the proclamation firsthand. In the entire Tianyan realm, the martial Dao Yuan Dan holds a distinguished title, often referred to as celestial master or similar. Chu He, having ascended to this realm, naturally bore his own title, which had already spread far and wide. Celestial Master of the Heavenly Extremes. Heaven signifies the celestial domain of Tian Chu City, as well as the heavens of the surrounding hundreds of kingdoms. Extremes refers to the pinnacle of the Tao, representing his mastery over the horizontal cultivation path. Please rise, esteemed guests. Your presence here to congratulate me on my breakthrough fills me with joy. However, I am aware that many of you have traveled great distances and waited patiently. I imagine you are eager to hear the teachings. Thus, let us delve into main discourse. This lecture will span 3 days. The first day will focus on my path as a master, the second on that of a grandmaster, and the final day will encapsulate my understanding of the celestial path. He surveyed the 2,000 celestial beings before him, noting that 100 or 200 of them were now even more formidable than before his own breakthrough. These were figures he had once regarded with utmost caution, yet now they all stood before him in deference, fearful of inciting any displeasure within him. Chu He's vanity was profoundly gratified, and his smile broadened. The pursuit of strength and longevity, after all, is ultimately driven by the desire for respect and admiration from others. The path of the master is one where life expectancy reaches 300 years, enabling initial control over the celestial energies to confront adversaries, greatly enhancing the martial artist's offensive capabilities at this stage. However, to attain such a realm, perhaps only one among tens of thousands of martial artists may emerge. And to become extraordinarily powerful within this realm is an arduous challenge. As he delivered his teachings, Chu He maintained a serious demeanor, gradually unveiling the secrets of this master realm. Throughout this process, there were no mythical tales of immortals delivering teachings amid a cascade of golden lotuses or celestial vapors enveloping the heavens, evoking an overwhelming sense of enlightenment. Instead, the essence lay in the ordinary. Though the martial Dao Yuan Dan might seem divine in the eyes of the common folk, it does not grant the ability to impart wisdom with such grandeur. Only an existence at the level of the primordial spirit or even the Dharma aspect can achieve such a degree. To attain the realm of the martial arts primordial spirit, one must come into contact with the forces of the laws of heaven and earth, while the Dharma aspect realm requires the comprehension of a specific heavenly principle. When a powerful being in the primordial spirit and Dharma aspect realms expounds on their insights, it is possible for them to resonate with the forces of the laws. Although the audience below did not exhibit excessive enthusiasm for the teachings of Master Chu He, every individual who has reached the celestial level is undoubtedly a formidable figure within the master realm. In their youth, they too were paragons of their respective domains. While they understood that Chu He's discourse was merely slightly divergent from their own experiences, their lack of fervor did not hinder them from listening attentively. After all, it was the teachings of a powerful being at the primordial Dan level. In a certain sense, this impartation could be regarded as a fortuitous opportunity. The reason the heavenly extreme true person was able to break through to the primordial Dan might very well stem from a solid foundation. Should they grasp these foundational concepts and bring them back to their respective familial forces, it is conceivable that a powerful being at the primordial Dan level could emerge from their lineage. Although the probability is slim, it remains a possibility, and 3 days is but a fleeting moment for numerous celestial beings. As the final day of teachings on the celestial realm concluded with Chu He, a flicker of enlightenment appeared in the eyes of some attendees, while the teachings of masters and grandmasters offered little assistance. The final day's discourse on the celestial path proved beneficial for some of the weaker celestial beings present, helping them avoid a few missteps along their journey. This led to a subtle glimmer of gratitude in their gazes directed towards Chu He. Chapitre 11. Discussing finance dans affection. Opinions must be voiced. The world is indeed fantastical. As Chu He reaped the benefits from these individuals, they felt compelled to express their thanks. However, this fleeting sense of gratitude quickly dissipated among the weaker celestial practitioners. Do not inquire as to why. It is simply because Chu He began to discuss finances. Discussing finance dans affection. A 30% yield is an insurmountable burden for these celestial families and forces, pressing heavily upon their shoulders and inducing considerable stress. While they might endure this imposition, the prospect of a one-time harvest equivalent to 30 years of effort truly felt like a significant sacrifice. 30 years at 1,000 yuan stones per year equates to tens of thousands of yuan stones. This sum represents nearly all the earnings of their forces over the span of more than a decade. A considerable amount when considering their longevity of several hundred or even thousands of years. It is not a particularly large number. However, their existence spans a considerable duration, which does not imply that their savings are substantial. They too have expenses, especially in supporting numerous cultivators, the annual costs of which remain unfathomable. The amount of essence stones saved among most celestial factions likely amounts to merely several hundred thousand. How could one not consider seizing such an opportunity? The thought fleetingly crossed the minds of many celestial beings. Esteemed colleagues, regarding what our venerable ancestor has just articulated, I wonder if you harbor any dissenting opinions. If so, feel free to express them. I am indifferent to it. Truly, I am unconcerned. This matter pertains to us all. Should we fail to present a solution satisfactory to everyone, lingering dissatisfaction may arise, which would be regrettable. In the central square, beside Chu He, the unexpectedly present Chu Tian observed over 2,000 celestial beings bowing their heads in silence, feigning modesty. With a gentle smile, he spoke, "We have no objections. The allocation by the Celestial Master is exceedingly reasonable. The crowd shook their heads in unison, outwardly displaying no dissent, though their inner thoughts were another matter. In truth, many longed to retort to Chu Tian, questioning the utility of his indifference. What mattered was not his indifference, but that of the Celestial Master. Further opinions may be voiced. But what is there to add? Very well, since everyone has no objections, let us conclude this lecture conference satisfactorily. I wish you all pleasant dreams upon your return. Nodding, and seeing the absence of any dissent, the ethereal energy within Chu He's blood Dan gradually settled. He refrained from elaborating further. In that moment, he tore open the space before him and returned to the core of the Chu family. Reclining in a rocking chair, he gazed at the tranquil lake before him, where lotus flowers danced gently in the breeze. He rocked the chair softly, beside which sat a small round table adorned with a pile of peanuts and a white porcelain wine bottle embellished with blue floral patterns. Occasionally, he poured himself a cup of warm wine and tossed a few peanuts in his mouth, savoring the exquisite beauty of life. This was true enjoyment, pure bliss. With only 24 days remaining until the next simulation, he hoped time would hasten its passage. Opening his simulation system, he observed the Azure virtual panel indicating a remaining period of 24 days. Chu He eagerly anticipated what realm he might attain in the upcoming simulation. His aspirations were modest. He merely wished for the next simulation to aid him in breaking through to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. The breakthrough to the Yuan Shen realm would be reserved for the third iteration of Chu He. This request was indeed not excessive. During his previous peak in the celestial realm, his first avatar possessed nothing but a singular talent, relying solely on oneself. One can transcend to the realm of the mid-Yuan Dan. Soon, the second avatar will possess 30 million Yuan stones and the location of a rare treasure, the Earth Emperor's Lotus. Coupled with innate talent, as long as no significant mishaps occur, the breakthrough to the next two minor realms should be assured. As the days pass, with merely half a month remaining until the next simulation, the celestial beings who had departed gradually return, bringing forth the required Yuan stones from their factions. Even if they must surrender 30 years' worth of Yuan stones in one go, the process unfolds without incident, and no one harbors ulterior motives, such as fleeing to other nations. In the face of absolute power, any trivial thoughts remain concealed, hidden until the day they meet their end without fruition. In a world devoid of extraordinary forces, the power of individual intellect surpasses ordinary imagination. Yet, in a realm of the extraordinary, where one possesses the strength to obliterate a planet with but a thought, all transcendent wisdom and trivial schemes pale into insignificance. Countless calculations I shall overcome with sheer might. In that same pavilion, Chu He gazed at the recently acquired, more sophisticated storage ring on his finger, which boasted a spacious interior of several thousand cubic meters. He sensed the amassed Yuan stones, resembling small mountains, and marveled at his newfound wealth. 30 million Yuan stones. The greatest fortune he had previously witnessed was a mere handful of 100,000 Yuan stones in his family's treasury, which seemed trivial in comparison to the sum he now held. With half a month elapsed, the time was nearly ripe for him to bestow the power of the Yuan Dan bloodline upon all his descendants. After casting a few lingering glances at the Yuan stones within the storage ring, Chu He reluctantly shifted his focus to other matters, such as the Thunderbolt Yuan Dan bloodline he had crafted during the first simulation. In that initial simulation, everything belonging to the first avatar transformed into Chu He's essence, and thus, the bloodline they forged naturally resided within him. A fortnight prior, he could have granted the entire Chu clan, numbering in the thousands, the Thunderbolt Yuan Dan bloodline. However, such an act would attract undue attention, revealing a recent breakthrough only to have everyone instantly receive the Yuan Dan bloodline would inadvertently announce that he had not just recently advanced. The Yuan Dan bloodline requires specific rare materials for its creation, and in the simulation, considerable time was spent defeating a Thunderbird to obtain the Thunderbolt Sacred Body's divine ability before crafting the bloodline. Should others discern that Chu He did not merely experience a recent breakthrough, but had long since ascended, suspicions would arise regarding his motives for concealing his advancement. Is there a hidden secret? The ordinary celestial beings perceive that Chu He harbors a mystery which does not pose any threat to him. However, should a rival of the same caliber as the Yuan Dan acquire this information, even the slightest suspicion could arise. If they were to engage Chu He in combat and discover that none of their attacks had any effect on him, it would spell their doom. Chapter 12 delves into the transformations of blood, bones, appearance, talent, and strength. At that point, if news were to spread that a powerful being, perhaps of the Yuan Shun or even the Fa Xiang level, had been vanquished, Chu would undoubtedly meet his demise. He would not be able to sustain himself until he reached the pinnacle of invincibility. Thus, Chu He had long since resolved within his heart that until he attained the realm of invincibility at the Fa Xiang level, he must conceal the progress of his strength. The prowess of the Yuan Dan realm already marked him as a renowned figure within the Tianyan realm. Revealing further strength would only serve to satisfy his vanity without yielding substantial benefits. However, this concealment could not last indefinitely. Based on his current trajectory, he anticipated that, at most, he would need to simulate his capabilities 4 or 5 more times, after which he would be nearly invincible in the Tianyan realm. These 4 or 5 simulations would transpire in less than half a year. After that, even if he were to ostentatiously display his strength, proclaiming himself as one favored by fortune, those around him would be powerless to act against him. Instead, they would fear him, apprehensive of provoking him, suspecting that he might harbor delusions of persecution. They would worry that he might be someone who avoids confrontation. Feeling that the time was ripe, Chu He subtly activated the bloodline of the heavenly thunder Yuan Dan he had crafted, unlocking the seal upon this lineage, drawing upon himself as the source. An instantaneous transformation occurred among the over 30,000 members of the Chu clan, regardless of whether they were the venerable clan elders aged 3 or 400. His son Chu Zhongtian, his grandson Chu Qingtian, were the stalwart members of the clan spanning the 25th and 26th generations, as well as the newly born infants. Additionally, those clan members stationed in the land of Xianxia, earning wealth for the Chu family, and those traveling the world to experience diverse cultures and engage with martial artists across various nations in hopes of breaking through to the next level. Among the other 2 prominent families in Xianxia, some descendants of the Chu clan who had married into the Xian and Wang families also possessed a trace of Chu He's bloodline. Although these descendants were not officially part of the Chu clan, they still retained a slight connection through blood, albeit faint. In total, nearly tens of thousands of individuals, all at this moment, experienced extraordinary changes. Surrounding their bodies, purple lightning crackled with a resounding pop, as an abundance of energy surged through, continuously reshaping their forms. The blood, once of vivid crimson, has taken on a hint of purple, transforming into a rich shade of red-violet. It is imbued with a potent essence of thunder, suggesting that if one were to cultivate techniques of the thunder attribute in this lifetime, the results would be exponentially greater than mere words could convey. The bones, ravaged continuously by lightning, have undergone a metamorphosis, becoming even more resilient, and the entire skeletal structure has slightly expanded. While the visage has not altered drastically, it bears the refinement of an artist's hand, elevating one's beauty to a new echelon. Henceforth, the Chu family shall no longer harbor individuals of lesser aesthetic appeal. However, the most significant transformation extends beyond mere appearance or the composition of the blood. The paramount change lies within the realm of cultivation talent and strength. Cultivation talent is an innate attribute bestowed upon every individual. Yet, some possess negligible talent, rendering them not but the most abysmal of failures. Conversely, there are those endowed with extraordinary talent, the prodigies among prodigies, akin to Chu He. A single day of cultivation for them yields results surpassing what an ordinary person might achieve in hundreds of days, allowing them to ascend to greatness in remarkably brief time frames. For most, their innate talent is fixed from the outset, resistant to alteration unless one acquires rare treasures capable of transforming such abilities. These treasures do exist within the realm of Tianyan. After all, this is a world of divine martial prowess, yet the worth of such treasures far exceeds that of those aiding others in breaking through, often by tenfold or more. Only the grandest powers, with martial essence at the Dan level or above, possess them. In a sense, the Yuan Dan bloodline can also be viewed as a treasure that alters talent. Its effects are even more profound. While other treasures can benefit but a single individual, the bloodline can enhance the potential of tens of thousands. Each of these individuals experiences an elevation in their innate talent. Those who previously struggled to transcend the innate realm now glimpse the possibility of such a breakthrough. Likewise, those unable to advance to the realm of celestial beings now find themselves with newfound potential. Over the past fortnight, due to the abundance of cultivation resources, The core members of the Chu family have gradually reached 10 celestial beings among their younger generation. Even with their elevated talent, the likelihood of breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm remains scarce, perhaps awaiting Chu He's ascension to the Yuan spirit stage. When the Yuan Dan bloodline transforms into the Yuan spirit bloodline, their talents will rise yet again, potentially enabling these younger members capable of surpassing the celestial realm to also breach the Yuan Dan level. This is the evolution of talent. In terms of strength, each individual, bolstered by the power of the bloodline, perceives the opportunity to transcend their current limitations. The Hall of Profound Law, a palace adorned with intricately carved beams and lavish golden embellishments, stands resplendent. This is the residence of the direct descendants of the Chu family, specifically where Chu Qingshang resides. Each direct descendant has the privilege of selecting a palace as their dwelling, a clear indication of their status within the family. Among the direct descendants, Chu Qingshang stands as the epitome of excellence, being a key focus of the family's nurturing due to his exceptional talent, which marks him as a prodigious being with the potential to transcend the realm of celestial beings in the future. He commenced his cultivation at the tender age of 6, and with substantial resources at his disposal, he achieved innate mastery within just a year and a half, achieving innate status at the mere age of 7.5. By the age of 12, he reached the rank of master, and now, at approximately 20, he has attained the pinnacle of mastery, mere steps away from becoming a grandmaster. Originally, Chu Qingshang estimated that he would require another decade to break through to grandmaster status, a pace already commendable. However, due to the recent influx of abundant cultivation resources acquired by the family, he was fortunate to receive a great celestial pill, which enabled him to ascend to the grandmaster realm within half a month. Now, having reached this level, Chu Qingshang sequestered in his palace, prepared to emerge from his retreat. As he opened his eyes and surveyed the illuminated sanctum around him, a faint smile graced his lips. He could not help but exclaim, "The ancestral breakthrough has come at the most opportune moment. Our family has transitioned from a celestial family to a primordial Dan family, and I have become a noble direct descendant of the primordial Dan lineage." With the resources acquired during this period, the alchemists within the family have been exceptionally productive, crafting over 100 great celestial pills, capable of assisting countless masters in their ascension to Grandmaster. I, too, have directly advanced to Grandmaster. Given my talent, there is a possibility that I may one day aspire to the primordial Dan realm, following in the footsteps of our illustrious ancestor. At this juncture, Chu Qingshang felt compelled to acknowledge that reincarnation is indeed a refined skill, and he considers himself fortunate to possess such talent. Born into a celestial family as a direct descendant with remarkable innate abilities, he has become the envy of many, a true child of destiny. The family's recent elevation to a primordial Dan lineage further amplifies his fortune. He hopes that in his next life, he may once again enjoy such auspicious circumstances. This successful breakthrough necessitates a period of consolidation lasting 5 to 6 years, after which, with the family's treasures, he may potentially advance to the mid-Grand Master stage. Before reaching his century, he aspires to attain celestial status. In Chapter 13, he contemplates the true dragon rankings, where the top 500 are unparalleled prodigies. The prospect of achieving celestial status before the age of 100 is almost unfathomable. The direct descendants of the rival families possess talents akin to his own, yet they require at least 300 years to achieve celestial status, which is 2 centuries slower than his trajectory. This disparity is attributed to the superior strength of his own lineage compared to theirs. In the depths of his imagination, he envisioned a splendid future. Just as Chu Qingshang lifted his foot, prepared to exit the secluded chamber, he suddenly sensed a powerful force surging within him. His blood, his bones, and his innate talent for cultivation all transformed under the influence of this newfound energy. Stunned by this phenomenon, Chu Qingshang momentarily froze. However, a moment later, his gaze flickered with boundless delight, for he recognized the nature of this transformation. The esteemed members of his family had long informed everyone that should a sudden surge of formidable power arise within, one must remain calm, for it indicated the emergence of a Yuan Dan bloodline. The Yuan Dan clan supremacy was not solely attributed to their greater strength, but also to the essence of the Yuan Dan bloodline coursing through their veins. The Chu family, too, belonged to this noble lineage, and it was only a matter of time before each member would experience a profound transformation, allowing them to refine their talents anew. Seated on the ground, Chu Shang closed his eyes and began to harness this power. A multitude of purple and blue lightning coalesced around him, filling the spacious confines of the chamber. His blood, infused with the potent energy of the purple lightning, transformed entirely to a deep shade of purple, not merely a hue, but a vibrant embodiment of the color itself. Within his mind, he acquired knowledge of a grand technique, the heavenly thunder sacred body, a powerful ability once mastered by the Thunderbird, which had reached the Yuan-Dan realm. When unleashed, this technique would amplify the potency of lightning-based attacks by over 5-fold, while simultaneously doubling all of his attributes. It was undeniably a pinnacle technique of the lightning element. Mastery of the heavenly thunder Yuan-Dan bloodline was essential to wield such an extraordinary power, and it was evident that Chu Shang had grasped this ability. With it, should he attain the zenith of the Grandmaster realm in the future, he might very well secure a place among the top 500 in the illustrious dragon ranking of the Eastern Wilderness, which encompasses countless prodigies of the present era. The significance of merely being within the top 500 should not be underestimated, as it represented a remarkable achievement among millions. With the awakening of the heavenly thunder sacred body, Chu Shang felt a lingering trace of bloodline power still within him, untapped. Without hesitation, he channeled this energy into breaking through his current realm, swiftly overcoming the obstacles that had hindered him in the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. In a matter of days, Chu Shang accomplished the extraordinary feat of breaking through 2 realms. However, within the context of the Chu family, this achievement held little value, for many had reached similar heights at that very moment, including those of considerable strength within the postnatal realm. In just a few days, he shattered 4 realms, achieving the unparalleled status of a celestial prodigy. Having completed his breakthrough and exhausted the power of his bloodline, Chu Shang rose once more, directing his steps toward the core of the Chu family estate. He bowed deeply in reverence, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ancestors. Thank you, venerable elder." Within the grand hall of the Chu family, upon awakening the divine power of the Thunder Saint body, Chu Tian similarly bowed toward the core, uttering, "Thank you, esteemed ancestors." In the punishment pavilion, the apothecary pavilion, the scripture pavilion, and the surrounding areas, a multitude of younger descendants rose to pay their respects. The Xian and Wang clans, along with some women who had married into the Chu family and their progeny, upon awakening their thunder bloodline, immediately bowed in admiration towards the location of the Chu family. Regardless of whether Chu He could perceive their gratitude, they felt compelled to express their sincere thanks, for this was the grace of enlightenment. Though many had already become members of other families, those who had married out still retained a semblance of connection to the Chu lineage. However, their descendants, born into different households, were no longer considered part of the Chu family. Any benefits they acquired, including treasures they did not require, were returned to their own families. Yet, those who had previously severed ties found themselves awakened with extraordinary bloodline talents, free from the shackles of lineage restrictions. Each individual's cultivation aptitude ascended to new heights, transforming ordinary practitioners into budding geniuses. Such a gift could only be described as the grace of enlightenment. Indeed, it was truly remarkable. Through his divine perception, Chu He surveyed the entire array of palatial structures belonging to the Chu family and noted that his recent surge in bloodline power had birthed an astonishing number of innate talents, over 1,000, alongside hundreds of masters, dozens of grandmasters, and several practitioners at the celestial level. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he exclaimed, "Excellent." As the ancestral figure of the family, Chu He held a profound concern for his lineage, a sentiment evident since the inception of his first simulated life. This concern stemmed not only from the bloodline, but also from the symbiotic relationship he shared with his family. By fortifying the clan, he ensured that it would, in turn, channel its strength to amass wealth across the realm and beyond, procuring treasures essential for his cultivation. For instance, during his first simulation, while transcending the Yuan-Dan realm, he incidentally absorbed numerous fifth-tier materials for body refinement. Out of those, only a few were gathered by him personally. The majority were collected by his family, for it would have been impossible for him alone to amass such a bounty. This exemplifies the strength of familial bonds. Although he no longer depended on the Chu family support, as he was destined to flourish through his own extraordinary abilities, the ties remained significant. Now, he has truly become formidable. With the assistance of his family, his own strength has escalated even more rapidly than expected. Nevertheless, He remains the venerable ancestor of the entire clan, and it is imperative that they honor him as such. Every member of the family has witnessed his growth, nurtured by his own consciousness. In the future, should he succeed in forging a bloodline of divine manifestation, it is entirely plausible that his family will indeed rise to prominence. The scene of mortals surpassing celestial beings, with primordial elixirs scattered everywhere, and only the primordial spirit able to shake itself free, is a sight to behold. Chapter 14. The talent of the junior antagonist Halo is utterly disappointing. Just contemplating that scenario causes a surge of fervor within Chu He, compelling him to eagerly anticipate the next simulation, urging the second Chu He to strive harder. The more effort the second Chu He exerts, the sooner he can indulge in comfort and assert his dominance over the world. His family, too, shall ascend to become the foremost clan in existence. It resembles a nurturing game, cultivating the entire family. Ah, family. Who can truly comprehend this sentiment? As Chu He eagerly awaits, the remaining half-month swiftly passes. On the final day, as the last second ticks away, a familiar electronic prompt resonates in his mind. Ding. Would you like to proceed with the second life simulation? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he opens the azure-hued panel of the billion times life simulation system and clicks yes. Ding. The second simulation begins. You have embarked on another simulation, filled with joy and anticipation. During your first simulation, your avatar, the first Chu He, ascended from the pinnacle of celestial beings to the mid-stage of the primordial elixir realm, traversing 2 minor realms. This time, you bear the weighty expectations of your true self, and you feel compelled not to fall behind your predecessor, at least not by a significant margin. You must strive to surpass 2 minor realms, although it pales in comparison to the first leap of 1 major and 1 minor realm. It still constitutes a significant advancement. Otherwise, you would merely earn the title of a useless second Chu He in the eyes of your lounging counterpart. Activating the simulator, you draw upon the talents you have acquired this time, hoping to receive a powerful gift akin to the golden talent of immunity to mutual harm, numbered 99. Yet alas, luck eludes you, and you are granted only a black-level talent, low-level antagonist Halo. The low-level antagonist Halo is 2 tiers beneath the golden talents, neither here nor there, merely an ordinary talent. Its purpose is to transform you into the trifling early-stage antagonist, akin to a minor boss in a novel. You will unwittingly perform the acts typical of such early antagonists, offending the protagonist and falling victim to the protagonist's intelligence-diminishing aura. These are the capabilities bestowed upon you by the low-level antagonist Halo. Am I not the protagonist? How did I become the villain? I don't want this. The protagonist lamented. To think the system would bestow such a worthless talent upon me. I can only hope that once the simulation concludes, my true self outside 1T suddenly lose its wits and unwittingly choose this talent. Once selected, if my intelligence is diminished at a critical moment, wouldn't that spell disaster? In the heart of the Chu family domain. The second Chu He gazed at the system's description of this talent, rendered speechless and unable to restrain his sarcasm. He had assumed that all talents within the system were beneficial, only to discover this abysmal one, complete with a low-tier villain aura. Is there even a mid-tier or high-tier variant? Could the mid-tier and high-tier villain auras correspond to mid-game and late-game bosses? While grumbling, he revisited the effects, initially believing there were only 2, but was surprised to find additional, favorable effects lurking behind. Beyond the drawback of reduced intelligence, acquiring this aura would significantly enhance his luck, making it easier to discover valuable treasures and encounter secret realms left by formidable beings. Once the treasures amassed to a certain degree, when the protagonist's strength could vanquish early-stage minor bosses, they would inevitably come seeking his demise, turning him into a veritable fortune-bringer for them. This would bolster the protagonist's power further, such as the entirety of the initial villain aura's effects. Although the final outcomes were not particularly impressive, ones he had previously dismissed, when compared to the earlier drawbacks, it now seemed rather agreeable. One must admit, comparison is indeed a useful tool. Outside, Chu He mused. This aligns perfectly with the typical narrative arc of most novels, wherein the protagonist acquires a golden finger, suffers oppression, elevates their strength, and ultimately vanquishes their oppressors. They seize wealth from their adversaries, unlock new territories, and repeat the cycle ad infinitum. Ridiculed, targeted, their strength revealed, astonished bystanders. Committing murder, seizing opportunities, enhancing power, shifting maps, only to face ridicule and targeting once more. revealing their strength anew. In summation, it boils down to murder, leveling up, harvesting, and changing maps. If I inadvertently oppress the protagonist, they will level up first, then eliminate me, claiming my spoils, and race off to new territories. After exchanging greetings with Chu Tian from the family, he swiftly exited, following the memory of his first avatar to locate the Earth Emperor's precious lotus. With determination, he headed towards the abyss of celestial corpses. Before long, he found himself within the abyss, a realm shrouded in darkness, suffused with a corrosive aura, where the environment was rife with zombies. Rather than instilling fear, it evoked a tranquil sense of returning to a familiar place. In this realm, where you have resided for decades, it has become akin to a second home. Without lingering on the periphery, you effortlessly ventured into the inner circle and claimed the illusory heart herb, consuming it in one swift motion to elevate your state of mind. This simulation's purpose is singular, to enhance your strength by any means necessary. Improving one's mindset is indeed a facet of fortifying power. As one progresses further along the path, the significance of mindset becomes increasingly paramount. Although you do not perceive a need to refine your mental state, firmly believing in the unparalleled steadfastness of your resolve, one must ponder, is a resolute heart not simply the essence of pursuing the path to strength? Do you truly require such a concept? In the ancient kingdom of the planet you inhabited before your transcendence, every individual under the age of 30 possessed an unwavering determination akin to this. Have you ever experienced the despair of a world in decline, where one begins life as a mere beast of burden? Have you felt the weight of being born with a natural constitution of a lowly creature, raised in a farming household, destined for a fleeting century of existence? With a few fortunate years of schooling, one dreams of soaring to greatness, only to find oneself lost in obscurity. Can you fathom the sensation of a life that, upon reaching its twilight, reflects back with no companion by your side, leaving you with a profound sense of regret? Although much of this you have not personally endured, before your transcendence, you were relatively well off. Yet, the experience of an era where no one could ascend to immortality left a deep impression. The pursuit of immortal cultivation among the Yanhuang people has reached an immeasurable pinnacle. Throughout history, countless individuals have recklessly pursued this goal, only to pay the ultimate price. Chapter 15. The Eternal and Indestructible Golden Body, Divine Powers, and the Celestial Chain of Forces. The martial path, much like the cultivation of immortality, grants immense power and prolonged life, allowing others to soar. Seizing such an opportunity, especially with a golden key, is imperative. You must empower your external self. With the consumption of the illusory heart herb, you felt nothing at all, no clarity of mind, not even the faintest enhancement of your resolve. As you had surmised, there was no room for improvement. Even the most exquisite treasures could not elevate it further. In the depths of a dark swamp, Chu He shook his head slightly, remarking that such treasures should be reserved for the descendants of the present reality. In the future, any similar acquisitions would also be bestowed upon them, as they hold no utility for you. Upon concluding this thought, you arrived at the location where the Earth's sovereign lotus flourishes. This remarkable entity takes a decade to sprout, a century to grow, and a millennium to mature. Thus, retrieving it a decade early would yield no unexpected consequences. You seize the opportunity, opening your mouth to consume the essence, swiftly refining it. Unlike your previous breakthrough, which was a meticulously planned endeavor, you directly refined it at this location. The successful refinement nearly doubled your strength, placing you just a step away from advancing to the late Yuan dance stage, even without seeking additional treasures. Given 200 more years, you would surely achieve the late Yuan dance stage on your own. This prospect filled you with joy. To expedite your breakthrough, you did not hastily depart with the Earth Emperor's lotus, but continued your search for treasures. You considered the deadly abyss of celestial corpses to be your fortuitous realm, distinct from others. While many regarded it as a perilous place, you believed that with the experience of your first simulation avatar, you could survive here for decades with caution. If you were to discover one or two more treasures, a breakthrough to the late stage seemed imminent. As anticipated, you lingered here for a full 50 years, uncovering dozens of treasures of similar caliber, several of which proved beneficial for body refinement. These treasures facilitated your smooth transition to the late Yuan dance stage. Indeed, the deadly abyss of celestial corpses has been a blessed land for me. All three of my breakthroughs are connected to it, with each treasure obtained here playing a crucial role. From now on, every simulation must include a visit to this place. Observing the content of the simulation, Chu He felt a profound affinity for the deadly abyss of celestial corpses. If there were a system to measure affection, a sign indicating an increase of 111 would appear above his head. This affinity would surely exceed 80. At your current late Yuan dance stage, should you encounter the Sea of Torment Leviathan from the previous simulation, you would certainly not be so easily overwhelmed in a prolonged battle. The likelihood of turning the tables would be substantial. Upon reaching this level, if you wish to seek treasures for your next breakthrough, you would have to venture into the core region. The outer and inner regions rarely yield treasures capable of facilitating another breakthrough. Yet the thought of entering the core zone filled you with trepidation. According to the intelligence gathered from the Xianxia Pavilion, an information network spanning the entire Tianyan realm, several souls perished in the deadly abyss of celestial corpses, solidifying its notorious reputation. Few individuals managed to emerge from that area, and the contents within remained shrouded in mystery. The reason the deadly abyss is deemed the least hazardous among the three great forbidden zones of the myriad nations is that the souls lost here are comparatively weaker, with no formidable beings at the Dharma avatar level having fallen in this domain. However, this does not imply that there are no means of formidable beings at the law manifestation level present. It is merely that such entities have not ventured here. The Bitter Sea Forbidden Land, in fact, only witnessed a law manifestation expert several tens of millions of years ago, during an era long past. This accounts for the singular achievement of vanquishing a being of the law manifestation realm. You did not enter. Instead, you departed and returned to the Chu family, leveraging their power to gather martial arts from several hundred surrounding nations. Additionally, through the Wanbao Pavilion, you procured an abundance of martial techniques, preparing to forge a potent and unique method of cross-training in the Yuan Dan realm. Upon reaching the Yuan Dan level, most techniques become obsolete. Strength is no longer measured by martial arts or techniques, but by divine abilities. Upon attaining the Yuanshan realm, superiority hinges upon one's comprehension of the rules, wherein a deeper understanding translates to greater power. The stronger the grasp of these rules, the mightier one becomes. The Wanbao Pavilion is indeed a premier force among the myriad realms, appearing in every fantasy and cultivation novel, akin to the renowned Tongfu in martial arts tales, as well as the infamous Heifeng stronghold among bandit factions. They all belong to the interconnected powers of the myriad realms. Should I ever find myself within the expanse of the myriad realms, I might even discover the location of the Wanbao Pavilion's main hall. In the core area of the Chu family, the second son, Chu He, sits in his exclusive palace, surrounded by tens of thousands of martial techniques capable of propelling one to the Grandmaster and even the celestial realm. A considerable portion of these have been gifted to him by those from the surrounding nations eager to curry favor with the Chu family, while the remainder was purchased by himself. The expenditures were minimal, as the Wanbao Pavilion offers discounts. Any Yuan Dan power purchasing technique from them enjoys a 30% reduction. Gazing at the plethora of martial arts before him, Chu He felt somewhat dazed by the sheer volume. However, to create a technique suited to oneself, such a wealth of knowledge is essential, for the ascent of each formidable being demands a significant investment of time. It is time to commence the creation of divine abilities. He sighed inwardly. On the first day, he perused hundreds of martial techniques. On the second day, he again reviewed hundreds, assimilating these methods at a staggering pace. By the end of the first year, he had absorbed all techniques, beginning to forge a cross-training divine ability with his unparalleled wisdom. Yet, as the second year unfolded, he had not produced anything. By the fifth year, still no creation emerged. He found himself speechless, pondering why the creation of divine abilities proved so arduous. Where, then, was the utility of his unparalleled wisdom? What use was this obstinacy? You are unwilling to accept defeat, threatening your profound wisdom with clenched fists. If you cannot create anything further, then leave it to the next manifestation of supreme wisdom to resolve. In the 10th year, you finally glean a semblance of understanding. Using your own mastery of the 8-Zhang golden body as the foundation, integrating attributes such as thunder, rebirth, destruction, and blazing flames into this core. Moreover, frequently experiencing the formidable nature of the talent that grants immunity to 99 damage, and relying on your comprehension of the indestructible trait, this becomes the crux of your endeavor. Ultimately, you have birthed a nascent form of a divine power, which you have named the eternal indestructible golden body. In Chapter 16, concerning the immunity to 999 damage, the indestructible principle, and immunity to 9,999 damage. This eternal indestructible golden body, albeit merely a prototype, ranks among the top 1,000 in the entire Tianyan realm. Should you perfect this divine power, it would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. Consider that this achievement has emerged over billions of years, with all divine powers vying for the top 3 positions. What an astonishing feat that is. Even formidable entities in the Yuandan realm possess a mere 3,000 years of lifespan, while the history of the Tianyan realm spans over billions of years. It is inconceivable that only one Yuandan could arise every 3,000 years. In reality, over such an extensive time frame, tens of thousands of Yuandan have emerged, particularly from those with formidable legal manifestations, with the birth of tens of thousands every 3,000 years. The cumulative total over billions of years surpasses hundreds of billions of Yuandan, each having created a divine power of their own. Yet, amidst such competition, the eternal, indestructible divine power can still claim a spot among the top 3. However, do not misunderstand. This is not merely a reflection of your exceptional insight, nor is it solely a product of your mastery over myriad martial arts that has led to the creation of such a formidable divine power. The reason the eternal, indestructible divine power is poised to rank among the top 3, and potentially even first, lies entirely in the essence of the term indestructible. It is solely due to your integration of the characteristics of the immunity to 99 damage that this divine power has transcended the ordinary and become one of the elite. With your innate talent, once this divine power is perfected and unleashed, it can amplify your physical attributes by over 30-fold, far surpassing the prowess of the heavenly thunder's sacred body. In contrast, your adversary can only enhance their physical attributes by a single fold, alongside a modest increase in their thunder attribute attack power, rendering any comparison to your 30-fold enhancement utterly insignificant. Moreover, the most pivotal aspect is not merely the enhancement of physical attributes, but the significant elevation of your own indestructible nature. When this divine power is employed concurrently with your innate talent, it can amplify your innate prowess tenfold, transforming the effect to an immunity to 999 damage. Even if one were to endure a force 1,000 times beyond one's own capacity, one would only sustain a mere fraction of the damage. The essence of strength lies not merely in being formidable or fearsome. This rhythm suggests invincibility. If this continues, the self within the simulator may yearn for an end, only to be perpetually vanquished by others. It seems one would merely perish from the exhaustion of their lifespan, unable to inflict harm upon oneself. The notion of sustaining only a fraction of damage is beyond my imagination. What monumental force could possibly extinguish the second simulated avatar? Having attained such extraordinary abilities, Chu He is overwhelmed with elation, finding it difficult to articulate his feelings in words. No language seems adequate. The talent that nullifies 99 of damage has already exhilarated him. Yet the self within the second simulation can amplify this effect tenfold. Is this not the essence of invincibility? In an instant, Chu He feels profound pity for the adversaries he may face in the future. With such defenses, they could strike for decades without breaching his guard. Indeed, they may falter before he even does. Simultaneously, Chu He cannot help but express great sympathy for the protagonist he will confront in the simulation. This is no mere early-stage villain. This is undoubtedly a formidable late-stage archfiend. He sincerely hopes that this protagonist does not meet an untimely demise before having the opportunity for growth. Do you believe this is the pinnacle of this divine ability? With the possession of a technique embodying the essence of immortality, should one achieve the law of manifestation and grasp a principle of power, it is highly probable that one may attain the indestructible rule. As one of the supreme forces among the myriad realms, once comprehended, the talent that nullifies 99 of damage may very well transform, evolving into a talent that nullifies 9,999 of damage. At that moment, any attack, be it a strike upon the soul or a curse, would yield but a minuscule effect upon you. You would become a truly immortal entity, impervious to all, untouched by the myriad causes and effects, eternally enduring. As for the profound effects of the eternal, indestructible golden body technique he has created, due to the absence of a narrative from the system, he remains unaware of its true might. Only his corporeal form outside the simulation comprehends this. Nevertheless, despite the lack of narration, he recognizes the potency of this technique and strives to perfect it. Year after year, he diligently seeks out other powerful martial arts, allowing his extraordinarily capable mind to continually deduce and refine. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed. In the past 3 decades, your esteemed family, the Chu clan, has flourished remarkably under your influence, boasting over 150 practitioners at the celestial realm, alongside a formidable number of 400 venerated members. The presence of masters and grandmasters is beyond question. One might claim that their numbers are virtually limitless, though that may be a slight exaggeration. It is within this very year that a certain dandy of your lineage, enamored with a young woman from a modest, innate family in the neighboring Yu kingdom, has emerged. The lady in question, known as Lu Ruyan, is a name that resonates with familiarity. Lu Ruyan reciprocated the affections of your kin, yet she was bound by a prior engagement. Upon learning of this commitment, the 27th generation scion, Chu He, opted not to create any complications and gracefully withdrew his pursuit. As a peripheral member of the Yuandan family, he had no shortage of women vying for his attention. Merely inquiring about a connection with an innate family was already a significant honor. If they were disinclined to accept it, he found no reason to pursue further. However, in a bid to strengthen ties with the illustrious Yuandan Chu family and elevate his own lineage, Lu Ruyan, along with her innate Lu family, acted without hesitation, promptly confronting her fiancé, Yin Huahua, from the innate Yin family, to annul their engagement. The act of being rejected by a woman was an unparalleled disgrace for Yin Huahua and the entire Yin family. Yet whispers suggested that this was influenced by the Yuandan family's intentions. The Yin family had no choice but to endure this humiliation. Meanwhile, the oblivious Chu He declared, "I am unaware of this. When have I ever expressed such sentiments? I merely inquired if she would consider being my concubine, nothing more." While the Yin family could bear this indignity, the impetuous Yin Huahua could not withstand the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. In a fit of rage, he vehemently rejected the annulment, asserting that he had been the one to woo Lu Ruyan. He uttered the infamous proclamation, "Lu family, Chu family, take heed. 30 years of the East, 30 years of the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty." He vowed that one day, the Lu family and their allies in the Chu family would come to regret their actions. Upon the utterance of these words, the expressions of both the Lu and Yin families darkened ominously. Yin Xing, the patriarch of the Yin family and father of Yin Huahua, delivered a resounding slap to his son's face, compelling him to apologize to Lu Ruyan, declaring that his previous statements were mere folly, a manifestation of hysteria. Yet, by then, it was far too late. Yin Huahua remained oblivious to the magnitude of the calamity his words would precipitate for his family. His youthful arrogance and the mention of the Lu family were inconsequential, but the inclusion of the Chu family was a grave misstep. With the addition of these two characters, he might have been spared the 30 years of hardship, and there would have been no need for the phrase, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." Instead, one would only be left with the solemnity of the deceased. On that very day, despite the Yin family's efforts to suppress the news, this statement reverberated throughout the surrounding areas. Everyone who heard it was left in utter shock, particularly those who were eager to curry favor with the Chu family, desperately attempting to attach themselves to this influential clan without any means to do so. Their eyes instantly lit up. Was this not a splendid opportunity to cling to a powerful ally? They swiftly united in their intentions. That night, a gathering of over a dozen innate martial artists stormed the Yin residence, catching the family off guard as they were in the midst of packing to flee. With a thunderous crash, the front door was shattered by a single kick from an innate warrior. Hundreds surged into the compound, and upon seeing the Yin family brandishing weapons, a brutal massacre ensued, lasting approximately half an hour before finally coming to a close. The Yin family, numbering in the hundreds, faced utter annihilation. Yin Huahua, our protagonist, witnessed the horrific scene from his hiding place in the underground tunnels, consumed by hatred for heaven, earth himself, the Chu family, the Lu family, and all present, loathing everything. In a frenzy, he slapped his own face hundreds of times, reducing it to a grotesque state, repeatedly lamenting, "It is I who has brought ruin upon my family. I am the sinner, the sinner." Only when a jade pendant at his waist began to glow, revealing the spectral image of an elderly soul, did he regain his senses. This spectral figure, claiming to be the Xianyu Zhenjun, was a formidable being from tens of thousands of years ago, a master at the pinnacle of the Yuanshan realm, who had been on the verge of breaking through to the Fa Xiang realm. However, during his attempt to achieve this breakthrough, He was betrayed, leading to his failure. The one who conspired against him is now the current powerhouse of the Han Hai sect, known as the Han Hai Tian Chu. In the world of cultivation, the Yuan Dan is referred to as a true person, the Yuan Shun as a true lord, and the Fa Xiang as a heavenly lord. To avenge his family, Yin Huahua pledged himself as a disciple to this ancient master. Thus, the journey of our protagonist officially commenced. Let us now delve into the tale of how he vanquished the formidable antagonists, the Chu family, and the Han Hai Tian Chu, ultimately rising to become the unrivaled sovereign of the entire Tian Yun realm. Chu He, I'm the protagonist. What am I? May I inquire about my role? With narrowed eyes, Chu He expressed his bewilderment at the series of simulated events. This protagonist is rather archetypal. The narrative is a classic tale of enmity, beginning with a villainous character set as the target, alongside a supervillain of the Fa Xiang level. Is this not a quintessential narrative? It epitomizes the essence of storytelling. Laden with animosity, a divine guiding hand, and an insatiable desire for strength, all elements are impeccably in place. Next, he could simply focus on the chaos ahead. Shaking his head, Chu He found himself feeling a sense of anticipation for the unfolding narrative, ready to continue observing the simulated events. It felt akin to watching a drama, something he hadn't indulged in for centuries. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and in the next instant, he summoned his primordial essence. In the heart of the Chu family territory, he tore open a rift in space and vanished from the confines of his clan, racing toward the neighboring Yu kingdom. In mere seconds, Chu He arrived at the land of Yu, his vast consciousness enveloping the area for miles as he casually scanned the surroundings. He quickly discerned the locations of the Yin family and the Lu family, two innate clans. Although the simulation portrayed events decades into the future, the present mirrored the past, as these two clans had long established themselves within a small city named Ironstone City, which boasted a modest population of merely several tens of thousands. This city was renowned for its production of ironstone, infused with a hint of primordial energy significantly tougher than ordinary iron ore, providing sustenance for both families as they gradually prospered. Excellent. These two families are conveniently located here, saving me the trouble of searching. Hovering high above, Chu He gazed down at the strongholds of the innate clans, his visage adorned with a villainous smile. His purpose for coming here was unmistakable: to retrieve the jade pendant that housed the soul of a peak primordial spirit. This was an artifact he could obtain in reality merely by observing the system's narration, without needing to delve into any memories. Failing to acquire this pendant would render him the fool among fools. He hoped fervently that this pendant had been in the family's possession for decades rather than being a recent acquisition. With that thought in mind, Chu He began to meticulously probe the Yin family's treasury and the jade pendants worn by each individual. Eventually, in a well-appointed room, he discovered a small white jade pendant nestled against the waist of a tiny infant lying in a basket. It radiated a profound essence of soul power. Found it. This infant, as one of the caregivers had mentioned, was likely named Yin Xing, and if all went as expected, was perhaps the father of Yin Huahua. The jade pendant belonging to Yin Huahua should have been bestowed upon him. With a gentle flick of his finger, the white jade pendant, which had been resting against the infant's waist, materialized in Chu He's hand. Disturbing the slumber of the lingering soul within was not his intention. He stowed the pendant in a storage ring and prepared to depart. However, before leaving, he cast a disdainful glance at the two innate families, the Yin and the Lu. To ease his irritation, Chu He summoned the primordial energy of heaven and earth and struck down upon the Lu family and the hundreds of its members with a single palm. With a resounding explosion that reverberated for dozens of miles, the Lu family vanished without a trace. The once exquisite pavilions adorned with intricate carvings, the beautifully crafted artificial hills and fountains have all vanished. In their place lies an enormous handprint, spanning over 1,000 meters in diameter and plunging several dozen meters deep. A vast quantity of subterranean water continuously seeps forth. Simultaneously, the Ironstone mine, which sustains the two prominent families of Ironstone City, has experienced significant upheaval akin to an earthquake. The surrounding landscape within a dozen li has undergone a dramatic transformation. All the ironstone deposits, previously accessible at a few meters from the surface, have now descended into the depths of the earth, reaching thousands of meters down. Chapter 18. The jealous Chu He perfects the eternal, unyielding body technique. At such depths, extraction becomes an impossibility unless a martial arts master assumes the role of a miner. Yet, No sensible master would stoop to excavate what they consider worthless ironstone. Consequently, the ironstone mine, which had been the lifeblood of the Yin family, is now lost, unless they discover a new avenue for wealth. Their descendants' cultivation resources will dwindle by more than half. Those with the potential to break through to the innate realm may find themselves unable to do so due to the scarcity of resources. As the number of breakthroughs diminishes, the family's power will weaken, and the quest for new means of prosperity will become increasingly futile, plunging them into a vicious cycle. Gradually, the once innate Yin family will regress to a postnatal family, ultimately devolving into a mere group of ordinary people. This situation is much more agreeable. After uttering these words, he once again tore open a rift in space and effortlessly returned to his own family. Although the conflicts with the Lu and Yin families occurred within a simulation and did not directly involve him, he took the prior actions to prevent the emergence of a protagonist, nipping potential dangers in the bud. Indeed, it is not merely a matter of disliking the two families. Well, even if it were, the destruction of the Lu family is nothing less than deserved. The descendant of his family, known as Chu He, had merely inquired about a person named Lu Ruyin. If she was unwilling, so be it. His family had already resolved to relinquish the matter. They had no intention of meddling in the affairs of lovers. However, the other party sought to climb the ranks of the Chu family by approaching Yin Hua to annul the engagement, falsely claiming it was the Chu family's wish. The Lu family should not presume to act on behalf of the Chu family, for they are unworthy. From the outset, had it not been for their actions, the subsequent chain of events would not have unfolded. As for the Yin family, while they may be considered victims to some extent, their future enmity with the Chu family renders their moral standing irrelevant. Chu He cares only for the alignment of interests. In the realm of the powerful, the strong are always right. Nevertheless, he is not one to disregard reason. The other party did not provoke the Chu family, but made one critical error, merely speaking out of turn. Thus, let them bear the consequences of their words. Having severed the financial lifeline of the opposing family and simultaneously appropriated their fortuitous opportunity, this is the price to be paid. Fortune favors the virtuous, and he is indeed that virtuous one, with the intent to obliterate the lingering consciousness of the soul master contained within. Chu He prepared to extract the talisman from his storage ring. The compulsion to delve into the memories nestled within the adversary's mind, particularly the martial cultivation recollections of a soul master at the pinnacle of his realm, presents a significant opportunity for Chu He. Such insights would allow him to navigate the convoluted pathways of cultivation with far greater efficiency, minimizing the time required to transcend multiple realms. Moreover, should fortune smile upon him, he might glean knowledge of treasures possessed by this soul master millennia ago, along with their concealed locations. It is well understood that such formidable beings would not confine all their treasures within a mere storage ring, having attained the ability to create small spatial realms. They would store numerous artifacts within these sanctuaries, intending to leave a legacy for future generations. They would not wish to leave behind nothing, allowing all their possessions to be seized by others should misfortune befall them. However, considering that the soul master, even in his residual form, embodies the pinnacle of soul mastery, it is evident that their most formidable power lies within their spiritual essence. Even if one's innate talent affords a defense against 99 of soul damage, the dying assault of such a master could still inflict significant harm. For the time being, it would be prudent not to disturb this ancient soul. Once the current simulation concludes, and he has mastered a divine ability that mitigates damage to a mere fraction of 1% while achieving the pinnacle of the Essence Dan realm, only then will he seek to eliminate this entity. There is no need for haste. The risks are unnecessary, especially now that he possesses a golden opportunity. Even without this advantage, he is capable of gradually ascending to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Possessing it merely saves him a few simulation attempts. He resumed observing the simulator, eager to discern the trajectory of the protagonist's development. He was curious to learn how the other could possibly breach his thousandfold defenses. Within the simulation, he remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the kingdom of Yu, unaware that he simply lingered at home, achieving nothing. Astonishingly, he managed to offend the protagonist, incurring their resentment despite having done nothing. Truly, one can sit idly at home and yet find misfortune descending from the heavens. Had he known, he would likely have been rendered speechless. Over the past 3 decades, he had finally perfected this divine ability, largely due to the reference provided by innate talent. The creation of divine abilities with a reference point differs fundamentally from those created without one. Without such a reference, the endeavor becomes a much more daunting task. Such extraordinary mastery, even after 30 years, or even extending 100-fold to 300 or 3,000 years, would yield no results. For one could never create such transcendent powers from the outset. 0 multiplied by any number remains 0, a principle understood even by elementary students. Within the confines of the secret chamber, the second figure, Chu He, gently opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the essence of the eternal, indestructible golden body technique he had comprehended. His expression was one of immense excitement, as he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Is this profound technique truly within my capability to create? If I am not mistaken, once this technique is unleashed, my attributes, including speed, strength, and even my soul, will amplify by over 30-fold. Truly astonishing. Such a technique exists in this world. The most pivotal aspect is that it was birthed from my own ingenuity. I am indeed a genius. From this moment forth, I can declare that all within the realm of Tianyun are but mere trifles before me. I can boastfully inform everyone, unless you transcend to the Yuan dance stage, you shall see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. Should you manage to transcend, you will perceive me as a mere ant before the vast sky." Having uttered such grandiloquent words, I felt my stature elevate significantly, my entire being brimming with confidence. The combat spirit of a seasoned warrior ignited within me, fervently ablaze after decades of stagnation, dedicated solely to the creation of this divine technique. At long last, it has come to fruition, and I am ready to engage in battle once more. Battle, how exhilarating! I have not forgotten that in this simulation, my talent is the novice villain's aura. After decades, I trust that this aura has been activated. Setting aside its adverse effects, let us first discuss its beneficial aspects. As I venture forth to engage in combat, I hope to encounter several hidden realms and amass a plethora of treasures, awaiting the protagonist to arrive as a harbinger of fortune. Let us act upon our desires. Chapter 19 is commendable. Your courage has garnered my approval. Transforming into a beam of light, I vanished from the land of Shun. I soared through the skies, all the while subtly sensing the surrounding territories. Seeking places with unique spatial fluctuations, upon detecting such anomalies, I would investigate further. However, often I encountered other formidable beings at the Yuan dance stage, who were tearing through space in their haste. I made a point to observe them, causing some to appear momentarily bewildered. Those fleeing from pursuers, upon seeing my approach, might have assumed I was there to hunt them down. Such was the case this time. Blood Moon Kingdom, a realm where practitioners of dark arts from thousands of nearby nations converge, is a place where the daily spectacle is one of relentless slaughter. The common folk cannot survive here. Those who do exist merely serve as blood bags for the powerful. In this land, one might truly say that even the innate are treated worse than dogs, for it is not uncommon to encounter masters and grandmasters of dark cultivation on the streets, capable of capturing and refining you with a mere flick of their wrist. Should you be a practitioner of the dark arts in search of talent, a mere stroll through this territory would yield an abundance of potential candidates. Yet, despite the imminent danger, throngs of individuals flock to this place daily, drawn by the sheer volume of talent and the fact that it houses the largest black market trading zone among all nations. Whatever treasures you desire, you are likely to find them here. After all, in a gathering of millions of dark cultivators, what cannot be procured? On this particular day, you found yourself wandering through the Blood Moon Kingdom. Though your purpose was not to recruit talent, you sought not to gather followers, but rather to spend your millions of essence stones on artifacts necessary for your cultivation. Indeed, this is the largest black market trading area. Even at the level of Essence Dan treasures, after several days of searching, you managed to find 3 or 4 different items that offered you slight benefits. However, the prices were exorbitant. You spent all 30 million essence stones without a trace left. With your desired acquisitions in hand, you exited the Blood Moon Kingdom and traversed several nations, sensing a ripple in the fabric of space. Although you surmised it to be another Essence Dan expert in transit, it cannot possibly pertain to a secret realm. It would be a futile endeavor. Yet you resolved to trust in your innate abilities one last time and ventured to take a glance. By sheer coincidence, you beheld an Essence Dan dark practitioner, hurriedly evading pursuit. As your eyes met, a profound connection formed between you. You discerned the murderous intent in the eyes of that dark practitioner. Although he could not perceive the same in your gaze, He was convinced that a peer appearing at such a moment could only have malicious intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck at you, unleashing his blood blade divine technique, an intermediate-level dark art skill. Indeed, he at the mid-essence dance stage foolishly dared to attack you. It must be said that dark practitioners are, indeed, consumed by their own practices, often oblivious to the true power of their adversaries before launching an assault. Ah, how delightful! Since mastering my divine techniques, you are the first of your kind to dare confront me. Such audacity is commendable. I must exert my full strength to reward you suitably. Come forth, unleash even greater power upon me. Faster, faster, let us engage in a true battle of men. High above the horizon, Chu He observed the bloodied blade that his arm had intercepted, feeling its force. A calm expression suddenly morphed into a sinister smile. His gaze transformed from indifference to bloodlust. Excitement coursing through him, causing his entire being to tremble slightly with exhilaration. A thunderous roar erupted. Before the practitioner known as Bloodslaughter could continue his assault, he feared that any further attempts would yield no harm, compelling him to flee in terror. Thus, a combatant was eliminated. In that moment, you unleashed your ultimate technique, manifesting your eternal, indestructible golden body. Instantly, your starkly contrasting eyes turned to gold, enveloped in a radiant aura of golden essence, imbued with the essence of immortality. Your muscles writhed as if they were proliferating, multiplying exponentially. Your bones expanded at an unnatural pace, thickening and widening with fervor. Your blood shifted from crimson to gold, and your physical form surged with terrifying velocity. In mere moments, your stature transformed from a height of approximately 2 meters to that of a colossal golden giant towering over 10,000 zhang, a staggering height of over 33,000 meters. It was a terrifying elevation as you transitioned from standing in the sky to towering over the earth below, standing upon the vast expanse of the earth. Gazing down upon everything around you felt akin to surveying ants beneath your gaze. An oppressive aura emanated, enveloping the surrounding landscape for thousands of miles, threatening to crush the very mountains under its weight, dimming the sky itself. Bloodslaughter, witnessing your colossal transformation and the brilliance of your sun-like gaze, trembled in fear. Resembling a forsaken kitten filled with helplessness, he realized that he had provoked an incomprehensibly terrifying entity, regretting his previous attack and a misinterpretation of your murderous intent. For he understood that you had no intention of ending his life. He was acutely aware of his own insignificance. You had merely come to observe. If I were to say that I meant no harm, would I be allowed to leave, brother? I am willing to relinquish all that I seized earlier. Would that be acceptable, brother? Please, let me go. I truly regret my actions. From this day forth, I shall renounce my path as a demon cultivator, or I will serve you as a loyal dog. Grant me a place to serve, if you will. The face of the blood Azura was etched with anguish, a reflection of profound regret. He was genuinely terrified. He still possessed 2,000 years of life ahead, ample time to savor existence, and he was not ready to meet his demise. He truly did not wish to die. Chapter 20. This is the essence of a battle between true men. A bountiful harvest indeed. Yet, you are unwilling to let him go. Once you reveal your strength, many will be eager to serve you, and you shall not lack for followers. Thus, you unveiled your signature villainous grin, a sinister chuckle escaping your lips as you inquired, "Are you finished?" Upon hearing his response, you warned, "If so, take heed in your next life." With that utterance, a colossal golden fist, akin to an ancient divine mountain, radiated an eternal, indestructible aura, crashing down upon the blood Azura in the mere blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, he was reduced to a grotesque tapestry of flesh. The devastation was so thorough that no semblance of restoration was possible. Your fist scale had obliterated everything within thousands of miles, transforming mountains and rivers into mere dust. Even the air itself was rendered a vacuum, and the remnants of flesh were swept away, lost to the winds. The only trace of the blood Azura left was a speck of crimson upon your resplendent golden fist. This encounter, emblematic of a true man's battle, was concluded in the infinitesimal fraction of time, resolved with a single blow. Although this confrontation was a one-sided domination, offering no thrill to other battle enthusiasts, it was, for you, the epitome of exhilaration. You reveled in the long-lost thrill of combat, every fiber of your being invigorated. Your cells trembled, your blood ignited. And you declared this to be the battle you had always sought, pure bliss. For you, the essence of a true man's fight is not a back-and-forth exchange of blows. nor a relentless struggle lasting days or even years, such a combat style you disdain. You harbor no masochistic inclinations. To you, a genuine man's battle is characterized by delivering a single, devastating punch that obliterates your opponent, a unilateral, crushing force. A true man must mercilessly dominate his foes. Throughout your life, your lexicon has been defined by the words, crush, crush, crush. Chu He. Ah, what a delightful sensation. The sight of this one-sided onslaught is exhilarating. I envy the second Chu He within the simulator. To encounter such a remarkable opponent as this Blood Azura is a rare fortune. I wonder where he is now. And I hope for a chance to engage him in a true man's battle. In the land of myriad nations, the Blood Azura, within his lair, is tirelessly honing a demonic weapon with the aid of millions of talented individuals. Suddenly, a chill washed over him, causing him to startle and gaze around in bewilderment. He could not fathom what had transpired. In this enclosed space, there was no breeze to enter, and to invoke a chill strong enough to affect a being of his caliber, one would require the formidable winds from the heavens above. He had vanquished an insignificant foe. His satisfaction with the power of the eternal, undying golden body was immense. Its might exceeded his expectations beyond measure. With such a divine ability, coupled with his golden talent, he believed that once he reached the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, he could withstand several blows from even a nascent spirit realm expert before succumbing. One must not underestimate the significance of merely a few exchanges. As one progresses in martial arts, the disparities become increasingly pronounced. No one can transcend a significant realm to conquer another. The gulf between the celestial and Yuan Dan realms is several hundred to thousands of times greater. The chasm between Yuan Dan and nascent spirit realms is even more considerable. Utilizing his divine powers, his physical prowess surpassed that of others in the same realm by 30-fold, and his resilience was 1,000 times greater. It was utterly implausible to bridge such a vast gap with mere attributes. Such thoughts were the fabrications of a dreamer. Continuing his ascent, he resumed his quest for potential secret realms. He could not bring himself to believe that he, a favored child of fortune, could fail to uncover even a hidden domain. After several months of relentless searching, he finally stumbled upon a spatial rift in a desolate area. Crossing the threshold, he beheld a unique secret realm spanning over 1,000 miles. This realm was abundant with a first-grade spiritual herb known as sky bluegrass, renowned for its healing properties, which led him to name it the Sky Blue Secret Realm. At the heart of this domain, he discovered several expansive medicinal gardens and a decaying yet grand palace. Inscribed with the characters Xianxia Palace, a clear indication of its ancient origins. As anticipated, this secret realm had existed for millions of years. A remnant of a nascent spirit realm expert, known as Xianxia, who had exhausted his lifespan long ago. It served as his abode. While millions of years might seem insignificant in the context of the over 10 billion years of history of the Tianyan realm, it represented an epoch for him. Even a being of the Dharma aspect realm could not hope to endure for millions of years. A nascent spirit realm expert could typically extend their lifespan to 30,000 years, tenfold that of the Yuan Dan realm. While those of the Dharma aspect realm might live for 1,000,000 years, approximately 30 times longer than their nascent spirit counterparts. From this perspective, one can discern certain patterns, as well as the widening chasm between higher realms. When a celestial being transcends to the Yuan Dan stage, their lifespan triples. Upon progressing from Yuan Dan to Yuan Shun, it increases tenfold, and from Yuan Shun to Fa Xiang, it expands 30-fold. Should there exist even loftier realms, it is highly probable that their lifespan surpasses that of the Fa Xiang stage by several hundred times, amounting to billions of years. Within this secret realm, you have unearthed numerous treasures of significant value. For millions of years, the celestial materials and earthly treasures cultivated within the Azure secret realm have thrived in a wild, untamed manner. No one has ventured to harvest them, nor have they been nurtured, resulting in the demise of some. However, those that have withstood the test of time, the more resilient celestial materials and earthly treasures have survived tenaciously. After your foraging, you amassed several hundred sixth-tier celestial materials and earthly treasures, along with a dozen or so corresponding to the Yuanshan realm. These treasures are ample enough to elevate you to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan stage and could potentially enhance the prowess of several members of your family from celestial beings to the apex of Yuan Dan. Had there been any treasures within that could assist in transcending to the Yuanshan realm, it is conceivable that you might have achieved that breakthrough using these artifacts. Just as you were reveling in your fortune, The dormant initial antagonist aura that you had yet to activate quietly came to life. Chapter 21. The diminution of intelligence divine art fails. Eradicating roots is crucial. He commenced employing the diminution of intelligence divine art against you. This formidable technique, once unleashed, causes an individual's intellect and IQ, under its influence, to regress to the state of a person slightly above the mentally impaired. Before ordinary individuals, you still appeared as a normal person. However, in matters pertaining to the protagonist Xianxia, you would devolve into the most foolish of fools. It is evident that the multitude of celestial materials and earthly treasures within this secret realm is intrinsically linked to the protagonist Xianxia. They are all prepared by him, with you serving as the fortunate guardian of these treasures. As the diminution of intelligence divine art took effect, your mind descended into a brief chaos. While memories of the celestial materials and earthly treasures lingered, their significance diminished greatly. Without external reminders, you would instinctively overlook their existence, even when they were before your eyes. Should someone remind you, once they departed, you would swiftly revert to neglecting these treasures, awaiting the arrival of a destined individual. Fortunately, the influence of this intelligence-diminishing aura did not endure for long. It lasted less than a fleeting moment, and soon its power dissipated entirely. To be precise, its potency had been reduced to less than 1,000th, rendering it incapable of affecting you further. Do not inquire why. In a certain sense, the aura of diminished intelligence has inflicted harm upon you. Prolonged exposure to its effects can indeed cause detriment to the brain. Your innate ability to negate 99% of damage has revealed this truth, and when combined with your comprehension of the eternal, indestructible body, the influence of this aura has been reduced by an astonishing 999 thousandths. With such a reduction, even if the aura is formidable, its effects are rendered negligible. Upon realizing this, you were overwhelmed with joy and stood up in exuberance, for in this situation, your talent proved to be extraordinarily potent. Just a slight infliction, even the mere plucking of a single underarm hair, could diminish the damage by 999 points. The sheer strength of this talent is almost unfathomable. The golden aptitude is so formidable that it ignites within you a yearning for even greater talents. Particularly the most powerful one, the chaotic aptitude. The mere sight of those three characters, chaotic color, evokes a profound sense of the prowess of this talent. Freed from the influence of the aura, you departed from this secret realm and returned to your family, the Chu clan, greeting Chu Tian and informing him of your arrival. "Welcome back, esteemed elder," he responded. You glanced at him and inquired, "Have there been any significant events of late?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tian pondered briefly before responding, "Elder, not long ago, news came of a mid-stage Yuan Dan practitioner from the demonic path who was slain by an unknown powerful figure. It was reported that the battle was fierce, leaving the surrounding area devastated for thousands of miles. In addition to this matter, there has emerged an unparalleled prodigy in the territory of the neighboring Yu kingdom, a person named Xianxia, who ranked within the top 30 during last year's Eastern Wilderness Prodigy competition. He was recognized as the most promising talent of his generation, securing the 30th position on the True Dragon list. Our own Chu Xianxia participated in this grand competition as well, ranking at 356, a significant disparity from the other. Since returning, Xianxia appears to be somewhat enchanted, spending each day in seclusion, either cleansing her visage or diligently practicing, striving to break through to the realm of celestial beings as swiftly as possible. Xianxia, this prodigy emerging from the impoverished regions of the Yu kingdom. How is it that he bears such resemblance to a protagonist? No, he is undoubtedly the protagonist. Had he not possessed such qualities, how could someone from such a remote place ascend to the top 30 of the True Dragon list? It is astonishing that since my simulation began, in just a few decades, he has risen to the pinnacle of a grand master. He may have even surpassed the realm of celestial beings by now. At this rate, how long will it take for him to reach the Yuan dance stage? By then, he might very well come seeking a confrontation with me. After all, I am the initial antagonist, and if my opponent possesses the strength to confront me yet does not come forth to eliminate me, it would be a disservice to the very title of villain. I find myself pondering when I might have crossed paths with this adversary unfavorably. Upon hearing this news, your eyes narrowed slightly as you envisioned a scenario in the not-so-distant future where the protagonist, wielding invincible power, approaches to bring about your demise. However, what perplexes you is how your family might have offended this individual. As you prepare to inquire, before you can voice your thoughts. Chu Tian takes the initiative to address the matter, shame etched upon his face. Elder, when Yin Huahua ascended to the top 30 of the true dragon ranking, I investigated whether our family had ever wronged them. Given the opponent's talents, it is certain they will eventually become a formidable Yuan Dan realm expert. While our family has only just achieved the status of a Yuan Dan family, insufficient to establish a rival of equal standing. Yet, the inquiry brought shocking revelations. It turns out that the opposing family was annihilated by those who sought to align themselves with us, the details of which remain unclear. Rumors from Taishu City suggested that the Yin family had offended ours, prompting a dozen innate experts to obliterate the Yin family, with a member of their clan ultimately confessing. Only then did our family grasp the full scope of the situation. However, it would be unjust to place all the blame on that family member. They did not err, as the events seemed to have been a series of coincidental misfortunes. If you wish to impose punishment, direct it at me, for it is I, as the clan leader, who failed to address the issue promptly, leaving a significant threat lingering unaddressed. The Chu family's ethos is fiercely protective of its own. Should a member of the Chu family err and their actions threaten the clan, the family will naturally impose discipline. However, if a member has not committed an error but inadvertently offends a powerful individual, even if the repercussions are severe, including the potential for clan annihilation, the Chu family will not exact punishment. This is not solely out of favoritism, but to prevent the establishment of a dangerous precedent. If one can be punished for no wrongdoing, it would spell disaster for the clan, dissuading the younger generation from undertaking responsibilities for fear of repercussions regardless of their actions. Initially, the offense committed by the younger generation against Yin Huahua stemmed from an infatuation with a woman, who upon learning that this lady, Lu Ruyin, was already engaged, had withdrawn his advances. Given the stature of the Chu family, what woman could not be won? There is no need to force a situation that could tarnish our reputation. However, in her quest to gain entry into the Chu family, Lu Ruyin resorted to leveraging the Chu family's name during her engagement annulment, which prompted Yin Huahua to utter that quintessential phrase, incorporating the Chu family's name. This act brought about a perilous threat to the Yin family's very existence. Throughout this ordeal, the Chu family's descendants committed no transgressions. In fact, the opposing party ultimately did not take Lu's family member as a concubine, solely because the latter misappropriated the Chu family's name for her own purposes, which he found distasteful. Without the consent of the Chu family, her unauthorized utilization of their name was an affront that all families would detest. Upon discovery, they would undoubtedly respond with great severity. If one were to assert any wrongdoing on his part, there would be but two transgressions. The first was his failure to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Lu Ruyin. Specifically, he did not confirm that she had a fiancé, which inadvertently instilled a sense of hope within her. The second was that, since someone had exploited the Chu family's name, resulting in the annihilation of the Yin family, he should have decisively eradicated the threat, eliminating Yin Huahua and simultaneously obliterating Lu's family. This was indeed another significant error on the part of the family's descendant. The importance of thorough eradication cannot be overstated. It bears repeating thrice. Chapter 22 delves deeply into the protagonist's thoughts and reflections. Well, although this situation is not our fault, the opposing party will perceive it as our doing, attributing the destruction of their family to us. Your negligence in investigation warrants a penalty of 3 years' worth of cultivation resources. Acknowledging the cause and effect, it is clear that the family's entanglement with Yin Huahua is unequivocally due to their own actions. Were it not for that initial villainous aura, how could the family's descendant have provoked a protagonist? Moreover, had it not been for your influence, the very existence of that protagonist might still be in question. Given that in the previous simulation, Yin Huahua had not emerged at all. At the very least, within the memories you possess, you have not encountered mention of him. Had he genuinely secured a position within the top 30 of the True Dragon rankings, you would undoubtedly have heard of his name. Thus, the root of the matter does not lie with that family's descendant, but rather with you. Yet, even with this understanding of the circumstances, you have refrained from punishing Chu Tian, for you recognize that, as the head of the family, he has failed to provide assistance under his leadership. Instead, not long after the Yuan Dan family's establishment, he has brought a formidable adversary upon the ancestors. His tenure as the family leader has been woefully inadequate. If you fail to impose any consequences upon him, he will only feel greater guilt, deeper self-reproach, and an increased sense of burden upon himself and the family. They believed that their family had brought a formidable enemy upon their ancestors, and it was utterly incomprehensible that the elder had yet to impose any punishment upon him. Even if one were to argue that offending the other party was a consequence of their own actions, Chu Tian would remain steadfast in his disbelief. Indeed, had it not been for his own awareness of the circumstances, he would have found it hard to accept that his mere presence could herald the birth of a protagonist. After administering a punishment to Chu Tian, the other party's feelings of guilt exhibited a slight improvement, albeit marginal, as he perceived the occurrence of such misfortune. The elder had merely sanctioned a reduction of 3 years' worth of cultivation resources, which was evidently a lenient sentence. Had he been in the elder's position, he would have deemed a few centuries of confinement as a gesture of mercy. Upon further investigation into the situation concerning Xianxia, a deeper understanding of this protagonist was attained. Following his remarkable achievements in the Eastern Wilderness Hero Competition, he recognized that his newfound fame would inevitably attract the attention of the Chu family. A simple inquiry would reveal the connection between his family's demise and the Chu clan, prompting the elder to potentially take action against him. Thus, Xianxia, displaying remarkable intelligence, promptly aligned himself with a formidable spiritual power, the Tian Chu Palace, after the competition concluded. With the protection of such a powerful entity, even though he did not formally apprentice himself to a master of the spirit realm within that faction, he became a true disciple of the sect. Under the guise of a true disciple, the Chu family found themselves unable to act against him, even covertly, as the mystical nature of martial arts offered myriad methods to uncover the perpetrator. By the time Xianxia sought vengeance, the Chu family might have already faced annihilation at the hands of the Tian Chu Palace. Thus far, they had refrained from making any moves, patiently awaiting your return to determine the appropriate course of action. Concurrently, they discreetly dispatched several members of the family's direct lineage to more remote kingdoms, establishing them as a backup branch to prevent any potential future crises, ensuring that their bloodline would not be extinguished without a trace. Chu He, número 2. Chu He, faced with such a predicament, what should you do? Observing the simulated scenario, Chu He felt somewhat cornered, with his strength insufficient to contend with the spirit realm. He could not venture to confront the adversary at their doorstep. Attempting to infiltrate and eliminate Xianxia would surely result in his own demise, while leaving Xianxia unscathed. Moreover, in this context, it was improbable that the other party would emerge from hiding, awaiting his attempt to bring about their end. With the support of the Tian Chu Palace and a formidable master at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Shen realm, the opponent could easily bide their time, gradually achieving the Yuan Dan and seeking vengeance only when ready. This scenario evoked a sense of familiarity within Chu He. He recalled numerous narratives from the novels he perused before his transmigration, where antagonists, fully aware of the protagonist's whereabouts and possessing overwhelming power to dispatch them effortlessly, refrained from doing so merely because formidable allies stood behind the protagonist. Instead, they opted to wait patiently for the protagonist to grow stronger, only to confront them later. The sensation of witnessing an adversary gain strength, with the eventual intention of bringing about one's demise, was undeniably vexing. If he were to encounter such protagonists in the future, he would eliminate them without hesitation. How could such extraordinary beings exist in this world? They simply should not. Of course, he considered himself an exception. Despite recognizing the complexity of the situation, he was certain that with his unparalleled wisdom, he could devise a solution to this inferno. However, he understood that resolving it would inevitably lead to his own demise. The protagonist's kind exuded an unfathomable confidence, perceiving themselves as invincible among their peers, relishing in battles beyond their level. A day without such confrontations left them restless. In contrast to his own penchant for challenging those beneath him, there lay a significant difference. Once the adversary reached the Yuan Dan realm, it was a certainty they would hasten to eliminate him, as the desire for revenge, having languished for so long, would compel them to act without delay. Moreover, to others, he was merely a recent ascendant to the Yuan Dan realm, perceived as someone whose potential had nearly peaked, destined to remain at the early stage of Yuan Dan despite decades of cultivation. Their confidence was undoubtedly robust. There was no need for him to pursue the protagonist. He merely had to await their arrival, prepare to withstand their assault, only for them to discover that their full might could not breach his defenses. In their moment of despair, he would strike them down with a single blow. However, upon witnessing the demise of their sex Xianxia, the powerful being from Tian Chu Palace would undoubtedly retaliate instantaneously, bringing his own story to a close. This was the current mindset of the second Chu, a plan both astute and with a high probability of success, a testament to his extensive reading of countless novels prior to his transmigration, allowing him to comprehend the thought processes of such protagonists thoroughly. It was bewildering that a narrative could place such a shrewd character as an early-stage villain, seemingly intent on thwarting the protagonist's progress and ensuring their early demise. Chapter 23, Pinnacle of Yuan Dan Realm, half a step beyond the law manifestation. Although the cost of this endeavor is somewhat steep, once Xianxia achieves the realm of Yuan Dan, he will have at least 100 years of time without any pressing concerns. This span, enriched by a plethora of celestial materials and earthly treasures, should be sufficient to elevate his strength to the pinnacle of Yuan Dan, thereby fulfilling the aspirations he had at the inception of his journey. At the very least, this simulation does not seem overly detrimental. Here, he earnestly prays that in this iteration of simulation, he does not draw any villainous auras, be they of the beginner, intermediate, or advanced variety. Should fate insist on bestowing an aura upon him, he humbly requests the protagonist's aura, yearning to experience the sensation of being the main character within the simulation. After all, if he could avoid the annihilation of his clan, being the protagonist would indeed be exhilarating. The prospect of casually discovering treasures along the roadside, or stumbling upon fragments of supreme artifacts in the black market, or even acquiring unparalleled divine skills by leaping off cliffs is undeniably enticing, is it not? Meanwhile, as he awaits the arrival of the protagonist, the latter remains blissfully unaware that all his intentions have been discerned and continues to dwell within the Tian Chu palace, utilizing abundant celestial materials and earthly treasures. He strives to enhance his abilities, aiming to ascend to the mid-stage of Tianren within the next 4 years and to break through to Yuan Dan within a century. Seeking vengeance for his family. Decades have slipped by, and the families that once dared to harm the Yin clan have been eradicated, leaving only the Chu family behind. By now, it is likely that the Chu family is acutely aware of his existence, eagerly anticipating his demise. Soon, very soon, with his rapid cultivation, he will reach the initial stage of Yuan Dan, and then we shall see who prevails. He is eager to witness how a seemingly spent individual can contend with him, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Step by step, he observes his enemies grow stronger, and he can only imagine the turmoil within the hearts of the Chu family, the anguish they must endure. As he reflects on his own strength, Xianxia's gaze is imbued with a chilling indifference, as if he has become detached from the world around him. Only when the names of the Chu family and the Yin family are mentioned does his demeanor shift. Xiaoyan, your heart is once again in turmoil, he is reminded. He has been advised not to be overly concerned with a mere Yuan Dan family. With his assistance, the horizon of his future is boundless. Once he reaches the Yuan Dan realm, he could easily obliterate that family, or even now, summon a few practitioners of the Yuan Dan realm from the Tian Chu palace to accompany him in vanquishing the enemy. Observing the intense fluctuations in his disciples' emotions, a spirit emerges from the jade pendant at Xianxia's waist, its eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. After decades, that family has long since become the haunting specter of Xianxia's heart. If he cannot resolve this inner turmoil soon, it may only grow stronger. A practitioner burdened by inner demons cannot hope to progress far along the path of cultivation. Several times, he contemplated calling upon the celestial beings of the Heavenly Candle Palace to obliterate the Chu family. Yet who could blame Xianxia for harboring his own aspirations? Master, there's no need, he declared resolutely. I must handle my family's matters myself. Seeking assistance from others would render it meaningless. With a shake of his head, Xianxia firmly rejected the notion and resolutely commenced the refinement of the rare treasures before him to bolster his own strength. Observing him, one cannot help but notice the protagonist's distinct mindset, diverging from that of an ordinary person. He insists on confronting his adversaries with his own hands. Were it someone else in his position, endowed with such a formidable background, they would have summoned their powerful allies to eliminate their foes without hesitation. Allowing one's enemies to linger in this world for even a moment is a profound disrespect, both to oneself and to the forces that stand behind one. What purpose do these forces serve? They are meant to assist you in vanquishing adversaries, to provide sanctuary during your vulnerable phases, to furnish resources, and to facilitate your accelerated growth. They're not merely for show. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, decades have elapsed. After years devoted to refining rare treasures, his strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, particularly after reaching this stage and refining additional treasures. He has approached the very limits of his potential within this realm. Only the comprehension of the forces of rules and a transformation of his soul stand between him and the breakthrough into the Yuanshan realm. He harbors little concern regarding the transformation of his soul, for as a transmigrator, he possesses an inherent uniqueness in this aspect, having already undergone a metamorphosis. It could be said that he is on the threshold of the Yuanshan realm, with only the understanding of rules remaining. In this world, myriad forces of rules exist: earth, water, wind, fire, the five elements, devouring, destruction, creation, annihilation, life, space, time, and many more. A complete world necessitates the presence of at least 3,000 rules. Without them, it resembles a fractured realm or a cave world. Such incomplete realms lack the capacity for growth. If the forces of rules remain unfulfilled, their upper limits become irrevocably defined. Among these 3,000 rules, some are potent and classified as upper-level rules, while others are weaker, categorized as mid-level or lower-level rules. The strength of the rules one comprehends significantly impacts their prowess within the same tier and reflects their future potential. Everyone aspires to comprehend upper-level rules. However, only 1 in a million possesses the aptitude for such understanding. Throughout the vast expanse of the Tianyuan realm's billions of years, merely 3 individuals have successfully grasped upper-level rules. Indeed, it is true, only 3. 3 individuals have attained profound insights. 1 into the laws of space, another into the laws of death, and the third into the principles of yin and yang. Each of these individuals ascended to the status of formidable entities within their respective eras, subduing the challenges of their time. While others at the level of law manifestation were referred to as celestial lords, these 3 were exalted as divine lords. Among them, the one who comprehended the laws of space had already 1 foot firmly planted beyond the realm of law manifestation, given several million years more. It is conceivable that the pinnacle of the heavenly cloud realm would transcend mere law manifestation, reaching heights beyond. If a being surpassing the realm of law manifestation were to emerge, the myriad souls of the heavenly cloud realm would undoubtedly undergo transformation. Their future trajectory may not be confined to the diminutive heavenly cloud realm. They aspire to venture beyond this world, to witness grander realms. In the 24th chapter, the discovery of a flaw in the simulator unveils the existence of realms beyond the law manifestation and worlds beyond worlds. The entity, known as Chu, existing outside the simulator, is well aware of this. The very essence of his existence speaks volumes. If there were no worlds beyond this one, where would he have traversed before? Surely not in this realm. If there were no concept of time, how could he have journeyed through dimensions? If there were no beings exceeding the law manifestation, who then crafted his extraordinary abilities? It cannot be that such powers stem from mere law-level beings, for they lack the capacity for such miraculous feats. All these factors indicate the existence of entities more powerful than those of law manifestation, along with other worlds. However, due to the constraints of the heavenly cloud realm, no one has ventured into these other realms, leading some to mistakenly believe their world is the singular center of existence. To Chu He's astonishment, however, it has come to light that, throughout the annals of the heavenly cloud realm, there existed an individual who had nearly transcended the law manifestation, merely a few million years away from potentially establishing a new realm beyond law manifestation. While several million years may seem to equate to the lifespan of numerous law manifestation beings, the creation of a realm from nothingness, based solely on one's own accumulation, is indeed a remarkable feat at the very least. Such talent eludes Chu He. Given 1 billion years, he questions whether he could ever conceive of a new realm. Historical records of the heavenly cloud realm recount 3 invincible beings known as divine lords, among whom the one who grasped the laws of space is believed to be the revered figure from 30 million years ago, known as the Lord of Emptiness. Reflecting on the history of the heavenly cloud realm, Chu He swiftly deduces the identity of this powerful being. In matters of understanding laws, one naturally leans towards the comprehension of superior laws. Indeed, he muses, having already harnessed extraordinary abilities, especially those afforded by the simulator. To not grasp superior laws would render one utterly inconsequential. The true essence from beyond would undoubtedly draw near to obliterate such inadequacy. Even if this attempt at comprehension proves unsuccessful, one can always strive for understanding in the next simulation. If that fails, there is always the opportunity in the subsequent one, and so forth. It is hard to believe that after expending such considerable time, one has yet to grasp the higher order principles, particularly when a point of reference is at hand. Your innate talent serves as this reference, revealing that your ability to negate 99 damage harbors the essence of these principles. And indeed, it pertains to higher order rules. However, it would be more accurate to describe this not merely as a rule, but as a formidable and extraordinary force that transcends conventional rules. This power can be aptly referred to as the superior force of the rules, or perhaps the superior of the superior. With this reference point, your likelihood of comprehending higher order principles far exceeds that of others, and it requires significantly less time, especially if one were to possess rare treasures, such as the enlightenment flower or the enlightenment tea tree, which aid others in their quest for understanding. In fact, with such assistance, one might achieve the state of the primordial spirit within a mere year. Regrettably, such treasures are not in your possession. Most factions of primordial spirits lack these items as well. Only the established primordial factions and the Dharma body sects are likely to have such treasures in their vaults. Nevertheless, you hold a belief in your fortune and consider that should you venture out more during the remaining time, you might stumble upon enlightenment-type artifacts. After all, you carry the identity of a wealth-bringing child. Perhaps this identity will attract such treasures, awaiting the protagonist to aid you in obtaining them, turning these artifacts into their own possessions, facilitating their ascension to the primordial spirit realm. Such a possibility is not without merit. Many protagonists in novels have acquired breakthrough artifacts from the hands of vanquished adversaries. If you were to obtain a breakthrough artifact through this means and achieve the primordial spirit realm, the dynamics of offense and defense would shift dramatically, heralding the demise of the heavenly candle palace. Although ultimately, you would still meet your end, for within a little over a century. Transforming from one who has just broken through to the Dan realm into a primordial spirit powerhouse would raise suspicions. The Dharma body realm, which lies above the primordial spirit realm, would undoubtedly take action to uncover the secrets you harbor. With this thought in mind, after a span of 30 years, you once again ventured forth from the Chu family, aimlessly traversing the myriad lands in search of hidden realms and fortuitous encounters. Along the way, you seek to glimpse those treasures that have already surfaced in the future, hoping that through your deliberate pursuit, the simulator might deem these noteworthy deeds significant enough to be revealed. This revelation would allow your corporeal self to be informed, thus enabling the simulator in the next iteration to retrieve this treasure from the past. For instance, a decade hence, there shall be an auction hosted by the esteemed Yuan Dan family, drawing participants from the top 10 great nations of the myriad realms. Notable figures of Yuan Dan existence were in attendance, and an invitation had been extended to you, albeit you chose not to attend. Within this auction, there lay a peculiar seed, overlooked by many, which a master-level practitioner, akin to an insignificant ant, acquired for several Yuan stones. Decades later, this practitioner ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial realm at an astonishing rate, revealing that the seed belonged to a Yuan Dan-level botanical beast. The essence seed, condensed before its demise, if ingested, could bestow upon its consumer all the primal energies of that beast, enough to elevate an ordinary individual to the peak of the celestial realm. Should a celestial consume it, it would significantly enhance their chances of transcending to Yuan Dan by 30%. Furthermore, 30 years later, a vast secret realm emerged in the Eastern Sea, adjacent to the Eastern Wilderness, abundant in Xianxia heavy water, a rare treasure capable of facilitating breakthroughs for water-type martial practitioners. Just a few drops could propel a grandmaster to the celestial realm, and if amassed in a pool, could further augment the chances of transcending to Yuan Dan. This precious resource could also be harnessed for the forging of weapons, including Yuan Dan-grade armaments. Every individual who ventured into this mystical water realm found fortune, though most saw their wealth swiftly usurped. Surprisingly, it proved useful. Unexpectedly, number 2 Chu He discovered a flaw within the simulator, allowing for the transmission of certain fortuitous information without retaining memory post-simulation. Upon realizing that information could indeed be conveyed through the deepening of impressions, Chu He's eyes sparkled with excitement, promptly documenting this revelation. Having identified a flaw in the simulator, it was imperative to exploit it vigorously with every simulation. Though the faces may bear resemblance, the overlapping figures held none. If the self within the simulator could uncover a spiritual opportunity, even without opting for memory rewards, it would likely leave a profound impression in the simulator's eyes, thereby manifesting on the panel for the external self to perceive. as time passed swiftly in this manner. The simulator's time felt inconsequential. For others, every moment was immensely precious, while within the simulator, time flowed freely. Mere snippets of text could represent the passage of years, even decades or centuries. Thus, decades elapsed, during which you roamed the most renowned locales of the eastern wilderness, persistently in search of opportunities. Although you have discovered a few items, the majority are of no use to you, which has caused a degree of irritation. You lament the inadequacy of the basic villain aura, pondering why you could not have drawn a more formidable intermediate villain aura. With such an aura, you would undoubtedly encounter greater opportunities. This is your true countenance. When you initially acquired the basic villain aura, your thoughts were far different. Having failed to find what you sought, you resolved to cease your search. Instead, you decided to dedicate your remaining time to comprehending the power of your higher-level rules. For even the slightest understanding is a step forward. Over this considerable duration, you have already discerned the nature of the rules you are destined to grasp. The concept of the indomitable rule is one of eternal existence, everlasting immortality, and timeless endurance. It is indeed a formidable principle. In most worlds, even those with a plethora of 3,000 rules, the emergence of the indomitable rule's power is exceedingly rare. The Tian realm, where you reside, lacks such a rule. Were it not for your innate talent, even your profound comprehension would have been futile, as the world does not possess this rule for you to understand. The power of the indomitable rule is exceptionally extraordinary. Ordinary worlds, despite their completeness, possess lifespans, albeit exceedingly lengthy, spanning at least tens of billions of years from inception to annihilation. Do not be deceived by the Tianyan realm's several billion years of existence. In comparison to the eternity of thousands of billions of years, it is but a fleeting moment. To put it in terms familiar to you from before your transcendence, it is merely a toddler of a little over 1 year. A toddler of just over 1 year? You might question this assertion, but indeed, it remains true. In the grand scheme of thousands of billions of years, this age is insignificant. Worlds that genuinely embody the power of the indomitable rule enjoy lifespans exceeding 100 times that of ordinary worlds. Where an ordinary world may exist for tens of billions of years, those infused with the indomitable rule can endure for trillions of years. This staggering figure is beyond your current imagination. Should you ultimately succeed in grasping the indomitable rule, your lifespan would experience a monumental enhancement, exceeding tenfold that of your current level. If you were to master the indomitable rule, your existence could surpass 100-fold. Even before achieving the next realm, you would already possess the longevity of that state. In a certain sense, the indomitable rule is somewhat intertwined with the rule of time. The subordinate power of the time rule is that of longevity, and the indomitable rule can extend life significantly. Is this not inherently linked to the principle of longevity? If it pertains to longevity, then it naturally relates to the rule of time. Although this relationship is intricate, akin to that of your great-aunt's nephew's aunt's aunt. During your contemplation of the indestructible principles, you ventured into the abyss of suffering, spending several years in search, ultimately locating the colossal whale that had once claimed your life in the initial simulation. You were somewhat vindictive, were it not for this great whale. Your first simulation would not have met its untimely demise at the mere mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm. The potential to reach the late stage, or even the pinnacle of Yuan Dan, could have been realized had your adversary not eliminated you prematurely. What grievance does your external self hold against the one within the simulation? This is enmity of obstruction. Likewise, the version of yourself in the first simulator owes a debt of gratitude to Chu He, for without his efforts, your external essence could not have ascended so swiftly in strength. What animosity exists for the great whale that extinguished the life of one who contributed to your enlightenment? The mere enmity of obstruction is akin to a vendetta as grievous as that of a father's murder in your eyes. Coupled with this, it evokes a wrath surpassing even the hatred of annihilation. There are no unforeseen circumstances. You effortlessly dispatched the great whale, yet when the golden figurine appeared, you ended the battle with a single punch in the span of a mere fraction of a moment. Everything unfolded so effortlessly, reminiscent of previous instances of overwhelming dominance, as your once beleaguered figure from the first simulation merged with the present. However, despite the familiar visage, the similarities had long since faded. 3 days apart, one sees with newfound clarity. All past adversaries pose no threat before you, now equipped with the simulator. You shall continue to advance relentlessly, while those foes remain ensnared in the annals of time, easily surpassed by you. This is the most terrifying aspect of the simulator. This embodies the power of time, the might of the ages. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years. You have languished in the heart of the Chu clan for decades. Yet, even with talent as a reference, your comprehension of the indestructible principles is but nascent. To grasp what is indestructible is to understand the absolute permanence. Life eternal, soul unyielding, body imperishable, spirit undying, will indomitable, power unassailable, and all traces of existence indestructible. Even as the heavens seek to obliterate you, you remain indomitable. Even as the heavens decay, you endure. Though the myriad realms may collapse and rot, you shall stand resilient above them all, an unparalleled existence, impervious to all laws. Yet, this understanding is insufficient for mastery. At this rate, you require several millennia to achieve true enlightenment. Fortunately, at this moment, you find a semblance of satisfaction, even if you do not stumble upon any fortuitous opportunities. Simply enduring through the next simulated millennia, diligently cultivating and attaining deeper understanding, is sufficient to lead you to the realm of the primordial spirit. In the 26th chapter, being able to withstand a mere glance from me is a mark of pride. On this day, you gaze up at the sky of the Chu family, your eyes filled with tranquility and a hint of sardonic amusement, as you calmly declare, "A century has passed. It must be nearing. Do not tell me that after 100 years of growth, the protagonist has still not achieved the realm of the primordial pill. Or perhaps this protagonist is not of the impulsive sort, but rather one who embodies the path of perseverance. Here, one does not surpass others by 2 or even 3 grand realms. Thus, one refrains from acting, deeming the risk too great, easily leading to a counterattack. While you wish for Xianxia to swiftly appear before you, only to be vanquished within the distant Tian Chu palace. In a secluded chamber piled high with numerous primordial stones, an astonishing aura and devouring force emerges. The primordial stones within this sanctuary are consumed entirely within mere moments. As these stones are completely devoured, all the spiritual energy within the Tian Chu palace is drawn to Xianxia, creating a scene of breakthrough far grander than your own initial ascent to the primordial pill realm. This is only to be expected. As the opponent's strength in the realm of celestial beings surpasses yours, their potential exceeds yours, and the treasures used for their breakthrough are more abundant and superior than yours. If their newfound strength did not surpass yours, it would defy all natural order. After an hour of consuming the surrounding celestial energy spanning thousands of miles, Xianxia's realm transitions from the pinnacle of celestial beings to the initial stage of the primordial pill. In the secret chamber, Xianxia slightly opens their eyes, feeling the surge of power within, their face brimming with astonishment and exhilaration. Is this the power of the primordial pill? So formidable, so overwhelmingly powerful. It is no wonder that throughout history, no one has managed to transcend the barrier between celestial beings and the primordial pill, nor has anyone overcome their adversaries across realms. Even the most talented among the ancient void deities has not achieved such a feat. Their greatest accomplishment at the pinnacle of celestial beings is merely to withstand a casual glance from a primordial pill realm expert without perishing, which has left countless in awe. Previously, I felt this was an exaggeration. No matter how vast the gap between 2 realms, it should not be this extreme. Yet now, having reached this level, I must concede, it is not exaggerated at all. Fortunately, my master restrained me back then. Otherwise, at the pinnacle of celestial beings, I might have sought a deadly confrontation with that ancestor of the Chu family. Ultimately, this would have ended with my untimely demise at their hands, concluding a tragically brief existence. As Xianxia reminisced about that scene, a wave of trepidation washed over him, amplifying his gratitude towards his master. In the future, should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his master, confronting the formidable Hanhai Tianjun. Regrettably, none of his 3 aspirations had been fulfilled. The chance to avenge his master remained unrealized, as did the resolution of the Hanhai Tianjun. Master, my current strength has reached the initial stage of the Yuandan realm, surpassing the combat capabilities of others at the same level by several folds, making me comparable to those in the mid-Yuandan stage. He pondered whether he was now capable of confronting the ancestral figure of the Chu clan. After allowing himself a moment of exhilaration, Yin Huahua managed to temper his emotions and turned to his master, who had appeared beside him unbeknownst to him, and inquired. Xianxia responded, "It is sufficient. The ancestral figure of the Chu clan is merely a Yuan Dan whose potential has been exhausted, even after over a century. He may have just begun to develop his divine abilities. His realm has likely seen no significant advancement, and any abilities he has cultivated will not pose a substantial threat to you. I refrained from sending you before, as you were not yet strong enough, fearing the emergence of inner demons. Now that you possess strength, I worry you might harbor resentment towards me if I continue to hold you back. Therefore, if you wish to go, you may. However, prior to your departure, you must summon a pinnacle elder from the Yuan Dan realm at Tian Chu Palace to accompany you and provide protection along your journey. Allow me to impart one more principle. When facing any adversary, even one who appears weak, one must exert their utmost effort. Employ absolute strength to vanquish the opponent." Yin Huahua nodded. "Yes, master, I understand. Alas, both of you have failed to comprehend. It has been stated that one must exert full strength even when battling a rabbit. Yet you have not done so. You have not even invoked your primordial spirit. This is hardly what it means to fight a rabbit with full strength. Confronting a mere pinnacle Yuan Dan is akin to courting death." Xianxia remarked, "Is this not sufficient effort? If one must utilize their primordial spirit against a newly ascended Yuan Dan, it signifies an excessive caution bordering on obsession, a condition for which there is no remedy." Their exchange concluded swiftly, and soon after, Yin Huahua emerged from his secluded meditation. After a brief conversation with the current master of Tian Chu Palace, the esteemed Tian Chu, he departed with a pinnacle elder of the Yuan Dan realm, with the ability to tear through space. They traversed towards the lands of the myriad nations. At the terrifying speed characteristic of the Yuan Dan realm, they reached their destination in less than a day. Yin Huahua crossed countless nations, arriving above the territory of the Chu clan in the city of Tian Chu. After more than a century of development, Tian Chu had become a bustling metropolis among the surrounding hundreds of nations, serving as an economic and political epicenter, regarded as a sacred ground by numerous warriors. The resident population has reached hundreds of millions. In an environment reminiscent of ancient times, can you imagine a city housing such a vast number of inhabitants? This is indeed akin to a nation. In this world, extraordinary powers, food, and water resources can all be resolved through remarkable abilities. Otherwise, it would have been utterly impossible for such a grand city to exist in ancient times. Typically, the multitude within Tian Chu City engages in their respective pursuits, cultivating, sleeping, and dining. However, today, such opportunities may no longer be available. Boom! The formidable aura belonging to a Yuan Dan expert erupted from Yin Huahua, instantly enveloping the land for thousands of miles and all the beings within Tian Chu City. Every martial arts practitioner felt this overwhelming presence and involuntarily trembled. What is happening? How could there be a powerful presence erupting in Tian Chu City? Does he wish to court death? After all, the ancestral patriarch of the Chu family, a formidable master at the Yuan Dan level, resides here. This aura is immensely powerful, surpassing the might I witnessed decades ago from Celestial Realm expert in the Yi Kingdom by an unimaginable margin. The owner of this aura undoubtedly exceeds the celestial level. This is a martial arts Yuan Dan master. When did the Chu family provoke such an entity of the same caliber? The Yuan Dan expert has just arrived, and already exudes such a potent force, clearly indicating ill intentions. I hope these two Yuan Dan experts refrain from battling within Tian Chu City. Otherwise, the lives of the hundreds of millions within this city, including my own, may be reduced to ashes. Countless nameless bystanders feel this aura and are at a loss for words. Among them, those with prowess at the Grand Master Celestial level, possessing greater insight, are contemplating escape. Yet, they realize that if these two beings engage in combat, the range of their battle could easily extend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles, leaving no chance for escape. A profound sense of despair engulfs them, and they can only pray fervently that, should a battle ensue, it occurs elsewhere. Chu He. More than a century ago, other families sought to curry favor with your Chu family by annihilating my Yin family. Today, having attained the Yuan Dan realm, I, Yin Huahua, have returned. Come forth and engage me in a battle to the death. We have awaited this day for far too long. Do not retreat like a coward. As the fervent voice of Yin Huahua reverberated throughout Tian Chu City during the prayers of the passerby, It echoed incessantly in the ears of the numerous offspring of the Chu family. This sound finally quelled the anxiety of the higher echelons of the Chu clan. Indeed, he had arrived. It was only natural, for in his eyes, the Chu family represented those who sought to annihilate him and his kin. It would be peculiar if he did not come after acquiring such formidable strength. Yet, achieving the Yuan Dan after a mere century is a feat beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Such an extraordinary prodigy would not allow the ancestral spirits to stand in his way, if they were unable to do so. Chu Qingtian and Chu Zhongtian, father and son, gazed at the figure in the sky, their eyes filled with concern and regret. They worried that their ancestor might not be able to contend with this opponent, especially since he was a prodigious talent capable of entering the top 30 of the True Dragon rankings, a direct disciple of the Yuan Shen forces. There was a genuine possibility that their ancestor could falter. Their regret stemmed from the failure to eradicate the threat completely. This was a critical oversight that warranted emphasis. Had they dealt with the initial wave of intruders decisively, they might have avoided the current predicament. If they had waited just a few more days, perhaps they could have awaited Xianxia's emergence from the tunnels, thereby resolving this future dilemma before it escalated. Are you referring to me as a shrinking turtle? I have waited for you for over a century. This wait has been excruciating. Why could you not have arrived sooner? Since the beginning of this existence, I have borne the mantle of a junior antagonist, anticipating the protagonist's arrival to end my tale. Yet, as time passed, my strength only grew. You, the protagonist, have yet to make your appearance. Fortunately, you have now arrived. Let us bring this life to a satisfying conclusion. A streak of light surged from the heart of the Chu family, your figure and your calm, emotionless words appearing against the skyline of Tian Chu city. To the concepts of this life, the protagonist, and the aura of the antagonist, Xianxia, and others present expressed their bewilderment, unable to comprehend your words. Those ordinary masters and grandmasters mistook this for some earth-shattering secret and hurriedly noted it down, hoping that if they survived, they could pass it down as a family treasure for future generations to explore these astonishing revelations. I do not understand your words. However, since you are prepared for battle, let us retreat to a desolate place and engage in a true contest of manhood. After all, you surely do not wish to turn this land, painstakingly built by your Chu family over the past century, into mere ashes. I believe you would prefer otherwise. Upon seeing you, Xianxia's fury and excitement nearly overwhelmed him, igniting the desire to engage in a monumental clash right then and there. Yet, he ultimately restrained this impulse. It must be said that the protagonist earns their title due to an inherent sense of justice. While there exist protagonists with darker inclinations, the majority possess commendable character and principles, refraining from harming ordinary individuals unless their own interests are at stake. Xianxia epitomizes this type of protagonist. Under normal circumstances, Chu He would eagerly desire to befriend such a person. After all, everyone wishes to associate with those of virtuous character. Even the wicked long to befriend the righteous. However, circumstances have positioned them as adversaries, and regardless of Xianxia's commendable nature, even if he were a paragon of virtue across 10 lifetimes, today Chu He must bring about his demise. Such is the nature of differing stances. Everything else is rendered moot. There is no need for an extensive duration. The impact will not be far-reaching. It will be resolved in an instant. Furthermore, once I am gone, everything will vanish. It matters not if these individuals perish now, as all is but an illusion. Shaking his head, he rejected Xianxia's counsel, instead opting to deliver a rather pretentious declaration. Upon concluding his words, he unleashed his eternal and indomitable divine form, a terrifying golden radiance illuminating the vast expanse for thousands of miles, casting its brilliance before the myriad lives of Tian Chu city. As the golden light gradually dissipated moments later, a colossal golden giant, transcending both heaven and earth, materialized where Chu He once stood, its eyes shining like twin suns, silently observing Xianxia. The terms eternal, indestructible, and immortal scarcely encapsulate the essence of this golden behemoth. The aura belonging to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm was unabashedly released in that instant, overwhelming the essence and momentum that Xianxia had projected, rendering it as feeble as a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, vulnerable to being capsized by the slightest wave. In the 28th chapter, the protagonist falters. The creature-like hero. This is dire, my disciple. The elder of the Chu family is not merely at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm. he stands at its peak, and his aura surpasses that of an ordinary pinnacle practitioner by an unfathomable degree. Who claimed she was at the initial stage? We have been deceived. A voice of despair emanated from Yin Huahua's jade pendant, belonging to the esteemed Xian Yuzhenjuan. He had believed that, after being ambushed several millennia ago, he had learned his lesson, adopting a cautious approach by summoning a recently elevated practitioner to subdue a peak Yuan Dan cultivator, convinced that the risk was negligible. Yet, he found himself outmatched. Who could have anticipated that the elder of the Chu family, having barely surpassed a century since his breakthrough, would be a force beyond the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm? He could not have anticipated, nor could the fiery inferno, nor could the guardian behind him, the esteemed master Tian Chu, nor could any member of the Chu family, that Chu He would be so extraordinarily formidable. The expression on Inferno's face was one of profound dismay. He found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though his century-long cultivation had rendered him a mere jester, after toiling for so long in pursuit of vengeance. When the moment for retribution finally arrived, he discovered that his adversary possessed the might to effortlessly obliterate him with a single blow. Esteemed friend, I am Master Tian Chu. The words spoken by our sect's true disciple, Inferno, were mere folly, he offered with a grave yet somewhat conciliatory tone. I am willing to compensate you on behalf of the Tian Chu Palace with 30 rare treasures of the same rank, hoping we can treat today's incident as though it never occurred. In the future, our Tian Chu Palace guarantees that such an event shall not be repeated. Sensing the overwhelming aura that dominated the realm, the concealed Master Tian Chu swiftly emerged, his countenance reflecting both solemnity and a touch of deference. His heart felt somewhat numbed. He had arrived with assurances to confront a mere initial stage Yuan Dan practitioner, eager to curry favor with a potential future spirit seed. Yet, before he could achieve his aim, reality dealt him a crushing blow. Observing the golden figure and its resplendent, colossal fist, Master Tian Chu harbored no doubt that a single strike could shatter him into oblivion. Even with the backing of a Yuan Shen force, he refrained from adopting his usual arrogant demeanor when addressing such a formidable opponent. Arrogance incurs a price. While one might be bold with ordinary individuals, to act so with a being of such strength is tantamount to courting death, regardless of any Yuan Shun's presence. The vast distance rendered immediate assistance impossible. Should the opponent choose to strike him down, his demise would be in vain. What do you think? I can hardly be bothered to converse with you. You are unworthy of my words. After waiting for you for so long, let's first see if you can withstand my punch. Only those who can endure my blow may engage in conversation with me. To Master Tian Chu, you were but an insignificant insect, evoking no response. Regardless, the protagonist of this encounter was fated to meet his end, and no intervention would alter that course. Boom! To those before him, he felt no inclination to engage. He unleashed a straightforward punch. The speed of his fist was such that even those at the celestial realm, including Inferno, could not perceive it. Only Master Tian Chu and the lingering spirit of the Xian Yu true monarch caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. However, witnessing it was one thing. Whether one's mind and body could react in time and withstand the force was an entirely different matter. You chose to eliminate Inferno first, the protagonist, rather than targeting the most powerful Master Tian Chu, should you fall under the influence of a cognitive diminishing aura. You will undoubtedly first confront the true man of Tian Chu. However, once you have dealt with him, it is likely to take several seconds for Yin Huahua to turn and flee, during which time you may catch up. Alas, I fear that the formidable spirit behind him will swiftly descend upon this region, appearing before Chu He and effortlessly resolving this predicament. This is the remarkable efficacy of the protagonist's aura. Even in perilous situations, solutions are within reach. What may spell death for others translates to mere brushes with danger for him. Perhaps you have anticipated the power of the protagonist's aura. Or perhaps your assault was executed with such swiftness that it rendered the protagonist's aura momentarily disoriented. This adversary is unlike those previously encountered. The former villains were somewhat foolish yet endearing, whereas this one immediately fixates on the protagonist without any restraint, wielding unbridled power. If all foes were of this caliber, how could the protagonist possibly grow? How could he survive? A resounding crack echoes through the air as a fist, the size of 1,000 meters, obliterates Yin Huahua's towering form, reducing him to a mist of blood, annihilating his very soul in an instant, leaving nothing in its wake. Remarkably, this process unfolds with unexpected ease, encountering none of the protagonist's explosive growth. It is evident, The protagonist has only just embarked on his breakthrough, not having lingered long in the earlier stages of cultivation, making an explosive surge improbable. Even the protagonist must adhere to some semblance of logic. Moreover, even if an explosive surge were to occur, it would merely triple his power, elevating him from the initial to the mid-level stage. The protagonist is separated by 3 minor realms, resulting in a 30-fold disparity in strength. Additionally, Chu He has reached the pinnacle of the Yuan dance stage, surpassing the ordinary by a slight margin. The gap in realms alone amounts to a 50-fold difference. And with an additional 30-fold disparity in divine abilities, the overall augmentation of attributes culminates in a staggering 1,500 times difference in strength. Who possesses the capacity to traverse such an immense chasm of power and vanquish their foe? In the face of impending doom, even the protagonist can only reveal a visage of despair, burdened by the regret of not avenging his family before his untimely demise. He bears the guilt of failing to avenge his master, having squandered the master's considerable energy and expectations in the quest to confront the true monarch of the vast sea. If only he could have exercised a modicum more caution and dedicated an additional century or 2 to his cultivation, elevating himself to the apex of the Yuan dance stage. He might have ventured into the space of the secret Dao Ti tree discovered by his master in the celestial cloud secret realm thousands of years ago. Harnessing the methods of his master, he contemplated the possibility of stealthily extracting the Dao understanding Ti tree, which could facilitate his transcendence into the realm of the primordial spirit. Should he achieve this, enacting his vengeance would undoubtedly pose no complications. Alas, in this world, there exists no what-if. Truly, the protagonist, even in the fleeting moments before death, is rife with inner turmoil. Witnessing the protagonist in this simulation, vanquished by his counterpart, the second-in-command, Chu He, he could not help but smile, his joy unabated. Chapter 29, A Bond Akin to Father and Son. A quintessential villain, without a doubt. Regarding the protagonist, he held a belief in the real world. Yet in the simulator, his faith faltered. Xianxia is the protagonist. Then what of himself? Others claim the protagonist is invincible. Yet he stubbornly disbelieves and seeks to eliminate one. To speak in more abstract terms, the simulated world of the second Chu He exists solely due to his presence. It is only through the existence of his physical form, equipped with the simulator, that this false reality is born. Without him, it would vanish into oblivion. Now, let us consider a more intriguing perspective. This suggests that the entire world is a creation of Chu He. The world exists because of him. Within this realm of his own making, he is the sovereign, and he cannot fathom how the chosen protagonist of this crafted world could possibly overturn fate and extinguish his creator's life. He refuses to believe it. Nonetheless, the internal monologue is quite engaging. Unexpectedly, this immortal known as the Xianxia, who has traversed the eons, discovered a Dao understanding tea tree within the Tianyan secret realm. This treasure is intended for the protagonist, certainly undiscovered by others. He muses whether he can extract its location from this ancient soul. Should he succeed, the next simulation could lead him directly to that place, enabling his breakthrough into the primordial spirit realm. Upon slaying Xianxia, the protagonist, a jade pendant shattered at the latter's waist, and a spectral figure gazed vacantly at the swirling blood mist before him. He cried out in despair, "No, I demand your death. I will ensure you accompany my disciple to the grave." Turning, the remnants of Xianxu's soul fixed its bloodshot gaze upon him. After more than a century of companionship, coupled with the protagonist's innate advantages, he and Xianxia had forged a bond akin to that of father and son. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. As a father witnessing his son's demise at the hands of another, his rage could rival that of the most beleaguered corporate worker from his previous life. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a soul attack against him, even as a remnant. It was the essence of a peak primordial spirit powerhouse, having regained some strength through the acquisition of rare materials. His soul power, unleashed with full force, was capable of annihilating a practitioner at the mid-stage of the Essence Dan realm. However, as this soul power enveloped his massive form, it was met with surprising resistance. Yet it felt as if a gentle breeze had swept through, leaving you devoid of any sensation. The damage of 999 was negated. Coupled with an overwhelming power that surpassed others of your level, it was no jest. Raising your hand, your formidable palm seized the frenzied Xianxia, gripping tightly and gradually crushing the opponent's soul into mere dust. From a lingering spirit, they morphed into a true corpse. Cackling, you had dealt with these two, leaving only one remaining. After vanquishing the master and disciple, your gaze finally fell upon the Tian Chu Ren, and a smile curled at the corners of your lips for having eliminated the protagonist. Unable to suppress your laughter, it was evident that this mirth was not born of benevolence. The invisible black halo of a nascent villain flickered ominously above you, casting waves of dark light. Dear friend, you are still young, with a vast family and millennia of life yet to be spent. Do not tread the path of folly. You have slain these two insignificant beings. Yet I could still intercede on your behalf at Tian Chu Palace. After all, it was they who provoked you first. Their demise holds no sorrow, would you not agree? However, should you extinguish my life, it would undoubtedly invoke the wrath of my primordial spirit. I merely came to escort Xianxia. I have not wronged you. To sacrifice your life over a mere trifler, such as I would be utterly unwise. Chilled to the bone, Tian Chu Ren summoned forth the pinnacle of his acting prowess, forcing a smile as he appealed to reason and emotion. In a mere second, he succinctly delineated the distinction between eliminating these two insignificant beings and extinguishing his own life, asserting there was truly no enmity between them. Had he not previously taken underhanded measures to notify Tian Chu Palace, I would have granted you a dignified exit. Yet some actions, once taken, demand accountability. With a thunderous declaration, Tian Chu Ren perish. After dispatching the three formidable adversaries in mere moments, every individual within Tian Chu City, including Chu Tian and Chu Tian, felt as if caught in a dream. Chu Tian could scarcely fathom the extent of his ancestor's might, which had reached the pinnacle of Yuandan. It was no wonder that upon learning of Xianxia, the ancestor had taken no action. It was not out of fear, but rather because of an overwhelming strength that rendered any action unnecessary, simply waiting for the adversary to come forth and meet their demise. However, the sudden demise of so many from the Tian Chu Palace by the ancestors would undoubtedly incur their wrath. It is quite possible that the formidable beings behind them have already received word and are en route. Contemplating this, Chu Tian's expression shifted drastically. The ancestors are the cornerstone of their family, more vital than all its members combined. They must not perish here. Fortunately, upon learning of the existence of Xianxia, he expended a considerable amount of essence stones to acquire a long-distance teleportation array. As long as the ancestors enter this array, they would instantaneously arrive at the East Sea, millions of miles away. Once there, if the ancestors exercise due caution, they should remain undetected by the formidable beings. Unfamiliar with the abilities of these powerful entities, Chu Tian engaged in fervent contemplation. With this notion in mind, he prepared to summon the ancestors to make their escape. Yet, the swiftness of these formidable beings was astonishing. Merely 5 seconds had elapsed since the message from the true man of Tian Chu was sent, and the battle had commenced. In this brief moment, the formidable entity, known as Tian Chu from the Tian Chu Palace, traversed hundreds of millions of kilometers to descend upon the land of Shun Kingdom. A voice, resounding with the authority of the heavens, echoed across the vast expanse of land for millions of kilometers. A mere peak Yuandan dares to extinguish my true disciples and esteemed elders of the Tian Chu Palace? Seeking death. Chapter 30. I will not consume beef. I must protect my Tianyun realm. Upon hearing this voice, one could discern its source. Raising his gaze towards the horizon, he pierced through the vast distances to see a towering figure enveloped in primordial energy above the skies of Shun Kingdom. The features remained obscured, yet the silhouette alone evoked a sensation akin to confronting a deity, a piercing ache to the soul, even after being diminished by a factor of 1,000. The clarity of this sensation was unmistakable within Chu He. The chasm between Yuandan and Yuanshan was immense. The disparity between realms was truly insurmountable. This truth became increasingly apparent as one progressed. Those who could break through to higher realms were invariably unparalleled prodigies, each having suppressed an era. You may be a prodigy, but so are others. You emerge from a sea of countless individuals, and so did they. You possess supreme offensive treasures, yet so do they. You have exceptional mentors, and they do as well. You comprehend the highest divine arts, and they have done the same. When all are prodigies, the invincible advantage you once held at lower realms dissipates entirely, for all have traversed the same path of invincibility within their respective levels. With so many invincible beings of equal standing within a single realm, the strength of this collective becomes the norm for that realm. It embodies what that realm is meant to represent, not significantly superior to others. In such circumstances, one must possess extraordinary genius, unparalleled talent, and defy all odds to transcend a vast level amidst so many gifted individuals, to overcome an adversary with a disparity of thousands or even tens of thousands of times. This being of the primordial spirit realm gently raised a hand and struck towards the entirety of the Shun Kingdom. Initially, it was merely a small palm imprint. Yet, as it approached Shun Kingdom, it grew increasingly larger. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, and eventually spanning the entire territory of the Shun Kingdom, truly eclipsing the sun and sky. The entire expanse of Shun Kingdom was shrouded in darkness. When this colossal palm imprint obliterated the Shun Kingdom, erasing mountains, rivers, and everything in between, reshaping the landscape for tens of thousands of miles, your vision went black. Indeed, you perished. However, at the moment of your demise, the heavenly candle true monarch, who intended to depart after resolving everything, found himself unable to leave as his vision too faded to darkness. He too had met his end. This world exists because of you. With your death, all shall cease to be. The one who extinguished your life shall also be swept away in your wake. Ding! The simulation has concluded. Reward 1. The eternal, indestructible, golden body, divine power, at the pinnacle of primordial elixirs. Reward 2. The initial level villain aura talent. Reward 3. Memories from the simulation. Heavenly candle, true monarch, I shall remember you. I was unable to defeat you in the simulation. Yet, the you within the simulation is but a fabrication. The reality of you is what truly matters. Once I attain the Dharma manifestation realm, we shall see if I can confront you. The premature conclusion of my second simulated life. This enmity obstructing my path is akin to the grievance of a father's murder. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu He's eyes. Although he had long anticipated this outcome, which aligned perfectly with his predictions, the realization was another matter entirely. While this heavenly candle true monarch had never wronged him in reality, nor even recognized his existence, he had nonetheless obstructed his path. He was no virtuous individual and had never claimed to be. He was indifferent to whether the other party had wronged him in reality, for the cause arising from him in the simulation must be repaid by the reality of him. This is only fair. After all, the cause of his demise in the simulation prevented him from growing stronger, and it is indeed his real self that must bear this consequence. Simulator, choose power. Turning his gaze towards his panel, Chu He, without hesitation, chose power among the 3 options. The formidable strength of the Yuan Dan pinnacle, coupled with that immensely powerful divine ability, raises the question of his peculiar choices. It is indeed perplexing that he opts for talent and that seemingly inconsequential memory instead. Had he chosen the talent of the primary villain as Halo, who knows if a protagonist might emerge in reality as a result? In such a scenario, it is likely that each simulation would pit a protagonist against him, leading to considerable distress. After all, every situation within the simulation mirrors the future of reality. If he is the antagonist, a protagonist must inevitably arise. Thus, with each simulation, a protagonist will undoubtedly be present. He has grown weary of such beings. The existence of a single protagonist like himself in this world is more than sufficient. Another is simply unwarranted. With a hum, as Chu He selects strength as his reward. A moment later, the already terrifying power within him, capable of effortlessly annihilating an expanse of several thousand miles, amplifies exponentially without any side effects or discomfort. This enhancement is entirely devoid of any sense of artificiality, a genuine elevation of his strength, step by step. The memories of the eternal, indestructible body divine ability he has been comprehending for decades manifest, allowing Chu He to grasp it with remarkable success. He has now fully acquired the terrifying prowess of Haki Tu Chu He, a power that surpasses the boundaries of the Yuan Dan realm. Excellent. With this newfound strength, he anticipates a more advantageous beginning in the next simulation. He hopes that in the 3rd simulation, the 3rd Chu He will prove to be somewhat more formidable. His 2 predecessors have set exemplary standards, each having elevated him by 2 realms. He need only strive for a single ascension. The exhilaration of his strength's enhancement intoxicates him, prompting reflections on the arduous 5 centuries he has endured. The trials of rigorous training have inflicted considerable strain on his body, and the initial phases were excruciatingly painful. The pace of his advancement was painfully slow. Although his progress now appears rapid compared to those idly lingering along the wayside, it pales in comparison to his current rate of growth. Now, He measures his ascension in months. Each month brings forth a transformed version of himself. In merely a few months, he will undoubtedly astonish all within the Tianyun realm. This surprise, needless to say, is that everyone shall find a great patriarch looming above them. He shall protect his Tianyun realm and ensure that all its inhabitants toil for him in cultivating leeks. Those who disdain leeks shall receive an ultimate humiliation. He is determined to stand atop all. Is that not a sufficient surprise? Chapter 31. The Magnificence of the Dharma Body Realm, the Embodiment of Rules. This is truly astonishing. Chu He contemplated his invincible figure and the scene of abstaining from beef, feeling as though he was brimming with astonishment. He reminded himself to remain composed. After all, he was an immortal who had lived for 5 centuries. It was unbecoming of him to be so stirred by a mere fantasy. As he reminisced about various scenarios, the smile at the corners of his mouth became increasingly difficult to suppress. With effort, he managed to regain his composure, lest he transform into a battle deity with a crooked grin. Nevertheless, that slight curvature of his lips remained unyielding. Shaking his head, he retrieved the jade pendant containing the remnant soul of the Xianxia from his spatial ring, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He could not help but voice his thoughts. Previously, he had learned from a narrator that this ancient being possessed knowledge of the Tao enlightenment tea tree. Given that the protagonist was aware of this information and would subsequently seek to acquire it, it undoubtedly still existed. After all, a non-existent entity would not be revealed to the protagonist. This was a truth known to anyone familiar with novels. Thus, he hoped that this ancient being had not forgotten the location of the Tao enlightenment tea tree. Otherwise, his future might be fraught with difficulties. With that said, Chu He infused his spiritual power into the jade stone, drawing forth the slumbering remnant soul within. He acted swiftly, fearing that the entity might awaken and employ some hidden stratagem against him. Should the remnant soul regain consciousness and attempt to erase his memories, it would spell disaster. The opportunity to seize a breakthrough at the pinnacle of the primordial spirit would vanish from his grasp. Such a scenario was not implausible. A being of peak primordial spirit, having lived for tens of thousands of years, could possess myriad methods at their disposal. Even Chu He, in his current state, could erase his own memories if he so wished. Even cultivators at the master level could accomplish this feat, however, under the watchful gaze of a peak Yuan Dan expert. The task of erasing one's memory would pose a significant challenge. With a firm grip on the head of the Xianxia, Chu He closed his eyes and began to peruse the memories within the being's mind, as if watching a film. He did not immediately delve into the memories related to the Tao enlightenment tea tree. The entity had already been rendered unconscious by his actions. As long as he did not allow it to awaken, it could not erase his memories without consciousness. Thus, there was no need to rush. Instead, he opted to explore the cultivation memories of the being, which were equally pertinent. The recollections of a peak primordial spirit expert would offer him considerable advantages at this stage. The Xianxia, having transcended the primordial spirit realm, had comprehended the laws of water. Among the myriad of rules, it was merely a lower-tier law, nonetheless. This was the norm for primordial spirit cultivators in the Tianyun realm. Among the myriad of primordial spirits, only a single entity may grasp the higher rules, while perhaps a handful comprehend the mid-tier rules. The majority exist within the lower rules, including the current practitioners of the Dharma aspect level, all of whom are confined to the lower rules, with none attaining the mid-tier. Within his memories, the realization of even a mere 10% of the rule's power, coupled with the transformation of one's soul, can culminate in the achievement of a primordial spirit. Achieving approximately 30% allows one to attain the mid-stage of the primordial spirit. 60% corresponds to the late stage, and 90% signifies the pinnacle of the primordial spirit. Upon reaching a complete understanding of the rules, or 100%, mastery over them is attained. Understanding and mastery are distinct. To master a rule is to embody the Dharma aspect. The Dharma aspect possesses 2 thresholds. One must both comprehend the rule and forge a physical embodiment of it. The reason why the powerful at the Dharma aspect level refrain from categorizing this realm as merely a rule level is that this state enables the creation of a physical form akin to the celestial manifestation of the law. This physical embodiment resembles the immense golden silhouette released by the unfading eternal golden body technique. A Dharma aspect practitioner who does not employ their physical embodiment is exponentially more powerful than a primordial spirit practitioner, by tens of thousands of times. When they do utilize it, Their combat prowess surges by over tenfold. This is akin to possessing an extraordinary advantage. The disparity in realms is nothing short of astonishing. With these memories, Chu He's understanding of both the primordial spirit and Dharma aspect realms has vastly expanded. He now comprehends the staggering difference between the two realms, a gap of hundreds of thousands of times. A practitioner at the Yuan Dan level can obliterate an area spanning several thousand miles with a mere gesture, whereas a primordial spirit practitioner can annihilate a region of tens of thousands of miles effortlessly. It is crucial to note that this measurement is based on area. In contrast, a practitioner at the Dharma aspect level can devastate a region of several 100,000 miles with but a thought. And even ancient celestial bodies, spanning millions of miles, can be destroyed with a single strike. This is merely their standard combat capability. When utilizing their physical embodiment, their combat strength escalates by over tenfold, resulting in unparalleled destructive power. It is no wonder that practitioners at the Dharma aspect level seldom engage in combat. Over billions of years, there have been no recorded instances of such beings clashing. The sheer scale of destruction possible from their battles, where a single strike could obliterate millions of miles, renders any conflict an event that could potentially affect billions or even hundreds of billions of miles. To put this into perspective, the combined area of the myriad nations and desolate lands is roughly several 100 million miles. The entirety of the eastern wilderness encompasses merely over 100 billion miles, and when combined with the four great seas and territories such as the northern, western, southern, and central regions, the total area is around 1,000 billion miles. A battle impacting hundreds of billions of miles embodies a force capable of harming the very world itself. What an extravagant description of such power. If such a battle of the Dharma manifestation level were to truly occur, it would be akin to a catastrophic disaster for the entire heavenly cloud realm and all forms of life within it, resulting in a staggering decline of more than 90% in the population. No one would dare to engage in such a conflict unless driven by an immense grudge. Should anyone take such a reckless step, other entities of comparable strength would undoubtedly intervene. The expanse is limited. A single battle could annihilate the very places where everyone resides. Of course, it is plausible that battles of the Dharma manifestation level have occurred in the past, yet they remain undocumented, entirely due to the fact that those who chronicled them perished. The present cohort of humans, including Chu He, are descendants of those who survived such fierce confrontations among formidable Dharma manifestation warriors. This scenario holds a degree of possibility. To ascend to the Dharma manifestation level is to become a true powerhouse. At this stage, both the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shun realms pale in comparison. Perhaps in the presence of those grandmasters and celestial beings, I am regarded as a true force, one that commands recognition across the world and is not merely a passerby. Yet, in the face of such elevated existences, what is my own strength worth? In the blink of an eye, one might extinguish millions without the slightest difficulty. The more one understands, the more one realizes the terror of genuine strength. The adage rings true: without cultivation, one perceives me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. With cultivation, one sees me as an ant beneath the vast sky. This encapsulates Chu He's current mindset. Without delving into the memories of the Xianxia, he is akin to a frog in a well, aware of the power of the Dharma manifestation, but ignorant of its true magnitude, only able to approximate the chasm that separates them. Yet, with newfound understanding, he realizes that the disparity is even greater than he had imagined, boundless in its enormity. Reinforcing his resolve, he glanced at his golden finger simulator, and Chu He felt an overwhelming surge of confidence regarding his potential to attain the Dharma manifestation realm. Since acquiring this golden finger, he has never doubted his ability to break through, even when confronted with the vastness of the gulf between realms. What concerns him is not whether he can surpass the Dharma manifestation stage, but rather when he will achieve it, transcending to an even more formidable existence, an existence beyond the mundane. Upon revisiting the memories of the Xianxia, Chu He also discovered the location of the enlightenment tea tree. It resides within a special spatial realm in the heavenly cloud secret realm, a domain that Xianyu entered during his time at the Yuan Dan level. This space is suffused with an extraordinarily rich essence of vitality, infused with a subtle force that sharpens the mind. Prolonged residence here could slightly enhance one's comprehension, albeit minimally. Nevertheless, it can be said that this area is an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. In the realm of Tian Chu, treasures exist that can enhance one's cultivation aptitude. However, as for items that can elevate one's comprehension, Chu He has yet to hear of any. Such gifts can only be attributed to one's innate endowment. This extraordinary space is also referred to by the esteemed Xianxia as the enlightenment space. At the heart of this realm lies a youthful enlightenment tea tree, which requires 10,000 years to grow, 10,000 years to take shape, and another 10,000 years to mature. This tree can yield countless enlightenment tea leaves, and cultivating beneath its boughs significantly increases the success rate of comprehending divine abilities and principles. At the time, Xianxia, finding himself unable to utilize this young treasure, reluctantly relinquished it in search of other artifacts through his primordial spirit. Nevertheless, he etched the location of this treasure in his memory, hoping that should he have descendants in the future, they might venture forth to retrieve this invaluable resource, subsequently offering it to the external Taoist factions in exchange for beneficial cultivation resources. Indeed, you read correctly. Acquiring this treasure is not for personal use, but rather to be entrusted to these external Taoist factions, thereby allowing one to gain resources from them. The Tianyan secret realm is not a domain that ordinary cultivators can enter at will. Its name alone speaks of its profound origin. It has existed since the dawn of the Tianyan realm, encompassing an expanse of billions of miles, making it the foremost secret realm, teeming with an untold number of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Within this realm, one can find an abundance of materials at the Yuan Dan level, and even some at the Yuan Shun level, with the occasional appearance of resources of the law manifestation grade throughout the ages. Yet, only cultivators at the Yuan Dan stage are permitted entry. Over the course of billions of years, numerous law manifestation factions have jointly governed this secret realm, opening it once every 1,000 years. During these openings, they send their own disciples inside, while also granting some opportunities to external Yuan Dan level cultivators. This is not an act of benevolence, but rather a means to have these Yuan Dan cultivators toil for them. The realm is inhabited by a plethora of fierce beasts and treacherous terrains that their own people dare not enter due to the inherent dangers. Thus, they employ wandering cultivators to explore these perilous areas, retrieving treasures from within. Upon successfully exiting the secret realm, they are required to surrender over 99% of the treasures obtained, with a mere fraction remaining for the individual. Chapter 32. The Devourer That Leaves No Bones. Honoring the Ancestors. Do not be deceived by the notion that possessing only 1% means the other 99% belongs to others. This is indeed a small portion. In truth, it is quite substantial. Such a meager share is often the culmination of decades, or even centuries of toil for an ordinary Yuan Dan cultivator elsewhere. With a stroke of fortune, even after relinquishing 90%, it could equate to the rewards of several hundred years of effort in the outside world. Furthermore, if the esteemed leaders of the Law Manifestation sect claim 90% of your gains, what recourse do you have? If you find this unacceptable, then bear it in silence. You may choose not to act, yet there are countless individuals ready to take your place. Although practitioners at the Yuan Dan realm are considered high-tier powerhouses within the Tianyan realm, their numbers barely exceed several tens of thousands. Each time, only 1,000 or so are permitted entry. Should you refrain, others will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The Faxiang sect does not indiscriminately capture Yuan Dan practitioners across the world to exploit their efforts. You ought to be grateful for the chance you have been given. The next opening of the Tianyan secret realm is approximately 2 centuries away. During the third simulation, let the third entity, Chu He, venture forth to ascertain whether the fabled Tao enlightenment tea tree resides within. If it does, he should directly consume it within the realm to refine and break through to the Yuan Shun realm. Armed with the power of the Yuan Shun, he can then scour the Tianyan secret realm and see if he can take another step forward in his cultivation. Should he succeed, it would be a cause for celebration. If not, he should take his own life before the realm closes, for failure to do so would result in expulsion. And emerging with Yuan Shin strength would almost certainly lead to his demise. More likely, he would be captured for study as a Yuan Dan practitioner. Once deemed to have exhausted his potential, suddenly ascending to the Yuan Shin realm within just a few hundred years would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable Faxiang experts. Having absorbed all the necessary memories, Chu He has formulated a plan for the next simulation. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he is confident he will break through to the Yuan Shin realm, attaining comprehension of the higher laws. A Yuan Shun practitioner who grasps such laws possesses strength exceeding their peers by tenfold or more. when combined with his innate talent and mastery of divine abilities. He believes he can easily defeat even those at the pinnacle of the Yuanshan realm. With these thoughts in mind, Chu He felt a surge of elation. Glancing at the seemingly infantile slumber of the Xian Yuzhen before him, he found himself harboring a newfound appreciation. The gift he had received stirred a sense of gratitude within him. This inclination led him to reconsider taking the Zhenjun's life, allowing him to linger a few more days while he planned to exchange him for valuable cultivation resources, extracting any remaining worth from him. The Zhenjun still harbors an enemy in the Hanhai Tianjun, although the latter's power currently reigns supreme in the Tianyan realm. He would likely prefer not to contend with the remnants of a Yuan Shun at its peak, especially one once poised to breach the Faxiang realm. Should he discover a prodigy, he could potentially foster a rival at the Faxiang level, reminiscent of the once mighty Yanhua. One day, when Chu He breaks through to the Yuan Shun realm, he may sell the Xianyu Zhenjun to certain Yuan Shun factions. Without uttering a word, the Primordial Spirit faction's decision to present the esteemed Xianyu Zhenjun to the Hanhai sect might indeed yield them a favor from the sect. The mere possession of the cultivation memories of a peak primordial spirit is an immense treasure, capable of exchanging for a plethora of cultivation resources. As for why one would not venture to the Hanhai sect to procure these resources themselves, it is simply because they are not yet prepared to engage with formidable beings of the Dharma aspect level, fearing that their simulated identity might be uncovered. How insatiably voracious I am. The darkness of my heart is truly profound. Xianyu Zhenjun's encounter with me can only be deemed a stroke of ill fortune in his long existence. I commend my own thoughts. Chu He, utilizing his sealing techniques to subdue the slumbering Xian Yuzhenjun, ensured that the latter would remain unconscious for a brief period before placing him back into the storage ring. Rising from his recliner, Chu He stretched his body slightly and made his way towards the Chu family's martial arts hall. With his significant increase in strength, his spirits were high, eager to offer guidance to the younger generation of his clan. Esteemed ancestor, the descendants greeted him with reverence and excitement, stopping to bow slightly. One of them presented him with a gift. This is the cloud and mist tea bestowed upon me by the royal family of Song during my recent ventures to establish our family as presence there. As a mere commoner, I cannot appreciate its subtleties. Only a connoisseur, such as yourself, can discern its wonders. Please, do taste it and share your thoughts with me. Your cloud and mist tea is merely a third-tier spirit tea. How dare you present it so boldly? Chu He replied. However, I possess 10 crates of royal tribute wine from the Tong Yun kingdom, meticulously brewed over a millennium with 4th-tier aromatic herbs, extracting only the essence while discarding the dregs. It enhances vitality and clears the mind. Whenever you find leisure, recline by the lakeside, sip this exquisite wine, and indulge in a few delectable dishes while enjoying the gentle breeze. Merely envisioning such a scene is pure bliss, a true earthly delight. As he walked along his path, he encountered numerous descendants of the Chu family. Each one, upon seeing Chu He, displayed expressions of respect and excitement, pausing to bow slightly. Some immediately retrieved cherished items from their storage rings, offering him rare teas and wines. While these may not be the most precious materials, they were rare enough to be appreciated. Chu He accepted these offerings with a smile. After all, these tokens of reverence came from those he had protected, ensuring the prosperity of the entire Chu family. Is it not only fitting that he receives such tributes? Having cultivated for over 5 centuries, with a newfound advantage at hand, should he not indulge himself? His restraint in refraining from further festivities was commendable, to say the least. Indeed, both of you are remarkable and hold great promise. Accompany me to the training grounds, where I shall offer my guidance and assess your martial arts progress, ensuring there is no hint of complacency. I have brought along the exquisite cloud mist tea, as well as the tribute wine, alongside a powdery substance renowned for significantly enhancing the aroma and flavor of dishes. In Chapter 33, titled The Powerful Chu Clan, I shall instruct the descendants of the Chu family. Observing the 2 young scions presenting gifts to me, Chu He noted that they stood on the precipice of a breakthrough. He was eager to see if his guidance could facilitate their advancement. Upon hearing his words, Chu Qingxuan and Chu Qingtian, the 26th generation heirs of their clan, beamed with ecstatic expressions. To receive counsel from an ancestor of the Yuandan realm was akin to a tremendous opportunity for them. The family had not had the privilege of their ancestors' guidance since they achieved the Yuandan realm. This was a historic first. Such initial encounters are often etched into memory. If they could seize this opportunity to inscribe their names in their ancestors' memory, it might elevate their status within the family significantly. In an instant, the two closely followed Chu He, while members of other families observed with envious expressions. Had they known their ancestor would be present today, they too would have prepared similar offerings. Upon arriving at the training grounds, the Chu family's facility had undergone an expansion just a month prior, rendering it vast enough for the warriors to practice without constraint. The sheer destructive power of their martial arts necessitated a substantial space. Even a practitioner of the innate realm could unleash street-level devastation with a mere flick of their wrist. Though the warriors were not in full combat mode during their training, every movement could generate immense destructive force. A smaller venue would simply not suffice. Previously, the training grounds occupied 1/3 of the Chu family's estate, spanning tens of thousands of acres. With the expansion, it had grown nearly tenfold. The reason for such growth is clear. The martial prowess of the entire clan had risen several tiers. Without this upgrade, they could not fully express their potential. Should Chu He attain the divine soul realm in the future, such expansions would become unnecessary. Practitioners of that level can create their own secret realms. They could establish a sanctuary within the family for training and combat, ensuring that any fierce encounters would not disturb the outside world. If damage occurred, it would pose no issue. They could simply create a new realm, as generating such sanctuaries requires only sufficient stamina, not rare and precious materials. As Chu He approached the training grounds, he found over 1,000 individuals standing quietly in anticipation of his arrival. As he approached slowly, a few descendants of the family, having observed the ancestral figure heading towards the training ground, deduced the purpose of the visit and had already taken the initiative to inform those practicing within. Under the guidance of a powerful Yuan Dan realm expert, the thousands of younger generations of the Chu River were filled with excitement and anticipation. The ancestral figure spoke with an air of authority, dismissing the need for unnecessary formalities among martial practitioners. It was understood among them that he had come prepared. Let us begin by demonstrating your ultimate skills, one group at a time, and unleash your full cultivation to allow me to assess your progress. The ancestral figure, embodying the gravity of tradition, commanded. The Chu family had always favored directness over pleasantries, a trait inherent in their lineage of martial cultivators. Yes, ancestor. The crowd nodded in unison. A group of several emerged without hesitation, promptly unleashing their skills with fervor. Third level of the Xianxia blade. Blade howls through the skies. With a thunderous strike, Chu Bansheng, a descendant of the 25th generation, raised his colossal blade and brought it down fiercely upon the earth. In an instant, a blade of light, several meters long, sliced through the ground, transforming the training ground into a scene of devastation, marked by countless deep gashes, the most prominent stretching over 100 meters. Fortunately, the training arena was reinforced with third-tier restorative metal, capable of self-repair overnight, ensuring its integrity despite the extensive damage. Otherwise, the cost of repairs alone could consume a significant portion of the family's finances. Fourth level of the giant wave staff technique, 100 waves sweep, with a resounding flourish. A practitioner wielding a staff, approximately 2 to 3 meters in length, swept it forward. Instantly, the spectators were enveloped by the thunderous sound of crashing waves as torrents of water element energy coalesced into miniature waves, striking the ground with tremendous force. Fifth level of the wind step, soundless breeze. Third level of the blazing whip technique. 1,000 fires ignite the prairie. 3 Zhang golden body, minor completion. Fourth level of the devouring heaven technique. Annihilate all. One after another, the family's descendants showcased their martial arts within the training ground. Each technique wielded by these innate realm practitioners exhibited immense power, with even the simplest of attacks capable of engulfing the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The art of cultivating the method of escape allows one to transcend speeds far beyond the sound barrier, enabling a swift traversal of distances of 1 or 2 miles with but a mere thought. Those who practice the horizontal training techniques, such as the simplified version of the Zhang golden body that Chu He previously cultivated, possess a physical strength that appears as a nightmare to their peers. Their bodies are impervious to harm, resembling entities fortified with several meters of steel, moving through the earth like heavily armored tanks. Chu He possesses a profound understanding of these cultivation techniques and methods of attack. While it cannot be said that he has complete mastery, he is at least proficient, surpassing all present in skill. The distinction between high-level cultivators mastering offensive techniques and their lower-level counterparts is stark. even when their comprehension is similar. A higher perspective reveals myriad flaws in lesser techniques, and with a keen eye, one can swiftly learn from them. Chu He's innate comprehension far exceeds that of his contemporaries. Without such insight, he could not have devised the pinnacle horizontal training method of the 8-Zhang Golden Body or created such formidable divine abilities. In guiding others, Chu He devoted 3 days to instructing each individual, ensuring they gained insights into their shortcomings and vulnerabilities, all of which he discerned through his spiritual awareness during their practice. In Chapter 34, The Laid-Back Dog, Chu He acknowledges his nature as a fortunate being endowed with innate gifts. Once they address their deficiencies, their combat prowess will ascend to new heights. Additionally, for those younger disciples on the verge of a breakthrough, Chu He forcibly condensed the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius, saturating the trial ground with an abundance of natural spiritual essence, exponentially denser than before. In such a rich environment for cultivation, many achieved breakthroughs to more powerful realms. Those at the early stages of innate cultivation advanced to the mid-stage, while those at the initial master level progressed to the mid-master stage. Some at the peak of innate cultivation seized the opportunity to transcend into the realm of masters, grasping the profound mysteries of the universe. Consequently, within the family, the number of innate cultivators surged, transforming the landscape into one filled with masters in just a month's time. The number of practitioners in each stage increased exponentially, with master-level cultivators swelling to 1 or 2,000. Excluding those just beginning their journey and the infants yet to cultivate. The ranks of innate cultivators swelled to tens of thousands, each capable of dominating a city, standing above populations of over 100,000. After 3 days of guidance, Chu He bore no signs of fatigue. As the venerable ancestor of the family, how could he possibly grow weary while imparting wisdom to his descendants? Every time he witnessed a breakthrough, he was filled with joy. It seemed as though he could already envision the Chu family under his guidance, evolving into a formidable clan beyond anyone's imagination. A family of law, dominating the entire Tianyan realm? No. That is far from the limits of the Chu family. It merely represents what others in this world can conceive. Beyond this realm, there undoubtedly exists another world. It is only a matter of time before the Chu family steps beyond it. Merely a question of how many simulations it takes. Ancestor, where shall you lead us out into the broader world? Every descendant shall bask in the boundless glory brought forth by Chu He's existence. This glory shall not be hoarded by him alone. He intends to guide the entire family step by step toward the pinnacle. Yet no. Such thoughts are rather premature. Shaking his head, Chu He quelled the fantasies that had recently plagued his mind. He had not been like this before. Only in the initial years after his transmigration did he experience such daydreams, until he realized he bore no golden finger, possessing only an extraordinary talent that, under normal circumstances, could be deemed otherworldly, alongside a strikingly handsome visage. Beyond that, he had nothing. He ceased to indulge in frequent fantasies of a bright future. It can only be said that one cannot hope for what is not visible. After imparting guidance to all, Chu He returned to his recliner amidst the reluctant gazes of the younger generations of the family. Bathed in the gentle sun, he gazed at the lotus flowers, enjoying the soft breeze while rocking in his chair, sipping the tribute wine brewed from fragrant herbs by a younger family member. He occasionally moved his chopsticks to savor a few of his favorite dishes. The ambience was simply exquisite. How can one articulate it? One word suffices: sublime. Truly ineffable. The enjoyment of this scene by the younger generations, merely contemplating it, brought him immense satisfaction. Free of burdens, devoid of any worries, he indulged in pursuits of his choosing. Of course, it would be even more splendid if a few classical beauties were to dance gracefully before him, performing alongside the music. Alas, those ungrateful descendants, oblivious to their ancestors' struggles, seemed only to present him with trivial gifts. How exasperating! The truly worthy offerings were entirely withheld from him, as they secretly reveled in them. Time flew swiftly, day after day passing in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for the third simulation. During this interval, Chu He devoted several days to cultivation, seeking to comprehend the formidable power of the indestructible rules. He could hardly believe that, with his astute intellect, the task could prove so demanding. The level of difficulty was, without a doubt, disheartening, prompting him to momentarily entertain the notion that he was indeed rather dim-witted. He has been cultivating for several days, yet he has made no progress whatsoever. If one were to represent his understanding on a progress bar, he would currently be at a mere 1%, a reflection of the achievements he garnered over decades in previous simulations. Despite his efforts to enhance his comprehension by even the slightest margin, he has not succeeded in elevating it even to 0.00001. This exemplifies the formidable challenge of grasping the unyielding nature of higher laws. It is indeed fitting that such elevated rules are so elusive, even with references. Their understanding remains a daunting task. In the annals of the Yun realm, there were 3 divine beings who, lacking any points of reference, still managed to comprehend higher laws. Their talents were truly astonishing. Among them, the void god stood supreme, having not only grasped the spatial laws, a pinnacle among higher rules, but also having taken a significant step in the realm of law manifestations. Their brilliance was unparalleled. While it cannot be said that there will be no successors, it is certain that no one has ever approached their level, and for the next 100 billion years, there will be none to rival them. Regrettably, they were born in an era and a world that did not befit their extraordinary gifts. One cannot cultivate a true dragon in the depths of the sea without external forces to aid them. How can life birthed by the world transcend it? The void god aspires to traverse that half step and escape the confines of the Yun realm solely through innate talent. How immensely challenging that is. In larger, resource-rich worlds, his gifts could be realized in their full glory, free from regrets and despair. Fortunately, Chu He need not dwell on such matters, for he possesses the external aid of a golden finger. Even in the depths of the sea, a true dragon may rise. If one simulation proves inadequate, then he shall attempt 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. He refuses to believe that after so many attempts he will still fail. Each simulation serves as a refreshing of all resources within the world. Once he attains the pinnacle of law manifestations, no one will be able to impede him. At that point, all resources in the world will be his to command. Time and again, he will utilize the resources from within those simulations to refine and elevate his power, even if, at that juncture, those resources yield only minimal effects for Chu He. However, after hundreds or thousands of simulations, even the slightest accumulation of effects could empower Chu He to break free from the world's constraints. Ding! Time is up. Would the host like to initiate the third life simulation? Yes, no, yes. Upon hearing the electronic prompt, Chu He expertly clicked yes. Simulation begins. Entering a new simulation, he no longer felt the excitement and joy of the past. Instead, he calmly accepted the identity of his simulated self. Yet inwardly, he still muttered a curse at his real self, deeming it a lazy victor. Opening his panel, he began to draw upon his talents from within this simulation, fervently praying that his gifts would be of a high caliber and that he would not receive any villainous talents. The talent of the villain's halo truly leaves one at a loss for words. After merely a few seconds of drawing, you have obtained a golden legend. Indeed, you are not mistaken. You have drawn yet another golden talent, on par with a 99 damage immunity talent, a stroke of extraordinary luck. Yet, it is rather unfortunate, for the effects of this talent do not benefit you. Instead, they're directed toward the so-called laying wind dog you mentioned earlier. The laying wind dog, Chu He protests. Me? No, I do not wish to be a laying wind dog. One cannot merely observe the avatar in the simulation putting forth effort. Without my acquisition of the simulator, could that avatar truly simulate? It boasts such formidable strength from the outset, able to revel in a life of such luxury within the simulation. It has not even been afforded the opportunity to strive. One must not only recognize the main body at rest, but also acknowledge the contributions it has made. Otherwise, when the simulation concludes, the main body receives the MVP accolade, while its efforts are entirely alienated. Can this truly be considered fair? Answer me. The effect of this talent allows one to select a reward at the conclusion of each simulation, usable 10 times. This transforms your previous ability to select only one reward into the capacity to choose 2 each time, enabling you to directly acquire desirable talents and memories should they arise. The third simulation of Chu He remarks, surely, the main body outside is laughing heartily, indeed a true laying wind dog. How absurd that this simulator has devoured my talents. Admittedly, this talent seems somewhat unkind to the third. My apologies to Chu He of the third simulation. I am indeed a laying wind dog. I fully embrace that designation. In Chapter 35, a certificate of eternity, a means possessed solely by the most formidable beings before witnessing the effects of the talent. Chu He was adamant that he was not a laying wind dog. However, upon realizing that the talent bore no benefit for the avatar within the simulation, but solely for the main body. Chu He himself began to perceive his identity as a laying wind dog. The specificity of this talent is excessively pronounced, proving to be quite unkind to his simulated self. Not only does it lack efficacy for the avatar, but Chu He senses that this simulation may soon reach its conclusion. For in this instance, upon the conclusion of the simulation, Chu He will undoubtedly choose the talent. After all, to forgo such a talent would be utterly incomprehensible, a folly beyond measure. With the limitation of selecting only one, should he choose the talent, regardless of the strength his avatar attains within the simulation, it will ultimately not reflect upon the main body. Is there any merit in continuing the simulation under such circumstances? It would be more prudent to end it from the outset, allowing the external self to acquire the talent sooner. It appears the third Chu He within the simulation has also swiftly grasped this notion. You uttered a scathing remark about the essence being a mere idle victor and, following a moment of silence, found yourself pondering whether to place your hands upon your neck in self-harm or to simply rest them there. Just as you were poised to take action against yourself, fortuitously, your simulator provided a timely reminder that this simulation could indeed activate your talent, allowing you to select a reward and then choose once more. There was no need to resort to self-destruction, thus prematurely concluding this simulation. This outcome not only relieved you, but also elicited a smile from your external essence. In the core of the Chu family, number 3 Chu He lowered his hands, a smile gracing his face. Fortunately, this simulator, while aligned with the essence, was not excessively so. After uttering this, number 3 Chu He tore open a rift in space before hastening towards the land of celestial corpses. Since a new simulation had commenced, it was customary to retrieve all treasures obtained by the preceding elders. The phantom heart grass and the earth sovereign lotus were 2 treasures that could not be overlooked, particularly the earth sovereign lotus. Although you had no need for it, members of your family did. Having refreshed your acquisition of the earth sovereign lotus, you presented this treasure to your son, Chu Tian, whose power had surged to the pinnacle of the heavenly human realm due to the abundance of treasures. However, Father, while I covet this item, such a pivotal treasure is more essential for you. With it, after a period of cultivation, I firmly believe you could advance to the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Perhaps, after another millennium of training, you could reach the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. And from there, the next step would usher in the Yuan Shan. Even if you have no need for it, it could benefit future generations. Should our family fail to produce a new Yuan Dan in 2 or 3 millennia, this treasure could serve as a continuation of our legacy. The figure clad in a flowing azure robe, Chu Tian, gazed at the earth's sovereign lotus, which radiated a potent yellow earth energy, and calmly rejected it. Despite his fervent desire for it, recognizing that possession of such an item would significantly enhance his chances of breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm, granting him a lifespan of 3,000 years, he remained resolute. His cultivation of the eternal green art could potentially extend his lifespan to 4,000 years. Who would yearn for such a treasure? Yet, contemplating his own potential, he deemed it fortunate enough to aspire to transcend the heavenly human realm in this lifetime, an achievement made possible through his father's support. He could not further impose upon his family's resources nor burden his father any longer. While he could accept items of lesser significance, he could not take something so crucial. Regarding your son's refusal, you said nothing, merely showcasing your prowess at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, indicating that you had long since surpassed this level. However, it seems you were overly cautious, only revealing your breakthrough to the pinnacle of Yuan Dan after achieving it. This artifact holds no significance for him. You advised Chu Tian to relieve himself of any psychological burden, suggesting that it would be better for him to consume it himself, as, despite his strength, acquiring this item would still pose a challenge, albeit not insurmountable. This obstacle is not so great that it renders the acquisition impossible. In the future, once he transcends into the Yuan Shan realm, such an item will hardly be remarkable. However, the matter of your own breakthrough to the Yuan Dan realm takes precedence. After all, you would not wish to depart this world without witnessing your esteemed father achieving the Yuan Shan realm, would you? Despite the revelation of your father's concealed strength and the deception of so many, Chu Tian took several minutes to process this information. Once he had digested it, he swiftly stored the earth's sovereign lotus before him into his storage ring, a smile of ambition already gracing his face. He envisioned himself achieving the Yuan Dan realm, commanding respect across hundreds of nations, and doubling his family's territory, earning the admiration of countless descendants. It must be noted that you do not seem to be father and son. The expression of ambition is uncannily similar, as if it were a hereditary trait. You paid little heed to Chu Zhongtian's fantasies, instead instructing him to keep your cultivation level a secret from others. You advised him to prepare thoroughly and only utilize the Earth's sovereign lotus for his breakthrough when confident, and to refrain from any attempts at advancement during this period. After a span of 100 or 200 years, he should then prepare to enter seclusion for cultivation. This time, you intend to remain in this place, focusing solely on comprehending the power of the indestructible rules. You will patiently await the opening of the Tianyin's secret realm after 200 years, where you will retrieve the enlightenment tea tree to facilitate your breakthrough into the Yuanshun realm. In this simulation, no endeavor holds greater importance than your ascension to the Yuanshun realm. During the first year of seclusion, your understanding of the indestructible rules advanced by a mere 0.01, a progress that hardly qualifies as significant. You cannot perceive this advancement, as you lack the extraordinary abilities possessed by protagonists in other novels, who can monitor their progress in real time and ensure perpetual advancement upon achieving their goals. Eternal affirmation is a technique reserved for those who have surpassed you by 6 or 7 great realms. To attain such a state, you must undergo numerous simulations to ultimately succeed. The 36th chapter of A Beautiful Future remains elusive, overshadowed by the notion of a perfect yet burdensome life. A decade later, your comprehension of the unyielding rules has significantly evolved. At this juncture, you have begun to perceive the subtle enhancement in your understanding of these principles. This newfound awareness of your progress fills you with exhilaration, prompting you to dedicate yourself to further training in hopes of achieving even greater advancement. However, you are reminded of the invaluable insights imparted by the esteemed Elder Chu He during your last simulation, which beckon your attention once more. Initially, you intended to inquire about the timing of the auction hosted by the Yuan Danxian family. Yet, you soon discovered that your own family had secured a prestigious purple gold VIP invitation from the Xian family. Upon confirming that the event was set to take place in 3 days, you arrived early at the Xian Yuan city, the abode of the Yuan Danxian family. You were met with a warm and respectful reception, indicative of the importance they placed on this grand auction. Invitations have been extended to numerous Yuan Dan practitioners, yet the actual turnout remained uncertain. After all, this auction was merely organized by Yuan Dan family, and the items available for bidding were limited to a handful of 6-tier treasures, with the majority being of the 4th or 5th tier. For beings of such caliber, the allure was rather minimal, and a modest attendance would be seen as a gesture of goodwill towards the Yuan Danxian family. They had not anticipated your presence. Your attendance brought honor to their lineage, and in reciprocation, they extended their courtesy towards you. The contemporary patriarch of the Yuan Danxian family, Xianxia, personally approached to welcome you and invited you to savor their family's specialty, the 5th-tier spiritual fruit, Yuan Lingua. This extraordinary treasure is immensely beneficial even to those of the celestial realm, with a single fruit capable of saving a practitioner 30 years of arduous cultivation. In the outside world, such a fruit is virtually unattainable without several thousand or even tens of thousands of stones, and one piece alone could incite fierce competition among hundreds of grandmasters and dozens of celestial realm practitioners. Its influence is profound enough to stir the winds of an entire nation, leading to untold tragedies. Traditionally, only the direct descendants of the Yuan Danxian family could occasionally indulge in such luxuries. For you, however, it is merely a commonplace fruit. To offer fruits of a lower tier to peers of equal stature would be a grave affront, potentially inciting anger among the Yuan Dan practitioners. While savoring the fruit, you and your companion engaged in philosophical discourse. Initially, it was a private exchange between the two of you, but as time passed, several fellow practitioners of the Yuan Dan realm joined the conversation. This exchange continued uninterrupted until the auction commenced 3 days later. This discourse proved fruitful for you. Although your prowess stands at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, such strength does not necessarily equate to wisdom, as you had previously refrained from delving into the realms of memory and knowledge. You are merely a formidable force, capable of effortlessly eliminating several individuals of comparable strength present in the vicinity. However, others have not pursued you. Should you persist in your refusal to embrace your memories, you may find yourself facing a significant setback in the future. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, your true self will undoubtedly disregard this counsel, choosing to act as if it were invisible. Naturally, who would begin a simulation without opting for strength or talent, instead of selecting memories? Would you? I certainly would not. During the auction, you were exposed to items that, in your past state of being, would have been invaluable, worth risking life and limb to acquire. Yet now, these treasures hold little value for you. A mere flick of your finger would suffice for the Yuan Dan clan to bestow them upon you free of charge, simply to curry favor with an equal. Such is the status of a Yuan Dan adept, which may appear insignificant before those of higher realms, akin to a mere bump on the roadside. However, in the realm of nations, a Yuan Dan practitioner stands as a sovereign, ruling over hundreds of kingdoms across vast expanses of land, commanding trillions of lives. At the auction, you successfully acquired a seed of origin capable of enhancing the likelihood of an ordinary celestial being's breakthrough to Yuan Dan by 30%, obtained from a practitioner of the Master Realm. Although Xianxia harbored a hint of curiosity regarding this unknown seed, he refrained from voicing his inquisitiveness or probing into its origins. Even if the seed possessed a background, it would merely be a 6th-tier item, insufficient to warrant your proactive inquiry or risk offending an equal. In your mind, you resolve to return and marginalize this seed among the younger generation of your family, placing it among the auction items. After acquiring what you desired, you return to the Chu family, presenting the Yuan Dan plant beast origin seed to Chu He. You instructed him that whenever he wished to advance, he should harness the immense energy contained within the seed to facilitate his breakthrough. Chu He, with his natural aptitude, now bolstered by the wealth of cultivation resources from the family, had already reached a 20% probability of breaking through to Yuan Dan. With the added 30% from the seed, his chances of success would be at least 50%, akin to your previous experience, and you believed he would ultimately succeed. Should he fail, it would be inconsequential, for this is merely a simulation, as long as there are no issues on the true self's end. Chu Tian's failure is simply that, failure. After all, there are countless opportunities for rebirth, such as the nature of us simulators. Opportunities for breakthroughs arise countless times, each moment presenting a fresh chance. Upon encountering the terms within the simulation, Chu He nodded in acknowledgement. Returning to the family, you embarked once more on your arduous journey as a cultivator. At times, you found this existence rather devoid of meaning, a ceaseless cycle of cultivation. Your life felt stripped of individuality, with all your hard-won achievements destined to benefit the innate entity reclining in ease. Yet, you understood that all these sacrifices were in pursuit of a brighter future, albeit one that primarily favored the original being. Resigned, you reflected on the futility of it all, as the notion of a splendid future seemed a cruel joke, with the enjoyment reserved for the essence while you remained a mere pawn. The prospect of a beautiful future was overshadowed by the reality of a life akin to that of a beast of burden. Indeed, no creature could be more burdened than you. At least, the beast enjoyed a few days of respite each month, returning home to rest and dine. In contrast, your cultivation demanded decades of relentless dedication, leaving you devoid of sleep or companionship. Was this truly the existence of a beast? As the 37th chapter beckoned, you pondered whether the protagonist had made an appearance. The denizens of the East Sea would never abandon their aspirations. Contemplating these matters, you found the world increasingly devoid of meaning, prompting a year-long respite. During this interlude, you indulged in the pleasures you had previously foregone, before resuming your cultivation. Only then did your heart find equilibrium. After all, you had partaken in experiences that the original had missed, and relished those that it had already enjoyed. With newfound clarity, you returned to grasp the principles of immortality, discovering that your understanding had accelerated, reminiscent of protagonists from novels you had once read. In those tales, some protagonists labored tirelessly, their efforts steadily yielding strength. Yet, upon reaching a certain threshold, their growth stagnated. Just as frustration set in, a supporting character would coax them into relaxation, and upon returning, they would find their prowess had surged once more. In that moment, the protagonist would realize that cultivation requires a balance of effort and respite. Perhaps your situation mirrored this sentiment. After all, you were a protagonist in your own right. As the years passed, on the 30th anniversary of your simulator's inception, you journeyed to the East Sea, venturing into the renowned Xianxia secret realm before others could penetrate its depths. Once, an entire batch of several pools of sentient heavy water was packaged. A single pool of this heavy water significantly enhances the probability of a practitioner of water-based techniques achieving a breakthrough from the celestial stage to the Yuan dance stage. With dozens of pools available, it is more than sufficient for numerous individuals to transcend to the Yuan Dan realm. This can be regarded as a substantial treasure. In addition to the Xianxia heavy water, there are 9 precious drops of Jiu Yuan heavy water, an advanced version of the former. The effects of this treasure are beneficial even for those at the soul formation level, providing considerable enhancement to their souls. According to your understanding gleaned from the memories of Xian Yu Zhenjuan, the effects of this water are ample enough to elevate your soul from the early to the mid-stage of the soul formation realm, provided that you grasp the underlying principles. Thus, it stands to reason that you possess a significant likelihood of advancing to the mid-stage of the soul formation realm during the simulation. Once you attain this level, even ordinary secret realms can be forcibly breached by practitioners of the soul formation stage, regardless of whether they have been opened by others. Therefore, you have meticulously recorded the coordinates of the Tian Chu secret realm in your mind hundreds, if not thousands, of times, hoping that this particular action would be captured by the simulator. You wish to retain the knowledge of the secret realm's coordinates, allowing you to access it directly in reality without relying on memory. Given your previous experiences, you are confident that this endeavor will also succeed, and indeed, your actions have successfully exploited a loophole in the simulator. The coordinates of a Tian Chu secret realm, dating back 30 years, are located in the East Sea, on a small island known as Gourd Island, measuring only a few dozen miles across. Millions of years ago, Gourd Island was once a massive landmass, comparable to a continent, stretching over 100,000 miles in length and 50 to 60,000 miles in width, far larger than the insignificant sphere you traversed before. It was home to several medium-sized nations. The transformation of this once great island into a mere small isle was entirely due to the emergence of a powerful soul formation expert who called himself Tian Chu Zhenjuan. This island was ravaged in a fierce battle between Tian Chu Zhenjuan and an equally formidable adversary, resulting in the obliteration of what was once a continent larger than a planet. Tian Chu Zhenjuan was thought to have been slain, a mere casualty of the conflict. However, all his treasures remained, and the Tian Chu secret realm became a hidden repository for his artifacts, concealed by a profound 7th-tier concealment array. This clever ruse prevented his enemies from discovering the secret realm, even after thousands of years of searching, allowing the passage of millions of years without its location being unearthed. No one remembers that a primordial being was once born in this place, even though the power of such an existence is boundless. Yet, its lifespan is merely a few tens of thousands of years, which pales in comparison to the millions of years of history and is even more insignificant against the backdrop of the Tianyun realm's billions of years. In such an ancient history, only those formidable manifestations of the law can be etched in the collective memory of humanity, enduring through the eons, still remembered by countless souls. At some point, outside, Chu He had produced a small notebook, meticulously recording the coordinates within. He contemplated that after this simulation, he would casually retrieve those treasures, once in simulation number 3, and then in reality, though it was not necessary, after several iterations of his simulated self refreshing the treasures. He planned to ascertain that they were of no use to him. After 6 or 7 trials, he was confident that his soul's power would ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial state, thereby resolving his cultivation issues related to the primordial realm. Not long after you departed from the Tian Chu secret realm, a throng of martial practitioners surged towards this location. However, upon their arrival, they found nothing. The entire secret realm seemed as if it had been plundered, leaving behind only some spiritually rich soil. These individuals naturally understood that someone had come before them, yet they were oblivious to the identity of the intruder. With a sense of dejection, they could only seize a handful of spiritual soil to place in their storage rings before departing. Those who venture into secret realms never return empty-handed. This adage has been passed down among the martial cultivators of the East Sea for as long as anyone can remember. Even if they leave empty-handed, they must carry away a handful of grass or soil to prove their presence. Upon returning to the land of the myriad nations, you did not immediately visit the Chu family, but instead headed to the neighboring Yu kingdom. You intended to see whether Yanhuahua, the protagonist who had been slain by a previous elder, had been born. Without the aura of a low-tier antagonist, would he still retain the essence of a protagonist? In the skies over the Yu kingdom, the 3rd iteration of Chu He arrived in Black Iron City, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. He both hoped for Yin Huahua's emergence as a true protagonist and simultaneously wished he would not manifest in that role. Chapter 38. The source resolves the protagonist's father who was slain. The third iteration of Chu He yearned for the protagonist to appear. Driven by curiosity about whether this figure, devoid of the support of the true monarch of Xianxia, would acquire another jade pendant from elsewhere or receive assistance from another true monarch. Alternatively, he pondered whether he might obtain some relic from an ancient powerhouse. If such treasures existed, wouldn't his true self be able to seize them as before? Indeed, Haki-san, your words resonate profoundly with my thoughts and aspirations. As a person of virtue, I believe that all treasures of the world are rightfully mine to possess, while others lack the merit to claim them. The esteemed Chu He outside wholeheartedly agrees with the notion that treasures belong to the virtuous. However, despite his remarkable virtue, the only treasures he has encountered are those bestowed upon him by this fortunate opportunity, and in the past 5 centuries, he has stumbled upon only a handful of ordinary fortunes. This starkly contradicts the very essence of the statement. Furthermore, your current incarnation is not that of a villain. What connection do you have with the protagonist? Unless the Yin family is exceptionally unfortunate and has inadvertently provoked your Chu clan. An ordinary, innate family simply lacks the qualifications to engage with you. They would not dare provoke you, as it is beyond their capacity. In addition to this reason, there exists another motive for the protagonist's emergence, stemming from the third Chu He's desire to study the essence of the protagonist. Although you consider yourself a protagonist, the third Chu He cannot study himself. Thus, he must redirect his focus onto another protagonist. If a protagonist could be subjected to his scrutiny, perhaps he could unravel the enigma of why such beings are so extraordinary, why they attract the world's fortune, and whether it is possible to harness that fortune for himself, thereby augmenting his own. These 2 reasons encapsulate the third Chu He's desire for the protagonist's appearance. Conversely, his reluctance stems from the potential complications that the protagonist's emergence may impose on his future. It is conceivable that 2 centuries hence, the opening of the Tianyan secret realm could present unforeseen consequences, for a protagonist is destined to enter such realms. A protagonist who does not engage in subquests is hardly a commendable one. At that juncture, who can predict the circumstances that will unfold once the protagonist steps inside? In this simulation, the third Chu He prioritizes stability, ensuring that he remains secure at least until he achieves the Yuanshan. However, after a thorough search, the third Chu He found himself perplexed by the absence of the Black Iron City. Where have the inhabitants gone? Why is there only an obscure, innate family remaining? This situation raised questions in your mind, and only after expanding your spiritual awareness across thousands of miles did you realize that the Yin family had retreated to the distant Shuizu town. It turns out that decades ago, after annihilating the Liu family and rendering the external Black Iron Mine inaccessible even to master-level cultivators, the Yin family observed a dwindling influx of resources in this region. With their cultivation resources rapidly depleting, they could no longer sustain themselves and hastily relocated. To seek refuge in a place abundant with resources, the Iron Black City was relinquished to other families. However, regardless of their relocation, the Yin family persisted in vying for their sustenance. Consequently, the local families united in a fervent campaign to suppress the Yin family, employing various tactics to diminish their ranks of warriors. Not only was the Yin family unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain upon their arrival, but even if they had managed to establish a foothold, they found themselves outnumbered and overwhelmed by the collective might of several families. Their sole innate member was vanquished, leading the family to regress from an innate lineage to a postnatal one, with only a handful managing to escape the resource-rich city, ultimately fleeing to a barren locale. They were forced to seek refuge in Water Curve Town, where they became the preeminent family in a rural hamlet, transforming from an innate family in a city to a postnatal family in a small town in the span of mere decades. It is indeed a tragic fate. Alas, I had anticipated the Yin family's downfall, yet I could not foresee such folly within them. It is astonishing that they dared to venture into resource-laden territories with only one innate member. This speaks to the prosperity they experienced from the iron mine, which has now plummeted them from affluence to destitution, a reality they find difficult to accept, leading to their folly. The transition from frugality to luxury is effortless, yet the reverse is fraught with hardship. Witnessing the Yin family's plight, Chu He felt no sympathy. His greatest act of mercy was refraining from obliterating them entirely. Had they encountered a protagonist from the darker factions of fiction, the members of this family would have surely faced dire consequences. They were fortunate to have crossed paths with someone like him. Moreover, it is perplexing that Yanhua's father, Yan Xing, did not ascend to the position of family head. He met his demise during the family's conflicts with others, his audacity proving fatal. The fervor of youth rendered him reckless. In every battle, he charged to the forefront, his status making him an easy target, for as the saying goes, the wood that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. His very existence preemptively curtailed the emergence of Yanhua. In truth, after vanquishing the Liu family and the Iron Mine, the potential for Yanhua's martial prowess was extinguished at its source. From a biological perspective, a mere second's difference could have altered the outcome, preventing the emergence of that particular tadpole. While one might assume that the protagonist would not emerge from the situation, to preclude the possibility of any successors such as Yan Xiaohua or Yanhua, a fragment of his divine will was subtly instilled within each member of the family. Xianxia is capable of monitoring their every move, and should a character resembling the protagonist emerge, immediate notification will be dispatched. Identifying such a character is quite straightforward. The protagonist embodies numerous admirable qualities: diligence, resilience, an innate spirit of a champion, unwavering conviction, fervor, and impulsiveness, often provoking ridicule from others and unintentionally offending individuals. Most of these attributes are present within you. Beyond this method of identification, should anyone's divine consciousness vanish, that individual is undoubtedly the protagonist, for only the protagonist possesses such a remarkable ability. The descent of the Buddha has been noted, alongside the powerful figures orchestrating events from behind the scenes. It is paramount that the protagonist remains shrouded from prying eyes. Never has there been a true protagonist who has flourished under the scrutiny of others, though not be a protagonist, but rather a mere puppet. Following your dealings with the Yin family, you returned to your familial stronghold and resumed your secluded cultivation. Every decade, you prepare to indulge in a year of respite, relishing life and savoring pleasures that your original self had yet to experience. Concurrently, you keep a watchful eye on events throughout the Tianyin realm via various intelligence networks. Previously, the Second Elder's focus was solely on verifying the simulator for flaws. Hence their attention was limited to the eastern wilderness without regard for occurrences in the entirety of the Tianyuan realm. Now, with the renewed simulation revealing the simulator's defects, your interest has naturally expanded to encompass the entire Tianyin realm. This scrutiny has unveiled significant developments, such as reports of the descent of the Buddha in the neighboring western region over recent years. This western region is reminiscent of the bald-headed individuals you encountered before your transcendence. It is astonishing to find such figures in this alternate world, indicating their extraordinary nature. The Taoists and Buddhist monks you observed prior to your journey are present in this realm, and these two factions have evolved into formidable powers. The Buddhist monks have established the 10,000 Buddhist sect in the western region, while the Taoists have founded the Daoxian Gate, claiming dominion over the Central Plains. Apart from the four great seas, the Tianyin realm encompasses 5 major regions. Yet throughout the ages, both new and old sects have succumbed to the passage of time, with the lifespan of powerful figures dwindling. Even the 10,000 Buddhist sect and Daoxian Gate have fallen into obscurity, with governance still resting in the hands of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, albeit under different names. For billions of years, this cyclical pattern has persisted. These two regions have seen hundreds of rulers come and go, yet the essence of control has always remained with these two traditions. It is as if these two sects are perpetually thriving, shielded by an enigmatic entity lurking in the shadows. Millennia ago, the formidable beings of the 3 other realms were equally intrigued by this phenomenon. 3 such entities even united to challenge the prevailing Buddhist faction. Their objective was to ascertain whether these two powers could indeed be extinguished. Yet, in the end, it was they who met an untimely demise with alarming ease. After all, or merely a handful of newly emerged powers compared to the profound heritage and strength of those enduring sects that have flourished for over 1 billion years. The depths of their resources and strategies are unfathomable. In truth, even if they were to obliterate the Buddhist sect, they would still remain oblivious to the underlying reasons, as even the Buddhist and Taoist sects themselves struggle to comprehend the mystery behind their resilience. They are perplexed as to why their traditions are so difficult to eradicate, and they yearn to understand the reasons behind this phenomenon. If these individuals could assist them in unraveling the mystery, both the Buddhist and Taoist sects would undoubtedly express their gratitude. If it is not mere coincidence, then there must indeed be extraordinary figures behind these two factions. The ability to transcend realms and establish their own traditions in two worlds signifies an individual of remarkable caliber, perhaps more than just one or two. However, it is likely that these two are not as formidable as the forces that reside behind humanity. While these sects merely exist within this world, humans, as a species, are abundant across both realms. Contemplating this information, Chu He could not help but reminisce about the myths and legends from that small, dilapidated sphere he traversed before, as well as those two formidable religious powers. A sense of bewilderment flooded his mind. Here he was, having crossed into a foreign world. Yet these two factions continued to pursue him relentlessly. When would it end? Should the day come when he could venture beyond this world, he would certainly seek to uncover the identities of the individuals behind these two sects, whether their methods stemmed from a certain realm or were the result of some extraordinary technique. If it were indeed attainable through a specific level of attainment, he would be inclined to explore and experiment. Within the Buddhist sect, they possess their own nomenclature for the classification of realms, such as the Celestial and the Yuan Dan. The Celestial is referred to as the Golden Body Realm, while the Yuan Dan corresponds to the Arhat, and the Yuan Shun is known as the Bodhisattva. The law aspect is synonymous with the Buddha. The term Buddha descending to the world signifies the return of past Buddhas who have transcended the law aspect, resurrected with the intent to revive their essence. The Buddhist sect employs certain techniques that allow deceased law aspect experts to reincarnate, carrying fragments of their memories and souls, akin to a cycle of rebirth, into the bodies of their chosen disciples. With the memories of a law aspect level being, a disciple of their sect requires merely 2 to 3 centuries to transform from an ordinary individual into a high-ranking law aspect expert, continuing to guide the Buddhist sect towards advancement. In times of peace, the sect would only maintain one law aspect expert to oversee its affairs. One is already sufficient. However, when necessary, they can resurrect all past powerful beings from the realm of Dharma and invest several centuries in recultivating them, thus bringing forth dozens of entities at the Dharma level in one fell swoop. The neighboring sect also possesses similar methods. It can be said that the longer the Buddhist and Taoist sects endure, the more invincible they become, their positions becoming increasingly unassailable. Unless an extraordinary entity emerges, will a powerful being from the realm of Dharma appear in the 10,000 Buddhist sect after several centuries? Truly, the depth of the Buddhist sect is formidable. Yet, this bears no relevance to me. A few centuries would afford me the opportunity to simulate thousands of scenarios. By then, I would have long forgotten what invincibility feels like. If the Buddhist sect does not engage in conflict with me, it may continue to exist. However, should a conflict arise, it would have been extinguished in reality long before. There is no possibility of granting it a few more centuries for growth. Apart from the news of the descending Buddha, roughly a century into your simulations, your 26th generation descendant, the contemporary prodigy of the Chu family, Chu Qingshang, filled with confidence, commenced his own journey. The Eastern Wilderness Prodigy competition has begun. In this grand tournament, all families and sects of the Eastern Wilderness shall exuberantly showcase their talents, fervently displaying their prodigious abilities, proclaiming to the world their prowess. A prodigy must indeed flaunt their brilliance. Even the great masters and celestial-level sects eagerly participate, unafraid of appearing too talented or of having their prodigies vanquished by rival factions. For as long as they perform commendably in the competition, they can easily enter those formidable sections. If one manages to rank within the top 500 of the True Dragon list, they are assured a foundational status as a Yuan Dan seed, and if they so desire, may join the vast sect of Han Hai. Chapter 40. Do not believe that one born a commoner shall remain a commoner for life. In a previous simulation, Chu Qingshang achieved a ranking of over 350, which, although respectable within a newly ascendant Yuan Dan family, was overshadowed by a seemingly ordinary innate family from a neighboring nation, one that had been eradicated and lacked any support. Surprisingly, this family secured a place among the top 30 in this edition of the Prodigy competition, their prowess far surpassing that of Chu Qingshang, who had been diligently nurtured by the Chu family. Upon returning, Chu Qingshang fell into a state of inner turmoil, his resolve wavering. In a fervent quest to surpass Xianxia, he secluded himself in a chamber, obsessively engaging in relentless cultivation. If those from the spirit families, spirit sects, or the elite Yuan Dan faction surpassed him, Chu Qingshang would not be plagued by confusion. Rather, he would acknowledge it as expected. Their strength and talent exceed his own. Thus their superiority in power is only natural. There is no reason for confusion. With diligent efforts in the future, one can achieve greatness. And it remains uncertain who will ultimately attain higher accomplishments. However, it is quite disconcerting when an unrefined individual surpasses even a slightly more privileged commoner in capability. This sense of imbalance is not felt by him alone. Everyone present during that grand competition shared the same sentiment, believing it to be unjust. How could a mere commoner, after a century of relentless dedication to martial arts, possibly compete with families that boast millennia of heritage? 10 years of arduous study cannot compare to the generational business acumen and governance of his lineage, such as the perspective of a descendant like you. Although you may not entirely concur, as you have achieved unprecedented feats without any backing, this notion cannot be deemed erroneous. It reflects the stark reality of this world. Without innate talent, cultivation resources, or support, no amount of effort will suffice. You are a commoner, and your descendants will inherit this status, born at a disadvantage, and destined to remain so for generations. Being born into a life of toil means a lifetime of toil. An individual born a commoner remains a commoner for life. Do not misunderstand. Here, the term commoner refers to all who exist below the Yuan Dan lineage, not merely those who labor in the fields. All forces above the Yuan Dan level equally discriminate against those beneath them. Even the celestial families are regarded as commoners in the eyes of the current Chu family. Those who toil in the fields are no different from the celestial families that scramble for scraps from the Yuan Dan families. Both are viewed as inferior. Only a select few commoners manage to transcend their origins, transforming from humble beginnings to remarkable figures who elevate their entire family status. For instance, fortunately, due to your possession of the initial antagonist aura talent, coupled with your preemptive intervention in the protagonist's emergence, the protagonist has yet to appear. As a result, your descendant, Chu Xianxia, after enduring a series of arduous battles and receiving your occasional guidance during your annual periods of respite, has achieved an even better result of 254th place than before. With joy in their heart, they return to the family. This achievement is already commendable, and upon the news reaching back home, they are hailed as one of the top 10 extraordinary prodigies of the world. Countless celestial Yuan Dan families regard the Yuan Dan Chu family as possessing deep roots and a promising future, noting that the family has only recently attained the status of a Yuan Dan family after a century, yet has already produced such an exceptional talent. The presence of 254 individuals is fairly acceptable. This potential holds a significant chance of surpassing the Yuan Dan realm, possessing considerable value for cultivation. However, at this juncture, such training seems futile. With my current rate of growth, should it take several centuries for him to achieve the Yuan Dan state, I would have long surpassed any conceivable strength by then. If cultivation is to be pursued, let it be my simulated self who undertakes it. Shaking my head, had I known of such an exceptional junior within my family before acquiring the simulator, despite the enhancement of talent due to the Yuan Dan bloodline, my heart would have been filled with joy. I would have ardently nurtured him, fostering greater hope for his future achievements in Yuan Dan, and if I could not break through myself, I would find solace in my descendants' successes. Yet, since obtaining the golden finger, it is evident that no one in my family will ever match my pace. I am destined to stand alone, invincible in this world at a terrifying speed, akin to a sun suspended high above the celestial realm, illuminating all beneath it. Perhaps in the next simulation, I might draw a talent that surpasses gold, or perhaps another gold-tier talent with remarkable effects, leading to my invincibility. Who can truly dictate fortune? After all, I am the protagonist. It is only natural for protagonists to enjoy good fortune. Can one who is unfortunate be called a protagonist? Such individuals are mere supporting characters, mere passers-by, or insignificant figures. After experiencing the grandeur of the eastern wilderness, the entire celestial realm has since fallen into a tranquil state. At least, no significant occurrences involving the primordial spirit have taken place. This world does not revolve around a single individual, nor will troubles arise merely because someone possesses a golden finger. No formidable foes from beyond have emerged, nor has any unrest disrupted this peaceful world that has endured for billions of years. This tranquility raises doubts about the very reality of this world. With the protagonist's emergence, how can the world remain so undisturbed? This is simply inconceivable. Where are the antagonists? Even a mediocre villain like Yin Huahua possesses a lackluster golden finger, complete with an initial villain and an ultimate adversary. Yet, for such an impressive protagonist, there appears to be no antagonist in sight. Is this reasonable? It is profoundly unreasonable. Thus, I strongly advise that the true self outside should not place trust in the content of the simulation. Even if it depicts future events, it may not reflect reality. Perhaps the antagonists are simply too powerful, rendering the simulator incapable of capturing their might, leading to this serene future. Never trust what you see in the simulator. Seeing is believing, but hearing is often deceiving. Do not believe, do not believe, do not believe. Indeed, the act of imaginative conjecture often leaves one at a loss for words. The third iteration of Chu He within the simulator appears to be utterly deranged, possessing an extraordinary capacity for fanciful thinking. The passage of a century seems to have slipped away in an instant, as time swiftly approaches the moment when the heavenly cloud secret realm is set to be jointly unveiled by several formidable factions. This realm opens but once every millennium, allowing a cultivator of the Yuan Dan level to partake merely twice. While they may possess lifespans spanning 3 millennia, they must still dedicate several centuries to their initial cultivation. Without achieving the Yuan Dan realm, one cannot enter. Attempting to do so would be tantamount to courting death. In the 41st chapter, the foundational essence of the Tao is revealed, to hear of the Tao in the morning and perish by evening. Thus, as the time draws near, numerous cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm turn their gazes toward the central domain, where the heavenly cloud secret realm is to be found. However, among the multitude of Yuan Dan cultivators, it is predominantly those at the early and mid stages of Yuan Dan who express a desire to enter, while those at the pinnacle of the late stages generally do not entertain such notions. The rationale for this has been previously articulated. The stern extraction of resources by the venerable law manifestation leaves a mere 1% for oneself, while the remaining 99% belongs to the law manifestation. 4 high-ranking cultivators in the early to mid stages of Yuan Dan. This 1% can still hold a degree of allure. Yet for those at the late pinnacle stage, it bears little appeal. At their level, their aspirations revolve around transcending to the spirit realm, seeking to comprehend the power of the laws. The heavenly cloud secret realm may house treasures that assist in transcending to the spirit realm. But what relevance does this hold for them? Upon acquiring such treasures, their very existence would be scrutinized upon exit. Under the watchful eyes of formidable beings within the spirit realm, they would find it impossible to conceal their gains, unless they could refine a treasure within the secret realm to facilitate their own ascension. But what significance does that hold? None at all. Upon breaking through, should others witness their ascension, they would immediately deduce their actions within the realm and swiftly eliminate them. To pursue the thrill of breakthrough without contemplating the future beyond is sheer folly. Such endeavors are not for the foolish alone. Only true seekers of the Tao would engage in such reckless pursuits, hearing the Tao in the morning and perishing by evening. I, a seeker of the Tao, willingly embrace the prospect of demise in my quest to transcend the spirit realm. This is the essence of truly hearing the Tao and perishing by evening. A smile graced the corner of Chu He's lips, for he fancied himself a seeker of the Tao, having faced death multiple times in pursuit of his breakthroughs. Even in the simulator, his demise counts as death. How could one claim that the simulated self is not an extension of oneself? Each instance of death in the pursuit of greater realms and the acquisition of resources reflects the true nature of a seeker of the Tao. Due to the fact that powerful individuals at the pinnacle of their realms will not partake in the ensuing actions, those like you, who have only recently transcended, are afforded the opportunity to secure a ticket to the celestial secret realm. Otherwise, should the myriad Yuan Dan realm practitioners of the entire Tianyan realm aspire to enter, you would have to reveal your true strength to gain a chance to step inside. Yet, the moment you expose your capabilities, your demise would be imminent. In the heart of the Chu family, the time has finally come. Alas, upon entering, one must commence the next simulation. I hope that in the forthcoming trial, the fourth brother can draw on exceptional talent, though ultimately, it would still benefit that fortunate one. Chu He, the third of the Chu lineage, rose slightly from his reclined position, unconsciously gazing skyward, enveloped in a profound melancholy. The sorrow of impending departure weighed heavily upon him, as he lamented that this might be his last opportunity to behold this world. In this poignant moment, he felt an urge to compose poetry, yet his lack of eloquence rendered him unable to articulate his feelings, leaving him to ruminate silently. One must admit The affliction of a literary soul is indeed a malady in need of remedy. Let's depart, to break through the realm of the primordial spirit, even before facing death. One might experience the grandeur of such a state that would not be in vain. As the sun began to set, Chu He utilized his formidable power to tear through the void before him. In the next heartbeat, he found himself beyond the borders of the Shan kingdom, traversing vast distances with each passing second. In the expanse of the myriad nations, he roamed freely, and with his remarkable speed, he covered an unimaginable distance in less than a day. Arriving in the central region, one cannot deny the splendor of this area, under the jurisdiction of the Taoist sect, which stands as the most prosperous part of the Tianyuan realm. The density of formidable beings and a level of prosperity here far surpass what the Eastern wilderness can offer. While Yuan-Dan realm practitioners remain the absolute power here, given the limited number of such individuals across the entire world, the ants of the heavenly man realm are truly abundant. Within the Eastern wilderness, there are approximately several 100,000 of such beings, yet here, the count is at least 10 million. As for the general populace, their numbers dwarf those of the Eastern wilderness by several multiples. It is undeniable that the Taoist sect, having endured for over 1 billion years, has a foundation of remarkable strength. You cannot help but draw in a sharp breath, acknowledging the exceptional contribution to the greenhouse effect of the Tianyuan realm. After a moment of astonishment, you proceeded towards the Daoxian sect. Along the way, Chu He observed numerous Taoist practitioners, each possessing a mastery level no less than that of a grandmaster. Those who have not attained the grandmaster realm are simply not permitted to emerge from the Daoxian sect. Within the confines of the Daoxian sect, Chu He beheld millions of peaks suspended in the heavens, each towering thousands of feet high and stretching hundreds of miles in length. These majestic peaks, whose weight is measured in countless millions of tons, can only be effortlessly lifted by cultivators of the Yuan-Dan realm, while those of the celestial being realm would find such an endeavor utterly exhausting. However, there now exist millions of these colossal mountains, or perhaps more aptly termed mountain ranges, suspended in the sky for over 1 billion years. Each peak possesses its own unique form. Some resemble enormous alchemical cauldrons, marking the abode of the Taoist alchemical lineage. Others are infused with the fragrant essence of medicinal herbs, allowing a master-level cultivator to gain the equivalent of an hour's progress in their cultivation with just a single breath. Merely inhaling the air in this realm for a while, without any active cultivation, can naturally lead one to attain the status of a great master. Certain peaks stand like colossal swords, imbued with a sharpness that embodies the essence of the sword cultivators of the Taoist tradition. Some mountains bask in sunlight throughout the day, remaining illuminated even as other peaks succumb to the night. These belong to the guardians of the Taoist tradition. Conversely, there are also mountains shrouded in darkness, emanating a chilling atmosphere akin to the desolate lands of the Chu River, resonating with a sinister, cold aura of death. These are the domain of the Taoist corpse cultivation lineage. In addition to these, other lineages include the Taoist cloud gathering, the Taoist leadership, the Taoist artifact refining, the Taoist mystical arts, and the Taoist punishment sects, among many others. This exemplifies the profound heritage of Taoism. Indeed, it is not merely the Daoxian sect, but the very essence of Taoist tradition itself. In this realm, every lineage leader possesses cultivation at least at the Yuan-Dan level, with the more significant lineages, such as the alchemical cauldron sect, having leaders who have attained the Yuan-Shan level. Nevertheless, despite the abundance of Yuan-Dan cultivators, their presence carries considerable weight, and joining can elevate one to the status of an inter-sect elder with relative ease. With a bit of effort, one could even rise to the pinnacle of a lineage. Thus, Chu He was not met with indifference. Instead, he was warmly welcomed by a leader from the Taoist cloud gathering lineage. Chapter 42, The Absurdity of the Heavenly Cloud Secret Realm and the Journey of the Protagonist. During this warm reception, after waiting for nearly 2 days, thousands of cultivators at the mid-stage of the Yuan-Dan realm arrived at the Daoxian sect. Among them, Chu He also encountered disciples from the prestigious Dharma realm sects, Han Hai sect, Wan Fo sect, Tianya Pavilion, and Tian Jiao Palace, forming a gathering of 4 other illustrious sections. Disciples from the Han Hai sect donned flowing azure robes adorned with patterns resembling white waves. The more intricate the wave patterns, the higher their status. The disciples of the Wan Fo sect wielded staffs, dressed in kasayas, adorned with large beads of Buddha, and often fidgeted with smaller prayer beads in their hands. Each disciple from Tian Jiao Palace stood upon the back of a dragon. The stronger their abilities, the purer their bloodline. As for Tian Yu Pavilion, the four forces established by the Han Hai sect, the shortest-lived and least profound among them, were founded thousands of years ago when the Han Hai celestial sovereign achieved the realm of Dharma manifestation. Once these four formidable powers gathered, the millions of peaks suspended in the middle domain radiated an enigmatic glow. Each peak emitted a column of light. When millions of such beams coalesced, interconnected and intertwined, the rotation of one peak triggered the motion of countless others, causing them to shift positions. After a few hundred revolutions, a crisp crack resonated, akin to a mechanical lock being unfastened before the third Chu He traverse time. A colossal portal, towering tens of thousands of zhang, materialized in the center below. Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of apprehension crossed your gaze, for you were already aware that the millions of peaks belonging to the Daoxian sect were not merely a display of grandeur or a means to intimidate others. Rather, each peak served as the foundation of a grand formation and harbored the key to unlocking the heavenly cloud secret realm. In the face of external threats, these peaks would unite, transforming into an ancient divine mountain, imperishable through the ages. Even the most formidable Dharma manifestation experts would struggle to inflict significant harm despite repeated assaults. How astounding! Chu He inhaled sharply, for he was oblivious to such matters, his knowledge limited to the memories from his first simulation, placing him at the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm. At such a level, who would concern themselves with the hidden trump cards of distant Dharma forces in the middle domain? It was of little consequence to him, for at such a distance, he could hardly offend them, and matters of no concern remained incomprehensible to anyone. Esteemed friends, please enter, came the calm invitation. I hope each of you achieves satisfactory gains. However, I must state this up front. Do not attempt to conceal anything before us, the numerous Dharma sects present. You will not succeed in hiding your intentions. Should we uncover any deceit, you will face the wrath of the 5 Dharma forces gathered here, and your family or sect behind you shall face obliteration. Consider this carefully. Do not complicate your lives, for you have many years ahead to savor. Before entering the portal to the heavenly cloud secret realm, a peak-level nascent soul practitioner of the Han Hai sect stepped forward before all the Yuan Dan practitioners, speaking in a serene tone, without targeting anyone specifically. Having demonstrated his prowess, he signaled to all not to harbor any hidden agendas in his presence, for such efforts would be futile. In response to this scene, the faces of the thousands of Yuan Dan practitioners betrayed no signs of panic or dismay at their thoughts being laid bare. Apart from Chu He, they had never entertained such notions. Under the watchful gaze of numerous onlookers, in front of a venerable sect of the Dharma aspect, they truly harbored no such thoughts. Moreover, even if they did, those were cunning old foxes who had lived for centuries or even millennia. It would be utterly unreasonable for them to reveal such expressions merely due to a few spoken words. Alas, while no formidable beings of the Dharma aspect appeared, there were at least 7 or 8 peak soul transformation practitioners present, alongside a good number of others at the soul stage. In such circumstances, who could possibly conceal anything? It was precisely because of the desire of that fiery character to acquire the treasures that could aid him in transcending the soul realm that he dared to venture here. As the protagonist, accompanied by a remnant soul of peak soul transformation, he would employ secret techniques to shroud himself, thus rendering concealment feasible. Perhaps, in this manner, the narrative might take an unexpected turn, leading to a confrontation that results in the protagonist being drawn into a spatial rift torn open by the tumult of battle. Cast adrift into a forbidden land, he would uncover opportunities to elevate his strength to the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, and subsequently utilize the wisdom tea tree to ascend to the soul realm, ultimately managing to slip away unnoticed. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the Dharma aspect realm, another fierce battle ensued, culminating in a perilous yet triumphant achievement of the Dharma aspect. Chu He, the master of imaginative speculation, had already conjured a vivid tapestry of the future trials that the fiery protagonist would endure through this formation. Thrilling twists and turns, fraught with suspense and unexpected reversals. It was indeed a spectacle of immense excitement. Within his mind, Chu He contemplated this notion. Yes, the Taoist virtue, true monarch, we all understand. Everyone nodded slightly, indicating that they had no ulterior motives and would not engage in such matters that would leave both themselves and those behind them on edge. Very well. The Taoist virtue, true monarch, acknowledged with a nod. Without a moment's hesitation, all present, numbering in the thousands, including Chu He, stepped into the portal, following a passage through space. When Chu He opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a verdant wilderness, a realm akin to a celestial paradise, where the concentration of spiritual energy was 1,000-fold greater than that of the outside world. Inhabitants of this land, even without training in spiritual techniques, could naturally attain innate mastery, while those who did pursue cultivation could easily rise to become grandmasters. Towering spiritual trees stretched thousands of feet high. Rivers flowed with the essence of the heavens, and the rain itself was imbued with spiritual vitality. Here, even the most common weeds attracted the attention of grandmaster-level practitioners, as they bore fourth-grade spiritual flowers and herbs of considerable value. Yet here, it was as if these treasures were free for the taking, with a mere sweep of the scythe yielding dozens of specimens, and a flicker of one's consciousness revealing a plethora of 5th and 6th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I've struck it rich, truly rich. How wonderful it would be if all of this were mine. In the future, when the strength of the external entity reaches a level surpassing the Dharma manifestation, I shall undoubtedly claim the Tianyan secret realm as my own. This realm has been occupied by those of Dharma manifestation power for over 10 billion years. It has been far too long. They ought to shift their positions and loosen their grip. As I gaze upon the scene of the Tianyan secret realm, an insatiable greed manifests in the eyes of the third entity, Chu He, who yearns to possess everything around him. Chapter 43 reveals that only I, with power exceeding 100,000 times, can be harmed. Not even the simulated avatars within the imagery can compare. Even the external entity, Chu He, is filled with avarice upon witnessing this portrayal. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would fervently wish to usurp and dominate, turning those of Dharma manifestation into mere subservience. Greed is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. There is nothing inherently wrong with possessing such a trait. It is through this very greed that humanity has advanced its civilization step by step. Without the impetus of greed, there would be no desire to expand territories. Without territorial expansion, there would be no wars, and without wars, how could civilization evolve? Likewise, without greed, humanity would lack aspirations for wealth, and without such aspirations, commercial prosperity would cease to exist. Thus, while greed may be viewed as a flaw in human nature, it is also an indispensable catalyst for civilization. One cannot afford to do without it. After a prolonged span of several seconds, the third entity, Chu He, managed to suppress his avaricious emotions, refraining from casting too much attention upon the 4th and 5th tier treasures. These treasures held no value for him, nor for his external family, as he could not venture outside. Doing so would lead to his demise. Since these items could never reach the hands of his kin, it was prudent to redirect his focus toward achieving the primordial spirit, which remains of utmost importance. With a hint of excitement coursing through him, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the location of the Tao comprehension space. The Tianyan secret realm is vast, nearly the size of an external region, spanning over 100 billion miles. It is crucial that no beings above the Yuan Dan realm are permitted entry. Otherwise, the cultivation resources here could easily accommodate dozens of Dharma manifestation powers. After spending nearly several minutes, he finally arrived at a realm indistinguishable from others. Were it not for the coordinates gleaned from the memories of the Xianxia, true monarch, one would scarcely believe that this place harbors treasures capable of aiding the breakthrough to the primordial spirit realm. The discovery of this Tao comprehension space occurred when the opponent, engaged in battle with a rival of equal power, inadvertently shattered the fabric of space, revealing this hidden sanctuary. With a resolute fist raised, Number 3 Chu He unleashed a singular strike, a simple yet formidable punch imbued with tremendous power and an accompanying gust of force, devoid of any added vitality. Miraculously, this blow manifested a black void, a spatial aperture with a diameter of 1 kilometer, as a smile graced the corners of his lips, and he stepped into the abyss. Upon entry, a rich and potent essence of vitality enveloped him, its density exceeding that of the outside world by more than tenfold. Within this essence, Chu He discerned a force that invigorated his spirit, a force epitomizing enlightenment. The memories of the Xianxia true monarch alluded to the existence of a space brimming with a vast array of enlightenment essence, which, through prolonged residence, could incrementally elevate one's comprehension. Moreover, it held the potential to enhance the probability of achieving enlightenment. This revealed the formidable power of the enlightenment tea tree. Even a mere fraction of its energy could augment another's insight, should he fully refine the enlightenment tea tree. Number 3. Chu He surmised that he could not only attain the realm of the primordial spirit, but also amplify his understanding manifold, despite his already superior innate comprehension. Otherwise, he would not possess the ability to devise unique techniques. Yet, when compared to those who had reached the realm of the primordial spirit, he found himself wanting. This was his Achilles heel. Fixing his gaze ahead, he beheld the modestly towering enlightenment tea tree, adorned with hundreds of enlightenment leaves. Feeling a twinge of apprehension that misfortune might strike at a critical juncture, he promptly approached the base of the magnificent tree, where an overwhelming aura of vitality enveloped it, and commenced the process of refinement. As he began, Chu He felt a wave of clarity wash over his mind, an exhilarating chill coursed through his consciousness, spirit, and intellect, all undergoing a profound transformation. His extraordinary wisdom burgeoned, rendering previously complex queries as simple as the most basic arithmetic. In his grasp of the indomitable laws. Number 3. Chu He embarked on a meteoric ascent. Over the past century, he had only managed to enhance his understanding by a mere fraction. However, under the right conditions, he now found that his comprehension of the indomitable laws could improve by approximately 1/10,000th each second. In the blink of an eye, within a mere span of minutes, he elevated his understanding from a mere 2% to over 10%. Upon reaching this threshold, his eternal, indestructible golden body technique grew exponentially stronger, enhancing all attributes by over 50 times. After an hour, with his comprehension of the indomitable laws reaching 30%, his eternal, indestructible golden body technique surged again, amplifying all attributes by over 60 times. 2 hours later, the comprehension of the indestructible laws reached over 50, amplifying the attributes of the eternal, indestructible golden body by 70 times. 5 hours later, the understanding of these laws achieved 100%, enhancing the effects of the eternal, indestructible golden body to a 100-fold increase in all attributes. The mastery of the higher indestructible laws had been successfully attained, heralding the commencement of a true transformation. With an explosive sound, as Chu He had tirelessly endeavored to grasp the power of the laws for an indeterminate period, success finally graced him. With his eyes closed, the third iteration of Chu, he could distinctly perceive the continuous metamorphosis occurring within his body, soul, and vital essence. In terms of physical form, he had ascended to an indestructible body, exponentially more formidable than before. Typically, an individual newly entering the nascent soul realm would possess a physique thousands of times stronger than that of a peak Yuan Dan. However, through the breakthrough via the indestructible laws, he surpassed his peers by a 10-fold margin in physical strength. Moreover, this was not even the pinnacle of the indestructible body's capabilities. Its true strength lay in its indestructibility, which was 100-fold more than that of his contemporaries, allowing him to withstand attacks exceeding 100 times that of his peers solely through sheer physical might. When combined with the release of the eternal, indestructible golden body's divine abilities and the innate talent for damage nullification, the synergy with his physical strength resulted in an extraordinary outcome. Only attacks surpassing 100,000 times his physical power could inflict equivalent damage upon him. Indeed, the magnitude of such power was astonishingly unreasonable. How could these factors coexist harmoniously? Yet, as a transcendent being, a system possessor, and a participant in this grand design, does one require rationality? A traveler through realms need only to unleash their potential, with the system ensuring their protection. While this advantage may surpass that of other travelers, it remains perpetually active. If it were not, it would simply not exist. Chapter 44. Following this simulation, the invincible heavenly cloud realm. A gasp escaped. 100,000 times the power? The third iteration of Chu He in the simulation need not fear demise. Such strength could likely withstand even the might of a Dharma manifestation. In disbelief at the exaggerated figures, Chu He found himself momentarily incredulous. 100,000. Could this truly be calculated thus? Was it genuinely this extraordinary? It appeared plausible, for the self in the simulation was not bound by notions of rationality, but rather engaged with absolute values and mechanisms. An attack 10,000 times more potent than that of the early nascent soul would be required to inflict damage, leading Chu He to a fleeting sensation of invincibility. as if even a Dharma manifestation could not vanquish him. However, reality soon reclaimed Chu He's attention. Had he not delved into the memories of the esteemed Xianxia, he would have remained oblivious to the formidable strength inherent in the Dharma realm. And he might have truly entertained such delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be exceptionally powerful. After all, he was merely a frog at the bottom of the well. But after delving into his memories and realizing the formidable power of the Dharma aspect realm, Chu He naturally altered his perspective. A simple calculation revealed that he could not hope to contend with a being of the Dharma aspect. The disparity between the early and peak stages of the Yuan spirit comprises 3 minor realms, each with a previously established power gap of at least threefold. Thus, 3 realms equate to a 30-fold difference. Meanwhile, the chasm between the peak Yuan spirit and the Dharma aspect is several tens of thousands of times greater. When multiplying 30 by several tens of thousands, one arrives at a staggering disparity of over 1 million. This figure does not even account for the tenfold enhancement in strength conferred by the rules governing the Dharma aspect practitioners. When included, the difference escalates into the tens of millions. Despite this, Chu He would not dare to assert that this represents the ultimate combat potential of a typical Dharma aspect warrior. He possesses the eternal, indestructible golden body as a means of enhancing his combat capabilities, but does not everyone possess similar powers? Although his abilities have historically ranked among the top 3, if others achieve the Dharma aspect, even if their powers are inferior to his, they can still bolster their combat prowess to a notable degree. Chu He's combat strength is calculated multiplicatively. The combat strength of others is similarly derived through multiplication. What he previously stated, that the disparity in power grows increasingly pronounced as one advances, is no mere jest, it is a genuine reality. The foundational combat strength difference between celestial beings and Yuan Dan practitioners is in the thousands, while the gap between Yuan Dan and Yuan spirit practitioners is in the thousands as well. The difference between Yuan spirit and Dharma aspect practitioners is in the tens of thousands. This represents basic combat strength. Upon reaching the celestial realm, one should abandon any notions of transcending major realms in battle, as such feats are unattainable. One would not even dare to dream of such exaggeration. To transcend minor realms is the province of the truly extraordinary, the unparalleled elites among exceptional talents. The transformation of the physical body has left both your exterior and your essence profoundly exhilarated, yet this is not the conclusion. This metamorphosis signifies a triadic transformation of essence, spirit, and vitality. Your soul, due to the indestructible nature of the rules, has evolved into an immortal and indestructible entity. Immortal before heaven and earth. Indestructible before heaven and earth. The power of your soul has increased by several tens of thousands of times, surpassing comparable levels by over tenfold, while the indestructibility of your essence at the same level has increased 100-fold. For others to inflict equal harm upon you, their soul power must exceed yours by at least 100-fold. In terms of vitality, it has similarly absorbed a vast amount of indestructible qualities, with its capacity soaring by several tens of thousands of times, and the degree of its condensation enhancing by over 100-fold. What does this imply? It signifies that your vitality reserves have become significantly more robust. When you and a peak Yuan Dan practitioner utilize an equivalent amount of vitality, due to the enhanced condensation, a mere thread of your vitality equates to 100 threads of theirs. Moreover, owing to your indestructible attributes, the difficulty in diminishing your vitality has increased 100-fold. For others to extinguish even a single thread of your vitality, they would need to expend at least 10,000 times the equivalent amount of vitality. Thus, a single thread surpasses myriad threads. In terms of longevity, it has also acquired a hint of the indomitable characteristic. Beings of the same level possess a lifespan of merely around 30,000 years. When the time comes, even the mightiest spirit will inevitably succumb to death. However, your lifespan is tenfold that of your peers, exceeding 300,000 years, which in a certain sense amounts to a semblance of immortality in the eyes of some. This breakthrough, this metamorphosis, took approximately a month to complete. As the transformation concluded, number 3, Chu He slightly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils that reflected a terrifying force of indestructible rules, emanating an overwhelmingly fearsome aura, centered upon your being. This aura instantaneously enveloped the surrounding Tao comprehension space, spanning several hundred miles. The sound of space fracturing echoed continuously. In that moment, Any practitioner beneath the realm of the spirit who dared to appear in this space would be unceremoniously crushed to the ground, their faces scraping against the surface. No matter how many celestial beings or primordial elixirs appeared, it was all futile. Whether hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands, they would all succumb to this immense pressure. Reduced to mere figures sprawled upon the floor. Even the simplest act of lifting their heads to gaze upon you became an insurmountable challenge. This is the spirit. This is the spirit achieved through the upper echelons of rule. Truly formidable, extraordinarily powerful. How could I possess such strength? A magnitude so immense that it defies logic? How can the disparity between realms be so vast? This contradicts the novels I perused before my transmigration, where differences in power rarely exceeded dozens or hundreds of times. How could it be this outrageous? Some even had disparities of merely a few times. With a gentle lift of his hand, Number 3 Chu He could not suppress a maniacal laugh. After this simulation, no one in the Tianyan realm could thwart his ascension to power. No one could bring about his demise. In the next simulation, even if the younger generation does not acquire high-level talents, as long as they endure for 300,000 years, casually engaging in cultivation, they will undoubtedly achieve the manifestation of the Dharma. At that time, who would dare to challenge him? I pose but one question. Who else? No one could bring about his end. He would become the sun that looms above all, blinding them with his brilliance. The Tianyan secret realm, from its inception to conclusion, spans approximately 5 years. This breakthrough was remarkably smooth, taking just over a month, leaving more than 4 years remaining. During this time, he aims to gather ample treasures within the Tianyan secret realm, seeking to elevate his realm to the mid-stage or even late-stage spirit. If he could achieve the late-stage spirit, he would emerge to confront those with manifested dharmas. If victorious, this simulation would persist. If not, he would bide his time until the next opportunity to subdue them like hounds. Chapter 45. The first principle of humanity is to forget one's roots. However, it is highly improbable that victory is within reach. I can endure attacks exceeding 100,000 times my own strength, but my offensive capabilities do not surpass that of my peers by the same magnitude. The sheer power of those ancient beings remains insurmountable. After indulging in laughter for several moments, Number 3 Chu He managed to rein in the tumultuous emotions within him and prepared to venture outside to test the extent of his prowess. This particular secret realm still held a few years of opportunity, and he intended to explore the treasures concealed within, awaiting his discovery. This realm is capable of nurturing dozens of law manifestation sects, even if he cannot harvest all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures above the primordial spirit level. The bounty he could collect in just a few years would suffice to elevate his strength to the late primordial spirit stage, perhaps even to its zenith. This is contingent upon the fact that these treasures require time to assimilate and refine, should he manage to grasp and refine them with swiftness. Achieving law manifestation would pose no challenge. The moment to harvest has commenced. As the words left his lips, Chu He instantaneously traversed several hundred kilometers, emerging from the enlightenment space. The moment he stepped out, the power characteristic of the primordial spirit level erupted without restraint, emanating a mental force exceeding tenfold that of his contemporaries, scanning the surrounding heavenly materials and earthly treasures with abandon. The radius of his influence enveloped the secret realm, extending over hundreds of thousands of miles. With relentless precision akin to radar, he scanned repeatedly. No heavenly materials or earthly treasures above the 7th rank could elude Number 3 Chu He's discerning gaze. In a brief span, he explored an area spanning tens of millions of miles, uncovering a dozen or so primordial spirit-level treasures, most of which were beneficial to the newly ascended Number 3 Chu He. Among these were items such as the soul essence, which enhances spiritual strength, and the rule flower and rule eye, which amplify comprehension of the rules. One particular primordial spirit treasure was gifted to him by a cultivator of the Yuan Dan realm. Do not misconstrue this. It was not seized by force. Rather, upon feeling the overwhelming mental presence, the individual, stricken by fear, retrieved it from their storage ring and presented it willingly. This Yuan Dan level ant is named Xianxia. Should my external self encounter him in the future, a modicum of kindness would be in order. The term Yuan Dan ant rolls off the tongue so easily. I'm still merely a cultivator of the Yuan Dan realm myself. Thus, I am an ant as well. Indeed, once one achieves success, the first folly is to forget one's roots. Number 3. I am truly disappointed to learn you are such a person. By the way, is that individual named Xianxia? Quite commendable. He possesses a keen awareness of the times and is a remarkable talent of this era. Given the vastness of the Tianyuan secret realm and the necessity for meticulous examination of every inch to prevent overlooking treasures akin to the enlightenment space, diligence is paramount. Thus, the exploration of the third Chu River consumed an entire year. Throughout this span, the Tianyuan secret realm, teeming with thousands upon thousands of cultivators at the Yuandan level, was in a state of fervent turmoil, all gathered to deliberate. And what was the topic of discussion? Naturally, it was the third Chu River. Each individual who beheld the unabashed divine pressure emanating from the third Chu River in the heavens was initially struck dumb with astonishment. How could one be so audacious? How could there exist such foolishness? How could a heart so resolute in the pursuit of truth manifest itself? This encapsulated the thoughts of many. Since the discovery of the Tianyuan secret realm and its subsequent domination by various Dharma manifestation powers, such an outrageous occurrence had never transpired. Every few instances of the Tianyuan secret realm's opening, there may have been a few simpletons who believed themselves capable of uncovering treasures, attempting to abscond with riches. Yet, none had ever been so brazen as to directly break through to the divine level within the realm, which signified that this individual had no intention of surviving the endeavor. They were either a fool or someone trapped in the Yuandan realm for an eternity, dreaming of transcending to the divine level, their resolve unwavering in the face of death. The likelihood of the latter scenario was far greater. Those who cultivated to such heights could hardly be considered simple-minded. Consequently, after the initial bewilderment, the prevailing sentiment among most was one of admiration tinged with regret. They admired the unwavering resolve of a seeker of truth, yet lamented that such steadfastness could not escape the clutches of death. This epitomized the essence of a true cultivator's aspiration, to embrace the path of enlightenment, even unto death. However, this majority sentiment did not encompass the many disciples of the Dharma manifestation powers, who harbored intense resentment towards the third Chu River, wishing nothing less than its demise. After all, the resources scavenged from around the world were their own. The greater one's strength, the more resources consumed, akin to butchering their flesh and draining their lifeblood. If they were to admire such a figure, it would render them fools. For these individuals, solutions were swift. Should your spiritual sense detect a gaze of hatred directed your way, you would swiftly extinguish them with a mere strike, seizing their treasures without hesitation. After nearly a year of relentless scouring, you successfully amassed the majority of treasures exceeding the divine level within the Tianyuan secret realm. A staggering collection of several thousand distinct divine-grade treasures, including over a dozen of the Dharma manifestation grade. Should these treasures come to the attention of the prominent cultivators in the external realms, it would undoubtedly incite a cataclysmic conflict. The treasures were fiercely contested by several formidable beings. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon him, with more than 3 years remaining to seize the opportunity while those powerful beings were unable to enter. The news here had not yet spread, allowing him to refine as much as he could in the space of enlightenment, which had been claimed as a stronghold by the third Chu He. He gazed at the dazzling array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures before him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Merely inhaling the air infused with these treasures invigorated his spirit, enhancing his comprehension of the indestructible principles ever so slightly. There was no other reason. The treasures within harbored hundreds of items that elevated the nature of enlightenment, their combined potency beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. He was certain that a typical being of the law manifestation level might not encounter such a plethora of divine-level treasures throughout their lifetime, spanning countless years. As for his corporeal form outside, he had never laid eyes upon a single one of these magnificent items. Without the simulator, it would have been impossible for him to ever behold or acquire even one during his lifetime. It could be said that when his physical self was in the celestial realm, he claimed not to be a mere commoner, yet before true power, those below the law manifestation level were all considered as such mere roadside weeds. The divine and spiritual forces looked down upon those at the celestial realm and below, perceiving them as mere peasants. Yet in the presence of law manifestation powers, they too were merely roadside weeds. There was no distinction, merely a silence that accompanied the normalcy of such truths. Mobilizing the vital energy within him, he began the relentless process of refining the surrounding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. striving for the utmost speed in his endeavors. He simultaneously refined 10 treasures of enlightenment attributes. Though such a process would result in a direct loss of half the efficacy of the treasures, with thousands of them at his disposal, he had long ceased to care. These were but fleeting clouds. Were it not for the restriction of entry to only those at the divine core level, he would assuredly return without fail. This was, of course, imperative. Who in their right mind would not come for such an abundance of treasures? Were it not for the law manifestation beings outside being unable to enter, a policy of total annihilation would have long been enacted here, slaughtering the beasts within, seizing all treasures, and incinerating the useless remnants. The most despicable of creatures, indeed. Chu He nodded in full agreement. As he continued to refine a multitude of treasures imbued with enlightenment attributes, his mind became increasingly lucid, allowing him to ponder any question as if he had been bestowed with an entirely different intellect. From the mind of an ordinary individual, it has transformed into that of a genius with an IQ surpassing 300, a scientific titan capable of altering the course of a century. With an understanding of the immutable rules, the journey of ascension has commenced, having recently grasped the essence of these eternal principles. While others are striving for further advancement, the time they require is measured in centuries or even millennia. Yet you, on the other hand, need only count the days. In fact, you can now quantify your progress in mere seconds, witnessing tangible improvements with each passing moment. Should the enlightened beings outside become aware of this, their envy would surely ignite a fervor within them. These masters of the law have also ascended from humble beginnings. They were not innately endowed with such strength. Despite their exceptional talents, they too rely on rare resources, which are fiercely contested by all who seek them. Unlike your unique circumstance, where you engage in battles against foes of lower tiers without any risk, acquiring treasures effortlessly and refining your power in a tranquil environment, unperturbed by distractions. Of course, were they to discover that your arduous efforts culminate in the effortless acquisition of all you desire, their envy would likely reach explosive proportions. Such is the nature of the extraordinary, a testament to the formidable capabilities of those who traverse realms, one of the 10 great taboos among the infinite heavens. It is often said that offending the children of fate in various worlds poses little risk. The protagonists in lesser realms are as common as weeds. Who among those capable of transcending worlds cannot shatter a small realm with bare hands? It is an effortless act of suppression, as long as one refrains from antagonizing the protagonists of the supreme worlds. These figures are of little concern. The true peril lies in the formidable beings who manipulate events from the shadows, using the protagonists as mere puppets to siphon their fortune. Yet many would rather provoke these top-tier children of fate and their unseen masters than risk inciting the wrath of a traveler. For these individuals possess an extraordinary background, unmatched strength, and an astonishing rate of development, maturing before one even has a chance to react. I have not yet departed this world, and already I have a formidable backing? Could it be that the great ones who facilitated my journey across realms have bestowed upon me a golden finger? Observing the text displayed on the system panel, Chu He furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. Make no mistake, he was not contemplating any conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Such notions were utterly unfounded. To transport it beyond the realm of the world, and to possess such an extraordinary ability, there is truly no need to harbor any ulterior motives against him, for he was merely an ordinary person prior to his transcendence. This he is unequivocally certain of. Individuals of his kind, ordinary as they are, have no necessity for schemes. The abundance of resources in the Tianyan realm is virtually limitless. Why complicate matters? If he truly possessed something of value, it would be far easier for others to seize him and refine him on the spot, rather than concocting elaborate plots. Thus, it is evident that this is no conspiracy. Rather, he, as a fortunate individual, is likely backed by influential forces. Or perhaps everyone in that world he came from has someone supporting them. The reason he has been granted such an opportunity may simply be due to serendipity, a matter of random selection. When it comes to connections, even within the realm of transcendence, they hold weight. Traversing the myriad realms, such connections remain universally relevant. Are you adept in combat? What significance does that hold? To navigate the myriad realms, one must possess power and connections. Which formidable entity stand behind you? It turns out you are but a mere trifler. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have elapsed. During this half year, The third-ranked Chu He has diligently refined celestial materials and treasures with utmost speed. Having processed over 50 items imbued with enlightenment attributes and those that enhance spiritual strength within this brief span, his strength has experienced a tremendous enhancement, even if half of the treasures were squandered during the refining process. However, one cannot underestimate the efficacy of these treasures. After all, one who has never tasted such delicacies cannot fathom their true potency. You are aware of their formidable effects, but having only experienced them once, you cannot ascertain how significantly they can augment your capabilities. Yet now, you are certain, just by refining this small fraction, your prowess has ascended to the late stage of the primordial spirit, elevating you by 2 minor realms. Your strength now surpasses that of your former self by more than tenfold. This implies that your physical power can withstand attacks exceeding 1,000,000 times the might of a primordial spirit in its initial stage, as well as those from entities of the Dharma aspect, should they refrain from employing their rule-bound forms or other strategies. Their basic offensive power is already 1,000,000 times stronger than that of a primordial spirit at its initial stage. You have reached a point where you can endure their fundamental assaults. Chapter 47. Attacks of the Dharma aspect rendered ineffective. The Void God is akin to a mere passerby. If a formidable being of the Dharma aspect lacks a rule-bound form, and should your defensive capabilities also reach 100,000 times that of the same level, alongside an equivalent attack speed, it is likely that upon breaking through to the pinnacle of the primordial spirit and enhancing your strength further by over 3-fold, you could become the first individual in the history of the Tianyun realm to transcend an insurmountable gap of several tens of thousands of times in power. You would emerge as an unparalleled figure, unprecedented in the annals of history, with no successors to follow. Even the most formidable prodigy of the past decade, the esteemed Kong Wu, merely endured a few gazes from those at the Yuan Dan realm. Yet, paradoxically, he is lauded by society. It is crucial to comprehend that the disparity in strength between the Tianrun and Yuan Dan realms is merely in the thousands, while the gap between the peak of the Yuan Shun and the Fa Xiang realms is in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, one merely received a few glances, while the other faced a direct defeat. There is no basis for comparison. Before you, Kong Wu is but a trivial figure, a mere speck amidst the vastness. Hardly worthy of mention, Kong Wu's talent has been deemed unparalleled in the Tianyun realm for over 1 billion years, a true marvel among marvels. While others may be hailed as prodigies, they are merely at the threshold of his greatness. In truth, those who are classified as prodigies have yet to reach the level required to stand before you. In this context, one can find a multitude of individuals 100, 200, 300, 400. Upon reaching the late Yuan Shun realm, your capacity to refine heavenly materials and earthly treasures has dramatically increased, allowing you to refine over 20 distinct treasures in one go. Within 6 months, you have successfully refined 200. Over the subsequent 3 years, you refined nearly 1,000. Eventually progressing to the refinement of numerous treasures at the Fa Xiang level. Your strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the Yuan Shun realm, and with the assistance of additional treasures, your comprehension of the immutable rules has reached a level that even those of the same tier dare not contemplate. Although the lack of time prevented you from refining all the Fa Xiang level treasures, and thus you have not yet transcended to the Fa Xiang realm or shifted from understanding the immutable rules to mastering them. You have subtly surpassed a small threshold beyond the Yuan Shun pinnacle. If there exists a minor tier above the Yuan Shun pinnacle, you occupy that space. Your current prowess exceeds 30 times that of the Yuan Shun pinnacle as your combat strength, due to your understanding of higher-level rules. Already surpasses that of your peers by a factor of 10, when coupled with the additional small threshold, which represents a 3-fold increase. This culminates in a remarkable 30-fold combat capability. With 30 times the combat strength of the Yuan Shun pinnacle and the indestructible nature of your physical body, amplifying your resilience to 100-fold against opponents of the same tier. It implies that you can withstand attacks exceeding 3,000 times the strength of the Yuan Shun pinnacle without relying on external forces. When multiplied by the eternal indestructible divine technique and the 1,000th damage mitigation talent, the effective force impacting you reaches an astounding 300 million times. Consequently, only attacks exceeding 3 million times the ordinary Yuan Shun pinnacle strength can inflict harm upon you. Given that the disparity between the Yuan Shun and Fa Xiang realms is merely in the tens of thousands, even employing the body of rules, The gap narrows to mere hundreds of thousands. With additional methods, the maximum combat capability can achieve around 1 million times the Xianxia pinnacle. The notion of achieving 3 million times is utterly unattainable. In other words, from this moment onward, ordinary cultivators of the Dharma aspect realm can no longer inflict any harm upon Chu He. Only he possesses the capability to inflict damage upon them, and they cannot vanquish him. The dynamics of offense and defense have shifted. However, it is not as simple as it appears. My ability to endure has merely reached the threshold of their attacks, which does not imply that my offensive power has attained their limits. My offensive strength merely exceeds that of the pinnacle of the divine spirit realm by several multiples. Even with the enhancement of the eternal, indestructible, great divine ability, which augments my physical attributes 100-fold, my power still only surpasses the pinnacle of the divine spirit realm by thousands of times, falling short of the tens of thousands of times typical of regular practitioners of the Dharma aspect realm. The disparity is 10-fold or even 100-fold. Due to the imminent conclusion of the Tianyan secret realm, the third Chu He, who had opened his eyes for meditation, meticulously assessed his strength. Upon evaluating the defensive capabilities of his physical form, he felt a surge of excitement, momentarily believing that this simulation could continue indefinitely. However, upon calculating the gap in combat power, he was rendered speechless. Although the indestructible rule is formidable, capable of bridging such a vast gap in combat strength while remaining unyielding, does that not render one a living target? If only he could acquire a talent that amplifies combat power 100-fold next time, coupled with the enhancement from the eternal, indestructible golden body divine ability, he would be invincible. For now, however, it is best not to dwell on such thoughts. It is time to wash up and rest, and perhaps engage in a skirmish with those formidable practitioners of the Dharma aspect. Escaping is not a possibility, so it would be prudent to fight vigorously before facing demise. Shaking his head, the third Chu He rose, not hesitating as he advanced towards the entrance of the Tianyan secret realm at a speed surpassing that of light. The speed of light is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, yet the current velocity of the third Chu He undoubtedly exceeds this threshold. Upon his emergence from the exit, the others within the Tianyan secret realm had yet to depart, and those outside remained oblivious to the events that had transpired within. The several factions at the Dharma aspect level were unaware that all of their exceptional disciples inside had been vanquished by him. However, this revelation requires no spoken words. When the first to emerge, the third Chu He presented an unabashed aura that seemed to surpass even the pinnacle of the divine spirit realm by a level or two. The onlookers, comprised of over a dozen powerful beings at the divine spirit level, needed no deliberation to comprehend the implications of the situation. They had long suspected that such an event might occur, yet it had never transpired in previous years. They had anticipated that this time would be no different, only to find themselves confronted with the unexpected reality. The practitioners of various factions exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared thoughts reflected in one another's eyes. The esteemed Taoist, at the pinnacle of the Yuan spirit realm, took the initiative and proclaimed, "Dear friends, it is imperative that this individual does not survive. Otherwise, should others witness his continued existence, they may imitate his audacity. Countless souls ensnared within the Yuandan realm could follow suit. If we fail to instill fear in potential challengers, the occurrence of this incident will undoubtedly lead to further repetitions." With a resounding explosion, the confrontation escalated. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist who had just spoken, with his large, round head, met its demise under the force of a golden fist. His earlier posture, raised to channel the energies of heaven and earth for an assault, remained frozen in place. In that fleeting moment, you had vanquished a peak Yuan spirit. He had scarcely delivered his words before being summarily dispatched. What manner of dialogue is this? Is it not absurd? The simulated self had shown him the utmost respect by allowing him to complete his speech before delivering a fatal blow. If there were any missteps, such as not annihilating all present upon arrival, I extend my apologies. I regret delaying your experience of death. Surely, you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. Witnessing this scene, as the blood sprayed from the Taoist, the other cultivators of the Yuan spirit level stood petrified. Even the sight of the blood did not stir them. It was not until one among them finally moved that the others hastily tore through the fabric of space, seeking to escape. The terror was overwhelming, truly overwhelming. The Taoist, who had been engaging them in philosophical discourse moments before, was suddenly no more, obliterated with a single punch from the radiant figure. This was a peak Yuan spirit, Who among their ranks could fell one of equal standing with a mere fist? Only an entity at the law avatar level could achieve such a feat furthermore. Only those who have comprehended the higher laws could accomplish this. Yet compared to such comprehension, the others present were more inclined to believe that this individual had attained the law avatar realm. The affairs of the law avatar are beyond their interference. The opponent would not perish here, but instead would negotiate with other formidable beings. For no one desires a battle of law avatar proportions to erupt within the entire Tianyan realm. Alas, escape was futile. There was no chance of fleeing. In response to their attempts to flee, only a colossal golden fist awaited their gaze. In the style of Chu He, the fatal fist, Tianhua Jinjuan perished. Wanku Jinjuan perished. Qishuan Jinjuan has perished. Yuansheng Jinjuan has met his demise. Dan Yuan Jinjuan is dead. All have fallen, none have escaped. The demise of numerous peak Yuanshan and formidable Yuanshan beings transpired within mere seconds. As the third Chu He struck down dozens of these powerful entities as effortlessly as one might swat a fly. The entire Daoxian sect, with its millions of towering peaks suspended in the heavens, trembled violently. Countless fragments of stone and various objects cascaded from the heights amidst this tremor. Far surpassing that which emanated from Chu He, and exceeding even the Yuanshan realm, enveloped the land for millions of miles in every direction. All formidable beings above the Yuandan level in the central domain, as well as Dharmakaya experts from the other four domains, could sense this overwhelming presence from afar. What transpired? How could the contemporary Taoist lord of the Daoxian sect suddenly unleash such a potent aura akin to that of the Dharmakaya? Curiosity compelled others to investigate what this fellow cultivator was up to, especially considering that today marked the closure of the Tianyan secret realm, which had previously yielded treasures of the Dharmakaya level. Could it be that yet another treasure of such caliber, or perhaps even of a higher echelon, had emerged, sparking this unprecedented response? As Dharmakaya experts from the other four domains sensed the same level of energy, they quickly pondered the unfolding events. Recalling the significance of the Tianyan secret realm, the foremost hidden domain in the Tianyan realm, just as it was set to close today, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Grasping their unique weapons, they hurriedly made their way toward the central domain, eager to see if they could partake in any potential benefits. Little did they know, this journey would lead them to witness a being of such unparalleled might that they would never again behold such invincibility in their lifetimes. An entity so formidable that the term invincible seemed inadequate to describe them, leaving them questioning the very fabric of reality itself. A mere ant of the Yuanshan realm dares to lay hands on the esteemed elders of our five great factions. How audacious! Do you truly believe that slaying a few Yuanshan is enough to claim invincibility? Today, the heavens shall reveal to you the vastness of this world and the limitations of your perspective. Above the Daoxian sect, the current Taoist lord, appearing aged with a Tao crown atop his head and a white beard like flowing hair, emerged. His eyes burned with fury, and the very atmosphere around him crackled with the intensity of his emotional outburst. Without a moment's hesitation, the Taoist lord unleashed his full might toward the third Chu He, and in response, the latter summoned all his formidable abilities. With the talent of damage immunity, the indestructible principle, and the eternal indestructible golden body, I have completely layered all my armor. When these layers accumulate, you become more immense, taller, with greater muscles and strength. The result is a formidable presence, colloquially known as the Great Muscle Dominator. The towering golden giant, standing thousands of miles high, radiates like a sun, illuminating the vast earth for hundreds of thousands of miles, wielding power exponentially greater than that of a peak primordial spirit. The clash of my might with the attack of the Taoist true monarch creates a cataclysmic explosion, one that transcends ordinary comprehension. Even the explosions generated by millions or even billions of mushrooms pale in comparison to the ferocity of our energies colliding. The impact is so immense that it dwarfs any previous experience. After the two forces collide, I retract my fist, and the attack of the Taoist true monarch vanishes, leaving me unscathed. This is the law of smoke without harm. Chapter 49. Could it be that the manifestation I cultivate is a mere illusion? How can you withstand my casual strike? This should not be possible. Bewildered, the Taoist heavenly monarch now questions his reality, observing that he is certain Chu He is at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. His recent casual strike, despite being unintentional, harbors a strength exceeding tens of thousands of times that of an ordinary peak primordial spirit. Such a vast disparity. Can it truly be resisted by one below the level of a manifestation? This cannot be. I refuse to accept this. I shall strike again. Furrowing his brow tightly, the Taoist heavenly monarch no longer approaches the matter carelessly. He begins to channel all his formidable power. Tens of thousands of times that of a peak primordial spirit, directed at Chu He. Thus begins a battle befitting true warriors. A confrontation that marks the first genuine instance of transcending realms between Chu He and his counterparts. Such feats of transcending realms are reserved for the most extraordinary prodigies, not for the common folk, who can only listen to tales of such legendary encounters. This is merely a small leap in realms, yet you now face a significant transcendence, as no one has ever withstood the casual strike of a manifestation-level strongman while at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. You have forged a historical legacy that will remain unparalleled for countless eons, enduring until the very essence of the celestial realm is extinguished. Although you, a certain individual, often engage in battles that descend to lower realms, ascending to higher planes is not beyond your capabilities. It is merely deemed unnecessary. In truth, it is not without purpose. Please do not elevate my stature so, as it leaves me feeling quite embarrassed. I genuinely relish the act of descending to lower realms. A powerful being striking down upon the weak is akin to a father chastising his son, an experience that is undeniably exhilarating. The strong must relentlessly subjugate the weak, trampling their dignity and delivering profound humiliation, showcasing an ultimate degradation. Upon receiving such praise from the simulation system, the exterior figure, Chu He, raised his hand slightly to dismiss the accolades, asserting that such claims were mere fabrications. The simulator had misconstrued his sentiments. He indeed delights in the spectacle of the strong overpowering the weak. He eagerly anticipates the day when he surpasses the realm of Dharma and reveals his invincibility to the entire celestial realm. To strike down these insignificant beings of Dharma with the might of a higher realm would be akin to effortlessly dispatching a child with a single blow. I trust that the simulated version of myself shares this sentiment. If not for the lack of alternatives, who would willingly engage in the reverse? Moreover, he has encountered protagonists in various novels, aside from the battle-maddened ones, who seldom relish the notion of the weak challenging the strong. And any instances thereof were merely dictated by narrative necessity, compelled by the higher beings seeking confrontation, for without battle, they cannot validate their status as unparalleled prodigies or demonstrate their innate talent. Yet, Chu He has long transcended the status of a mere prodigy. He has ascended to the realm of formidable strength and no longer requires such means to assert his exceptional prowess. To refer to him as an unparalleled genius is a gross insult to his true nature. Boom, boom, boom. With each successive collision, the vast expanse of the sky, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, reverberated with tremors. The speed of assaults exchanged between the powerful was astonishing, devoid of the mundane back and forth of naming attacks during combat, a notion that reflects a certain lack of intellect. To announce one's moves in battle is akin to reciting a menu. In the blink of an eye, you exchanged countless blows, traversing numerous locations, shattering the land over tens of millions of miles into mere fragments. Within this chaos, ordinary souls were rendered as insignificant as ants, perishing beneath the cataclysmic aftermath of your duel. The weak could scarcely withstand the residual forces generated by the mighty, including those of the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shun. Should the day arrive when one is not sufficiently powerful, perhaps a formidable entity beyond this world shall engage in combat. The entire realm of Tian Yun has vanished, and you may succumb to the shock waves of the ensuing battle. Strive to become stronger, to emerge as the mightiest of all. How is it that you remain unscathed? What makes you so resilient? After countless strikes, you remain unperturbed. Yet Daoxing Tianjun is growing anxious, visibly affected by your relentless prowess. This time, he has unleashed his true strength, employing every method at his disposal, save for the embodiment of the rules, augmenting his power exponentially. With an overwhelming strength exceeding that of the pinnacle of the primordial spirit by several 100,000 times, his assaults seem to have no effect on you, as if you were impervious to harm. Conversely, your strikes have elicited a slight discomfort within him. It is utterly bewildering. How can a manifestation of law struggle against the primordial spirit? Is my cultivation merely an illusion? Even understanding the higher laws does not grant such formidable strength. Could it be that there are cultivation methods of which I am unaware? Perhaps only those who attain this level of primordial spirit can truly be considered genuine. Have I, and several others, previously strayed onto the wrong path? Dao Xing Tian Jun, in a moment of contemplation, does not suspect that the third individual, Chu He, has gained an unfair advantage. Rather, he questions whether his own cultivation has taken a misguided turn. All his previous manifestations may have been missteps, revealing that the realm of the primordial spirit harbors profound secrets, far beyond the feeble forms he has encountered. The primordial spirits he now faces possess the potential to become immensely powerful. This is simply absurd. Regardless, abandoning all doubt, he resolves to harness the embodiment of rules along with his various techniques, believing his strength to surpass the pinnacle of the primordial spirit by millions of times. He cannot fathom that such overwhelming power would fail to inflict damage upon you. Should that be the case, he would return to start anew, unwilling to advance in the realm of law until he achieves a primordial spirit as formidable as yours, even if it means languishing till death. With gritted teeth and a flushed complexion, Dao Xing Tianjun engages you in a flurry of exchanges. Ultimately, he invokes his embodiment of rules, undergoing a magnificent transformation akin to a divine power from your past. Law of heaven and earth. He transforms into a colossal golden giant towering over 1,000 miles, while he morphs into an equally massive muscle-bound figure, radiating a cerulean glow. The essence of the lower laws, particularly the power of wood, permeates the heavens and the earth. The 54 great manifestations unite in their assault against Dao Xing Tianjun. In an expanse of millions of miles, the land, ravaged by your fierce battle, suddenly bursts forth with vitality, revitalized by the power of the wood law. Countless towering trees, reaching heights that pierce the heavens, rise majestically from the earth, cloaked in lush greenery. Though these colossal trees may seem insignificant in comparison to your current stature, barely larger than your toes, the boundless expanse of this verdant forest is nonetheless awe-inspiring. This exemplifies the immense power of the rules. Even a lower-tier rule can engender a miraculous spectacle akin to the act of creation itself. Indeed, for ordinary mortals, this is nothing short of a miracle. Upon harnessing the embodiment of the rules, the celestial monarch of Taoism launched another assault upon you. The vast earth beneath your feet fractured, revealing numerous crevices from which emerged thick vines, stretching for miles and ensnaring your limbs in a wild embrace. You struggled to break free, but to no avail. Instead, you diminished in size, returning to your normal form, and with a sudden surge, you escaped the entanglement. You then retransformed into your formidable, muscular self, ready to continue your fierce confrontation with the celestial monarch of Taoism, despite your opponent's power surging tenfold, magnifying their combat prowess to over 1,000,000 times that of a typical peak primordial spirit. Your own offensive capabilities paled in comparison, merely a few thousand times that of the peak primordial spirit. You found yourself unable to contend with them, often unable to land a hit. Yet it mattered little, for they too could not overcome you. Regardless of how many blows they struck or how fiercely they clashed with you, each encounter left you unscathed, not a single mark marring your form. As the battle raged on, your exhilaration grew, while your opponent spiraled into existential doubt. How could there be such a disparity of 1,000,000 times, yet still be unable to inflict harm? Shouldn't this incite a crisis of faith? The celestial monarch of Taoism pondered whether he had succumbed to an illusion, raising his hand, tempted to strike himself in a desperate attempt to escape this phantasm. Yet, he feared that such an action, guided by the illusion, might lead to his demise in the real world, resulting in true death. Ultimately, the celestial monarch refrained from such folly, discerning the nature of the illusion with clarity. He understood that to end his own life would indeed lead to his actual death, potentially rendering him the greatest laughingstock in the annals of the Tianyan realm. A tragic figure forever remembered as the first to perish by his own hand among the law manifestation practitioners, forever nailed to the pillar of shame for countless millennia. Dear third brother, look at the chaos you have wrought. You have nearly driven the celestial monarch of Taoism to the brink of madness, contemplating self-destruction. One can only surmise that if one were to exhibit a touch more of the supernatural and elevate their combat prowess, the esteemed Dao Xing Tianjun would undoubtedly perceive this world as an illusion, perhaps even contemplating self-destruction. Chu He harbored a deep sense of pride in the simulation of his own capabilities, managing to incite a mental schism in one who surpassed him in strength, nearly driving him to madness with incessant doubts and suspicions. This could indeed be considered a remarkable feat throughout history. After several more minutes of combat, the other four beings of the Dharma aspect realm arrived in the central domain, witnessing this peculiar scene. Observing the bizarre spectacle, they could not help but furrow their brows. A clash between a Dharma aspect and a Yuan Shun had persisted for so long without a discernible victor. What on earth was Dao Xing up to? It seemed as if he was exerting his full strength, yet it appeared he was genuinely unable to prevail. Though I haven't sparred with him, surely he couldn't be this inept. Could it be that his Dharma aspect realm was a facade? Various thoughts raced through the minds of Han Hai Tian Jun and one Fo Tian Jun, while they did not believe Dao Xing Tian Jun's cultivation to be superficial. The sheer destructive force and imposing aura present were certainly beyond any individual in attendance. Yet, it was precisely this anomaly that rendered the battlefield somewhat insincere. The disparity between a peak Yuan Shun and a Dharma aspect is several tens of thousands of times, and when the rules are activated, it can escalate to several hundreds of thousands. How could one possibly falter against a Yuan Shun? Although this Yuan Shun appeared somewhat extraordinary, it was this very absurdity that accentuated the illusion. What are you all still watching for? Come assist me. This individual harbors a significant secret. If we can uncover this secret, we may even attain realms beyond the Dharma aspect. Upon seeing the arrival of others, Dao Xing Tian Jun's face lit up with a smile, but as he noticed their indifference, merely spectating, the smile quickly vanished. Very well, fellow Taoists, we shall come forth. However, before approaching to aid him, we few deemed it essential to exchange a few moves with you. My apologies, fellow Taoist. With a resounding crash, amidst the astonished gaze of the third Chu He, the four formidable practitioners of the Dharma aspect realm did not direct their attacks at him, but rather simultaneously unleashed a strike upon Dao Xing Tian Jun. This nearly led the third Chu He to believe reinforcements had arrived. Cursing inwardly, Dao Xing Tian Jun found himself reeling from the force of the combined assault from several Dharma aspect experts, his head buzzing in disbelief. A chill ran through him as his initial thought was one of doom. These formidable beings belonged to the opposing side. Yet, this notion swiftly dissipated, as the Dharma aspect Tian Jun confirmed that Dao Xing Tian Jun's combat capabilities were indeed authentic and not a mere imitation of the Dharma aspect realm. After an awkward mutual smile, their gazes burned with intensity as they launched an assault upon you. In an instant, the five formidable figures of the Dharma realm united to strike at you, a mere ephemeral spirit. How utterly disgraceful! These ancient beings, who have lived for tens of thousands of years, have no sense of honor, ganging up on a youthful soul who has merely surpassed 7 centuries. Is it no shame? This is unacceptable. It seems that I must confront you all in reality. If I do not subjugate you as hounds, my true self cannot bear to witness it. Rest assured, arrangements for spiritual enslavement and soul domination shall be made for each and every one of you. None shall escape. Upon seeing his simulated self endure such indignities, Chu He felt compelled to take action. Throughout his existence, he had always been the one to transcend realms and impose upon others. When had it come to a point where he was the one being bullied, 5 against 1, such a lack of martial integrity. The heavenly cloud realm cannot permit such dishonorable beings to exist. Chapter 51. Chu He, the beast, has evolved into the Super Chu He beast. The 5 powerful figures of the Dharma realm, united, believed that at last they could subdue you. If 5 individuals of a higher realm could not overpower you, they would likely conclude that this world is but an illusion that is beyond absurd. However, they were about to discover the truth. The other 4 finally understood why the heavenly Lord of Tao had struggled for so long to defeat this insignificant spirit. It was simply too resilient. Despite their combined efforts, they found themselves unable to inflict harm upon the third Chu He. While they played with numerical might, the third Chu He engaged them in a game of mechanisms. Any attack that did not exceed 3 million times the pinnacle of the spirit realm had an utterly negligible effect on him. Their strikes felt merely like a gentle scraping. They could not penetrate his defenses. The assault they unleashed upon the third Chu He was equally ineffective. Their attempts to hurl him away were futile. The force intended to send him flying diminished by an unfathomable fraction. No matter how many times they struck, he remained steadfast and scathed. as if enveloped in an ethereal veil of smoke. Six towering giants, each reaching heights of over 1,000 miles, stood upon this land of the central domain. 5 against 1 in a true battle. Each attack from these Dharma-level beings transformed the surrounding earth into ash, leaving gaping chasms akin to abysses. Countless spatial fissures creased the expanse of the central domain. This battle raged on for over a century, leaving indelible marks across the entire heavenly cloud realm. The 5 great domains and the 4 vast oceans, those places deemed forbidden by the masses, apart from certain perilous realms such as the abyss of suffering, have all been utterly annihilated by your hands. The once fortunate land, known as the Heavenly Corpse Abyss, has met a similar fate due to your relentless battles, leaving the zombies within reduced to mere ashes. With these locations obliterated, the existence of life throughout the entire Tianyan realm is rendered even more desolate. Each and every entity has perished, with only a handful of formidable primordial spirits managing to survive. All others have vanished. The entirety of the Tianyan realm has transformed into a wasteland. It has become a shattered world, with only the ancient stars, suspended in the heavens and devoid of any presence, remaining intact over this continent. Cough, cough, cough. Are you finally on the brink of death? Oh, how arduous this battle has been. After such an extended struggle, we have been forced to expend all our resources, even deploying the sect's grand formation against you. We, the very beings of existence, have begun to burn our own life force in this fight. I have sacrificed more than half of my life essence, with each passing second equating to a month of my existence consumed. At last, we are on the verge of defeating you. What an arduous journey this has been. Heavenly gods, open your eyes and witness the existence of such a being in the eastern wilderness, within a realm devoid of all life. Amidst the shattered expanse of earth and sky, those who wield fragmented weapons, filled with an overwhelming silence, are the celestial lords of Tao, the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas, the Lord of the vast sea, and the Dragon Lord. They gaze upon the battered figure of number 3 Chu He, unable to restrain their grief, their tears mixing with their blood. Each one of them is a being of the Dharma aspect, having lived for an unfathomable duration, their hearts cultivated to the highest degree, making their tears a rarity in their long lives. Yet now, they cannot hold back their sorrow. Should anyone taste their tears, they would find them more bitter than the waters of the abyss of suffering, imbued with a pain beyond compare. No suffering in the world surpasses this single drop. A century has passed, 100 years. A century ago, they believed it would be an effortless task to conquer Chu He, but little did they know, that was merely the inception of a nightmare. Who knows how they have endured through this century? Initially, the battle was indeed manageable. They fought without excessive difficulty, at least not requiring the burning of their lifespans. However, as the years wore on, number 3 Chu He seemed to evolve unexpectedly, as if undergoing a sudden transformation. What? Can the Chu He beast truly evolve? Evolved into the super Chu He beast, Chu He's eyes glimmered with a newfound brilliance. Initially, he believed the gains from this simulation were commendable, yet unexpectedly, he grew even stronger as it neared its conclusion. Quite impressive. Old 3 truly possesses remarkable capabilities. With a sudden surge, the 3rd Chu He amplified his strength manifold, his defensive measures similarly enhanced. Although his realm remained at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, both his offensive and defensive capabilities had multiplied several times over. Do not inquire about the sudden evolution. The reason is simple. After years of engagement in battle, Chu He had completely digested the previously indigestible treasures of heaven and earth within his body, and countless encounters had refined his physical form through relentless combat. Each attack they unleashed gradually eroded Chu He's flesh and soul. Through this process of obliteration, his comprehension of the indestructible principles advanced by leaps and bounds. To articulate his evolution in terms of realms, the successful transformation of Chu He surpassed at least 2 minor realms beyond the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, with a disparity exceeding 3-fold for 1 minor realm, culminating in a 10-fold difference across 2 realms. This 10-fold difference, coupled with his inherent strength already surpassing peers by 10-fold, alongside his soul and vital energy, combined with the 100-fold enhancement of the eternal, unyielding golden body, resulted in a staggering combat power disparity of 10,000 times over his contemporaries at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. His physical defense was exceptionally formidable, transcending millions of times beyond the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, elevating from 300 million times to 10 million times, achieving yet another remarkable enhancement. With a defense of 300 million times at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, they could hardly breach it even with extensive means, relying instead on the sect's grand formation to gradually wear it down. The prospect of a defense at 10 million times was simply insurmountable. This left them yearning for respite. Conventional methods proved ineffectual in their assaults, yet should they wish to withdraw, Chu He would not permit it. Though he initiated the attack, they had already surrounded him. To claim they would cease fighting now, such a notion is unfathomable. Do they not regard the third Chu He with the respect he deserves? Combat is exhilarating. Let us revel in this thrill before addressing other matters. In the throes of exhilaration, third Chu He even triggered one of life's three grand illusions, the belief that he could turn the tide. This battle raged on for over a century, nearly shattering the world. Yet alas, the illusion remained merely that, an illusion. Chapter 52. I shall do as I please. I am the sun. Indeed, I am nearing my end. Yet this battle has been the most gratifying of my encounters. In this engagement, while I struck against you, regardless of the number of times you hit me, I remained essentially unscathed. Regrettably, this splendid confrontation lasted merely a brief span of 100 years before it must conclude. I hope when we meet again, Ulfor will join the fray once more. However, by that time, I trust you will not be reduced to tears upon facing yet another evolved Ulfor. With his body marred by countless wounds, number 3 Chu He bore a sinister smile at the corners of his lips, feeling the exhaustion of his nearly extinguished form. He could not help but utter, "Next time, what does that mean? Is there truly a next time?" Upon hearing his words, the 5 entities entwined in an embrace seemed to experience a moment of suspended time. Their tears ceased, their shivers halted. The once bittersweet emotions came to a standstill. Turning to gaze at number 3 Chu He, their eyes were filled with disbelief and profound despair, yearning for a more precise response, one they dared not confront. Yet, the answer eluded them as they beheld Chu He's dim gaze. Burn out. Truly, he had burned out. No, return to me. Clarify your previous statement. In the echo of despair, the 5 beings of law found themselves engulfed in darkness. Ding. The simulation has concluded. Please select your desired reward. Option 1. Power. A strength 100 times beyond the pinnacle of the primordial spirit, an understanding of indestructible laws, and an enhanced version of the eternal, indestructible golden body supernatural ability. Option 2. Talent. Each simulation allows for the selection of an additional reward. Option 3. 300 years of memories. Due to the special type of talent drawn in this simulation, should one choose talent, 2 rewards can be selected this time. Rest assured, number 3, I will ensure that those 5 wretched souls face the consequences. Upon seeing the words signaling the end of the simulation, Chu He felt a fleeting sadness before promptly choosing the talent of selecting an additional reward for each simulation, alongside the power option. The strength capable of battling 5 entities of law for a century, forcing them to burn through their lifespan and exhaust all means, only to leave them with a mere 1 to 2,000 years before Chu He was utterly depleted, was incredibly tempting. This was the formidable power he had long sought, the strength he yearned for. With such might, even revealing his formidable capabilities would pose no issue. If he could endure for a century within the simulation, how long could he persist in reality? A century would allow Chu He to simulate thousands of times, a span ample enough to transcend the realm of law. Needless to say, if he were to draw a talent that enhanced his combat prowess 100-fold in any simulation, he would surpass all limits in an instant. Buzz. Tremors coursed through Chu He's form as he quivered with excitement. Every cell, every drop of blood, every emotion within him trembled with exhilaration at this moment. For Chu He's strength, his realm, and the very essence of his life were rapidly ascending. The elevation of one's realm not only extends lifespan, but also enhances the essence of life itself. Within the myriad realms of existence, many individuals engage in cultivation not solely to attain formidable power, but primarily to ascend to a higher echelon of life. This is of utmost significance. The levels of life can be classified from the lowest to the highest as follows: Mayfly level, minuscule level, starfire level, planetary level, stellar level, galactic level, and cosmic river level. Each advancement in the level of life catalyzes a profound metamorphosis of the soul and corporeal existence, resulting in an unparalleled transformation akin to a grand fortune. Prior to this, Chu He was at the pinnacle of the starfire level. However, this time he transcended 2 levels. soaring directly to the stellar tier, achieving a stellar-level existence. In the early, mid, and peak stages of the primordial spirit, every few seconds saw Chu He's aura multiply exponentially. Within a mere minute, his power surged by millions of times. When exerting his full strength, a single strike would unleash forces equivalent to the peak of the primordial spirit, obliterating the hundreds of nations under the dominion of the Chu family that spanned millions of miles. The countless trillions of lives would perish, transforming the region into a desolate wasteland. Had it not been for his restraint in controlling the eruption of his aura, the mere presence of his energy would have enveloped the surrounding lands, resulting in the demise of everyone within millions of miles, including his own kin. Even a fragment of his aura would be insufferable for ordinary primordial spirits. Such might is staggering. Is this the power of the third sun? Initially, it was thought that merely achieving the primordial realm would be a commendable feat, with certain death awaiting upon emergence. Yet unexpectedly, the third son attained the peak of the primordial spirit in one fell swoop, and with such formidable prowess that he could contend against the 5 great laws for centuries. This singular accomplishment laid the groundwork for the eventual invincibility of the fourth son in the heavenly cloud realm. Feeling the immense strength surging within him, Chu He nearly erupted into laughter once more. Overwhelmed by the transformation he had undergone in just a few months, from a mere celestial being to a near-invincible figure within the heavenly cloud realm. Who could truly comprehend this sensation? It is akin to a person whose fortune was once a mere million suddenly ascending to become a billionaire. The disparity between the two states is incomprehensibly vast, far greater than that between a firefly and the bright moon. Few can maintain their composure in the face of such contrasts. Calmness. I must remain calm. As the moment of truth approached, it became increasingly imperative to maintain composure. One must not falter at such a critical juncture. Only one simulation remained, after which he would transform into the sun itself, becoming the singular son of the heavenly cloud realm. He would decree that no one in his family would partake of beef, allowing him the freedom to pursue his desires unabated. In Chapter 53, titled Celebration, the depths of the situation proved too profound to grasp fully. Taking a deep breath, Chu He calmed his emotions, striving to temper his excitement. He reclined once more in his lounge chair, immersing himself in the indelible principles he had discerned and contemplating his extraordinary lifespan of 300,000 years. For a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for words. 300,000 years, such an extensive duration of life, left him pondering how to spend it. Previously, a millennium had seemed interminable, yet it had swiftly transformed into 300 millennia. What distinguishes this from immortality? It appeared he was destined to live indefinitely, and it was likely he would grow increasingly youthful with the passage of time. Upon attaining the realm of Dharma manifestation, his lifespan would surely extend to a minimum of 10 million years, with a substantial probability of even more. Should he ascend beyond that, his lifespan might be described in units of 100 million years. At that point, the question of how long he would live became even more perplexing. At times, a shorter lifespan could indeed be preferable, much like a moth that dances in the night. Life is so fleeting that there is scarcely an opportunity for reflection, leaving little room for thoughts about the future. Such brevity alleviates many worries. Lying in his chair, Chu He let out a semi-sarcastic sigh, though it was not entirely devoid of sincerity. He genuinely felt perplexed about how to utilize such a lengthy lifespan, and the contemplation of this predicament weighed on his mind. However, were one to offer him a return to a mere 1,000 years, he would likely resist vehemently. Could anyone withstand the fervor of a 500-year-old elder? Unlikely. Never mind how he would spend his time. When it was time to sleep, he would sleep. When it was time to cultivate, he would cultivate. When it was time to enjoy life, he would revel in it. While his simulated self toiled diligently, he would savor the pleasures of life. As his simulated self navigated the arduous path of cultivation, he would ride alongside, reaping the rewards. The pursuit of strength through cultivation was fundamentally to attain a longer life, to behold grander vistas, and to relish existence itself. Beyond the true seekers of the Tao, who among practitioners cultivates solely for the sake of the process. Thus, he resolved to embrace enjoyment starting now. Acting on his thoughts, Chu He summoned his beloved grandson, Chu Tian, to his side. He instructed him to prepare a month-long celebration in Tian Chu city, presenting the family's exquisite delicacies before their venerable ancestor. All the promising youths of the family would join in the festivities. although Chu Tian was unaware of the reason for the celebration. Had not the grand ceremony of the ancestral Yuan Dan already concluded, it seemed implausible that in a mere span of a few months, the ancestor's cultivation had significantly advanced. Yet, since the ancestor had declared a celebration, it would be prudent to partake. After all, food and drink were trivial matters. The celebration could easily be afforded. Even though Tian Chu City boasted a permanent population of several hundred million, hosting such a multitude for a month would indeed require substantial finances. But this bore little consequence for the Chu family. The Chu family's grand banquet would last an entire month. Those who had received the Chu family's kindness were welcome to partake without issue. However, for some, would they truly dare to allow the Chu family to spend on their behalf? Such expenditures would not fall upon them. Chu Tian was confident that the affluent families of Tian Chu City would soon arrive to bestow monetary gifts upon the Chu family, and in a manner that appeared entirely reasonable, ensuring no one felt that the Chu family was merely indulging in the wealth of the affluent. Indeed, even if it were overtly apparent, others would not perceive it as such. Rather, they would assume that those affluent families had offended the Chu family. Did the Chu family require the support of such wealthy individuals? In the presence of the Chu family, did these individuals dare to be called affluent? Did they possess the keys to merit? How many keys did they possess? The patriarch of the Chu family accepted funds from these individuals for their own benefit, as such wealth was excessive and insecure in their hands. The depths of the situation were too profound for them to navigate, to prevent them from being overwhelmed. The patriarch of the Chu family would guide them. The patriarch was the one equipped to manage it. If the Chu family needed their wealth, and they failed to contribute, that would be tantamount to a lack of appreciation. Yes, ancestor, I shall make the arrangements immediately, Chu Tian replied. After a moment of contemplation, he added, by the way, ancestor, the ancestors of the Wang and Xian families, Wang Tianming and Xian Wuxing, recently visited our home, offering the most precious treasures from their families. They seek to marry one of our distant female relatives. These two gentlemen stated that once wed, the lineage of the clan leader, as well as subsequent clan leaders, would undoubtedly honor the Yuan Dan bloodline. Those lacking the Yuan Dan bloodline, that is, those who do not share the Chu family heritage, would not be able to ascend to the position of clan leader, a stipulation that would be inscribed in the ancestral regulations. This matter is beyond my authority to decide. I am uncertain what the ancestors' thoughts may be. The two old men had acted with surprising swiftness, truly aiming to seize a great advantage. Upon hearing this, Chu He maintained a calm demeanor. Through his past experiences, he was well aware that these two individuals, who had stood by him for centuries, would personally come to seek the hands of two distant female relatives from their family. He had no intention of rejecting this proposition, having not done so during the initial simulation, and he naturally would not refuse now. If other celestial families were to act in such a manner, they would swiftly eliminate their adversary with a mere strike. How audacious of a mere celestial being to behave so arrogantly, disregarding the disparity in our statuses. I am on the verge of invincibility. Once the next simulation concludes, my true prowess will be revealed, and even a mere side branch of the Chu family shall rival the strength of a Yuan Dan cultivator. Should Chu He ascend to the realm of Dharma aspect, the position of the side branch members will be elevated to that of Yuan spirits or even Dharma aspects, with the side branch members standing over the heads of others. Even the formidable Dharma aspect cultivators would hesitate to offend or engage with them. This is because, in the presence of a being capable of annihilating all practitioners of the world single-handedly, what place does an insignificant ant hold? To take the life of a side branch member of their family, what intention lies behind such an act? Do you dare to challenge him? Such audacity! The most courageous man in the annals of the Tianyun realm. However, these two families have been allied with the Chu family for centuries, and thus are familiar acquaintances. Their demeanor is amiable, and they exhibit a keen sense of timing, making their proposal to marry into the two families rather unproblematic. Yet, the timing they have chosen is impeccable, coinciding with Chu He's imminent revelation of his true capabilities, allowing them to benefit significantly. No objection. Yet I am aware of their intentions. I shall impose certain restrictions within the bloodline. In each generation, only 30 individuals shall be permitted to awaken the Yuan Dan bloodline. Any more shall not be entertained. This is not due to my stinginess, but rather because I am the ancestor of the Chu family. Families above the Yuan Dan level inherently possess advantages due to their Yuan Dan bloodline, and our family must maintain its supremacy. Such power cannot be allowed to proliferate unchecked. Chapter 54. The delicacies of jiaogan and feng shui, a mortal delight, double standards. Chu He nodded in agreement, but also expressed his own thoughts. He could permit the Tianren Wang family and the Tianren Xian family to possess a formidable bloodline. However, he could not allow these two families to let their bloodlines run rampant in the years to come, allowing those not of these two families to also acquire the Chu family's bloodline. It is essential to understand that the strength of a bloodline is not static. The Yuan Dan can achieve the Yuan Dan bloodline. The Yuan spirit can forge the Yuan spirit bloodline, and the Dharma aspect can create the Dharma aspect bloodline. If he were to attain the Dharma aspect and subsequently enhance the bloodlines of all within the Chu family, the innate talents of the Chu family members would rise by 2 tiers. Currently, every member of the Chu family is born a prodigy. Even the least gifted possesses an innate strength surpassing that of an ordinary person. If, upon that foundation, their talents were to be augmented by 2 tiers, they would become veritable paragons. Each individual, even without the family's resources, would possess the potential to cultivate themselves into great masters, representing the lowest tier of talent. Some are born as unparalleled geniuses, or even more formidable prodigies, and such talent would be perceived as an advantage by those unfamiliar with their lineage. Chu He would feel as though he had been unfairly disadvantaged. He acknowledges this fact. Taking advantage of others brings joy to Chu He. Should others refrain from allowing him this, he perceives them as miserly. Naturally, at times he understands that such behavior is typical of a normal individual. A reasonable person would not permit others to exploit them. However, should he find himself at a disadvantage, Chu He would feel an overwhelming anger, perhaps even wishing to eliminate the offender with a single strike. Is this not a manifestation of double standards? Indeed, he concedes that he embodies double standards. In fact, most people do as well. When one is taken advantage of, does it not incite anger? Conversely, if one were to seize an opportunity at another's expense, would they refrain from doing so? Truth be told, apart from those truly possessing sound moral principles, few would abstain. Yet, those with such principles often find it exceedingly challenging to survive in a world governed by the law of the jungle. Humanity is inherently flawed in character. Chu He's flaw lies in his tendency to filter out unfavorable circumstances, perceiving only that which is advantageous to himself. As for the ancestors, I will clarify this matter with them. Chu Tian does not believe his ancestors have erred in this regard, even if he is unaware that they are on the verge of invincibility. The bloodline cultivated from the Yuan Dan realm, comprising 30 individuals each generation, has already conferred a considerable advantage. This bloodline can endure for hundreds of generations, with each generation producing 30 descendants. That amounts to 3,000 over several hundred generations. Is this not a significant advantage? Furthermore, it is conceivable that after a few generations, some exceptional talents capable of achieving the heavenly realm may emerge. The magnitude of this advantage is indeed immense. Yet, such blessings may be too great for those two families to bear. After discussing this matter, Chu Tian withdrew to prepare for the evening banquet. He also informed Wang Tianming and Xian Wuxing of this development, setting the wedding date for a month hence. A month's time is neither too long nor too short for them to prepare, and it coincides with an auspicious festival. Upon receiving this news, both individuals exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. 30 individuals are more than sufficient. Xian Wuxing could not contain himself, expressing that he initially harbored little hope for this matter. With the Yuan Dan family already established, any potential alliance would likely be with families of equal standing, making a union with their heavenly realm families improbable. Even with considerable resources expended, such as 5th-tier treasures, the Chu family would not lack for such items. After all, the Chu family wields authority over the lives and deaths of thousands of heavenly families. It is inconceivable that they would lack such resources. Indeed, with this bloodline, the descendants within the family, provided they do not court significant trouble, could potentially thrive for at least 2,000 years. Who knows, perhaps in the future, they might even have the chance to establish a Yuan Dan family. Wang Tianming concurred. Upon uttering these words, Wang Tianming, clad in a cerulean robe, suddenly had a realization, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Xian Wuxing with vigilance. He recalled that both of them had married into the collateral branches of the Chu family, which meant that their upcoming nuptials must be nothing short of grand, befitting the generosity of the Chu family. They could not afford to let the Chu family feel slighted. Thinking, I have treated you so well, yet you cannot even manage a proper wedding? How miserly! What were they trying to convey? Were they becoming complacent? However, If only one of them would host the wedding, it would be inconsequential, but with both organizing their ceremonies, the adage comparison breeds pain rings true. Should one event outshine the other, it would be unacceptable. It would lead the Chu family women to perceive the Wang family as stingy and others to question their sincerity. Outsiders might view them as lacking in strength, inferior to the neighboring Xian family, rendering them insignificant. Xian, I believe I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave, Wang Tianming stated, not waiting for a response before ascending into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he departed from the Chu estate, eager to return to his own family to prepare. Was he in such a hurry? What could possibly be of greater importance than the current affairs? Indeed, what could supersede the importance of the present moment? Nothing. Wang Tianming, you cunning old fox. How shrewd you are. Xian Wuxing, after watching Wang Tianming depart for a few seconds, slapped his forehead, dawning with sudden clarity. With a curse escaping his lips, a flicker of anger crossed his face as he promptly made his way back to his family. With merely a month left, the preparations must be as splendid as possible. All acquaintances must be invited to witness this historic day for their family. Time flew by, and after indulging in the exquisite delicacies prepared by the family, Chu He patted his belly, feeling immensely satisfied. These delicacies, once only heard of in myths, were the exclusive fare of legendary beings, yet in this extraordinary world, he was able to partake in them. In this realm, it had been mentioned that the creature known as the Jiaolong existed, yet the true dragon remained an elusive entity, with no evidence of its existence thus far. Even the Beast clan had once given birth to a Jiaolong of the legal aspect, who proclaimed himself Dragon Lord. But he was not a genuine dragon, merely a Jiaolong that had evolved naturally. Whether or not it bore the blood of a true dragon was uncertain. Nevertheless, even a Jiaolong, with the term dragon in its name, is a formidable species in any world. Previously, when Chu He was merely at the celestial being level, he had no opportunity or qualification to indulge in the taste of Jiaolong. Due to the inherent weaknesses of the Jiaolong clan, all members are merely at the celestial stage, possessing the innate ability to summon winds and rain. In ordinary circumstances, summoning refers to the natural winds and rains. But in battle, the winds are laden with the stench of blood, and the rains are of crimson hue. In Chapter 55, yet another golden talent emerges, undoubtedly belonging to the protagonist. Presently, his exposed strength has reached the Yuan Dan realm, while the Chu family has recently organized over 20 cultivators at the celestial stage to form a demon-hunting army. With more than 20 celestials, thousands of grandmasters, and tens of thousands of masters, they are engaged in the hunting of demonic beasts on the eastern coast, all to procure the precious Jiao liver and phoenix marrow. These demonic beasts are indeed treasures. Their sinews, bones, flesh, and skin all possess immense utility. The sinews can be fashioned into bowstrings, the bones can be simmered for broth, the blood can be used for talismanic inscriptions, and the flesh, rich in nutritional essence, can be consumed for vitality. They are the gentlest of heavenly materials. Unlike certain medicinal treasures that may carry toxicity, the flesh bears none of these drawbacks. Regular consumption not only bolsters one's vitality, but also alleviates the bottlenecks encountered during cultivation breakthroughs. The skin can be utilized to craft various treasures, forge defensive artifacts, and even serve as sustenance for demonic cultivators seeking to enhance their power. Every part of the beast is a precious resource, leaving no room for waste. It is precisely due to their immense value that the demonic beasts have been perpetually suppressed by humanity, enduring centuries of hardship without resurgence. In the span of over 1 billion years, they have scarcely risen. Any emerging talents are either enslaved as spiritual beasts by humans or met with the fate of being skinned and consumed, deprived of the time to develop. Furthermore, in the entire Tianyan realm, nearly 99% of all secret realms, whether naturally occurring or artificially established, are under human control, making growth all the more challenging. Without resources, what use is talent? This vicious cycle has rendered the demonic beasts akin to livestock, where humans slaughter them at will. One wonders if true dragons exist beyond this world. If they do, partaking in genuine dragon liver and phoenix marrow, along with exquisite nectar, would make this worldly existence worthwhile. That would be the ultimate indulgence. With his appetite stirred by thoughts of authentic dragon delicacies, Chu He finds himself yearning for such delights. Yet for now, they remain unattainable. The Dharma aspect realm is but a Jiaolong. The true strength of a genuine dragon is unfathomable. Were it not for the mixed bloodlines, or those in smaller worlds who arrogantly claim the title of true dragon, they would likely be born at a realm above the Dharma aspect. Such beings are beyond Chu He's current capability to summon for feasting. He can only wait for the efforts of his brothers, the fourth, fifth, and sixth, to bolster his own strength significantly before he can indulge. Once he possesses the requisite power, he will not only feast on true dragons, but also on any other extraordinary species that may cross his path. Upon his arrival in a new world, he would embark on a quest to discover the most delectable species, capturing them for domestication. It was his intention to savor the finest culinary delights from each realm, with dragons and phoenixes merely serving as the foundation. Moreover, he sought to locate the most esteemed chefs across these worlds, assembling them into a formidable culinary brigade, unparalleled in number and strength, dedicated solely to his service. This brigade would feast upon the myriad races of the multiverse, transforming an entire world into a grand kitchen for preparation and creation. Contemplating these prospects, a smile of uncontainable delight graced Chu He's lips, a joy that he could neither suppress nor control, his excitement bubbling forth uncontrollably. The allure of such aspirations was undeniably exquisite. Chu He couldn't help but commend his own vision, for even the thought of it filled him with a sense of promise for the future. As the days continued to pass, news of the Chu family's agreement to the union with the Wang and Xin families spread, igniting envy among the celestial families of the surrounding hundreds of nations. It was a prime opportunity, akin to being the closest to the moon by the water's edge. They lamented the absence of such a prestigious union within their ranks, pondering that had they the chance, they too might attain the coveted Yuan Dan bloodline. The prospect of becoming part of a Yuan Dan lineage was so enticing that many would willingly sacrifice their family's fortune, for the benefits of this bloodline could enrich generations, ensuring the emergence of prodigies for centuries to come. Not only were the outsiders envious, even the scions of the two families involved harbored jealousy towards the direct descendants of the clan leader, who seemed to possess all the treasures and privileges. Such matters, however, bore little relevance to the collateral branches of the family, leaving them feeling discontented. Yet, in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, their grievances went unheard. As societal hierarchies remained firmly entrenched, it is evident that, regardless of location, stratification exists. Even within a single family, distinctions are made. Ordinary individuals envy the martial cultivators, who in turn covet the privileges of the family heirs, while those heirs look up to the direct descendants, who aspire to surpass even more powerful kin. This layered hierarchy presents formidable challenges at every turn. Ding! A month has passed. Shall we commence a new simulation? Gomos. Hearing the familiar electronic prompt, Chu He eagerly opened his Azure panel, having relished a month of joyous living. He was impatient to embark on the next simulation, paving his path toward invincibility. His journey toward supremacy would begin in the Tianyan realm. Ding! Simulation initiated. In this fourth simulation, you immediately realize you have become the fourth child, a conclusion that leaves you, who had recently fantasized about becoming a renowned gourmet across the multiverse, utterly speechless. You once envisioned that the fourth, fifth, and sixth would toil for you throughout their lives while you luxuriated in the comfort of your position. Little did you anticipate that, in the blink of an eye, you would become the fourth of Chu River. Life unfolds in such a manner. One must either resist or savor it. If resistance proves futile, then one must dutifully accept the role of a laborer. Alas, who could blame him for his ill fortune? First, let us draw from the well of potential. May fortune favor us with a golden talent, rendering us invincible. The fourth of Chu River let out a sigh, activated his simulator, and commenced the extraction of talents within this simulation. His luck, it seemed, was rather favorable. After only 3 attempts, aside from a preliminary villainous aura that proved less than desirable, the other 2 talents gleamed golden, indicative of remarkable fortune. You find this hard to believe. After all, you are the protagonist. Rarely does one find a protagonist beset by misfortune. To phrase it differently, it is not merely your luck that designates you as the protagonist. The world revolves around you due to your fortunate circumstances. The causality here is inverted. Just as in the tales of protagonists, it is their designation that permits them to effortlessly acquire treasures and seek mentorship from formidable figures. No. It is because they have discovered these treasures and secured the mentorship of the powerful that they are deemed the protagonists. In the stillness of the spinning wheel, the pointer soon came to a halt, resting upon a square that radiated a golden glow. Indeed, Yet another golden legend. Yet another golden talent. At this moment, you are certain, without a doubt, you are the protagonist. Chapter 56. Golden Talent. Extraordinary Pioneer Above the Law. You hastily began to investigate the specific functions of this golden talent, inwardly praying that it would not manifest as some villainous aura. For you harbor a slight apprehension towards such things. Yet, even if it were to materialize, you would be curious to see it. No one in this world could thwart your intentions to eliminate your targets, unlike the prior occasion when you found yourself unable to carry out your desires. If you were to forcibly confront the protagonist and seek to vanquish them, what means could they possibly employ to safeguard themselves from a villain such as yourself? Upon completing the exploration of this golden talent, the fourth of Chu River's face broke into an unprecedentedly radiant smile, one that even prompted uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha! The protagonist is indeed exceptional. I have drawn such a talent. It appears the system wishes to usher me out of this world sooner, to experience the vastness beyond. If that is the case, then let me swiftly attain the pinnacle of the law and transcend this realm. The golden talent that Chu He has drawn is known as the extraordinary pioneer. In the myriad realms of existence, countless worlds abound. Some are devoid of any extraordinary systems, existing as magicless domains, while the majority are governed by varying degrees of extraordinary frameworks. Some of these systems possess the might to effortlessly obliterate worlds, whereas others are so feeble that they can only create illusions, barely influencing reality, and are incapable of wielding extraordinary power to take lives. The disparity in strength arises from the length of development of the extraordinary paths and the intensity of spiritual energy within a world, which either supports or hinders the emergence of formidable extraordinary systems. If an extraordinary system has had a prolonged period for development, it can gradually evolve, albeit over a protracted span of time, with each new realm's birth requiring countless prodigious talents to refine and navigate through myriad pitfalls and missteps, ultimately utilizing supreme wisdom to forge a new dimension. In the world from which you hail, the realm beyond the law avatar has seen its most gifted individuals barely take half a step beyond it, a feat that necessitates tens of millions of years of effort. The fleeting nature of their existence does not allow them to complete even that half step, and given the challenges they face, one wonders how much greater the endowments of future aspirants must be. Perhaps it will take several 100 billion years for the realm beyond the law avatar to be birthed by innumerable prodigies, elevating the celestial martial arts cultivation system to unprecedented heights. However, the extraordinary pioneer talent enables Chu He to confront any extraordinary system, allowing him to deduce a superior framework in a fraction of the time typically required, approximately 100 million times less. Such a remarkable reduction in time is astounding. Yet, this golden talent has its limitations, as it can only enhance a singular grand realm. Chu He, taken aback by the acquisition of yet another golden talent, was initially astonished. But upon grasping the implications of this extraordinary gift, he could hardly contain his excitement. It felt as though the system had presented him with an unparalleled opportunity on a silver platter. This talent not only serves him in the present, but will also prove invaluable in the future. As he ventures beyond his world and encounters the extraordinary systems of other realms, he intends to assimilate all those frameworks and elevate them to new heights, ultimately wielding countless extraordinary systems as a foundation to create his own. Does this not render him invincible? The talent imposes no restrictions on usage. Say for one, each cultivation system may only be enhanced once. Yet, that is more than sufficient. Onward, fourth Haki Chu, carrying with me all the experiences of my predecessors, I shall ascend the unparalleled realm of the heavenly cloud domain. Moreover, I shall also bear my hopes and blessings. After retracting my simulator panel, I took a full minute or two to soothe my emotions. I endeavored to quell my excitement, and, setting aside all distractions, I immediately entered a state of seclusion, vowing not to break through to the law manifestation realm nor to emerge prematurely. The gates to the law manifestation realm, a domain revered as the pinnacle of the heavenly cloud domain, are finally poised to open before me. In the first year of my seclusion, unlike previous times, I refrained from venturing into the abyss of heavenly corpses to retrieve the Earth Sovereign's lotus. This time, nothing holds greater significance than my breakthrough into the law manifestation realm. I refuse to squander my energy on trivial matters. Is it not merely an ordinary Yuan Dan treasure? During my last simulation, I would not have stooped to pick such a trinket even if it lay by the roadside. If I were to make a special trip to the abyss of heavenly corpses for an Earth Sovereign's lotus, and if this were to reach the ears of the third elder, I would surely become the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. A pitiful endeavor, akin to the lack of ambition displayed by my corporeal self. Having nearly attained invincibility, why should I still concern myself with such trifles? To achieve the law manifestation realm and dominate the heavenly cloud domain is my destiny. The secrets of the heavenly cloud shall be mine to bestow upon my kin. Such treasures are not limited in quantity, are they? Thousands upon thousands are within reach. In the 10th year of my seclusion, I experienced a slight enhancement in my comprehension of the immutable laws. Yet I still find myself distanced from fully mastering them. To my disappointment, the extraordinary pioneer talent merely serves to advance me further once I reach the zenith of this extraordinary system. It does not amplify my comprehension a millionfold, nor does it allow me to drastically reduce the time needed to grasp various concepts. Hence, until I achieve the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, this talent is but a mere ornament. However, had it the capacity to enhance my understanding a millionfold, I could have attained the law manifestation in a day, the pinnacle in 2, and surpassed it in 5. Such a notion is terrifying. It is beyond the capabilities of any golden talent. After 50 years of seclusion, the Xianxia secret realm emerged in the Eastern Sea, yet I paid no heed to this news, continuing my retreat. A century into my seclusion, the Eastern Wilds elite competition commenced once more, and the Chu family's prodigy, Chu He, embarked on his journey anew. However, due to my prolonged absence and lack of guidance, his strength remained akin to that of his initial simulation, showing little change. Consequently, he achieved a mere rank of over 340, departing in quiet disappointment. The once illustrious title of the top 10 prodigies in the realm has faded into obscurity. In Chapter 57, the path of the Dharma manifestation unfolds. A breakthrough into the realm of law. Alas, the young one suffers a little too much. Having participated in several competitions, he has yet to break into the top 200, continually overshadowed by others. As a scion of the Chu family, how could he be so inferior to his peers? Just wait. Once your illustrious ancestor becomes invincible, they will ensure you ascend to the pinnacle of the Eastern Wilderness competition, earning the title of unrivaled for eternity. Witnessing the struggles of the Chu family prodigy, the young man who diligently practices within my consciousness, Chu He feels crushed once more. Yet, Chu He remains unfazed, with his venerable ancestor at his back. Once invincibility is achieved, he shall be the foremost powerhouse of the Tianyun realm, and thus, the most distinguished prodigy therein. To speak of the bloodline forged from the accomplishments beyond the Dharma manifestation, it is likely to elevate Chu He innate talent by 3 tiers. Considering he is already among the ranks of extraordinary prodigies, should his abilities ascend further, he would be deemed an unparalleled genius, standing on par with the likes of the Void God. The talent of the Void God is beyond compare, a rare phenomenon that graces the Tianyun realm once in 100 billion years. In the same year, the descent of the Buddha from the 10,000 Buddha sect heralds the emergence of a Dharma-level Buddha in the centuries to come. In previous simulations, you did not witness this event, as you had not yet survived to that time. However, this occurrence is now within reach, albeit under the guise of your subordinate's identity. In the blink of an eye, 5 centuries have elapsed. This year marks your millennium, the pinnacle of lifespan for those in the celestial realm. Without the aid of the simulator, you would have perished by now, rather than living without the burden of a fleeting lifespan, but instead, grappling with the weight of an extended existence. The passage of 500 years has not significantly altered the entire Tianyun realm. The most notable change is the emergence of a second Dharma-level powerhouse from the contemporary 10,000 Buddha sect, establishing a stronghold with 2 Dharma-level guardians. Countless individuals yearn to join the monastic order. However, in the surrounding hundreds of nations, 5 centuries have wrought significant changes. For instance, your 2 close friends from the neighboring celestial families, the Wang and Xian clans, have both succumbed to the ravages of time in recent years. Nevertheless, the absence of these celestial beings has had little impact on their families, as the lineage of your own family has fostered rapid development, yielding a succession of generations, each producing 30 prodigious talents, culminating in hundreds of gifted individuals, with each family boasting 5 or 6 formidable celestial realm warriors. The family powers have relocated to other realms, with each clan now dominating a nation, no longer needing to share territory as they once did. However, In comparison to your own family, these two clans have undergone relatively minor changes. After 5 centuries of evolution, your family has finally begun to embody the true essence of the Yuandan lineage, shedding its previous chaotic state. The number of practitioners at the heavenly human realm has officially surpassed 1,000, and there are even 2 new practitioners at the Yuandan level, Chu He and Chu He. The family's influence has expanded from controlling a few hundred nations to overseeing over 1,000, establishing itself as one of the top 3 powers, alongside the Xianxia sect. Naturally, the breakthroughs of these 2 individuals are closely linked to you, as you have individually enhanced their bloodlines, elevating them from Yuandan to Yuanshan bloodlines. This enhancement has significantly improved their innate talents, paving the way for their ascension to the Yuandan realm. Such transformations over the past 5 centuries within the Chu family are indeed substantial. Yet, in light of future prospects, these developments may appear trivial. After centuries of introspection, you, who were already on the brink of transcending to the Dharma aspect realm, have finally mastered the indestructible principles. While others may take thousands of years, even those with exceptional talents, to transition from Yuanshan to Dharma aspect, you have surpassed the pinnacle of Yuanshan by 2 realms. With ample foundation and reference points to guide you, making the mastery of this comprehension over several centuries not a feat of inadequacy. Is it finally time to emerge? In the meditation chamber, the figure clad in a blue robe, Chu He number 4, slightly opened his eyes, which could not conceal his excitement. Surrounding him, there was no change in the atmosphere, nor any deviation in the air. Yet within him, an unfathomable force was surging, roaring, and boiling. Break through my realm. A radiant smile graced Chu He number 4's lips as he ceased to restrain this eruption of power, no longer masking its intensity. He was done with the charade of feigning weakness. Prolonged pretense could lead to genuine folly. His true self had once stated that only a few simulated opportunities were needed, perhaps 3 or 4 times, before he could abandon such disguise. And now, this marked the 4th occasion. Dharma aspect, Dharma aspect, Dharma aspect. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the 4th Chua, enveloping him and instilling within the hearts of all in Shun country an overwhelming sensation, as if the very heavens were collapsing. This presence bore down upon them like an oppressive weight. Yet despite this, the masses could not help but gaze upwards toward the sky. Moments ago, adorned with white clouds and a blue expanse, the heavens transformed, with all clouds now glowing resplendently in gold. A radiance imbued with the essence of immortality, eternity, and indomitable power. The eyes of the onlookers were suffused with this golden hue. A celestial being ascended into the sky, launching an attack against the diminutive golden cloud. Yet not even a single hair was harmed. Instead, the celestial was the one left shaken. Did one think this was the culmination of the event? Nay, this was but the inception. Across tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, and even billions of miles, the entirety of the realms was affected. Every nation, every life, every formidable being. All gazes turned towards the transformed sky, feeling the weight of the imposing aura pressing upon them, leaving them at a loss for words. What caliber of strength was this? This aura rendered the uninitiated and ordinary martial practitioners to perceive this being as one of unparalleled might within the realm. Those more learned, however, such as the Yuandan and the awakened ancestral spirits of the Xianxia sect, were not so naive. Most Yuandan practitioners had encountered Yuanshan and had not detected such an aura emanating from them. Thus, it was impossible for them to possess such a terrifying presence. If it was not a Yuanshan, then it must be a Dharma aspect. This was the notion of the more knowledgeable, the ancestral spirits of the Xianxia sect. Having witnessed beings of Dharma aspect caliber, still found themselves contemplating that, even at that level, the current Xianxia true monarch deemed it. Merely so. Indeed, merely so. When compared to this towering presence, that of the Dharma aspect was trivial, akin to that of an insignificant insect. Even if a Dharma aspect were to possess strength 100-fold or 1,000-fold greater, it would still pale in comparison to this being, rendering it inconsequential. In truth, Xianxia true monarch's remark that Dharma aspect practitioners were akin to mere roadside debris was already the utmost respect afforded to that realm and its 6 Dharma aspect practitioners. The chasm between celestial beings and Yuandan was merely 1,000-fold. In the eyes of Yuandan, celestial beings were akin to roadside refuse. And even 100-fold or 1,000-fold stronger Dharma aspect could not rival this presence. Were they not also akin to roadside refuse? The celestial realm is on the brink of transformation. Not long ago, The emergence of a Dharma-form Buddha was considered the most significant event in the realm of Tianyun in thousands of years. Little did I anticipate that, merely a few years later, an existence of such magnitude would arise within my humble territory. This aura is unlike any I have encountered among my ethereal companions. It appears as if it has sprung forth from the crevices of stone, an unexpected anomaly. In the mind of a Xianxia true monarch, the stagnant nature of the Tianyun realm is less appealing than its unpredictable, tempestuous changes. To achieve a higher state of enlightenment, one requires resources of Dharma-form caliber. Alas, these resources are monopolized by the 5 dominant forces, leaving no share for him. Only a cataclysmic shift within the Tianyun realm could create an opening for him to infiltrate. Even if he were to find himself in a subservient position to a powerful figure, he would be willing, as he seeks to demonstrate to those who disdain servitude that there is merit in such a role. It is merely a matter of servitude. And when compared to a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, what does it truly signify? The allure of 1,000,000-year lifespan is simply irresistible. The Xianxia true monarch's contemplations remain unknown to the 4th Chu, who is engrossed in his own breakthrough. Were he aware of such a pragmatic individual in the world, he would undoubtedly seek to recruit the Xianxia true monarch as his foremost subordinate. Is it not just a desire for enlightenment? Is it not merely a wish for longevity? He would be willing to serve. Is it unreasonable to fulfill his modest desires? Not at all. As the power within him surged forth, the soul, body, and vitality of 4th Chu began yet another metamorphosis. His soul, once merely touched by the essence of the indestructible laws, now enveloped entirely by them, has become truly immortal and imperishable, rendering him impervious to assaults from those of equal standing. A fragment of his soul would require hundreds of others to extinguish it. His physical form has not only grown more indestructible, but also possesses formidable regenerative capabilities. Even if his body were reduced to mere cellular fragments, it could restore itself in the next instant, requiring only a slight expenditure of energy that has also become indomitable. The physical exertion required for 4th Chu to match others is merely 1% of their own, and the vitality he possesses contains a hint of indestructible properties, making it significantly more challenging to deplete than that of others. As for his vital energy, previously a single thread was superior to hundreds. Now, it surpasses thousands. A mere trace of his vitality would demand an equal-level opponent to expend thousands of times more power to diminish it. In such a scenario, even if 4th Chu's offensive strength were not formidable, the sheer consumption of his vital energy could, through mutual attrition, lead to the demise of those 6 Dharma-form powerhouses. This signifies a transformation of spirit and vitality. Upon the conclusion of these metamorphoses, Chu He's strength surged exponentially, magnifying by tens of thousands. As the disparity between his primordial spirit and his Dharma manifestation reached staggering proportions, the manifestation he achieved surpassed that of his peers by a factor of 100. Utilizing the eternal, indestructible golden body divine ability, propelling his might to exceed 1,000-fold. It is noteworthy that the eternal, indestructible golden body divine ability has vanished, merging with Chu He's innate talent for 99 damage immunity, alongside the rule body characteristic possessed by all Dharma manifestation experts, resulting in a remarkable mutation. While the rule bodies of other Dharma manifestation experts enhance their power tenfold upon utilization, a formidable capability in its own right, Chu He's mutated rule body elevates his prowess by an astonishing 300 times. Moreover, the 99 damage immunity mechanism not only endures but intensifies, transforming into a formidable 9,999 damage immunity talent. Consequently, attacks exceeding 10,000 times his base strength can only inflict 1/10,000th of their intended damage upon him. In a simple calculation, Chu He's base strength is 100 times that of an ordinary Dharma manifestation. With this rule body, his power escalates to an order of magnitude beyond 10,000 times his base strength, resulting in a defensive capability equivalent to 100 million times that of his peers. Only attacks surpassing this threshold can breach his defenses, when pitted against an adversary at the pinnacle of the Dharma manifestation, who is 3 minor realms above him and possesses 30 times the strength of an initial Dharma manifestation. Even utilizing the rule body would yield a mere 300-fold enhancement. The chasm in strength is considerable. In such a scenario, if one were to stand idly while a peak Dharma manifestation expert unleashed their might over the span of 1,000,000 years, The damage inflicted upon Chu He would be infinitesimally close to zero, outpaced by his instantaneous recovery rate, which is in the billions. With a casual gesture, one might not express regret, but rather encourage. Brother, you must train harder. Chapter 59. Those who miscalculate shall face consequences. This transformation did not endure for an extended period. After all, it was a natural breakthrough, not a forced ascension, which are distinctly different processes. With ample foundation and a natural progression, there was no need for protracted duration. Upon the cessation of the metamorphosis, as you slowly opened your eyes, you could feel the magnitude of your newfound strength, the essence of your invincibility, and the span of your existence extending to billions of years. While other Dharma manifestation experts possess lifespans of merely 1,000,000 years, you are endowed with an eternity of life. These myriad changes enveloped your heart with profound elation, imparting a sense of boundless freedom. Raising his head, he gazed at the 6 feeble presences approaching from all directions, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The 6 beings of the law manifestation realm arrived with surprising swiftness. Their haste was palpable, as if they were eager to court their demise. Since they had come so quickly, he resolved to indulge the previously voiced intention of his true form outside, to take them in as his hounds. Moments after his declaration, the remaining powerful figures from various regions had all gathered in the land of myriad nations. Beings of the law manifestation realm possessed incredible powers. When the celestial monarch of the Tao path unleashed his might against the third, the other 4 entities of law manifestation were able to perceive the event from afar. This time, the commotion was magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a myriad-fold. The 5 previous law manifestation entities, along with the newly ascended 4th, could not help but sense the disturbance. Anyone with eyesight would be drawn to investigate the unfolding situation. Above the expanse of the land of myriad nations, several spatial rifts tore open, revealing the celestial monarchs, the Buddha of 10,000, the dragon of the abyss, the celestial monarch of the Tao path, the monarch of the vast sea, and the Buddha of enlightenment. These 6 ancient beings emerged, disregarding their contemporaries, their gazes fixated solely on the golden figure standing at the epicenter of the celestial dome. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, the aura emanating from this presence surpassed that of all assembled, a magnitude unfathomable. Had it not been for the lingering essence of law manifestation about him, they would have surmised he was a being transcending that realm. The disparity was so vast it felt as though they were not of the same tier. Esteemed elder, might there be a misunderstanding? The celestial monarch of the vast sea ventured, yearning to disrupt the surrounding stillness. Regrettably, the 4th, Chu He, offered him no opportunity, nor did he extend the same to the others. Gentlemen, the last encounter left the 3rd in a dire state. He did proclaim he would return. Now, I have returned. I wonder if you are prepared to be taken in as my hounds. With few words, Chu He summoned the formidable energies within him. A terrifying aura enveloped his fists, exuding an overwhelming essence of death. Esteemed elder, could it be that you have mistaken us? We are entirely unfamiliar with you. How could we possibly contend against your might? With wide eyes, the 6 individuals present were overwhelmed by a torrent of disbelief. Each word spoken was recognized, yet the combination rendered them utterly perplexed. Given their limited stature, how could they possibly contend with you? Moreover, if they had indeed bested you, how could they remain unaware? Such slander could not be so easily concocted. Was this truly an instance of brazen falsehood? Despite understanding the fabrications at play, the palpable hostility emanating from you led the 6 formidable practitioners to acknowledge you as an adversary without a moment's hesitation. They promptly united, preparing for an impending confrontation. There was no possibility of escape within such confined quarters. Where could they possibly flee? They deemed it more prudent to engage in battle. Believing your apparent prowess to be a mere facade, an illusion incapable of evading their perception. To achieve such formidable strength, it was clear that, beyond innate talent, one required ample resources, which could only be acquired through competition with their established powers. Yet, they failed to recognize that over the past several millennia, no one had contested their dominance. How, then, could this individual possess such extraordinary strength? Even the unparalleled talent of the void deity, a figure of historical significance in the Tianyan realm, could not have achieved such prowess without substantial resources. This left only one conclusion. This individual was merely a superficial display of strength. However, they were mistaken. Those who err must face consequences. In a flash, The imposing figure of the golden giant, number 4, Chu He, did not even activate his transformation into the rule body. Instead, he moved at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye of those present. In an instant, he appeared before the Han Hai heavenly monarch, delivering a devastating punch imbued with the power of the indomitable rule directly to the opponent's abdomen. With a resounding crash, the lofty figure of the law manifestation was forcefully driven into the earth, causing devastation across millions of miles, obliterating countless realms. A gaping chasm appeared in the ground, unfathomably deep. The Han Hai heavenly monarch was left gravely injured and unconscious from the blow, which had not even been delivered with full force. Logically, even if one were to sustain such severe injuries from a single strike, recovery would be swift, making unconsciousness improbable, while one could be critically harmed. Falling into a coma was another matter entirely. Yet, this punch bore the essence of the indomitable rule, which encompassed all aspects. Not only was your flesh and soul imperishable, but the force of your attack was equally eternal. With that single blow, the inflicted damage was also indelible. As long as the attributes of the indomitable rule were not extinguished, the victim would endure the consequences, suffering endlessly. In a state of perpetual injury, recovery remains an impossibility until the force of the rules dissipates. Thus, being struck unconscious by a single blow becomes entirely reasonable. The reduction of 6 individuals to 5 transpired in the mere fraction of a moment, leaving the others unaware that one among them had vanished. By the time they comprehended the situation, Chapter 60, Mastering the Heavenly Cloud Realm, had witnessed the abrupt conclusion of the battle. The remaining 5, in that fleeting instant, were effectively swallowed into the vast abyss, measuring millions of miles across, succumbing to unconsciousness. There was no grand spectacle of magnificent combat, nor was there a protracted struggle lasting decades. Throughout the encounter, the 6 formidable practitioners of the law had no inkling of how the 4th, Chu He, had engaged. They were denied even a single opportunity to retaliate, their vision fading into darkness before they could act. Once standing atop the heavenly cloud realm, these 6 powerful beings had previously managed to engage the 3rd, Chu He, in a battle lasting a century. Yet, in this subsequent simulation, they faced the 4th and were utterly overwhelmed. The disparity in power was a staggering 100-fold, and when employing the rules of the body, this gap soared to 30,000 times. Such a chasm in strength, if it fails to conclude a conflict decisively, could only suggest that the 4th, Chu He, is akin to refuse, truly a pitiful entity, with such an immense difference in capability leading to this dismal outcome. One must question whether this combat prowess is genuine or merely an illusion, patently false. Indeed, during the time of the primordial spirit, I was evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Now, however, my strength has escalated to unprecedented levels, with my defenses surpassing those of the same rank by millions. For the 4th to still contend evenly against an opponent in such a manner is utterly absurd. In this simulation, if I were to select based on raw power, I would be a fool. Instead, I would choose to observe how the 4th was defeated. Outside the simulator, Chu He observed the 4th's abrupt dismissal of the battle with no sense of surprise, deeming it entirely predictable. Reality diverges from fiction if one possesses lesser strength. Victory remains elusive. Besides the protagonist's occasional bursts of power, even a fractional disparity in strength leads to inevitable defeat over time. Moreover, I have yet to encounter a narrative where a protagonist overcomes a gap of several tens of thousands in strength. Such tales are reserved for characters whose power has imploded. Ah, how pitifully vulnerable they appear. One can only wonder who initially instilled them with the audacity to confront the 3rd, unaware of the significant turmoil their actions would cause to their true selves. With a subtle shake of his head, number 4 Chu He retracted his fists. The battle had concluded before he had even begun to warm up. The duration of the confrontation was but a fleeting moment. Although this aligned perfectly with Chu He's combat philosophy, his penchant for engaging with adversaries weaker than himself and relishing in their utter defeat, he found the overwhelming dominance somewhat tedious. How lonely is invincibility? How hollow it feels. In an instant, this poignant lyric flashed through his mind, perfectly encapsulating the solitude and emptiness he now experienced. For the time being, he decided to retain these individuals as subservient allies. Even a slightly weakened being of such caliber could still prove useful, aiding the Chu family in managing the Tianyan realm and achieving perfect control over this world. Transmuting into a beam of light with this thought, Number 4, Chu He descended into the depths of the abyss, his divine consciousness sweeping across the area and retrieving the 6 unconscious beings of the law realm. Without hesitation, he inscribed a soul mark within the minds of these 6 formidable entities, seizing a fragment of their essence. Their very existence became subject to his will. Any act of defiance or treachery could be extinguished in an instant. Even without this mark, he could effortlessly eliminate them. As he had done moments ago, his previous restraint merely a choice. Once he completed this task, he reclaimed the indestructible power within them. Soon, the 6 law realm beings, bolstered by their remarkable recuperative abilities, regained consciousness. Upon beholding the radiant figure before them, exuding a divine aura, an involuntary reverence and submission welled up within their gazes. However, in the next moment, they sensed something amiss. Realizing the peculiarity of their condition, they scrutinized themselves, their expressions darkening as they discerned the unmistakable imprint within their souls. They comprehended the gravity of their situation. Most individuals capable of reaching the law realm possessed resilient characters, and the thought of being reduced to servitude was intolerable. Death seemed a preferable alternative. Now that you are all awake, it is time to prepare, he declared. I hail from the Chu family of the myriad nations, and from this day forth, your 5 great factions shall become subordinate to the Chu family. All of you shall serve the Chu family. 95% of all resources must be contributed, leaving but 5% for yourselves. All secret realms, martial techniques, and ancient texts of cultivation must also be surrendered. Should there be any dissent during this process, it will be met with lethal consequences. 10 days hence, the Chu family shall journey to the central domain, with the hope that by then it has been thoroughly cleansed by your efforts. Upon witnessing that everyone had awakened, Number 4, Chu He, spoke with a calm demeanor, articulating his thoughts. Should I arrive there in 10 days and find the place still in disarray, do not hold me accountable. Instead, cast blame upon your own ineptitude. If you cannot even rid the area of refuse, what purpose do you serve? Those deemed useless in my presence are akin to refuse themselves, and it would be better to treat you as such and dispose of you accordingly. Yes, master, they responded. We shall ensure the area is immaculate, eagerly awaiting your arrival along with the Chu family. Although the celestial sovereign of the vast sea and others felt resentment, it was futile. Their souls had already been marked, and their bodies would, in their subconscious, yield obedience. Regardless of their internal dissent, they could only bow to Number 4, Chu He, assuring him that the area would be spotless in 10 days. Number 4, Chu He nodded, satisfied with their compliance, given their understanding of the situation. He chose to say nothing further. Channeling his vital energy, he vanished into the depths of the abyss, leaving behind a few bewildered individuals. Chapter 61. Even the thought of self-destruction was unattainable. Their imaginations could not conceive of anything grander. After exchanging glances, they tore through the spatial rifts surrounding them, heading back to their respective factions. Those who bore the mark on their souls had relinquished control over their lives, even if they wished to end their existence. They found it impossible. Their subconscious would prevent such actions. The soul mark not only placed their lives and deaths in the hands of Chu He, but would, over time, reshape their subconscious, ultimately transforming them into his likeness. If self-destruction was not an option, then they must obediently follow orders. Otherwise, should they fail to fulfill this command and leave the area uncleaned within 10 days, their fates would be uncertain, yet life would undoubtedly be worse than death. The small planet from before your crossing had merely a few millennia of civilization, yet possessed numerous means of punishment. Over billions of years, countless nations and individuals had devised innumerable terrifying methods, particularly those of the demonic cultivators, whose tactics were exceedingly cruel. It can be said that they truly experienced a fate worse than death. An ordinary person could withstand the agony for but a second before their will shatters under the torment. For those of them with formidable forms, even if their resolve remained steadfast, a lifespan extending to 1,000,000 years could not endure the relentless torment of others over the same span. It would indeed be more unbearable than death. In comparison to the suffering endured over 1,000,000 years, serving a being significantly more powerful than oneself may not seem such an insufferable plight. Certainly, the essence of this statement lies in the importance of becoming stronger than oneself. At this moment, within the illustrious Chu family of Xuan State, all descendants of Chu He are engulfed in a tumult of thoughts. Can you fathom what they have just witnessed? They beheld an extraordinary surge of formidable energy erupting from the very core of their family, followed by a golden figure, strikingly familiar, soaring into the heavens. The intensity of this aura surpassed that of their family's two other ancestors of the Yuan Dan realm by an immeasurable degree. Those who had encountered the Yuan Dan could discern this. They were not so naive as to be oblivious to such a phenomenon, but their ability to recognize it only intensified their bewilderment. What manner of perilous individual could possess an aura so vastly superior to that of the Yuan Dan? Moreover, the resemblance to their revered ancestor Chu He grew increasingly pronounced. Could it truly be him? In the span of over 500 years, had Chu He indeed ascended to the realm of Yuanshin? Unlikely. Aside from those enlightened beings and celestial masters, who could achieve such a monumental breakthrough within mere centuries? If not, then what transpired moments ago? Can anyone provide a plausible explanation? Enough of the bickering. What is there to dispute? Regardless of the truth, this signifies the emergence of a formidable force within our family. If it is indeed the case, should we not rejoice? Our clan shall no longer be merely a Yuan Dan family. We shall ascend to the esteemed ranks of the Yuanshin. Indeed, should our ancestor truly attain Yuanshin, it would be an unparalleled boon. Not only would our status elevate significantly, but our innate talents and lineage would also ascend to new heights. With my current aptitude, the pinnacle of my potential would merely be the Tianren realm, and even that would be a tenuous breakthrough. However, should my talents elevate, I would undoubtedly secure my place in the Tianren realm, and perhaps even aspire to the Yuan Dan. By the way, if our family is indeed achieving Yuanshin, how do the various factions in the land of 10,000 nations regard us? Do they heed our command or that of Xuan Tianzong? Of course, it hinges on which of the two ancestral figures prove stronger. The mightier will dictate terms, and the weaker must yield. Yet, regardless of who prevails or retreats, even if we were to withdraw, we would still acquire vast expanses of territory, exponentially more than we possess now. After a brief period of mental tumult, the younger generation of the Chu family could no longer contain their excitement, instinctively gathering to engage in fervent discussions. Some believed that their family had indeed produced a Yuanshin, while others contended that it had not, yet their discourse remained centered around the realm of Yuanshin. There is no surpassing the realm of the primordial spirit. It is simply inconceivable that this ancestral figure has achieved an existence even more formidable than the Dharma aspect. A group of ineffectual descendants ought not to claim my bloodline in their future endeavors. Even within the simulation, I have exhibited such formidable prowess that it renders your imaginations timid and restrained. Observing these lackluster descendants in the simulation, Chu He, who was watching from the outside, could not help but sigh in disbelief. It would be impossible to assert that he felt no disappointment. Yet if he were in their position, he too would harbor doubts. After all, who could blame him for his exceptional ability to conceal his true strength? While others may cautiously mask their realms, they typically only manage to conceal one or two minor levels. No one has ever hidden a significant realm. To possess the capacity to obscure two major realms and only reveal one's true power upon achieving the Dharma aspect is unprecedented in history and will likely never occur again. Fortunately, following the success of this simulation, there is no longer a need to conceal my abilities. I can now reveal them openly. No one will covet my secrets, and those who might seek to do so would not require my intervention, as they would be dealt with by others. The only concern lies in the potential for my wrath should someone covet my power, inadvertently endangering others. Fortunately, these are merely uninformed descendants of the family. Your son, Chu Zhongtian, and your grandson, Chu Qingtian, have both achieved the level of Yuan Dan. They are well aware that this is not merely the realm of the primordial spirit, but rather the transcendent state of the Dharma aspect. They possess some discernment, having witnessed the caliber of the primordial spirit and its might. And their ability to transcend the Yuan Dan realm is due to the secret enhancement of their bloodline you bestowed upon them. The elevation of their bloodline to the Yuan spirit level, enhancing their innate talents, is attributable to the fact that you were a primordial spirit centuries ago. It is implausible to think you would surpass the formidable primordial spirit realm after a mere few hundred years. In just 500 years, one has ascended from the heavenly realm to Yuan Dan, then to the primordial spirit Dharma aspect. Father, you are incredibly powerful. Within the palatial grounds of the Chu family, Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian exchange glances, both recognizing the unspoken understanding and helplessness in each other's eyes. Of course, this unvoiced sentiment is not directed at you, but rather reflects their own sense of futility. Chapter 62. The trend of feigning pig to eat tiger has emerged. The two of them, being of a relatively older generation, were born at a time when the Chu family had not yet flourished. It was merely a medium-sized clan among the national families, not yet a large one. From the moment of their birth, they harbored a fervent desire to develop the family and lead it to greater strength, and they have acted accordingly. They consistently pointed out the correct direction for the family's development, tirelessly optimizing its discipline, striving to enhance its advantages, and augmenting its sources of wealth. After centuries of evolution, the Chu family has emerged as a significant force, largely due to your contributions. This is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. No matter how prosperous the development may be, without formidable guardians, it risks becoming prey to others. It is only through your ascendance that the family can flourish at such an accelerated pace. Your presence within the clan serves as a living testament, instilling a sense of trepidation in others. Initially, two individuals believed that your ascension marked the pinnacle of achievement. What followed was an unforeseen development. As their progenitors soared to new heights, they transcended three monumental realms, each representing a towering peak. With every summit crossed, the Chu family's stature transformed. Achieving the Dharma aspect would place them on par with the five major powers, making them the sole Dharma family among them. In such a scenario, the possibilities for the Chu family's future are beyond imagination. Perhaps both could even attain the primordial spirit, becoming even more formidable in their Dharma forms. This is the source of their speechlessness and helplessness. An ancestor of such strength leaves them little time to shine for the family, a rather exasperating circumstance. As they pondered, Chu He appeared before them in a flash of light, unable to suppress his remarks upon witnessing their despondent expressions. What are you two contemplating? Such a momentous occasion, and yet you bear such glum visages? Your demeanor has dampened my excitement. You shall be tasked with organizing all the factions within the heavenly origin realm, subduing them one by one. Yes, father, grandfather, Chu Zhongtian, and Chu Qingtian responded, regaining their composure and genuinely expressing their joy at his return. However, just as they finished their reply, a sudden realization struck them, and their bodies stiffened. Grandfather, did you truly mean to say we are to subdue the entire heavenly cloud realm? Does this encompass all territories, not merely our eastern wilderness? Of course. What sort of person do you think I am? Those insignificant Dharma ants are hardly worthy of sharing the heavenly cloud realm with us, let alone possessing a few keys. The five major Dharma powers have already become subservient to our family. I have subdued them all and marked their souls. The purpose of summoning you is to organize the resources and secret realms within their factions. And remember, while organizing, each of you may retain half for yourselves. Having anticipated their astonishment, he nodded. He relished their expressions of surprise and ignorance, which only served to highlight his own impressive stature as the venerable ancestor. What nonsense are you spouting? As you return to the core of the Chu family, reclining in your chair and continuing your study of the indomitable rules, those two individuals in the sky remain oblivious. They are still engaged in their own soliloquy. From this moment forth, our Chu family shall become the sole sovereign of the Tianyun realm. This leap is indeed monumental. Just a moment ago, we were merely a minor Yuandan family nestled in a corner of the eastern wilderness, and now we find ourselves as the rulers of the entire Tianyuan realm, seated above all others. It feels almost surreal. Perhaps you could strike me to ascertain whether I am dreaming. Slap, slap, slap. Father, this is no dream. It was the first time Chu Qingtian had encountered such a request, and still somewhat dazed, he mechanically responded with a slight movement of his arm. Then, a furious roar echoed in his ears. Damn it, you actually hit me. Son, you've defied the heavens. Come here, don't run away. In the Tianyun realm, after 56,532 billion years, a significant event transpired, one that altered the entire power structure of the realm. The forces of the eastern wilderness, western regions, central domain, southern heavens, northern borders, and the other four seas, eastern sea, western sea, southern sea, northern sea, submitted to a single family. That family is known as the Chu family. Originally, this family was merely a small Yuandan clan in the land of 10,000 nations, yet fate had bestowed upon them a formidable figure, one who masqueraded as a fool while harboring tremendous strength. The outward display was of a Yuandan, yet the true realm was that of a Dharmakaya, and an exceptionally terrifying one at that, capable of overwhelming the other 6 Dharmakayas in mere seconds. They were swiftly subdued and treated like mere pets. While others could conceal their realms by a few minor levels, he obscured 3 major realms. When this revelation first emerged, few were inclined to believe it. However, as the news spread and confirmation arose from those around, a brief tempest of hidden realms swept through the entire Tianyuan realm. A multitude of powerful beings began to adopt the guise of fools, with their primordial spirits masquerading as Yuandans. This was merely the beginning. Some are even bolder, concealing 4 major realms, hiding themselves at the Grandmaster level. The younger descendants of the Chu family, filled with profound admiration for their ancestor, akin to an unceasing torrent, also attempted to mask their own realms. Yet soon, they realized this endeavor was rather unfulfilling. Although the thrill of exposing their true strength after being ridiculed was somewhat exhilarating, the rush of that moment surged directly to the crown of their heads. However, such a facade of humility cannot truly enhance their capabilities. The resources they require are far beyond what a diminished version of themselves could acquire. In this scenario, their masquerade only serves to provide fleeting emotional gratification. Consequently, they find themselves in greater awe of the extraordinary talents possessed by the ancestral figure of the Chu family, whose prowess is undeniably impressive. Despite the significant reduction in their capabilities, their strength has remarkably surged within a brief period. The chapter reveals a stark reality. With the resources and support from several formidable forces, the Chu family effortlessly seized control of all major factions within the Tianyan realm, encountering minimal resistance throughout the process. In a world where only 6 possess the formidable strength of Dharma manifestations, and where the majority of primordial spirits and essence cores reside within these factions, the 5 powers have all succumbed to the Chu family's dominance. Furthermore, the Chu family boasts an even more terrifying ancestral figure. What entity could possibly obstruct the Chu family's control over these factions? They possess the strength to disregard any form of scheming or superficial maneuvering, opting instead to assert their dominance through sheer power. Those who dare to dissent are swiftly eliminated. This notion of dissent is not defined by one's genuine resistance, but rather by the Chu family's perception of compliance. If they find you displeasing, they interpret it as defiance and will eliminate you without hesitation. The primordial spirit and essence core factions are akin to chives, easily replenished over time, allowing for effortless harvesting without consequence. Faced with such unpredictable authority, an innate terror grips everyone, fearing that even the slightest misstep could lead to their demise, with no justification required for their execution. This tyranny knows no bounds. Previously, factions would at least fabricate a reason to eradicate others, whereas the Chu family no longer concerns itself with such trivialities, for others will readily provide justifications on their behalf. These factions, having developed into substantial powers, are inherently flawed, and this includes the Chu family. Finding a reason to eliminate them is extraordinarily simple. The Chu family merely chooses not to engage in such efforts. Moreover, due to the randomness of their authority, no matter how outrageous the demands posed by the Chu family, such as claiming 95% of all treasures, few dare to resist. All are paralyzed by fear and comply obediently. The allure of the extraordinary realm. Before the emergence of a singular entity capable of governing the entire world. The 5 great Dharma powers, while ruthless in their harvesting, only appropriated approximately 50% of the profits from the subordinate primordial spirit factions. However, once a force emerges that dominantly rules the entire world, all other powers stand powerless in its presence. This is the true essence of harvesting, earning 100 coins only to surrender 95, retaining a mere 5 for oneself, which may still be appropriated by the subordinates of the Chu family. The profits harvested by the lower ranks must yield 95% back to the Chu family, leaving less than a dime for the subordinates. This is a layered harvesting process, where the Chu family at the pinnacle reaps all the rewards while the rest suffer starvation. The resources and wealth of the entire world are utilized to sustain a single family. If such practices were to occur on the planet before the transmigration, the entire Chu clan would likely have been hanged from the lampposts long ago. Yet here, in this extraordinary realm, personal power reigns supreme, allowing for such grotesque situations to arise. Capital. Regarding the division of benefits, the external Chu River harbors no objections. This arrangement was conceived by him. How could he possibly dissent? Even when aware that such actions would provoke discontent among the entire world, he remains indifferent. If there are grievances, one is welcome to voice them. It is not forbidden. However, once those grievances are expressed, the consequence is merely death. In this extraordinary world, Enacting benevolence is utterly futile. People will not express gratitude. Instead, it jeopardizes one's own interests. There are only a finite number of heavenly treasures. If one takes more, others must take less, leading to a scenario where the strong seize more while the weak acquire less, thus granting others greater resources. This fosters the emergence of more formidable adversaries, culminating in one inevitable outcome. Either you annihilate the opponent, or they grow sufficiently strong to resist you, all in pursuit of the resources you possess. Providing resources to others only cultivates powerful foes. With such an abundance of cultivation resources, within just a year, the strength of every member of the Chu family underwent a monumental transformation. Those spirit treasures that were previously elusive during the last simulation became attainable even for some talented members of the collateral line in this iteration. Ordinary direct descendants now enjoy treatment previously reserved for the elite disciples of various powers, receiving only the finest resources and personal tutelage from the highest-ranking elders of several major factions. These elders are all spirit-level masters, with ample resources, guidance from spirit-level experts, and the painstakingly crafted bloodline of law forms developed over a year. The innate talents of these individuals have been elevated by 2 tiers. The least among them are now top-tier geniuses. If their strength does not improve rapidly, it can only be attributed to personal inadequacies. Even the youngest disciples, who have only just begun their cultivation, can transform from ordinary individuals to innate beings within a few months, and within a year, they can become masters commanding respect across a region. Your remarkable junior, Chu He, stands out as a prodigy among prodigies, having seized the opportunity presented by the enhancement of her bloodline to directly transcend into the Yuan Dan realm, aided by a plethora of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Her prowess now resides within the late stages of the Yuan Dan realm, having traversed 3 levels in a mere year. This phenomenon of cultivation occurs in such a manner that with sufficient celestial materials and earthly treasures, one can ascend to elevated realms. The reason these factions ardently seek out individuals of exceptional aptitude lies in the fact that such individuals can achieve higher realms with significantly fewer resources compared to others. It is not solely those with superior potential who can break through the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen realms. This is not a rigid requirement. For instance, an extraordinary talent, akin to the likes of the Void God, requires only a single unit of resources to transcend the Yuan Dan realm. In contrast, a top-tier prodigy capable of achieving the Dharma manifestation needs to expend at least 3 units, while a typical genius who can merely attain the Yuan Shen realm may require 15 units. Conversely, those who can only reach the Yuan Dan level may need to invest hundreds of units of equivalent resources to surpass the Yuan Dan realm, illustrating the disparity in resource expenditure dictated by one's innate aptitude. This elucidates why these factions exclusively recruit talents. If they were to accept only ordinary individuals, the resource expenditure would be exorbitant. Cultivating an ordinary person requires over 10,000 units of resources to nurture them into the Yuan Dan realm, while a prodigy needs merely 1 unit. Such a vast disparity is well understood when it comes to making choices. Indeed, it is true that geniuses require far fewer resources to ascend to higher realms. That is the essence of their genius. Conversely, utilizing dozens or even hundreds of times more resources than an ordinary person to reach the same level is not indicative of true talent. Although such individuals may possess formidable combat strength, true strength is measured by one's realm of cultivation. Furthermore, if ordinary individuals had access to ample resources and excellent mentors, their combat prowess could also flourish. Utilizing greater resources, superior techniques, and outstanding instructors to become stronger than the average person is but a natural expectation. This does not qualify one as a true genius or prodigy. In the central domain, the mountains that soar majestically into the skies, which once left Chu He in awe, have now become the ancestral land of the Chu family. After several centuries of development, the population of the Chu family has expanded from a mere few tens of thousands 500 years ago to several million today, yet even amidst millions, compared to the entire population of the heavenly cloud realm, this is but a mere drop in the ocean, to say nothing of the millions of mountain ranges. Each can accommodate but 1 individual. Each mountain range towers thousands of zhang high and stretches for hundreds of kilometers, surpassing even the previous Tian Chu city in size, now transformed into the personal palatial residences of the collateral descendants of the Chu family. Each individual has constructed a cluster of palaces atop these mountains, attended by tens of thousands of servants and handmaids, all devoted to a single person. Their every need is catered to by external suppliers, feasting daily on the finest delicacies. The dragons of the Eastern Sea, the heavenly phoenixes of the Southern Sea, the dragon turtles of the Western Sea, and the water clams of the Northern Sea, only selecting the most exquisite parts. The remnants are then generously distributed among the subordinates. The dragons feast solely on their livers, the flesh of their abdomens, and occasionally their horns are ground into powder to create dragon fungus. The phoenixes, in turn, consume only their hearts and phoenix marrow. In terms of attire, the Chu family dons standard long robes, crafted from the millennia-old silks of the eastern wilderness and the golden threads woven from the flowing waters of the phoenixes. These garments not only gather the essence of heaven and earth, tripling the surrounding spiritual energy, but also regulate temperature, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, while perfectly defending against attacks from formidable beings. The furniture and utensils used are of immeasurable worth. Even a casual auction could fetch the price of an entire city. Regarding cultivation resources, each collateral descendant of the family receives a heavenly material of a Yuan Dan level monthly, alongside dozens of celestial flowers of a human level, with countless treasures of grandmaster rank at their disposal. Such extravagance could be deemed unparalleled, but without it, the resources of an entire world would remain insufficient for a mere few 100,000. Even the act of consuming one, while discarding 10, would not exhaust them. Yet, discarding them would never be an option for others. It is akin to someone pouring milk into a river rather than offering it to a starving beggar nearby. Of course, there are other reasons beyond that. I do not know you. Why should I bestow such precious treasures upon you? These were acquired through the strength of my ancestors. Have you even considered asking them? We, the descendants of the Chu family, encompass a spectrum of personalities: the prodigal, the ruthless, the clever, the malevolent, the hypocritical, and the virtuous. Are we truly the sort to act like ungrateful wolves? Answer me, if you are truly envious. Perhaps you should inquire of your own ancestors to see if they possess hidden strength or concealed realms. If not, then perhaps consider taking your own life, to see if in the next life you might be reborn into the Chu family to serve as my son, where I might grant you a few bones to gnaw on. At the heart of the Chu family's ancestral lands lies the largest floating mountain range, a towering mass reaching heights of 100,000 zhong, with a diameter spanning thousands of miles. Currently, this place is the cultivation ground of number 4 Chu He, an endless realm where the essence of heaven and earth, 100 or even 1,000 times more concentrated than that of the outside world, converges atop the mountain peak. After a year of diligent practice, I have scoured the forbidden areas for all the treasures of heaven and earth at the Dharma aspect level within the confines of the several Dharma aspect gates, managing to uncover only dozens of such treasures. It took a considerable amount of time to refine these resources, and I was only able to elevate my cultivation from the initial stage of Dharma aspect to the mid-stage. This progress is painfully slow, without sufficient resources. Attaining the pinnacle of Dharma aspect could take countless millennia, a wait that feels interminable. Fortunately, I possess an abundance of lifespan, spanning over 1 billion years, allowing me the luxury of time to eventually reach the pinnacle of Dharma aspect. There is no need for haste, not in the slightest. Atop the mountain, as no, for Chu He slightly opened his eyes, he sensed a strength thrice that of his recent breakthrough. Yet his heart felt no joy. This realm was achieved through the consumption of the majority of resources available for Dharma aspect cultivation, with all of his energy thoroughly exhausted. Even the first elder from my initial simulation, old E, who fell into the abyss of suffering, was subdued by number 4 Chu He, who also refined a vast amount of essence from the waters of that abyss. These essences, classified as treasures of heaven and earth at the soul level, can assist others in enhancing their spiritual strength, albeit through the suffering of myriad tribulations. Only through enduring such trials can one attain enhancement. Without a plethora of cultivation resources to aid in breaking through to the next realm, even with a reference point, it could take approximately 100,000 years. In the past, those few who achieved the pinnacle of Dharma aspect did so solely through the passage of time, spending hundreds of thousands of years to break through even the smallest realm, gradually progressing. Let us not dwell on these thoughts. Time will pass regardless. I shall first examine the cultivation manuals of all the Dharma aspect powerhouses from the past billions of years in the Tianyan realm. as well as their hypotheses regarding realms beyond Dharma aspect. This includes the Cultivation Manual of the Void God, who has transcended the Dharma aspect realm and taken a half step into the realm of humanity. Through these manuals and the insights contained within, I should find considerable assistance in my quest to create a realm beyond Dharma aspect. Chapter 65. Some are indeed present, my brothers, yet all have found themselves in dead ends. Shaking my head, I retrieved a plethora of cultivation manuals from the spatial realm I had established. As an entity of the Dharma aspect level, I had long been capable of effortlessly establishing a secret realm of my own. Thus, creating a personal space here was a trivial endeavor. Although this portable space is somewhat expansive, exceeding the size of a planet he had previously traversed by more than 100-fold, it is entirely reasonable. The cultivation notes before him could easily serve as treasured artifacts for a Yuan Shen force in the outside world, and even a Fa Xiang force would hold them in high esteem. Each volume records the insights of a powerful Fa Xiang master, detailing their understanding from the early stages of weakness through the acquired realm to the Fa Xiang realm, along with speculations on how to achieve and transcend the realms beyond Fa Xiang. As he opened one book, Chu He began to read with great interest. This particular volume was penned millions of years ago during the twilight years of the Purple Thunder Sovereign, who achieved the Fa Xiang realm through the comprehension of mid-level rules, specifically the rules of thunder. The power of the thunder rules is predominantly offensive, possessing immense destructive capabilities. In that era, he was unparalleled, able to defeat several opponents of equal rank single-handedly. Ultimately, after expending 1,000,000 years, he attained the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm, earning a lasting legacy. You may choose to overlook the Purple Thunder Sovereign's insights regarding the realms beneath Fa Xiang, as they may hold no relevance for you. Even if there are beneficial aspects you do not comprehend, it is impractical to lower your cultivation level for a re-examination. Since such a feat is unattainable, it is far more prudent to delve into the cultivation related to the Fa Xiang realm. Every individual who reaches the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm possesses unique attributes, and through studying their cultivation journey, along with the challenges they faced and overcame, one can gain significant inspiration for breaking through to the later stages of the Fa Xiang realm. This particular volume could save you hundreds of years of cultivation time, as the later stages present increasingly numerous bottlenecks. At times, a single bottleneck can confine an individual for centuries or even an entire lifetime, preventing them from progressing to the next realm. Although saving a few hundred years may seem modest, it represents a substantial portion of your prior journey, indeed a considerable amount. And this is merely the beginning. With hundreds of additional cultivation notes available for perusal, it is estimated that one could potentially save tens of thousands of years. Upon completing the readings concerning the challenges faced in advancing from the early to the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm, you began to explore the Purple Thunder Sovereign speculations. Those who attain the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm are all top-tier prodigies. In the billions of years of existence, among thousands of Fa Xiang entities, only 50 have managed to comprehend mid-level rules. This is true talent, individuals who are on the cusp of achieving the caliber of the Void God. The conjectures of such extraordinary geniuses are naturally grounded in substantial evidence and reasoning, particularly in the Purple Thunder Sovereign's theories concerning the transcendence of realms beyond Fa Xiang. One must either comprehend the power that transcends the rules or grasp the myriad forces within the rules. Most likely, these are the only two paths. The Sovereign of Purple Thunder pursued the understanding of power beyond the rules. However, after expending an untold number of treasures, time, and energy, he yielded not a single gain regarding the power that resides beyond the rules. Until his last breath, he remained unaware of the existence of such power in this world. He could only despairingly conclude that there was, in fact, no power beyond the rules. He realized that he had strayed from his path. Before his demise, he inscribed a warning within this cultivation manuscript for future practitioners. Do not tread this path, for it is erroneous, erroneous, erroneous. The significance of this message was reiterated thrice. Indeed, my dear brother, there exists a power that transcends the rules, yet it is found only beyond this world. As for the Sovereign of Purple Thunder, even someone as inexperienced as Chu He recognizes that he was a figure who suppressed an era, the closest to the three divine sovereigns. Had it not been for this cultivation manuscript, few would have known of the profound despair he felt at the end, believing that his path was entirely misguided and that no power existed beyond the rules. Yet, Chu He could not help but feel his own innate talent for damage immunity, which contained the indomitable force of the rules that surpassed his own understanding, an essence that belonged to a power even greater than that which transcends the rules. A smile played upon his lips. This exemplifies why shallow waters cannot nurture true dragons. Without external assistance, few can emerge from the world solely through their own strength. This serves as a quintessential example. Merely because one cannot perceive such power within the world does not imply its absence. Such limited exposure breeds doubt. Furthermore, the sovereign of Purple Thunder doubted the entirety of the world. Yet curiously, he never questioned himself. Could it be that even if such power existed within this world, he would still be incapable of comprehending it? Perhaps he had not reached that level. He remained oblivious to whether the understanding of power beyond the rules could lead to the attainment of a higher form. The heavenly cloud realm lacks such power, which the sovereign of Purple Thunder could not sense. However, within my innate talents lies this very force, one I can perceive, and with a point of reference. Perhaps my simulated self could achieve a higher state from this approach. After thoroughly examining the Cultivation manuscript of the first formidable practitioner, the fourth Chu He continued to explore the manuscripts of other strong individuals, swiftly perusing dozens of their accounts. Most of these powerful figures conjectured that the key to surpassing the higher form lay in comprehending the power beyond the rules. After all, the realm of the primordial spirit requires an understanding of rules. The realm of the higher form necessitates mastery of those rules, and to surpass that threshold, one must grasp the power that lies beyond the rules, a hypothesis that is both reasonable and coherent. Thus, the majority of those who aspire to the pinnacle of the Dharma realm begin their journey of comprehension beyond their own established norms, yet all yield no fruits, failing to grasp even the slightest insight until their demise. There are indeed individuals who have perused the cultivation notes left by predecessors, realizing that the pursuit of powers beyond comprehension may lead to a futile path. Nevertheless, some foolish souls persist in traversing this route. Their reasoning lies in the fact that those who attain the Dharma realm are often exceptional prodigies, each harboring their own pride, believing that if one cannot comprehend, it does not imply that they too are incapable. It merely reflects one's own inadequacy. The inept must embrace the reality of their limitations and refrain from allowing their perceptions to mislead others. In Chapter 66, the clarity of the realm beyond the Dharma is revealed, wherein one can create their own world. The consequence of such misguided ambitions is that they, too, become ineffectual, ultimately resigning to despair and warning future generations of the futility of this path. As more predecessors emerge with similar tales, some of the less obstinate among the Dharma realm masters finally exhibit wisdom, opting for a second path, seeking to harness other rules of power in hopes of transcending to a higher realm. Yet this path, too, can be described as a dead end within a dead end. While the first path offers no glimmer of hope, the second merely presents a semblance of light. However, the success rate is less than 1 in a million. How many rule powers exist? It is said there are 3,000 rules, a figure that sometimes refers to an actual numeric value, 3,000. Yet at other times, it symbolizes an abstract notion, where the true quantity may reach billions. How many rules must one master to ascend beyond the Dharma realm? For these individuals, the grasp of ordinary lower-tier rules may take merely a few thousand years. Compared to millions of years, a few thousand seems brief. However, dedicating all that time to comprehension may yield mastery over just over 100 rules, especially considering that achieving the pinnacle of the Dharma realm requires hundreds of thousands of years. This timeline shrinks further, limiting their mastery to fewer than 100 rules, not to mention the fleeting lifespans of those short-lived beings. Even the long-lived Chu He, with over 1 billion years of life, can only master slightly over 10,000, an insignificant number when juxtaposed with billions. Should mastering such a vast array of rule powers be requisite for transcending the Dharma realm, then the likelihood of success is exceedingly slim, perhaps less than 1 in a million. Yet, if only a few pivotal rule powers are necessary for breakthrough, what might these powers be? Attempting one after another is an exercise in futility. The cost of time is excessively burdensome. If one does not experiment with reckless abandon, is it not a mere squandering of precious time? Time was already of the essence, yet it was squandered. Did one still wish to achieve a breakthrough? One by one, moving forward, the fourth Chu He soon beheld the cultivation notes of the voidless deity. In the past, Many had gathered around these notes, resulting in numerous fierce battles over them. Among these conflicts, there even erupted a confrontation at the level of Dharma manifestation, ultimately resulting in the acquisition of this artifact by the Taoist sect. The fourth Chu He held a profound interest in the cultivation notes of the voidless deity. Previously, the simulator had indicated that this deity had taken a half step beyond the realm of Dharma manifestation, a distinction not afforded to others. If he had managed to take this half step, it suggested the correctness of his path, and there was hope that some enlightenment might be derived from it. With such thoughts in mind, Chu He began to peruse the notes with great haste. The voidless deity was not the first to comprehend the principles governing space. It was evident that he had learned from the experiences of predecessors. He embarked on a second path, one that involved mastering other principles to attain a state beyond Dharma manifestation, deliberately avoiding the blind choices of others. Instead, the voidless deity opted for those principles that bore some relation to his understanding of spatial rules. Whenever he sensed even the faintest connection between a particular principle and his spatial rules, he endeavored to harness the power of that principle. Through this method, the voidless deity began to grasp the rules of the void, the rules of devouring, as well as the rules of earth, water, wind, and fire. Yet in the end, overwhelmed by the multitude of rules associated with space, he fell into despair, realizing that he could not comprehend them all, not truly. Had they merely been ordinary principles, he might not have felt such hopelessness. However, many of them were formidable, including those that were even more powerful than his understanding of spatial rules. These included the principles of time, life, yin and yang, and death, among others. The voidless deity was perplexed, unable to fathom how spatial rules could intertwine with so many other principles. How could they relate to the earth, to water, to wind and fire? And what connection could there possibly be with time, life, and death, elements seemingly worlds apart from space? He simply could not grasp the underlying connections. Was the half-step mentioned by the system indicative of this dilemma? Through his methods, the voidless deity had indeed embarked upon a correct path, albeit having traversed only halfway. Earth, water, wind, fire, light, darkness, yin and yang, life, death, space-time. This felt oddly familiar. It resembled something he had encountered within that small, dilapidated sphere prior to his journey, a world composed of the four fundamental elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. If the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, along with the dimensions of space and time, life and death, could be harmoniously intertwined, perhaps one could thereby create a world, an entirely new realm. Thus, is it not the essence of the Dharma manifestation to forge a world, to ascend as the sovereign of this domain, or to exist in a realm that has not fully comprehended all 3,000 principles, merely a fragmented world? Through the cultivation notes of the void deity, standing atop the mountain peak, the fourth Chu, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement, as if he had grasped the significance of the realm beyond the Dharma manifestation. How does one achieve this state? Were the indigenous inhabitants of this world to encounter such a cultivation manual, they might not conceive of these ideas. However, the fourth Chu He is no native. As a transmigrator, even if merely a simulation of a transmigrator's avatar, he possesses the same memories, including those from the star he previously traversed. Within that era of the Grand Network, there existed speculations regarding the amalgamation of earth, water, wind, fire, time, and space, and the resultant phenomena. Some may argue that these are merely the fanciful musings of ordinary individuals in a world devoid of magic, mere fabrications. Yet, such conjectures can indeed be applied. Had Chu He not contemplated the profound secrets of the small planet he had traversed, he would not have entertained such notions. However, with the belief that formidable beings stand behind him, and that the planet harbors significant mysteries, he begins to consider the plausibility of such thoughts. No wonder the system once remarked that if the void deity were to take even half a step, he could transcend the heavenly cloud realm. If one could recreate the universe within their own being through the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, then they themselves would become the sovereign of that world, thereby transcending the confines of existence. Can the heavenly cloud realm truly impede the departure of sovereign? Time has slipped away, and before one has truly savored life, they wither away. It cannot possibly obstruct such a being. If one could indeed forge a world within their own body, then with a mere gesture, they could unleash the power of an entire realm, even if it were but a fragmented world. Though it may not rival the completeness of the heavenly cloud realm, which embodies the entirety of the 3,000 principles, it is still a world. The fourth Chu He dares not imagine the magnitude of power that a world possesses. If the disparity between the primordial spirit and the Dharma manifestation is a matter of tens of thousands of times, then the gap between the Dharma manifestation and the realm beyond it is likely to be in the millions or even tens of millions. With a mere gesture, one could obliterate the heavens and earth within a radius of several 100 million miles, or even a billion. Should such power be attainable at that moment, the fourth Chu He's speed of attack could unleash millions of strikes in an instant without issue. The formidable assault, amounting to millions, is beyond the enduring capacity of the Tianyan realm, which shall soon succumb to obliteration. Remember, this measurement pertains to the area in square units. Naturally, this is not the pinnacle of power. Should one harness the essence of the rules, the destructive force would amplify by over 300 times. At that juncture, with a mere flick of the wrist, one could annihilate realms spanning billions of miles. A small fragment, with a diameter of approximately 10,000 miles, pales in comparison to the vast expanse of billions of miles. The latter's diameter is about 1,000,000 times greater, and that is merely the diameter. The volume is beyond reckoning. The sun itself measures a mere 1/4 million miles in diameter. In juxtaposition with billions of miles, it is but an inconsequential speck, utterly incomparable, given that the breakthrough to this realm may hinge upon the cultivation of an internal world, albeit an incomplete one. Let us designate this state as the void realm. However, should the breakthrough not rely on the creation of an internal world, a new name for this realm must be conceived. Upon envisioning the formidable power that I have named the void realm, it took the fourth iteration of Chu He several moments to calm his emotions. This contemplation ignited within him an even greater fervor to transcend the realm above the law's manifestation. There is no greater exhilaration than witnessing one's own ascent to newfound strengths. Thus, he resolved to cultivate relentlessly, aspiring to breach the void realm swiftly and step beyond the confines of this world to behold the vistas that lie beyond. With eyes closed, he gathered his training notes into his private sanctum and resumed his cultivation. This time, he had no intention of emerging from his seclusion until he achieved the void realm. After all, the entire world lay bare before him, devoid of any secrets. Whether he ventured forth or remained, the outcome would be the same. As time hastened by, year after year unfolded. For one endowed with a lifespan spanning millions of years, this fleeting duration is trivial. After dedicating over 20,000 years, he successfully ascended from the mid-stage of the law's manifestation to its later stage, thereby tripling his strength once more. How enduring it has been! He Chu, having lived for over 20,000 years, is the longest lived of this generation. The previous 3 contenders, when combined and multiplied tenfold, could not match his longevity. Observing the simulation, where mere lines of text encapsulated the passage of over 20,000 years, Chu could hardly believe his eyes. In the time it took to sip water, he had lived 2 millennia. Should he pen a few more lines? Would an eon elapse before he could catch his breath? The fourth iteration aged and perished before his very eyes. Where is all the time gone? He lamented, having scarcely lived before facing the inevitability of death. Chu couldn't help but recall this lyric. Although he has lived for an extensive period, the time it took for you to achieve a breakthrough is indeed quite lengthy. While others have advanced 2 minor realms in just a few centuries, and the third brother accomplished 4 breakthroughs in merely over 200 years, your progress has been a staggering 100-fold longer for just a single realm. Were it not for my innate ability to thrive effortlessly, I would not have the audacity to express my disdain towards you as a failure. In these 20 millennia, aside from Chu He's own breakthroughs, many individuals from the Chu family in the Tianyan realm have also made significant advancements, including the emergence of 3 remarkable manifestations. These 3, namely Chu Zhongqian, Chu Qingtian, and Chu Qingshang, leveraged abundant resources and their considerable talents to attain this realm, a state once deemed unattainable within their lifetimes. I recall that during their breakthroughs, these 3 even sought you out, indulging in 3 days and nights of revelry, collapsing beside you while murmuring in their drunken stupor. This is the essence of the bond forged through enlightenment. The enmity of obstructing one's path to transcendence is akin to the murder of one's parents, while the gratitude for aiding one's journey is as profound as that of a rebirth. Every member of their family harbors immense gratitude towards you, and naturally, they must feel this way. For those who lack appreciation, you regard them as ungrateful wolves, and such beings have no place in existence. even if they are members of your own family. After all, your clan boasts a multitude of members, numbering in the millions. Do not question why, over 20,000 years, the population remains in the hundreds of thousands without growth. The answer lies in the collective desire of the Chu family to prevent such expansion. Had this number naturally increased over millennia, the population of the Chu family would now be in the trillions, rendering the identity of every member trivial and devalued. What worth would that hold? Each individual would become indistinguishable from the masses, even if someone were to harm a member of the Chu family. As long as they are not from the elite or direct lineage, few would care. Moreover, the resources allocated for cultivation would dwindle, and they might even be denied recognition as members of the Chu family. Consequently, the far-sighted leaders of the family, like Chu Tian, enacted a birth limitation decree. Each family member is permitted to bear only one offspring, regardless of gender. Should one prefer to focus solely on martial advancement, they may appoint someone else to fulfill that role. Thus, the once prestigious Chu family, high above 2 millennia ago, has ascended even further with the emergence of 3 manifestations after all these years. All the forces of the world revolve around these few million individuals, establishing familial factions, with each person wielding control over dozens of celestial families. It is worth mentioning that although you are the protagonist, during your invincible reign of 2 millennia, nothing of great consequence transpired in the heavenly cloud realm. It remained as serene as ever, devoid of any sudden appearances of adversaries from the heavens. The world does not alter due to a single individual's invincibility, nor does your presence provoke a cataclysmic shift in the tranquility that has persisted for billions of years. Were such an occurrence to arise, you would already be deceased. After all, those who can descend from the heavens and traverse realms are at least of the profound void realm you envision. Their prowess far exceeds ordinary manifestations by several millionfold, an extent that you, at present, could scarcely endure. You estimate you could withstand merely the most casual of their strikes. Within the grand palatial complex atop the core peak of the Chu family, the 4th Chu He, having successfully broken through, indulges in a feast. Over these 2 millennia, apart from his cultivation, his most frequent pursuit has been dining. A true gastronomic soul, he aspires to become a culinary connoisseur across the myriad realms. After such prolonged cultivation, his singular passion remains the enjoyment of food. In his ascension to the ruler of the heavenly cloud realm, he has not deprived himself. He cannot allow his external self to revel while he toils in rigorous practice, effectively becoming a mere cultivation automaton, to ensure his culinary delights. The Chu family scoured the world for over 10,000 top-tier chefs, each selected from a trillion individuals, the creme de la creme. These elite chefs were elevated to celestial levels of skill, enabling them to handle ingredients adeptly. Otherwise, they might find themselves overpowered by the very ingredients they were to prepare. Do not question how deceased ingredients could retaliate. Rather, know that the ingredients consumed by the 4th Chu He are of at least peak primordial core level, with the majority being of the primordial spirit tier. Freshly slaughtered beef displays a slight quiver in its fibers, and a snake, once slain, still thrashes its tail. Death does not equate to the cessation of nerve activity. The flesh of these high-tier beasts remains vibrant even in death, devoid of consciousness. It may continue to twitch for decades, only becoming rigid after centuries. He has specifically cultivated a realm of gourmet ingredients in the Eastern Sea, which serves as his repository of culinary treasures, teeming with creatures destined for the table. Whatever he desires can be freshly caught and prepared. This establishment also nurtures 3 primordial spirit-level flood dragons, 1 primordial spirit-level phoenix, 1 primordial spirit-level devouring toad, and a group of cynical monkeys residing on a large island, alongside dozens of peak, primordial core-level thunderpunch shrimp. Various types of monstrous beasts number no less than 100. Among these creatures, the one that particularly captivates the esteemed 4th Chu He is not the few mighty flood dragons or celestial phoenixes, but rather the thunderclap shrimp, each towering at 100 jaw. Possessing an incredibly resilient pair of claws akin to those of a mantis shrimp, these formidable appendages exude a palpable thunderous power. Due to their frequent activity, the flesh of the thunderclap shrimp is firm yet tender, each morsel radiating a purplish luminescence. Consuming it imparts a sensation akin to a gentle electric therapy, leaving one's lips tingling and the body enveloped in comfort as all fatigue dissipates, reaching the pinnacle of gastronomic delight. While the flood dragons indeed possess formidable cultivation, High levels of cultivation do not necessarily equate to superior taste or quality. These dozens of thunderclap shrimp, which fourth Chu He deems the epitome of culinary excellence in the heavenly cloud realm, will undoubtedly serve as a main dish when he hosts a banquet for his esteemed friends in the future. Seated at the table, Chu He delicately lifted a translucent slice of meat, adorned with fine purple veins, savoring it slowly to appreciate its exquisite flavor. A joyful smile graced his face. Indeed, the culinary skills of Chef Xianxia have markedly improved of late. Initially adept, his craft has flourished through interactions with numerous other chefs, rendering his delectable creations increasingly irresistible. I recall he has served as my chef for over 600 or 700 years. As he relished the delightful dishes, Chu He glanced at the attendant beside him and inquired, "Indeed, ancestor, it has been 742 years. Very well, then let us double his cultivation quota. I hope he can transcend to the Yuan Dan realm in his lifetime and provide me with his culinary masterpieces for several millennia to come. Let not this exquisite dish fade into obscurity. Without it, my cultivation would lack flavor." Nodding in agreement, fourth Chu He refrained from further words, instead focusing on the myriad dishes before him, sampling each delicacy just enough. At his level, every action holds the power to alter countless destinies, effortlessly enabling an individual to attain the Yuan Dan realm. The contrast with his previous struggles to break through to the Yuan Dan realm without a simulator is like night and day. After finishing his meal, fourth Chu He returned to his place of cultivation, resuming his diligent practice. Once every millennium, the heavenly cloud secret realm opens, having been accessed over 20 times in the past 20,000 years, yielding a plethora of treasures from the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen realms for the Chu family. I have even facilitated a family member's breakthrough to the Yuan Shen realm, initially discovering over 20 pieces of rare and precious materials, with further entries occurring every millennium thereafter. Several strains can be discovered, totaling around 60 varieties, a significant increase compared to the mere dozen found by the previous seeker. This is to be expected, as the precious resources can continue to be cultivated even after harvest. Celestial treasures of the highest caliber can yield crops every 500 years. While the essence of the universe may take 2 millennia, the primordial spirit lasts a millennium, and the Dharma form, 100,000 years. Moreover, some locations are exceedingly concealed, and unless one embarks on a diligent search, even a primordial spirit may not uncover them. As I laid out the celestial treasures within my private space, the entire cultivation chamber was instantly suffused with a fragrant aroma. A gentle inhalation of this scent could alleviate a month's worth of arduous training for practitioners of the celestial realm. Over the years, I, referred to as No, for Chu He, have refrained from utilizing all the Dharma-level treasures obtained from the heavenly cloud secret realm, choosing instead to store them away, hoping they would assist me in breaking through to the pinnacle of the Dharma form. It is prudent not to utilize them prematurely. Being stuck between the late stages and the pinnacle of the Dharma form is quite awkward indeed. Chapter 69 reveals that this world ought to be filled with hope. Now, having advanced to the late stage of the Dharma form, I find it hard to believe that over 60 distinct varieties of celestial treasures could fail to help me achieve the pinnacle. Should I falter, it would solely reflect my inadequacy. I acknowledge my shortcomings and express my sincerest apologies. One cannot blame the road for being uneven if one lacks the capability. I shall diligently refine and cultivate. In due course, the innate talent from this simulation will awaken. I am eager to witness the magnitude of this talent and discover how to extrapolate a cultivation system beyond the Dharma form. Seizing the celestial treasures with fervent anticipation, I grasped them all and commenced the refining process. In an instant, clarity washed over me, as though I were on the verge of becoming exceptionally astute. The various enlightenment-type treasures forcibly enhanced my comprehension within a short span. If I were once akin to an imbecile, I now possess the intellect of a genius with an IQ of 250. My perception has been elevated beyond measure. Concepts that previously eluded my understanding of the indomitable laws suddenly became clear. With each passing second, my mastery of these laws incrementally improved. Were there a progress bar, it would read as 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. Within a single day, my grasp of the indomitable laws multiplied several times over, effectively doubling my strength. If I were to continue for another day, I am certain I would surpass the pinnacle of the Dharma form. Such is the remarkable effect of refining over 60 celestial treasures simultaneously. is powerful, truly powerful. The difference between possessing rare and extraordinary treasures for cultivation and lacking them is indeed striking. Without such treasures, achieving a breakthrough in 1S realm may take thousands of years, whereas with them, it could be accomplished in mere days. This disparity is immense. It is only logical that if these treasures did not possess such remarkable effects, countless practitioners would not vie for them with such fervor. While there are many rare treasures, life is singular. To recklessly risk 1S existence for a minimal enhancement would seem rather foolish, rendering 1S life appear rather worthless. The formidable effects of treasures at the level of Dharma manifestation are undeniable, even if the simulation does not allow the protagonist, Chu He, to fully perceive their intricacies beyond its confines. Upon transcending the realm of Dharma manifestation, such experiences will surely come to light. Yet, even through mere textual descriptions, one can discern the extraordinary power of Dharma manifestation treasures. As his strength continued to ascend, he found that in a single day of refinement, he had absorbed only half the efficacy of the rare treasure. After dedicating another day, when the final treasure was entirely refined, Chu He felt a surge of power within himself, threefold stronger than before. Unable to contain his joy, he erupted into laughter. He had finally reached the pinnacle of Dharma manifestation, attaining the utmost limits within this realm. With each simulation, his strength had grown, and the hardships faced along the way now seemed trivial. Previously, as an ordinary Dharma manifestation, he could avoid the limelight. But now his power surpassed that of an average practitioner by an immeasurable margin. The 100-fold increase in strength at the same level, combined with a 30-fold enhancement across 3 minor realms and a 300-fold augmentation from the rules of existence, amounted to a staggering million-fold increase in power for a novice Dharma manifestation. Truly, the noble multiplication zone is unparalleled. Just a little here and there results in an overwhelmingly formidable figure. As Chu He meticulously assessed his own strength, his smile broadened with audacity. In this moment of exuberance, he could not resist manifesting his rule-bound form, eager to experience the full extent of his unleashed might. In an instant, a colossal, golden, immortal giant, towering over 100,000 miles, emerged into the world, exuding an aura of terrifying magnitude, unabashed and unrestrained. This presence enveloped the vast expanse of land for billions of miles, the intense golden radiance transforming Chu He into a sun, illuminating the entire realm. Centered around the Chu family, all life within a radius of billions of miles, including the 6 Dharma manifestation powerhouses enslaved by Chu He, along with 3 additional practitioners from the Chu family, hundreds of primordial spirits, and thousands of elixirs, felt an overwhelming sense of submission in their hearts upon sensing this aura. However, this feeling of submission swiftly dissipated as all the powerful beings began to fortify their own will and spirit. Apart from the 6 manifestations that have completely transformed into your shape, both in spirit and body, and the members of your family, there exists a heart that yearns for submission. The majority of souls, not belonging to the Chu family, are filled with a profound sense of despair. Over 2 millennia of oppression, a lifetime spent under relentless exploitation, has ignited their anger, fostered their resentment, and rendered them helpless, yet it has not dulled their spirits. This world ought not to be so. It should brim with hope. They firmly believe that one day, a formidable champion will emerge, leading them in rebellion against the Chu family, overthrowing their tyranny. They envision a time when the members of the Chu family will be hanged from the lampposts. Yet now, confronted with such an invincible entity, such a formidable ancestor of the Chu family, one must wonder, is there truly anyone capable of rising up? Is there anyone who can defy them? Is there anyone who can achieve this? Can one be certain that upon standing, they will not have their legs shattered and spine broken, only to be plunged back into the mire? No, no one can accomplish this. No one can resist the ancestor of the Chu family. The world is meant to be this way. It is destined to be ruled by the Chu family. The strong ought to ruthlessly oppress the weak, and from the countless corpses of the weak, the supreme throne of the strong shall be forged. In an instant, the flicker of rebellion that lingered in the hearts of many powerful beings from the Tian realm vanished, replaced by unwavering loyalty. Their gazes became resolute, steadfast, as if to say, since they have already become dogs, they ought to embody the most crucial quality of a dog. How foolish it was to have harbored thoughts of rebellion. What is the most vital quality of a dog? It is loyalty. What is there to lament about the world being as it is? It is precisely as it should be. This world is a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Such lofty ideals, brimming with hope, elicit nothing but derision. Do not presume these individuals possess the means to overthrow the Chu family. Even if they did, once they succeed, the strongest among them would merely become another iteration of the Chu family. The strongest will always indulge in everything, and this fact will remain unchanged. Since there must be one who oppresses all, since there must be one strongest who enjoys it all, then why should that individual not be me? Why should this family not be the Chu family? Why should you harbor thoughts of rebellion? With a mindset that elevates one's thinking exponentially, the extraordinary talents of a pioneer are at play. In light of someone daring to oppose him, Chu He expresses confusion. Do they think that by revolting against him, they will attain what they desire? It is impossible. What they will receive is merely a new master. Previously, the master imposed their will upon them. Yet they have chosen their own master. However, a master remains a master. The identities of these individuals remain unchanged. Can it be that the bones offered by the master they have chosen are far more delectable? Such is my power. Indeed, it is my strength. Under this force, who can withstand it? What manifestation can oppose it? Even the void deity before me now is akin to mere refuse, no different from others. No, that was a slip of the tongue. Even before, it was already akin to refuse. I pose but one question. Can he withstand a mere glance from me? To endure my gaze is already a reason for pride. Raising my palm, I contemplated delivering a slap to the vast expanse before me. Yet upon reflecting on my current destructive capability, I restrained myself. The celestial cloud realm is now my lair, a home I must nurture. Who would wreak havoc within their own abode? That would be sheer folly. After carelessly releasing my aura, I retracted my form, shrinking from the immense size of 100,000 miles to that of an ordinary human. Were it not for the changes in the surrounding sky and the witnesses amongst the crowd, no one would have fathomed what had just transpired. I truly yearned to unleash my power. Once I step beyond this realm, should adversaries arise, I shall strike upon their territory. After all, it is not my home. If it suffers damage, I would feel no sorrow, for such destruction would be a boon. My anticipation for the scenes beyond this world grows ever stronger. What a fantastical place it must be. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in my eyes as I pondered the circumstances beyond the confines of this world. Beyond lies a realm undoubtedly teeming with formidable beings, and the number of worlds must be countless. This need not be elaborated, for the system has previously alluded to the term multiverse in its simulations. Upon entering the multiverse, it is inconceivable that it consists merely of a handful of worlds. The distances between these worlds must be vast. Otherwise, if there were powerful beings capable of traversing realms, they would undoubtedly invade other worlds. If the worlds were in close proximity, after billions of years, the celestial cloud realm would have already faced external threats. I too cannot claim invincibility at this moment. Revealing such formidable strength now would compromise my strategy of feigning weakness and humility. I suspect it will only be during the 6th or 7th simulation that I shall dare to unveil my true capabilities. I wonder whether there exist places for trade, discourse, or friendship among those powerful enough to transcend the boundaries of this world. Once one steps out into the world, it is imperative to diligently seek information, to immerse oneself among others in order to discern the intricate circumstances of the myriad realms. Intelligence, regardless of its origin, is of paramount importance, especially in unfamiliar territories. Upon successfully transcending to a higher realm, fourth number Chu He began to assess his innate talents, contemplating their effects and the potential influence they might wield over his future advancements. As Chu He reached the pinnacle of the celestial cloud martial arts cultivation system, the efficacy of the extraordinary golden talent, the extraordinary pioneer, began to manifest. With each passing moment, Chu He sensed his mind becoming increasingly lucid, a clarity that surpassed even the euphoric state induced by rare celestial resources. While the celestial treasures merely rendered fourth number Chu He a temporary genius, this newfound talent seemed to genuinely transform him into one, as if he had always possessed such brilliance. Within his mind, the contents of the hundreds of cultivation manuals he had perused intertwined like countless threads, coalescing into a cohesive understanding. His brain functioned akin to a supercomputer, continuously extracting pertinent information from these texts and recombining it in unprecedented ways. Not only were insights regarding the conjectures of peak-level practitioners extracted, but also the intricate journey from the acquired realm to the manifestation realm, alongside Chu's comprehension of the human body, the composition of the world's primal energy, the substances within it, their combinations, and the reasons why absorption could lead to extraordinary achievements were all meticulously synthesized. These myriad elements were amalgamated and processed at a speed exponentially surpassing that of an ordinary mind, rapidly simulating the realms beyond manifestation. Is this the effect of the extraordinary pioneer? Sensing his transformation, Chu He felt a rush of excitement and yearned for his mind to delve into other matters. To possess a mind capable of processing thoughts at a velocity thousands of times greater than that of an average person and not utilize it to grasp the immutable laws would be a tremendous squandering of potential. Yet, when fourth number Chu He attempted to ponder the immutable laws, the extraordinary effects of the extraordinary pioneer momentarily dissipated, and his mind began to recede once more. Evidently, the extraordinary pioneer talent could only amplify the cognitive abilities related to the simulation of cultivation systems, with no effect on unrelated matters. It was apparent that the immutable laws and the creation of worlds bore no significant correlation, at least not as a primary concern in achieving the realm of manifestation. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from exploring such loopholes. An insurmountable force would not permit such indulgences. It will be prudent to focus on simulations instead. A year of simulation yields results superior to those derived from millennia of labor. The outcomes of a mind with a thousand-fold cognitive advantage over the course of a year differ vastly from those achieved by an individual laboring for millennia. Just as in mathematics, where mathematical genius may only be several times more intelligent than an average person, the questions that a mathematical prodigy can resolve in 10 minutes may elude the common individual for an entire year. Is the disparity truly merely a matter of a few times? It is, in fact, a matter of hundreds or even thousands of times. A year can yield results surpassing millions of years of deduction. The confirmation of effectiveness pertains solely to the deduced cultivation system. The fourth Chu He, harboring little disappointment, communicated with his son, Xianxia, through mental connection. He instructed him to gather all texts of even the slightest value and all cultivation techniques from the Tianyan realm. For the deduced cultivation system requires a profound reservoir of knowledge, which he currently lacks. More knowledge is needed as nourishment. Having completed these tasks, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the process of deduction. As the difficulty increased, he mastered a superior rule within 9 years. The speed of deduction, equating 1 year to millions of years, accelerated with each passing year, enhancing the fourth Chu He's understanding of the Taoist realm above the law manifestation. Had this been the previous Tianyan realm, it would likely have taken several 100 billion years for an extraordinary genius to unravel the mysteries of the Taoist realm. Even with time accelerated a millionfold, it would still require Chu He several thousand years. Yet, relying solely on his gradual deductions without any assistance, Chu He was aided by the plethora of texts available to him. With the assistance of numerous cultivation manuals and, most importantly, his prior insights into how to break through the Taoist realm above the law manifestation, he had formed a remarkably accurate hypothesis. Without this hypothesis, he would have indeed spent considerable time, but with it, he could deduce all the intricate details of the Taoist breakthrough even without innate talent. In terms of time, what would take hundreds of millions of years could be accomplished in roughly a century at his current pace. A century, a mortal's lifespan, may seem lengthy, yet it is but a fleeting fraction of a millionth of that vast expanse of time. Both lengthy and brief, a century passes swiftly. On this particular day, as he slightly opened his eyes, a flicker of joy illuminated his gaze. Without need for further elaboration, the Taoist realm had been entirely deduced. His prior conjectures held no flaws. The law manifestation involves establishing an inner world within oneself, rendering him the sovereign of a realm, even as a fragmented world sovereign. A breakthrough could elevate a peak law manifestation expert's power by millions of times, with each punch and kick manifesting as an entire world striking back. To forge a world within one's own body, encompassing the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, is a concept that requires no further elaboration. The intricacies of space, time, life, and death are equally profound. Beyond these fundamental forces essential for world creation, there exist approximately 30 additional rules and powers to master, including concepts such as reincarnation, soul, yin and yang, and creation. Among these, there are nearly 10 superior rules, and even individuals of exceptional prowess, like the Void Deity, require tens of thousands of years to comprehend a single superior rule. Merely grasping these 10 superior rules necessitates the sacrifice of half of one's lifespan, while the mastery of over 20 lower and intermediate rules may demand close to 200,000 years. The journey to comprehend these rules alone could consume the entirety of a prodigious talent's life, not to mention the effort required to arrange these powers in their correct sequence. The amalgamation of these elements to create a world likewise demands considerable time and energy. These myriad challenges stand as formidable mountains, obstructing the path of those striving to ascend to the void realm, firmly impeding their progress. Similarly, they nearly hindered you as well. Fortunately, your extraordinary talent as a forebear grants you the ability to traverse these obstacles and simultaneously unravel the complexities of these rule powers. Indeed, the understanding of rule powers is intrinsically linked to the process of deduction, since it is a component of it. One must elucidate the challenges and bottlenecks inherent in grasping these powers. The difficulty in comprehending a particular rule power arises precisely from these bottlenecks and challenges. When all obstacles are leveled and every pitfall filled, the path to understanding these rules becomes unimpeded. Thus, does it still require several tens of thousands of years to comprehend these superior and intermediate rules? Absolutely not. Chu He. In other words, once this simulation concludes, in addition to mastering the current indestructible rule, I will also successfully grasp all 30 rule powers, including space, time, life, death, earth, water, wind, and fire. With nothing else to attend to, a daily simulation will yield all these rewards. How shall I describe this sensation? It is quite exhilarating. To grasp a superior rule henceforth will no longer necessitate 99,999 years, nor even 9,999 years, or 999 years. It will require merely 9 years. Indeed, you read that correctly, only 9 years. 9 years is a time frame that cannot be bought. No, y digas. 9 years may seem like a mere trifle, even if entirely squandered. Now is the moment to grasp the essence. The first to comprehend the power of rules. Number 4 Chu He is the spatial rule. This rule, a staple of the Void Deity, embodies the swiftness of existence and immense destructive force. It is exceedingly challenging to comprehend as a superior rule. After 9 years, mastery of the spatial rule is achieved. This sudden reversal is quite staggering for my 500-year-old back. One moment it is daunting, and the next success arrives after 9 years. Could it be that greater difficulty leads to swifter comprehension, while swifter comprehension diminishes the difficulty? Thus, great difficulty equates to lesser difficulty. In the second 9-year span, mastery of the life rule is attained, granting you a remarkable leap in lifespan. You are now poised to live for 1 billion years, a 10-fold increase. In the third 9 years, you grasp the reincarnation rule. Should reincarnation truly exist in this world, you might avoid the need for the Meng soup, carrying memories into your next life. Although you have already reincarnated once, you successfully transported your memory-laden soul into another realm. In the fourth 9 years, you master the death rule. Within a mere 200 years, you have successfully mastered 30 distinct rules, 10 superior, 10 intermediate, and 10 inferior. When all 30 rules are comprehended, even if your strength has yet to break through, your power has increased tenfold, surpassing the imagination of ordinary individuals. It is inconceivable for a normal person to possess such combat prowess at this stage. Hence, you cease to be human, although your soul and body still appear as an ordinary person. A gift is sought to cheer for our hockey Chu He. Chapter 72 marks the successful breakthrough into the Void Realm, a domain spanning billions of miles within. All preparatory work has been completed. Your strength has reached the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect, and you find yourself in a state of complete saturation. With a foundation so profound it is beyond the comprehension of the average person. You have also mastered the method of breakthrough with 100% grasp of all obstacles. Every rule that needed to be comprehended has been successfully mastered. Now that everything is in readiness, if not now, when shall the breakthrough occur? Number 4 Chu He. Having sensed the insurmountable strength and the exhilarating emotions surging within, realizes that the moment for transcending the void realm has arrived. Indeed, the difficulty of breaking through the void realm is immense. As one ascends to higher realms, the challenge of breakthrough escalates alongside the increase in power. However formidable the challenge may be, it pales in comparison to the abundant preparation and profound foundation one possesses. Each difficulty is merely a trivial hurdle. With a resounding boom, the notion of a breakthrough transforms into reality without the need for any preparatory theatrics. In an instant, amidst a deafening roar, over 30 strands of rule power coalesce into vibrant arcs of light, dazzling in their chromatic splendor. From the rear of Chu He, these radiant hues spread outwards, suffusing the entire expanse of the central domain's azure skies and white clouds with their captivating brilliance in a matter of mere seconds. A breakthrough demands a grand spectacle. Otherwise, it fails to honor such a lofty realm. The over 30 strands of rule power instigated a monumental upheaval in the external world, simultaneously precipitating even greater transformations within Chu He himself. Primarily, the spatial rules manifested within his being in a remarkably forceful manner, carving out an immense void spanning billions of miles in mere seconds. This void harbored nothingness, as the act of creating such an expansive emptiness posed no challenge for Chu He, given that he possessed nothing at all. What significance does an empty space hold? Regardless of its vastness, it pales in comparison to the creation of a secret realm encompassing millions of miles, which carries far greater value. Yet, despite the minimal difficulty, the brutal expansion of such a colossal space within oneself in a few seconds would likely result in the demise of any ordinary individual. Only one endowed with the remarkable ability to negate 999 of harm could withstand such an ordeal with merely 0.001 of damage being inflicted, whether from external forces or self-inflicted. Any harm encountered will be nullified. In the absence of such protection, one would either perish or suffer grievous injuries, with no better outcome in sight. Once the spatial rules were exhausted, the foundational elements of earth, water, wind, and fire emerged, heralding the advent of these lower and intermediate rules within the vast void. The earth rule summoned soil from the abyss of nothingness, gradually forming a solid ground. The water rule infused this void with moisture, while the wind rule introduced vigorous gales into the ether. Following the elemental forces of earth, water, and wind, the principle of time emerged, as both time and space are indispensable forces in the creation of a world. Without space, a world cannot be forged. Without time, a world cannot evolve. As the power of time was infused into the void under Chu He's command, the flow of time began to accelerate uncontrollably, moving at speeds millions of times greater than that of the external realm within this ethereal domain. With the naked eye, the fundamental substances of the earth began to multiply at an astonishing rate, transforming the entire void realm into a solidified entity several dozens, if not hundreds, of times more substantial than before. If it could be said that the previous expanse of the void world was something four-number Chu He could forge solely through his own power, it is now evident that this is beyond his individual capabilities. Neither 1 nor 10 could bring it into existence. The forces of creation, yin and yang, life and death, and other rules infuse this realm, giving rise to minute life forms akin to cells upon the land. These diminutive beings thrived under the influence of temporal forces, experiencing countless generations of proliferation and existence in mere seconds, while the outside world barely registered the passage of time. As the internal void world became increasingly perfected, for number Chu's strength visibly surged, growing more formidable with each moment. As the sovereign of this inner realm, he naturally grew more powerful. Within this brief span, he had at least multiplied his strength several hundredfold. A terrifying aura began to envelop the entire central domain, radiating outward. And this was merely the beginning. Should he choose to wield the power of the rules, he could likely contend with the existence of those in the blank void realm without losing ground. In just one day, within the vast expanse of his inner world, which spanned billions of kilometers, small creatures emerged, including fish and seaweed. At the center, a continent emerged, vast beyond measure, so immense that it could hardly be deemed a continent, for no landmass could boast such a size. It could harbor countless suns. The forces of time, space, life, and death permeated this internal world, constructing a flawed yet stable existence. Each of these 30 forces played an indispensable role. Without even one, this realm could not achieve such stability. Without one, this inner world would fail to become even a flawed existence, relegating it to mere secret realms, a super-colossal secret realm. Thus, the internal world was successfully crafted. Consequently, the breakthrough to the void realm was achieved. You have ultimately attained the status of a seventh-order extraordinary life. What does a seventh-order extraordinary life signify? Is it a realm defined by the simulator system, or does it pertain to the cosmic hierarchies beyond? Feeling a twinge of confusion at this unfamiliar concept, Chu He furrowed his brow. In that very moment of breaking through to the void realm, the power within four-number Chu He surged again, becoming several dozens to hundreds of times stronger. With a mere gesture, it felt as though an entire world was bearing down upon you. A world spanning billions of kilometers. The formidable aura enveloping the cosmos no longer merely encompasses the surroundings. It now shrouds the entirety of the celestial cloud realm. This presence blankets the vast expanse of the celestial origin realm, spanning billions of miles, as well as the immeasurable starry skies and ancient celestial bodies beyond. In the realm of the 73, there exists no tranquil passage of time. Rather, it is merely the splintered essence laboring under the weight of burdens. All beings and formidable entities within the celestial cloud realm are rendered utterly speechless by this overwhelming energy. Surely this is a jest. Can such an aura truly be emanated by one of the Dharma manifestation realm? How could I have once harbored the audacity to resist such a powerhouse? Astonishingly, that rebellious spirit had not yet been extinguished. I was remarkably brave back then, unaware of the extent of my own courage. How could I have been so formidable? To serve such a mighty being is indeed the greatest honor of my life. The most prudent choice I have ever made. Under the leadership of this venerable ancestor of the Chu clan, it seems that for millions, even billions of years, they shall reign supreme over the celestial cloud realm, with none capable of opposing them. This potent aura is recognized by all who possess strength beyond the Origin Dan realm. They are acutely aware of its source. Such familiarity stems from an encounter centuries past, though that eruption of energy was not nearly as potent as this one. If one were unfamiliar, it would indeed be perplexing. During the previous encounter, many powerhouses above the Origin Dan realm still harbored a flicker of resistance. However, confronted with that terrifying presence, they were left utterly powerless and thus kindled a heart of loyalty. Yet this time, after experiencing it once more, they realized their prior allegiance was insufficient. Having embraced loyalty, they must commit to it wholeheartedly, with no room for wavering thoughts. Should any arise, they must be fiercely extinguished. For such indecision is a betrayal. Facing an existence of this caliber, disloyalty could lead to dire consequences. One might find themselves branded with a soul imprint, compelled to loyalty, ultimately transforming into a mere reflection of another, losing their own essence. Much like those in the Dharma manifestation realm, who have served the Chu clan as loyal subjects for thousands of years, their thoughts solely dedicated to the clan's interests. They often prove to be even more dedicated than the clan members themselves, regardless of the sacrifices to their own interests. As long as the welfare of the Chu clan is preserved, these 6 Dharma manifestation strongholds harbor no other intentions. The sensation of becoming the sovereign of the world is exhilarating. Each strike is a testament to an entire realm, even if it is a flawed one. It remains a world in its own right. I now feel as if, in a single thought, I have extinguished countless versions of myself from before. With the successful breakthrough of my realm, I sense the world within me continually evolving, a strength that surpasses anything I have previously known, ascending to a cosmic level of existence. Number 4. Chu He believes himself to be extraordinarily formidable, truly exceptional. The entire Tianyun realm requires billions of years of uninterrupted accumulation and the emergence of generation after generation of Dharma manifestation experts. At the very least, there must be tens of thousands of such experts to pass down their legacy, alongside the appearance of an unparalleled prodigy among prodigies, akin to myself. Only then can one take another step beyond the Dharma manifestation realm and create an entirely new sphere of existence. Yet, I achieved this in one fell swoop. It took merely a few hundred years for me to accomplish it all, and I even managed to break through successfully. Such talent is remarkable, and words are unnecessary. Henceforth, the talented individuals in the Tianyun realm will be classified into 2 tiers. One is the Chu He level, and the other is that of the common passerby. Before Chu He, even if you possess tenfold the talent of the voidless deity, the outcome remains unchanged. You are still just a passerby. Voidless deity. Is there still a law? Is there still a sense of justice? Must this comparison persist? I am continually belittled, each lament pulling me out for ridicule. Each time, It stated that I am merely a passerby, a fact I concede. But must I be the sole target? Are there not two other deities as well? You could certainly divert some of that scorn toward them. With this newfound strength, I can finally step outside to behold the world. Once I resolve some matters within my family, I shall venture forth. I hope I do not step beyond the world, becoming just another common figure amidst the multitude of powerful beings. Whenever the protagonist changes maps, they immediately transition from the strongest in their previous realm to the weakest in the new one, where everyone feels entitled to look down upon them. Every encounter with others reveals them as seniors, while I find myself at the very bottom. Although this possibility may arise once I step outside, given that those who can venture beyond the world are of my caliber, and only beings of such stature can leave, does this not imply that I will become the lowest of the low upon my exit? The mere thought of this possibility extinguished all curiosity within number 4, Chu He, regarding the outside world, leaving only a profound sense of frustration. In the Tianyun realm, he stands as a revered ancestor, a top-tier beneficiary, an invincible entity. All must exist under his will. Those who do not comply are left with but one path, death. There is no alternative route available. Once the results were revealed, I found myself reduced to a mere bystander. How lamentable. Fortunately, I possess a golden finger, allowing me to grow stronger without stepping into the world outside. All I need is for my simulated self to endure the suffering. Even if I am mocked, beaten, or derided as a mere sideshow, I shall remain unaffected, provided I do not inherit those memories. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a peaceful existence. It is merely that someone bears the burdens for you. To my companions, may you remember to silently repeat the names of your detractors countless times in your hearts. This practice is crucial, for only then can those names manifest in the simulator without the need for recollection. Managing the affairs of the Chu family did not consume much of your time at your level. There was little left to address. You merely need to harness the world's power within you and the governing forces that operate therein, using the world's energy as a vessel, inscribing the rules upon it. This has resulted in the creation of numerous towering stone tablets, each representing a unique governing force, including the indomitable rule that I, Chu He, have mastered. These stone tablets serve but one purpose: to expedite the understanding of the rules inscribed upon them by others. They act as high-level references. By infusing them with one's divine consciousness, one can observe the governing forces at play. This allows for a comprehension of these rules at a speed 100-fold greater than before, even for the higher-level rules. With such artifacts, even if the Chu family lacks my presence for a time, the prospect of anyone rising against them as a dragon slayer becomes virtually impossible. Who can withstand the power of a force that, over a century, can cultivate a single essence, mastering the governing forces to achieve a legal manifestation? Each stone tablet, after a century, can yield a legal manifestation, and with dozens of them, the potential for numerous manifestations over a century is formidable, even for higher-level rules, which may take a millennium to fully realize. Should anyone dare to rebel, even if they are a legal manifestation, you might find yourself facing thousands of them in a siege over the course of 10,000 years. In such a scenario, even resurrecting all historical legal manifestations would not suffice to secure victory. With a resounding determination, Chu He set forth, embarking on his journey beyond the vast expanse of the starry sky that lay outside the Tianyun continent. There, his gaze could reach the very edge of the world. Before him loomed an immense barrier, resembling an inverted bowl, steadfastly safeguarding the entirety of the Tianyun realm. The defensive prowess of this barrier was such that even a formidable practitioner of the law could strike it millions of times without breaching its sanctity. Yet, when faced with an entity possessing the power of an entire world, it appeared to be as fragile as mere parchment. With a subtle gesture, he effortlessly cleaved a substantial fissure into the world barrier. From the other side of this rift, an endless tide of darkness surged forth towards Chu He, simultaneously encroaching upon the Tianyun realm. However, he thwarted this encroaching darkness, sensing within it a potent corrosive force that, if allowed to infiltrate, would inflict severe damage upon the Tianyun realm. Beneath the law, it would likely lead to utter annihilation, as even the law could endure but a few fleeting moments against it. Only he remained impervious, untouched by its effects. Stepping into the void of the fissure, he utilized a modicum of world power to mend the gash he had created in the world barrier. In that instant, he beheld the scene beyond the world. As anticipated, it was a desolate abyss, devoid of life or vigor, an expanse so bleak that only the presence of rules hinted at existence. It reminded him eerily of the void he had encountered when first forging his own world, a place that bore an uncanny resemblance to this one. Gazing back, he beheld the Tianyun realm, encased like an egg within the world barrier, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, standing alone in its solitary beauty amidst the enveloping darkness. It brought a modicum of vitality and hue to this otherwise bleak void. This was indeed the realm beyond, a domain steeped in darkness and solitude, rife with powers capable of eroding all that came into contact with them. It was no wonder that the simulator had declared that only those above the law could traverse beyond the world. Without attaining such a level, the world barrier would remain sealed, rendering any attempt to resist this boundless darkness futile. For those at the level of the law, there was only one inevitable fate. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, satisfying his curiosity. Chu He, with unwavering resolve, approached the welcoming embrace of the infinite darkness, summoning his full speed and harnessing the power of spatial rules. Choosing a direction at random, he began to traverse through the void, steadfastly advancing in a singular path. He was resolute in his belief that he would encounter a being of equal standing. As he surged forward at full speed, the Tianyun realm soon faded from view. And regardless of the direction he turned, darkness enveloped him, leaving him disoriented and unable to find his way back. You are entirely unaware of the coordinates of the world behind you, for you cannot even discern your own location. How then could you ascertain the coordinates? The forces lingering in that world remain imperceptible due to the vast distance, rendering even the connection to your own descendants within your lineage undetectable. Such knowledge is of no use and offers no assistance. In light of this, you fell silent for a moment. Although you felt a twinge of reluctance to leave your family, you did not return. You had anticipated this very scenario, which is why you had made those preparations upon departing from your kin. However, having ventured forth, you must embrace an unwavering resolve, a determination that failure is not an option. Hesitation will only lead to stagnation. The aid you provide to your family stems from your identity as their forebear. To step beyond the confines of your world is a pursuit for your own sake, a quest to explore the profound path that lies beyond the void. To hear the way at dawn and perish by dusk, such is the essence of your journey. You are you, and your family is your family. Although these two identities are intertwined, at times, one must delineate them clearly. With steadfastness, you continue to forge ahead. A year later, you traverse the fabric of space at an incomprehensible speed, yet encounter no other souls, nor glimpse any alternate realms. The surrounding darkness has long since become tiresome. Were it not for your passage from another world, you might question the existence of any beyond this one, assuming you were merely a native. Is it possible that the entirety of the myriad realms consists solely of the Tianyun realm? Many have speculated about what lies beyond their world, convinced that their realm is the center of existence. The notion that there are no other worlds or seeds beyond their own is akin to the inhabitants of that small, broken sphere pondering the existence of extraterrestrial life. Some believe in the possibility of other life forms, with such vastness in the universe. How could there exist only a single planet harboring life? The emergence of an intelligent species signifies that the potential for other intelligent beings in the universe is not null. Given the enormity of the cosmos, when the likelihood of an event is not zero, the probability of other civilizations arising becomes infinitely greater. Conversely, others dismiss the idea, asserting that if such beings existed, they would have revealed themselves by now. Their diminutive sphere represents the entirety of the universe, and humanity stands as the sole civilization. In the realm of the 75 beast bloodlines, a brand new world unfolds. After 10, even 20 years, the darkness and solitude remain unbroken. It is not until a century has passed since your departure from the Tianyun realm that you discover, amid the desolation of the void, a faint glimmer of blue light. This minute blue radiance is exceedingly dim, yet at your level of perception, you are capable of detecting even the slightest changes, allowing you to notice this flicker of blue amidst the vast emptiness. Otherwise, one might fear missing out. At last, a glimmer of something beyond the abyss presented itself. I hope it unveils a wondrous realm, or perhaps other forms of life. Anything would suffice. Over the past century, the heart of number 4 Chu He had grown somewhat numb. Yet this shard of azure light ignited it like a flame. Forward, forward, forward. With unwavering resolve, I summoned the power of the world within my being, harnessing the forces of spatial law, and surged toward the source of that cerulean radiance. In the desolate and endless void, I experienced a sensation I had never known before. Although the blue light was visible and seemingly close, my speed took an agonizingly long time to reach it, stretching into several minutes. Before me lay a colossal world enveloped in a barrier of blue, a realm far more expansive than the Tianyun realm by several multiples. A mere glance imbued me with a sense of the boundless passage of time, as if this world had existed for eons. If the Tianyun realm were akin to a child, having existed for merely over 10 billion years, this world had matured over 5 or 600 billion years. Indeed, beyond our world lies another, with an extraordinary density. After traversing a single direction for over a century, I stumbled upon this discovery. Perhaps fortune favored me. It left me speechless. The thought of beings akin to myself in countless realms, spending the majority of their lifetimes merely on the journey, was overwhelming. Those of the Dongshu level, who could only endure for millions of years, would expend tens of millions in their travels. Can you fathom this? I dare not contemplate it. I have no desire to confront the solitude of darkness for the better part of my life. Therefore, I must diligently cultivate my strength. Striving to ascend beyond the Dongshu realm, I shall venture in stealthily, taking care not to attract attention, for I seek not confrontation. Should the inhabitants of this world be inferior to me, I shall revel in my supremacy. I would subjugate all formidable beings within, turning them into loyal servants. Despite their not having provoked me, like the 6 unfortunate souls from the Tianyun realm. After all, is it not the natural order for the weak to serve the strong? Their weakness is their greatest transgression, and their frailty is the original sin. I shall cloak my essence with the power of the world, rendering my presence undetectable, my life force extinguished, and prepare for what lies ahead. The 4th Chu River leisurely approached the surface of the azure world barrier, cautiously creating a small aperture. Unlike the previous audacious emergence from the heavenly cloud realm, this modest opening was merely sufficient to accommodate a single cell, minuscule to the point of invisibility. Compressing itself to the size of a cell, the 4th Chu River stealthily infiltrated through the tiny breach, regaining its form only after entry. Upon inhaling the ethereal essence of the universe, Chu River discerned its richness, which, in comparison to the heavenly cloud realm, was approximately 5 to 6 times more abundant. Such a disparity was vast. This vital essence could cultivate a world exponentially more prosperous than the heavenly cloud realm by dozens or even hundreds of times. This essence was indeed remarkable, a rare treasure. Nodding in appreciation, it traversed through the spatial continuum in a particular direction, encountering numerous formidable creatures along the way, each exhibiting bizarre forms. Much like the mythical beasts of its own realm, these creatures possessed terrifying physiques, seemingly endowed with immensely potent bloodlines. Among them were those adorned with unique markings, resembling purple streaks akin to thunder and fiery red patterns, which amplified their menacing presence. Just moments ago, it witnessed 2 such beasts engage in a fierce battle. Any one of them would easily rival the essence core cultivators of the heavenly cloud martial arts system. Curiously, despite traversing such a distance, not a single human was in sight. Only these extraordinary beasts populated the land. It appeared that this world lacked humanity, or perhaps once harbored it, but unlike the humans of the heavenly cloud realm who subdued beasts and confined them here, they had been annihilated by the very creatures they once sought to control. Initially, Chu River had hoped to glean information about this realm from its human inhabitants, but with their absence, it resigned itself to the situation. Shaking its head, the 4th Chu River randomly selected a fortunate soul from the skies above, its consciousness penetrating the individual's mind to extract memories. This fortunate individual was a formidable being, comparable to the realm of the nascent soul. The stronger the individual, the more information could be gleaned. As it delved into the memories, it swiftly comprehended the specifics of this world, confirming its initial observations. It was indeed a realm dominated by beasts. The structure of this world was governed by 5 beast deities, each capable of obliterating the realm with but a moment's thought. They possessed the power to annihilate life across vast expanses, reportedly able to venture beyond this world into the celestial realms to uncover the true mysteries of existence. Beneath them existed several hundred beast emperors, each a sovereign of this world. However, even these rulers were compelled to exist under the dominion of the 5 beast deities and their respective beast races. Apart from the demon gods and demon emperors, the figures of the demon monarch level hold a certain status in this realm, enabling them to establish medium to large-scale factions. This world, due to its diverse environments and races, has developed an alternative cultivation system distinct from the martial arts, namely the bloodline system of the demon beasts. The various species of demon beasts place immense emphasis on bloodlines, even more so than the human race and other species, as they inherently possess a power akin to the Yuan Dan bloodline. However, this power varies in strength. Some are more potent than the Yuan Dan bloodline itself, while others may not suffice to elevate one to the acquired realm of cultivation. Those demon beasts previously observed with intricate patterns upon their heads are descendants of ancestors linked to beings of the demon god caliber. Even after hundreds of thousands of generations, the bloodline of the demon gods remains unmitigated. These bloodlines not only guarantee that individuals achieve at least the Yuan Dan level, but also significantly enhance their comprehension of the corresponding rules, potentially augmenting their understanding by a factor of tenfold or more. It is precisely due to this reason, coupled with the vastly richer spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and the sheer size of this world, being dozens or even hundreds of times larger than the Tianyan realm, that the existence of 5 demon gods and hundreds of demon emperors has been made possible. Their collective power is incomparably greater than that of the entire Tianyan realm. The ability to annihilate vast expanses of land in a mere thought is a level of destruction that even those of the law manifestation level cannot achieve. Thus, this so-called demon god should be of comparable standing to myself. Yet, if they truly are equal to me, the capacity to obliterate such a monumental area with but a thought seems rather feeble, does it not? As I sought to discern the essence of power within this world of demon-beast bloodlines, a flicker of disdain flashed in Chu He's eyes, his lips curling into a smirk reminiscent of a crooked dragon king. In an instant, he straightened, shedding the earlier caution, gazing skyward with an aura of invincibility that radiated mastery. No longer did he present the furtive demeanor of a rogue, but instead embodied an undeniable prowess. After a century of development, the inner world I possess has given rise to intelligent beings, expanding to a size of over 100 billion. Each strike of my fist or kick possesses the potential to devastate the surrounding expanse of the same magnitude, and should I invoke my body of rules, my strength could escalate 300-fold, allowing a single strike to obliterate an area spanning thousands of billions. Comparatively, how could those around me be anything but insignificant? Those individuals frequently venture beyond the world, and they must possess a far greater understanding of design than I do, especially after accepting them into our ranks. They should genuinely grasp the circumstances beyond our realm. When they declare their intentions, such as accepting you as one of their own, they act with authenticity. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within him, sweeping across a significant portion of the bloodline realm of the beast. In an instant, all the beast emperors, beast sovereigns, and the 5 great beast deities felt this overwhelming presence that filled the heavens and the earth with an air of invincibility. Has another deity of the beast come into existence? This aura exudes a sense of steadiness and dominance, yet it does not resemble the beings from the ruling races I'm acquainted with, nor does it belong to any of the 5 sovereign races. Who then has ascended to become a beast deity? Regardless of their identity, the emergence of a new beast deity signifies that we shall endure no peace. Previously, when only the thunderous Titan giant deity existed, we were already beleaguered. No, we have never truly experienced peace. My own race records that all the benefits we obtained had to be surrendered, with 9/10 given to that thunderous Titan giant sovereign race, catering to their opulent lifestyles and fulfilling all their cultivation needs, while we endured a life of hardship. Then came the second chaotic Leviathan deity. I initially thought there might be a confrontation between it and the thunderous Titan giant deity, perhaps resulting in mutual destruction. Instead, they both chose to rule our world together. They divided the spoils, further diminishing our share to a mere half, leaving us with a scant portion. As the 3rd, 4th, and 5th deities appeared, they continued to harvest from us, ultimately leaving us with a pitiful 1,000th of what we once had, rendering our efforts futile in breaking through a single realm. Alas, how tragic it is. With the emergence of this 6th deity, we might not even retain that 1,000th, becoming mere servants to those ruling races. Retract your previous statements. While I remain indifferent, my friend may feel quite uneasy. He is not feeling well. Of course, it is not my own discomfort, but as an observer, I am not easily shaken. I merely wish to be considerate of my friend's feelings, as he seems somewhat affected. I still suggest you take back what you said. However, the decision is yours. I am unaffected, Yet I feel a sense of injustice on behalf of my friend, who is not easily rattled. A nearby beast, silently passing by, overheard these words and, feeling utterly overwhelmed, blushed as he advised, "You all are courting disaster by daring to discuss the noble beast deities. It seems you wish to taste the soup of consequences. Chief, I recommend we send these individuals to the ruling races. Let the ruling race handle them. Otherwise, if we allow even a few discontented individuals to remain, they may one day spread rumors. Our race might face dire consequences. The inhabitants of this world are indeed ruthless." I initially believed that the harvest conducted by the fourth was severe enough, yet I was astonished to discover that there are even greater masters among them. In the realm of the formidable, there are always those who surpass others. There is no ultimate ruthlessness, only escalating degrees of it. The 5 great demon gods united to reap the entirety of the world, leaving behind only 1,000th for the masses, ensuring that no one dares to rebel. It is evident that this realm is an extraordinary world, devoid of any semblance of hope for successful rebellion or resistance. Hence, no one dares to rise against the status quo. A slight twitch at the corner of my mouth reveals my own benevolence. I only extracted 95%, leaving them with 0.5%. If the people of the Tianyan realm were to witness this, they would surely experience a dramatic reversal in their opinion of the fourth. From once being seen as a capitalist worthy of hanging from a street lamp, to now being hailed as a person of conscience. The contrast is stark. Seeing others endure greater hardships cultivates a sense of happiness. Observing this exploited world, one can no longer remain numb. Emotions become more vivid and colorful. Should numbness arise, individuals will erect psychological defenses and comfort themselves. Look at the demon-beast bloodline world. They endure such suffering, yet say nothing, while you revel in your happiness. What more is there to say? To be born in the Tianyan realm is a blessing in itself. Even one wing can allow a creature to soar. Without wings, one can still take flight. This individual bears no trace of a demon beast. He is clearly not from this world, but rather an outsider. Could it be that someone followed us when we, the 5, ventured into the vast chaotic world? How can anyone have tracked our path? We traveled together and departed through the interdimensional transit station, with spatial jumps being entirely random. How could someone accompany us? Unless this person possesses an acute mastery of the laws of causality, following us along the threads of fate. While the ordinary demon beasts in the bloodline world ponder who might have achieved the rank of demon god, the 5 great demon gods are already furrowing their brows, mobilizing their powers to prepare for this unexpected appearance. Their world is one where demon beasts congregate, and only those capable of reaching the pinnacle of demon emperor status can emerge. Those who are not demon beasts have long been eradicated. Yet now, a 7th-tier existence that is not a demon beast has appeared, and judging by this aura, it is among the most fearsome of its kind. If it were not for the fact that this is my homeland, and having not yet laid eyes on the enemy, fleeing would seem overly cowardly. The 5 great demon gods are already contemplating retreat. A wise individual knows when to adapt. Encountering a formidable adversary and retreating in defeat is not a source of shame. Rather, facing death without the ability to escape is the true disgrace. With a determination to assess the situation, should it prove insurmountable, the Golden Rock, one of the 5 demon gods and the swiftest among them, adept in the rules of wind, speed, and space, unfolded his golden wings and instantaneously traversed dimensions. In a heartbeat, he traversed countless billions of miles, arriving before the 4th Chu He, only to discover a human presence, which momentarily dispelled his lingering apprehensions. The Golden Rock fully understood the principle that the early bird catches the worm. Thus, without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of golden feathers, each akin to massive swords, propelled forth with astonishing force. Each feather spanned thousands of feet, wielding an attack power exponentially greater than ordinary manifestations, capable of piercing through vast expanses of land. While such a strike would typically yield favorable results against common foes, he was now faced with you, an ancient being who had endured for millennia. The notion of striking first was clear to him, just as it was to you. In an instant, before the Golden Rock could react, the 4th Chu He had already materialized beside him, transforming into a colossal figure, seizing one of his wings and tearing it asunder. He intended to savor the spoils of this battle, longing for a meal after centuries of deprivation, having long since grown weary of avian sustenance. The esteemed ancestor of Chu He had never before endured such indignity. Indulgence was his forte. With one wing brutally severed, the golden roc, undeterred by shock, immediately began to flap his remaining wing, preparing to escape through space. Though the loss of a wing would indeed impede his speed, he remained untroubled. One wing was sufficient for flight. In fact, with fewer wings, he could soar even faster. Yet another tear echoed as his other wing was likewise severed and absorbed into his own realm. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Even without wings, he could still fly. As a being of demigod caliber, flight was within his grasp, regardless of winged appendages. The loss merely reduced his speed by a third. Do not flee. You cannot escape in the face of absolute power. What does it matter if you command the rules of speed, wind, and space? They are rendered inconsequential. Upon your arrival, I grant you the honor of becoming my foremost servant. Whether you are happy or not, come, gaze upon my visage. Smile. Above the horizon, the vast expanse of the Chu River, soaring to heights unimaginable, gazes at a diminutive golden bird before it. Witnessing the adversary, already battered, still contemplating escape. A hand, larger than the golden-winged roc itself, seizes the opponent. In an instant, the essence is refined. Within merely a second, a unique soul memory is inscribed upon the adversary's consciousness, transforming them into a devoted servant. Observing the effortless acquisition of a peerless subordinate, the golden roc demon smiled, pondering whether it would heed his command. You remain unaware. Yet, your smile has already emerged. Look, has it not failed to escape? You have now become my servant. Are you elated? Indeed. Are you joyous? Absolutely. It appears you are genuinely happy, truly joyful. Chu River nodded, entirely disregarding the golden roc demon's countenance, which bore the weight of sorrow. Yearning to refute, but lacking the courage, submitting instead with a helpless demeanor. Enough, conceal that woeful expression and lead me to your four good brothers. You must understand the principle of sharing both fortune and adversity. Since you are so delighted, ought you not to share this joy with your brethren? Shouldn't this blessing be extended to them? One must not be selfish, fixated solely on oneself. With a gentle pat on the golden roc demon's frail form, Chu River slightly diminished his stature, becoming just a tad smaller than the golden roc demon, settling upon its wingless waist, urging the latter to hasten towards his brethren, to share this fortune. Yes, master, this blessing is indeed too great for me to bear alone. I cannot withstand it by myself. It must be shared among more souls, as only together can we endure and revel in happiness. Nodding in agreement, the ancient golden roc demon, who had lived for millions of years, was evidently a discerning individual. Clearly, he was a man of remarkable caliber. Within moments, he had come to terms with his predicament. Having become a servant, even the thought of self-destruction was futile. Therefore, one might as well savor the experience. Moreover, although he now found himself a servant, he was, after all, the foremost among them. From another perspective, previously, he and the other four demons existed on an equal plane, neither able to command nor be commanded. Yet, once these four also became servants, relegated to the status of ordinary subordinates, would not his position as the chief servant be distinctly elevated? Standing atop these four individuals, one need only concentrate on serving the master, while the others must act according to his whims. When viewed from this perspective, being the chief servant is indeed a commendable position. It is not entirely unacceptable, is it? The veil of the myriad realms, does it truly offer such exhilarating experiences? One must not allow their perspective to become fixated on a singular point. Such rigidity only leads to internal strife. A life plagued by internal conflict is indeed burdensome. The body may not tire, yet the heart feels an exhaustion far more profound than physical fatigue. Confronting the four formidable companions of the golden Pung demon god, the tumultuous whale demon god, the thunder titan giant demon god, the celestial white jade elephant demon god, and the oceanic true dragon demon god, did not require an inordinate amount of time from the fourth Chu He. Regardless of their initial displays of strength, they were, in the face of absolute power disparity, mere paper tigers. A single punch for each, and they were all subdued. Notably, during this process of effortlessly dispatching them, the golden Pung demon god, as the chief servant, completely embraced his role. There was no need for directives. He instinctively joined the fray, delivering a claw to each of the four demon gods. This was indeed satisfying. A servant who does not alleviate the burdens of his master is not a worthy servant. The golden Pung demon god's rapid mastery of this skill was evident, having already fully developed his abilities in this regard, having subdued 5 beings of comparable status. Without a moment's hesitation, You began to explore the memories within their minds. It has arrived, after such a prolonged wait. The veil of the myriad realms is finally set to be lifted before me. Upon reaching this stage, the external Chu He's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having encountered the phrase myriad realms numerous times within the simulator, his curiosity had reached its zenith, as if the simulation system had hooked him in like a fish. The process of memory exploration was swift. Within mere seconds, he comprehended all that he sought to understand. Upon opening his eyes, a multitude of astonishment flickered within the gaze of the fourth Chu He. The myriad realms are indeed rich and vibrant. Within the memories of these individuals, the myriad realms teem with powerful beings. Those of their caliber cannot be deemed the lowest echelon, yet they occupy a position of mediocrity. Indeed, while these individuals are invincible within their respective realms, stepping beyond their confines, one must acknowledge that each person who has reached this point is likewise an unparalleled force within their own world. Excluding those born in higher realms, none are otherwise. In this boundless expanse of celestial realms lies an innumerable array of miniature worlds, with the Tian realm and the beast bloodline realm among them. During the nascent stages of these diminutive worlds, only cultivators of the 1st to 6th ranks can emerge. It is only in the later phases that the 7th rank may manifest. The 1st rank corresponds roughly to the innate state, the 2nd to the masters and grandmasters, the 3rd to celestial beings, the 4th to the essence nurturing stage, the 5th to the spirit stage, the 6th to the dharma aspect, and the 7th to the void stage. The 7th rank represents the zenith of these smaller worlds, as realms beyond this threshold cannot naturally arise. The adage shallow waters cannot nurture true dragons holds true universally. Only the mightier realms of minor thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds, major thousand worlds, and even grander worlds beyond can give birth to beings exceeding the 7th rank. Among these, the minor thousand worlds can produce entities of up to the 9th rank. The middle thousand worlds have an upper limit of the 11th rank, and the major thousand worlds can reach a maximum of the 14th rank. In the vast expanse of the surrounding celestial void, at its very heart exists a major thousand world, albeit situated a great distance from the beast bloodline realm. To traverse this distance, even a 7th rank cultivator would take eons, rendering the journey akin to a leisurely stroll in place. Only through the celestial transit stations established by the powerful of that major thousand world can one utilize spatial formations to traverse. Yet even so, reaching such a transit station would require millennia, all the while contending with potential dangers and the risk of becoming lost, rendering the journey perilous. Much like myself, a fool who, upon venturing forth, found the journey manageable, yet now cannot return. With a sigh, the sense of astonishment in the eyes of number 4 Chu He faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy. Another day of longing for home. I wonder how the descendants of my family fare after a century has passed. Have any dared to rise in rebellion? In a certain void within the Tianyan realm, Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian are hosting a grand banquet to celebrate yet another achievement of their family in reaching the Dharma aspect. Seated at the head of the table, Chu Zhongtian wore a rosy complexion, gesturing grandly as music and dance filled the air. Life is indeed pleasant. In stark contrast, number 4 Chu He's existence feels abysmally desolate, and yet he finds himself worrying for them. Is their life truly so blissful? It seems necessary to alleviate his burdens, ensuring that Zhongtian can revel in even greater comfort. How fortunate the heavens are! Witnessing my son, Chu Zhongtian, reveling in music and dance while I, his father, endures suffering is a bitter irony. The divine consciousness of Chu He swept across the other side, where Chu Zhongtian was indulging in life, a stiff smile etched upon his lips. At over 400 years of age, he was in the prime of his endeavors. Even over 500, he was still striving, diligently cultivating his strength. Yet, his son had prematurely embraced a life of retirement. Initially, this did not stir any discomfort within him, but upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. Chu Zhongtian, come here. I have matters to discuss with you. Never mind, I shall not dwell on these thoughts for now. Now that I have discerned the circumstances within the myriad realms, it is imperative to accelerate my ascent in power. With sufficient strength, returning to the Tianyan realm will be a mere trifle. Resolute in his convictions, he quelled the tumult of emotions within him, casting a glance at the 5 beasts before him. He raised his hand and summoned them all into his inner world. They would serve as provisions. Though these beings were his subordinates, they also constituted a reserve of sustenance. During his journey through the vast void of the myriad realms, when fatigue set in, he could partake of their nourishment. With such a vast physique and a remarkably swift recovery rate, he found that his consumption speed did not surpass their recuperation. He was confident that consuming a morsel of their flesh would not be met with objection. Indeed, if they were to protest, their existence would be rendered unnecessary. For a master to partake of your flesh is a mark of respect. Their strength was inherently lacking, rendering them ineffective as allies, and they offered little in terms of emotional value. Their sole worth lay in their potential as sustenance. If they were unwilling to contribute even this modest offering, what use were they?